When I opened my eyes amid the haze of confusion, I found my hands had become tiny. Glancing down, my legs were short as well, and my entire stature had shrunk into that of a child. I was sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle. Casting my gaze around the unfamiliar room, I realized it was a rare wooden cabin. I was certain I had been reborn in a strange place. On the wooden table in the center sat a cup and a bottle of red wine. To my front left stood a mirror. I walked over to it and saw a young stranger staring back. The body was not my own. Originally, I was a small-time thug on Blue Star named Leong. Because I never studied hard and my grades were poor, I dropped out after middle school and began wandering the streets. I had hurt people and broken the law more times than I could count. Being detained was routine and fighting with knives was my daily life. I muddled through over a decade in a daze, and when I finally felt tired and wanted to leave, the boss agreed. Yet I figured he must have had someone eliminate me. I knew too many of his secrets and had handled countless dirty deeds for him. I was naive. Once you enter the Jianghu, there is no turning back. So much was beyond my control. While I was still lost in thought searching through the memories of this child's body, there came a knock at the door. The one who entered was an ugly man with snot dripping from his nose. He called out my name and said, "Young Master Vergo, you are wanted." I paused in confusion for a moment, then suddenly remembered. This was the world of the anime One Piece. Vergo, isn't that the name of one of the highest-ranking officers of the Donquixote family? No wonder the body is so small. Looks like I haven't infiltrated the Marines yet. The summons is probably about that very matter. Whatever, I'll head over first and see what Donquixote Flamingo has to say. Trailing behind the runny-nosed man, I slowly began absorbing the original body's memories. I recalled that this so-called runny-nosed man was supposedly one of the highest-ranking officers like me. His name was Treble, the user of the superhuman class Glare Fruit. Because his actual body wasn't robust, he had always kept his true form submerged within a sticky viscous slime to appear more imposing. Just thinking about it was absurd enough to make me chuckle. Suddenly Treble turned around and asked what I was laughing about. I brushed it off and deflected by asking how much longer until we met Doflamingo. He replied, "Almost there, just in that room up ahead." We sped up. When I opened the door at the entrance, the great hall was brilliantly lit and none of the lower-ranking family officers were present. Doflamingo was there along with his younger brother Donquixote Razanani and the other two highest officers. Doflamingo sat while Pica and Diamante stood beside him. I survey. Sorry for the trouble, Vergo. You will depart in the next few days. Head to the nearby Marine base and enlist. I raised my head and looked at Doflamingo. Understood. As you wish, I will join the Marines and serve the family. If necessary, I may even save them one day. As I spoke, I turned toward Doflamingo's younger brother. If I recall correctly from the anime, Razanani was the adopted son of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But right now no one would believe what I say, and even if I joined the Marines, I wouldn't have access to that level of information at my position. Such classified intelligence would only be known to the admirals and a few key figures. Looks like I'll have to find a way to expose him later. The corners of my mouth lifted ever so slightly. Perhaps I now have another way out. After the meeting, I returned to my own room. The first thing I had to figure out was my current situation and my plans for the future. Time was tight. Sitting on the bed with my chin propped on my hand, I carefully recalled that this body's age appeared to be around 17. Having grown up in the underworld, his physical conditioning was excellent. If I went to the Marines for systematic training, I would likely improve even faster. The Rokushiki, those were the Marines' trump card for enhancing physical techniques. Pirates couldn't even dream of obtaining them. Only officers of colonel rank or above could learn them, and only by earning sufficient military merit. Moreover, mastering them all depended on talent. Some people spent their entire lives only learning one or two of the 6 techniques, and anyone who mastered 3 or more could be considered a genius. I wondered how many I could learn. My heart began to yearn for it. Slowly lying back on the bed and reflecting on both past. Just thinking about it excites me. Alright, enough daydreaming. I need to quickly familiarize myself with everything and everyone around me tomorrow. Slowly I drifted off to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I thought of a faction distribution chart. The one thing indispensable for establishing a force is people, but with my current strength, setting sail would only lead to death. So I needed to choose a naval base carefully, which would allow me to recruit some pirates. Before my rebirth, I had been a man of the underworld. In the world of pirates, the only way to live in peace was to constantly improve my strength. Killing held no burden for me, nor was this the same world as before. The legal system was based on strength, and all history was written by the victors. Relying on my advantage of knowing the plot, I could first develop in the East Blue. With 20 years before the story began, I had ample time, and could also find some original characters as subordinates. In the early stage, the priority was still to increase my strength. I felt somewhat impatient, so I went to Doflamingo and said, "I want to go to the naval base in the East Blue." He replied, "Going to the East Blue is very unfavorable for improving your strength. The East Blue is the weakest of the 4 seas. It will hold back your future potential. If the intensity of training is insufficient, you won't be able to improve. Are you still sure you want to go?" I suddenly woke up to the realization that going to the East Blue at this time was indeed not a wise choice. If my strength couldn't improve significantly, going there for a few years would be useless. Moreover, it was too early. The original characters might not even be there yet, and I could look for them in later years. Right now, I should find a naval base in the West Blue, and then develop toward the Marine headquarters. But if I could attract the attention of the higher-ups and even be accepted as a disciple by Zephyr, none of my hardships would be in vain. Perhaps I might even end up as classmates with future Marine admirals. But first I needed to get a good devil fruit. My eyes gleaming with sharp light, I told Doflamingo my plan. Doflamingo, I'll strive for promotion at the naval base in the West Blue. I also want a powerful devil fruit which will speed up my rise to Vice Admiral. As I walked out of the room, I kept thinking that although Doflamingo said he would help me look, I still had to take action myself. Obtaining a powerful fruit ultimately depended on my own efforts. A Doflamingo was only a backup plan. A flash of inspiration struck me. By now the Goro Goro no Mi on Skypea should still be uneaten. It was the strongest Logia-type offensive devil fruit. Unfortunately, it was hard countered by Luffy, but as long as my strength surpassed his, that would be fine. This required careful planning. I raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps I could first become a master of physical combat, and later cooperate with Blackbeard to obtain an even better fruit. Either way, it was a good choice. The thought made me unable to suppress a laugh. I strolled slowly back to my room, preparing to pack my things and set sail. I needed to increase my strength as quickly as possible so I could join the elite training camp established by Zephyr. In the afternoon, when I went to Doflamingo to request a ship and prepare to depart, I suddenly realized that my navigation knowledge was poor and I didn't know where the naval base was or how far it was. Relying on myself alone, it would still be very difficult to find it. Awkward. I went to the room to seek Doflamingo's help, asking him to find someone who wasn't a pirate to take me to the naval base. When I arrived at the naval base, I was stopped at the gate by 2 Marine soldiers. I said I wanted to join the Marines. They told me to wait while they reported to Base Commander Colonel Snov, the 108th Base Commander. I looked around, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. If even a branch base in one of the 4 seas was like this, then Marineford, the center of the Marines, must be even more impressive. Watching the soldiers training vigorously, running with weights, in orderly formation, I felt a burning desire to join them immediately. I was quite confident in my strength. Although I was only 17 in Marine terms, my ability was enough to be a commander even without knowing the 6 styles. This was all built from a lifetime of desperate life or death brawling. Without this strength, I wouldn't have been able to join at all. The reason I asked for a clean person who wasn't a pirate to escort me was to ensure I could join smoothly. I also figured the Marines would investigate. From a distance, I saw Colonel Snov. Standing 2 meters tall, his bulging frame stretched, his clothes taut, as if they might tear at any moment. He clearly possessed a powerful physique, forged by daily training. He had the face of a kindly old man, and sported a small mustache. Judging solely by appearance, he could be quite deceptive. But no one who could become a base commander was simple. That was an eternal truth. I quickly strode forward, bowing and saluting in one smooth motion. After all, first impressions mattered, right? And I succeeded. Colonel Snov looked at me with a slight smile and a nod, then asked, "Why do you want to join the Marines? What is your justice?" His question caught me off guard. He wasn't playing by the usual rules. Shouldn't he have asked about my strength first? I quickly replied, "Because my family was killed by pirates. The justice in my heart is for the people to live safe and happy lives. All evil is caused by pirates." I believe my answer deserved full marks. At that, Colonel Snov excitedly slapped my shoulder and praised me, but then said he wanted to test my strength. I said, "I have the strength of a commander. I grew up opposing gangsters forged through desperate life and death battles." Snov's eyes lit up. He called over his adjutant and had the soldiers who were training stop, then arranged for me to fight 10 people to prove my words. He said, "This is Vergo, a new recruit. He claims he can beat all 10 of you." The people around were shocked, but still 10 men stepped forward intending to teach me a lesson. They immediately surrounded me in the center. I narrowed my eyes. They were rich in combat experience. As expected of seasoned soldiers who trained regularly, it was a very effective method. But it wasn't enough for me. I pulled out a bamboo staff from behind my back. I needed to break the circle by striking a single point, otherwise I'd be in some trouble. In the instant before they could react, I hardened the bamboo with armament hockey and dashed to the edge, swinging left and right rapidly to knock out 2 men. At that moment, Colonel Snov, who had been sitting, couldn't stay seated any longer. He shot to his feet, staring in shock, his mouth agape wide and oak. Inside Colonel Snow's office, the 2 of us sat face to face. He asked me, "Vergo, how old are you?" I replied, 17. He said, "That's remarkable. At such a young age, you're already this powerful. The Navy needs newcomers like you to bring in fresh blood. Justice requires your execution in capturing those damned pirates." At that moment, I immediately pledged my loyalty. I also want to work for my own sense of justice and capture those vicious pirates. But inside, I was secretly laughing. Asking a pirate to hunt pirates was a bit absurd. He continued, "How advanced is your armament hockey? Do you possess observation hockey?" Having followed Doflamingo since childhood, both our armament and observation hockey were at the early stage of awakening. We frequently undertook dangerous missions beyond what others could imagine, surviving death on several occasions. I responded, "Both my armament and observation hockey are at the basic level." Saying this, I removed my shirt. He examined the scars covering my body and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "I will help you find some medicinal herbs that are very effective in removing scars and treating hidden injuries. This is the result of officers practicing the 6 powers together. Otherwise, training in the 6 powers easily leads to crippling injuries." Secretly pleased that the strength I had displayed had caught his attention, I quickly said, "Thank you, Colonel Snow. After a week of daily training with the recruits at the Navy base, Colonel Snow approached me again and said, "Your strength is exceptional. You no longer suit the role of a recruit. From now on you are a lieutenant. You could have been a captain, but that requires accumulating military merit. I will now pass on the 6 powers to you. If you can master them, I will recommend you to Navy headquarters for better opportunities." As he spoke, he handed me a small booklet with the words 6 powers written on it. Holding the booklet, I felt my efforts had not been in vain. After bidding farewell to the colonel, I quickly set off to practice. I began reading the introduction to the 6 powers. Iron body involves tensing all muscles and controlling blood flow to make the body as hard as iron. A shave generates explosive force through continuous kicks against the ground for high-speed movement. Paper skin relaxes the muscles. The opposite application of iron body. Sensing changes in the air to dodge attacks like paper. Moonwalk uses explosive leg force to step on the air for brief flight and movement, enabling rapid travel when used. Continuously, storm leg delivers powerful kicks using ultra-high-speed vacuum slashes for attack. Finger pistol concentrates muscle tension or armament hockey into the fingertip, allowing it to pierce through a person's body like a bullet. I gazed at the booklet with excitement. Even the basic techniques were so powerful. What about the extended skills and the ultimate life return? They must be incredibly formidable. I looked up at the sky, my mind swirling with complicated thoughts. Not all in the Navy were dogs of the world noble. There were good people too. The next moment, with eyes filled with determination, I whispered, "Then I will walk this path according to my own sense of justice." Returning to the Navy dormitory and finding no one around, I walked to a secluded spot nearby and took out Doflamingo's Den Den Mushy to call him back. I was still too weak at this point and couldn't escape his control. The Den Den Mushy made its characteristic burbling sound as I dialed, and Doflamingo answered, "Fufufu, my dear Virgo, have you joined the Navy?" I could sense the tone in his voice. If I hadn't followed his wishes, the consequences would be severe. I immediately said, "I have followed your will and successfully joined the 108th Navy base. I have already gained Colonel Snow's trust." Doflamingo replied, "Fufu, you've done well. You haven't disappointed me. The rest depends on your own efforts. Keep it up, family member." With a click, the call ended, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I undertook my own intensified training, weighted runs and cross-country running. Every day I carefully planned my schedule so that I could master the 6 powers as quickly as possible. He devised a training plan for himself, starting with 1 ton of load, progressing to 3 tons, and ultimately 5 tons. He didn't quite understand why in this world physical constitution could be significantly enhanced simply by consuming enough food and physical exertion, with recovery after training also being astonishingly swift. That must be why a world like this dominated by pirates had come to exist. He felt that his weight capacity would gradually fail to keep pace with his growing strength. The standards for recruits were quite low and unsuitable for his current self. He could only train alone. Weight-bearing runs were one of the crucial training exercises. To practice the 6 powers of the Navy, every day after breakfast, he would complete a 20-kilometer weighted run, bringing drinking water along as he looped around the training base. Each time they saw him, their expressions shifted from astonishment to shock and finally to numb acceptance. They felt it would be strange if he couldn't accomplish these feats. At the beginning, even running 5 kilometers was exceedingly difficult, but now he could manage 20 kilometers with reasonable ease. However, only he, a person without a devil fruit power, truly knew the hardships endured, and he had contemplated giving up countless times. This routine continued for 3 months. He felt that finger pistol was nearly at the threshold of mastery. Only 1 step remained, yet he could not break through no matter what. At that moment, the colonel's adjutant found him and said the colonel wished to capture a certain pirate. Although he had not yet begun studying the 6 powers of the Navy, he wanted to undergo the baptism of blood first, so that he could truly absorb the combat awareness of this body. After all, fighting in his original world was nowhere near as exaggerated as it was now, and there needed to be a process. Upon meeting Colonel Sanofu, he introduced the pirate crew. The Captain Hammer was a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of transforming into a pangolin. His attack style was ordinary, but his escape methods were highly effective. Moreover, he was extremely selfish, groveling before the strong and revealing his vicious nature toward the weak, squeezing them until all value was extracted. It was P. Colonel Sanofu issued the orders. According to the intelligence we received, they appeared at Harrison Island to resupply. This is a good opportunity to capture them. Then he looked at me and said, "You and my adjutant will clear out the other small fry together. The captain is still beyond your ability to defeat. I will hold him in check, buying you time to surround and subdue him together." After boarding the ship, we sped toward Harrison Island. Being a naval warship, it was remarkably swift. An hour later, we arrived ahead of schedule near the island and concealed ourselves. We also established an outer encirclement to control the pirate ships and prevent escape. As long as no ship remained, we could trap Hammer on the island and apprehend him gradually. This was the worst-case contingency. At that moment, we saw the pirate ship approaching from afar and stopped at the periphery to observe, stealthily patrolling around the island. No wonder he had evaded 3 pursuits. Extreme. Once the pirates had landed on the island, we quickly activated the Den Den Mushy to summon the personnel aboard the warship to secure the pirate vessel while we closed in to capture the pirate Hammer. I glanced at the bounty poster, 77 million berries. It was suitable just right. However, this particular devil fruit ability gave me some headache. Unless I could defeat him instantly, he would likely escape. But I also had a secret weapon, C Prism Stone handcuffs, specifically prepared to counter such ability users. After informing the colonel, he was very pleased as the likelihood of success had increased further. The pirates were certain to drink when they arrived at the town. I proposed another idea. As a newcomer, I could pose as a bartender, while the colonel lay in ambush, working together to apprehend him in one move, achieving two objectives simultaneously without any casualties. The feasibility was high. The colonel and I went to the bar and subdued everyone. On the way back, I pondered, am I truly this strong? Or was Hammer simply too weak? Something didn't add up. Colonel Sanofu approached my side. He must have perceived my confusion and helped explain, in truth, Hammer himself is not particularly strong. His pangolin fruit provides excellent underground evasion, which is troublesome, but his hand-to-hand combat skills are a complete mess. If it were not for the natural physical enhancement provided by his Zoan-type devil fruit, your full power strike would certainly have killed him. More importantly, it is your arduous efforts over this period that have led to this dramatic improvement in your strength. I also wish to temper you, to prevent you from underestimating anyone, and equally to forge your mindset. Engaging underworld gangs is completely different from confronting pirates. At sea, if you cannot prevail, the likelihood of death is exceedingly high. There is little room to retreat. On land, underworld gangs possess numerous escape routes. A soldier who has never experienced actual combat is not a true Marine. Congratulations, UH. After returning to the base and training continuously for a year, I began studying the Marine 6 styles. The 6 styles were extremely difficult, so I had to choose the ones I currently needed most and start with those. For attack, defense, and pursuit, the primary combat skills, I decided to learn Rankyaku first because it excelled at both close and long range, delivering impressive destructive power at either distance. For defense, I chose Kemi. It made evading more convenient, and the physical requirement was only that the muscles sense changes in the air, not the high body hardness that Tekai demanded. For pursuit, I chose Jeppo because both Rankyaku and Jeppo were kicking techniques that tested explosive leg strength. That being the case, Soru could also be trained. Practicing them together should achieve twice the result with half the effort. After those 4 had reached a basic level, I would consider Shirgan and Tekai. No sooner said than done. First, I needed to settle on the method. Using boulders or heavy steel and gradually increasing the weight should quickly improve leg strength. Then I would progress from running to high kicks with weighted loads. I would start by stamping against the ground, then accelerate. Through long-term practice, I could reach the standard for high-speed movement. With that foundation, I would practice Jeppo and then Rankyaku. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Under the daily high-intensity training, I had gained a basic grasp of all the 6 styles, but there was still a long way to go before I could master them or learn their derived techniques. After finishing that day's practice, I sat by the mountainside and thought to myself, what exactly was the justice in my heart? Or should I be a pure villain? Akainu's absolute justice and Akiji's lazy justice both remained true to their original convictions, but neither seemed to suit me. And Kizaru's ambiguous justice, that was not for me either. Then I understood that my justice was a blend of good and evil. I would do everything according to my own wishes, whether killing or saving people. As long as I followed my heart regardless of what others thought, that was my justice. I would not contentedly serve as a lapdog for the celestial dragons. This world had already rotted. From behind me, Captain Snov's voice rang out. Virgo, I never expected that you would gain a basic mastery of the Marine 6 styles in just 2 years. Some people spend 10 years and only learn 2 or 3 techniques, and that is already considered impressive. I truly didn't misjudge you. You are a genius. I have an opportunity here. Admiral Zephyr has already begun enrolling the 2nd class of trainees, and I recommended you to give it a try. Receiving Zephyr's guidance would be of great benefit to you. I said, yes, thank you, Captain Snov, for your high regard. I won't let you down. I will definitely enter the elite training camp. At that moment, I was also thinking the 1st class should be the one with Sakazuki Akainu and Borsalino Kazuru, so wouldn't the 2nd class make me a trainee in the same class as Kazan Akiji? After taking leave of the captain, I suppressed my excitement and went to the Marine Dariki testing machine, ready to check the results of all my training. The next day, I thought to myself, wouldn't it be even better to go to Skypiea before heading to Marine headquarters and obtain the Rumble fruit I had always dreamed of? Then I would also become a candidate for a future Marine admiral. No matter how I calculated it, it was worthwhile. From my past reading of the manga, Enel seemed to have found the fruit in a temple on Skypiea. With that in mind, I went to Snov's office and asked when I should leave for Marine headquarters to take part in the selection for the elite training camp. I could hardly contain my excitement anymore. Snov said, there is still plenty of time. Arriving a month from now is fine. The camp is still being prepared. Some people live farther away, so they will be slower to arrive. For us, it's only about a week's journey to Marine headquarters. When I returned to the soldiers' barracks and thought it over carefully, wouldn't it seem strange if I said I was setting out by myself? If someone came with me, they would also discover that I knew Skypiea's secret, and I wouldn't be able to explain it. And if I went for the Rumble fruit, they would certainly suspect that I had known about it in advance, leaving such a bad impression on the higher-ups. What if they had the world government's CP0 investigate me? Those rats got into every crack, and they might very well uncover my pirate identity. By then I would be in danger. I absolutely could not put myself in such a dangerous situation. Skypea would have to be planned slowly and carefully. Alas, no more thinking about it. I would first go to the training camp and train for 2 years, then worry about it later. There would still be a chance to go to Skypea. I just didn't know whether Enel would have eaten the rumble fruit by then. If that didn't work, I could choose another devil fruit or wait until Blackbeard helped me obtain the rumble fruit. I had that plan was quite good, but I would still need to offer him an irresistible deal before I could put it into action. After more than 10 days of relentless training, the ship from Marine headquarters finally arrived to pick me up. I was taken aback by the enormous vessel. It was fully twice as large as the Marine warship at our branch base in the Four Blues. A Marine headquarters captain came down and exchanged a few words with Captain Snov. A few minutes later, they called me over for a brief talk, then told me to board. Once aboard, I saw the elite recruits chosen from various West Blue branches. I curled my lip. Rivals, all of them, huh? Not that I had ever paid them any mind. They could never be my match. With a low, long blast of the horn, the warship left the 108th branch base behind. I waved goodbye to Captain Snov and set out for Marine headquarters. A week later, I finally saw Marineford, the seat of Marine headquarters, a symbol of justice and home to the families of Marines. As I set foot on Marineford, there were other warships alongside mine with many people disembarking. One of them, a masked figure, had to be the Marine captain from the Buster Call at Eni's lobby, who wielded the rust fruit and snapped Zoro's swords. I turned and scanned the area. I indeed recognized quite a few familiar faces. Some of them would surely become my future classmates. A Marine headquarters rear admiral was waiting directly ahead. He raised his voice and announced, "Quiet, everyone. I am Rear Admiral Rifa of Marine headquarters. I'm glad you've come to headquarters, but not everyone can receive Admiral Zephyr's instruction. First, you'll take a Dariki test. Anyone below 600 Dariki will be sent back to their original branch. After that comes the endurance and willpower trial, a weighted long-distance run. You will carry a 5-ton load and run 30 kilometers. During the run, don't even think about slacking off. You'll circle the headquarters training grounds, and you'll be watched by video Din Mushi and Marine soldiers. Any violation of the rules will be treated as forfeiture. There is no room for negotiation. If we indulge you now, you'll end up dead later. Those who fail either condition are eliminated." Both were indispensable. I could already see some people intending to give up. As expected, a few had found their way in by shortcuts. Men who had come only to gild their credentials and had no true strength. But the pirates of the New World were nothing like those of the Four Blues. They were on an entirely higher plane. Even the lowliest survivors of the New World were not something a Four Blues pirate could easily handle. I said nothing. I walked up to Rear Admiral Rifa and asked to take the Dariki test first. When I stood before the machine and struck with full force, the reading showed 200 Dariki. Everyone's jaws dropped. Even Rear Admiral Rifa gave an appreciative little nod. I glanced back at him, and he said with a smile, "What's your name?" I answered loudly, "Sir, my name is Vergo." Rifa replied, "Very good, recruit. Wait over there for a moment. Once all the tests are finished, we'll have the long-distance run." In the rounds that followed, some passed the first trial with joy, while others wore grim, sorrowful faces as they were sent back to their original branches. During that time, I spotted a few familiar people, Mamanga and Doberman among several others, all future Marine vice admirals, and they were already strikingly impressive with Dariki readings over 800. I just wasn't sure whether they had awakened armament hockey yet. Slowly, all the tests came to an end. We made our way to the training grounds and prepared for the long-distance run in batches. I picked up the massive iron ball beside me. It had clearly been weighted down, or perhaps they had borrowed old Garp's huge iron ball to serve as equipment. I hoisted the 5-ton iron ball onto my back and stood at the starting line. Then everyone gathered. I spotted Kazan, the future Marine Admiral Akiji, who had come over from another Dariki testing station and been placed in my group. The fresh-faced, boyish Kazan was truly endearing. His Dariki had to be at least as high as mine, if not higher. Kazan noticed me looking at him, turned around, and gave me a slight smile as a greeting. The whistle sounded, and everyone charged forward with all their might. But I was in no hurry. My plan was to run at a steady pace for the first half, then accelerate and overtake everyone in the second. I needed only to keep pace with the main pack. As the run went on, though, something felt off. All the glory was being stolen by that Kazan. He surged ahead at an astonishing speed and left everyone behind. Up on the raised platform, Zephyr had noticed him too. That simply wouldn't do. The limelight that should have been mine was gone, and without it, I wouldn't receive Admiral Zephyr's special attention. I abandoned my original plan and prepared to race Kazan for real. I began to accelerate, gradually catching and passing the second-place runner. With 20 kilometers left, I threw down another fierce burst, shook off that runner, and went straight after Kazan. When Kazan saw me closing in, he was amazed. After all, he had already lapped everyone once. Rivalry ignited in both of us, and Admiral Zifa walked up to us and said, "You two are the strongest in this training camp. Unexpectedly, apart from Sakazuki and Borsellino, there are the two of you as well. Some of the others show promise, but they are far from matching the four of you. Even now, you are already leaps and bounds ahead of them, and the gap will only widen further. You two can compete against each other. Pressure creates motivation. Vergo and Kazan, I've got my eye on you both. From now on, just call me Master. All right, go plan your own training. I have matters to attend to as well," I said. After Kazan and I left, Zifa called over his adjutant Rifa. "Show me their profiles. I know Kazan was sent by that old rascal Garp, but this is my first time seeing this Vergo. Looking at the documents, he continued, I have a rough idea about Kazan. He has a strong physique and is also a Logia-type ice-cold devil fruit user. This Vergo is quite strong. He mastered the Marine 6 styles before even entering the elite camp, and he has already awakened both armament and observation hockey. Although still at the most basic level at 20 years old, he is a genius cadet. Meanwhile, Kazan and I arrived at the training ground for a light spar. We stood facing each other, assuming our stances a fierce battle on the verge of breaking out. Akiji's gaze sharpened as he took the initiative, dashing forward and throwing a punch. I quickly crossed my arms to block, so fast and with immense force. Seeing that his punch had missed, he immediately raised his leg and kicked at my head. I sensed the air being torn as if a spear of wind were smashing into my face. I hurriedly raised my hands to block, only to be sent sliding back 5 steps. Akiji's strength was about the same as mine, his speed slightly faster, but his stamina was not as good as mine. I needed to step up my speed training. In a flash, I launched my counterattack. Using shave, I moved to the rear of his lower body, then swiftly closed in with a feigned punch. Akiji took the bait, raising his leg to guard, but I shifted another step and kicked him in the chest. Before he could react, I sent him F. The battle raged on, trading blow for blow, both of us bearing wounds of varying degrees. My most conspicuous injuries were a bleeding nose and a swollen face, while Akiji had a bruised eye and numerous wounds on his body. We both knew the moment for the final verdict had come. I said, Akiji, since you haven't used your devil fruit, I won't use hockey either. This is a pure contest of physical strength. If you can withstand this Rankyaku of mine, I'll admit defeat. I'm going all out. Akiji's gaze became focused and serious. I was slowly gathering strength, paying no attention to the sand and dust stirred up by the wind. My eyes narrowed slightly. All of a sudden I shouted, Rankyaku's secret art, blood crimson cross slash. I leaped up and swung my legs left and right in sequence. 2 crimson blade winds, each 5 meters long, tore through the air in a cross formation toward Akiji. His eyes turned sharp and he braced himself with iron body and armament hockey. The next moment, a deafening boom rang out and a scene of flying rocks and sand obscured everyone's line of sight. Gradually the dust began to clear. I looked at Akiji, panting heavily, supporting myself with one hand on my knee from exhaustion. Akiji's figure emerged, his clothes torn and ragged, his injuries worsened, but he still hadn't fallen. I smiled at him and said, looks like we're at a draw. You used armament hockey to defend, and I infused my final strike with hockey as well. Let's call it a tie. I turned to look at Master Zifa, who had appeared at some point. Many cadets around were talking among themselves. Some of the standout students had their eyes closed, seemingly drawing valuable insights from the fight. This silently put pressure on all the students. When Master Zifa saw me looking at him, he said, Vergo and Kazan truly are the cream of this generation's elite. Since you're classmates in the same organization, there's no need to fight to the death. Let's call it a draw. I hope you two will encourage each other, strive to improve your strength rapidly, and soon join the forces for practical training. For a long time afterward, I remained locked in rivalry with Kazan. No matter what he did, I had to do more. If he ran 30 kilometers, I would run at least 31 to prove my resolve to surpass him. But Akiji was just as unwilling to concede. The result was that every day we pushed ourselves until we were utterly exhausted. We would crawl to mealtimes, and by the time we reached the cafeteria, we were too tired to lift a single finger. Sometimes we even needed to be fed. The scene it painted was the two of us being spoon-fed like overgrown babies, yet even eating became a competition. We refused to yield in anything. Naturally, our strength grew at a rapid pace. Though we were exhausted every day, we also enjoyed the fun of it, which eased the hardship considerably. Occasionally, we would compete to see who caught the most fish. I slowly watched the setting sun, thinking that scenes like this might not happen too often in the future. Time passed swiftly amid my daily rivalry with Kazan. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by, and the moment arrived for Instructor Zifa to declare the training camp concluded. Instructor Lifa also came to announce the personnel arrangements, dispatching the trainees to gain experience under different rear admirals and vice admirals. Amidst tears all around, everyone went their separate ways. I figured they had had quite enough of this hellish torment and no desire to suffer through it again. As for me, I exchanged a glance with Kazan and walked up to Instructor Zifa. Standing before Instructor Zifa, we voiced our purpose. Instructor, we feel we are on the verge of a breakthrough, but something is still lacking. We would like to continue our training on Beast Island for 1 year, then return to headquarters to accept our assignments. Would you permit it? Zifa looked at us with a stern expression and asked, you wish to elevate your hockey. It just so happens I have the time as well. All the other trainees required my personal instruction to learn the 6 powers, yet I paid far too little attention to the 2 of you. Fortunately, you have been diligent on your own. As compensation, I will teach you how to wield hockey. In the days that followed, the 3 of us, master and disciples, arrived at Beast Island. Seated beside the campfire, the instructor said, the application of armament hockey is quite simple. As long as your physique is sound and your physical arts have reached a certain level of power, you can awaken armament hockey. Through sustained training, it will grow dramatically, especially when tempered by the trials between life and death. As for observation hockey, you must grasp it with your heart and spirit. First, you must learn to take blows, stand still, and dodge the stones I throw at you. Once you can avoid 100 throws without being hit a single time, the difficulty will be raised, your eyes will be covered, and you will have to evade all sorts of attacks. When these exercises become second nature, your observation haki should advance once more. My strength is formidable, you know. At your current level of observation haki, dodging me won't come easily. That is precisely why it is better that I train you in person. On reflection, I had to agree, even the most powerful ordinary beasts were no match for Instructor Zifa. Because I could sense that both my observation and armament haki had reached the peak of the elementary stage, but were stuck, unable to break through, which made me deeply anxious. Yet I believed that now under Instructor Zifa's tutelage success would soon follow. For the sake of power, I still could not casually contact Daffy. I had to play the part of a good man, even if I had to fake it completely. This year was a golden opportunity. From that moment on, the competition between Kazan and me gained another contender, the king of the beasts on the island, a giant gorilla. We also had to endure Instructor Zifa's merciless beatings. Fortunately, our strength was considerable, otherwise we truly could not have weathered it. We roamed through the mountains wrestling with wild beasts. When hunger came, we slew animals and made camp on the spot. When weariness came, we slept in the trees. When thirst came, we drank from the mountain streams. And so one day passed after another. Before we knew it, the tail end of the year was nearly upon us. Our armament haki had long since broken through to the intermediate level and even advanced to its middle phase, while our observation haki had also risen to the early phase of the intermediate level. Only the very last month remained. We sought out the king of Beast Island, a gorilla 4 meters tall, said to have mastered the use of armament haki as well, though we had never seen him employ it. The instant the two of us faced him, an overwhelming aura surged toward us. This pressure made him the most powerful enemy we had ever encountered before officially setting sail. Instructor Zifa, after all, was our teacher rather than an enemy, so we had never witnessed the aura he might unleash at full strength. We exchanged a glance, and with unspoken agreement immediately adopted a pincer maneuver from left and right, preventing its arms and legs from moving in concert. It was forced to defend against us separately, and its attention was divided in the process. Seeing our tactics, the gorilla's face grew solemn, and it began to fight us with all its strength. At first we were pushed back again and again, defending passively and taking blows. Our experience in actual combat truly was lacking. I decided to attack its lower body and have Kazan strike at its head, raising the stakes. The fight became a lively exchange of blows. The shockwaves of our collisions snapped and sent flying every branch and flower around us. Even many massive trees were sliced through by the Rankyaku from Kazan and me. If we went on like this, our stamina would certainly not outlast this gorilla's. We had to go straight for its vitals, and dragging the fight out would be a severe test and a grave disadvantage for us both. I drew the gorilla's attention while keeping enough distance to guarantee that I could swiftly close in and counterattack. Seizing the moment when it was off guard, Kazan froze its lower half in an instant. As the ice threatened to climb to its upper body, the gorilla took notice. I too rapidly closed the distance, using my flying finger gun to thrust at its eyes. I handed it a dilemma. If it shielded its eyes, it would be frozen on the spot. If it shattered the ice with pure strength, it would be stabbed through the eyes. To dodge was utterly impossible. With my flying finger gun and Kazan's freezing ability, the king of Beast Island was finally toppled. We sat by the fire, glanced at the gorilla roasting over the flames, and then looked at each other before throwing back our heads and bursting into hearty laughter. The improvement was immense. Yet my heart was also turbulent. I did not know how I would face this good friend in the future. Enough thinking, knew I would take it one step at a time. After completing my training on Beast Island, I returned to Marine headquarters. No matter how many times I beheld it, the sight never failed to inspire awe. So majestic, so imposing. I went alone to the Doriki tester, coiled my strength, and drove a full power kick into it. Beep beep, Doriki 9830. The number had multiplied several times over, and this was achieved without even mustering armament haki. This improvement filled me with satisfaction. With the added amplification of armament haki and attack techniques, I would undoubtedly become even stronger. For now, my best course was to report in alone, so that along the way I could seize the chance to ride the knock-up stream to Skypiea and obtain the rumble fruit I desired. I sought out Kazan, and together we arrived at Instructor Zephyr's office. He led us before the current Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters, Kong. His white hair shot straight into the sky, and a long scar across his cheek lent him an extra air of stern severity. He looked at us and said, "You two are the strongest newcomers of this class. Do you have any requests?" I looked the Fleet Admiral in the eye and replied, "I'd like to go to the West Blue to temper myself. It is also the land of my birth. I want to see my hometown." Kong mulled it over. "That works. Since it's your hometown, you can do your part as well. Capture more West Blue pirates and improve the peace there. You two, off you go. Kazan, you'll continue as usual under Vice Admiral Garp." Ha! After bidding Kazan farewell, I set out. Reaching the harbor, I boarded my assigned warship and sailed aimlessly about. I couldn't make directly for Skypiea. That would be far too transparent. I wanted a chance encounter so no one would suspect anything. Along the way, I met a number of people who proved far more colorful than the lot back at Marineford. As I approached Mocktown, I crossed paths with Bellamy the hyena. I pretended to chase him all the way into town, then feigned losing him. Afterwards, I wandered around with my men and coincidentally encountered the knock-up stream. I said to the Marines, feigning curiosity, "Let's go up and take a look. I heard a legend about Skypiea in town. I can't tell whether it's true." And just like that I could go to Skypiea with total legitimacy. When the knock-up stream caught us, it was the marine operator and navigator who kept us alive. With my own helmsmanship, I could never have landed on Skypiea. I let out a cold chuckle. Enel, your fate will be claimed by me in the end. I needed to obtain the fruit without disturbing the native inhabitants. If anything went wrong, it would derail my entire plan. Still, I had underestimated the knock-up stream. It was chaotic, violent, and unpredictable. I leaped up and repeatedly unleashed Tempest Kick, cleaving through the currents to prevent them from smashing the hull and granting the helmsman ample time to maneuver. We strained every sinew to conquer the ascent and finally set foot on Skypiea. Standing in this so-called land of the gods stirred me deeply. I was so close to my little goal. I had also looked into this island in advance. It was part of Jaya cast into the sky by the knock-up stream 400 years ago. There was also Angel Island and the God's Island Upper Yard, the island where God dwells, hence its title, the Holy Ground. Chandora was an ancient city that had fallen 800 years earlier, and its descendants guarded generation after generation the stone stele bearing the poneglyph that recorded the ancient weapon Poseidon. Setting those concerns aside, my first destination was Burka, Enel's homeland. On the road to Burka, I reflected that this place could become my stronghold. Yet a location like this would be exceedingly dangerous should outsiders learn of it, and the presence of a poneglyph only added to the stakes. It seemed that once I had the rumble fruit, I should also find Enel and the current god Gonfall. In this way, Enel's homeland would be spared destruction, and I would acquire both a powerful subordinate and a gifted administrator ahead of time. Skypiea abounded in resources too. The various shells and clouds were all critical strategic assets. As I walked, I reached Burka. After searching for a while, I spotted Enel, a boy known for being perpetually bullied. He was considerably older than Luffy, yet at this point in time, he was still just a child. I followed him into a shrine, guessing it was his usual place of refuge. A meticulous search revealed a high ledge behind the stone statue's head where a large box rested. I deduced it must hold a devil fruit. I snatched it down, opened it, and found the rumble fruit inside. But unexpectedly, there was another one as well. Looking closely, I judged it to be a Logia type with patterns far more intricate and beauteous than ordinary fruits, the whole thing a radiant gold. Could this be the legendary light fruit, the superior counterpart of the glint fruit? It had never surfaced in all of history. It was myth made real. At that thought, my hands shook with excitement, and sweat began to drip. I looked at Enel and gave him the rumble fruit. When consumed by its original owner, the fruit could exert its utmost power. As for me, I would eat the stronger light fruit. I picked up the light fruit and bit down. Bleak, it was vile as expected. Fortunately, a single mouthful was all I needed. Testing the power, I suddenly dissolved into light and soared out the door ecstatic. Returning in a flash, I said to Enel, "Aren't you going to eat your fruit? Once you have a power like mine, no one can bully you anymore. From now on, stay by my side. I'll teach you how to use it. There's still so much you must learn." Enel, clinging to the words, "No more bullying," his eyes gleaming, devoured the fruit in a flurry. In that instant, lightning radiated from his body. As expected, when consumed by the original owner, mastery came rapidly. I brought Enel back to the naval warship, planning to train him for a while before deploying him to Skypiea or other locations to lay the foundations of our forces. Before setting sail back to the West Sea, I needed to meet Gonfall. He could help me continue managing Skypiea. When I met Gonfall, he still refused to submit. I said to him, "If you don't want Skypiea to be destroyed or yourself to die, you'd better listen to me. God doesn't have to be you." As I spoke, I released my formidable aura, cowing Gonfall. He wiped his sweat nervously and asked, "Can I not die? If you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you say." And so I smoothly subdued Gonfall, bringing the entirety of Skypiea into my sphere of influence. After inspecting the place, I saw there was truly no one with notable combat prowess. No wonder Enel had been able to dominate the land for so long. Having arranged Skypiea's affairs, I had Gonfall lead everyone in cultivating shellfish and harvesting sea clouds, mobilizing all available resources. After making these arrangements, I departed with Enel aboard the naval warship. 7 days later, we arrived at West Sea Branch Base 108. I became a lieutenant commander, serving as Vice Admiral Snov's deputy, my first stepping stone as a Marine. My goal was the Marine headquarters and the vast expanse of the stars and seas. No matter how good this place was, it was only temporary. After returning to base and briefly catching up with Vice Admiral Snov, he told me to rest for the day and officially report for duty tomorrow. Back in my private quarters, I quietly took out Doflamingo's Din Mushy and called him. This was the first time in 3 years I had reached out to him on my own initiative, and I suddenly felt nervous and estranged. Buru, the Din Mushy rang, and before long, I heard Doflamingo's voice. "Doflamingo, fufufu, my dear family, Lieutenant Commander Vergo. Have you already returned to the West Sea Branch Base?" My body stiffened, cold sweat streaming down my back and drenching my forehead. His intelligence network was indeed formidable. The privileges of a celestial dragon made me envious. He knew I was back the moment I arrived. I quickly replied, "Doflamingo, I returned to the West Sea precisely to better advance the family's business. Moreover, on the way back, I obtained an unexpected devil fruit, the light fruit, the superior version of the glint fruit. It's incredibly powerful." When Doflamingo heard this, I could tell from the Din Mushy's expression that he was even more shocked than I was. A voice came through the receiver. "Haha, Vergo, you never fail to surprise me. Now you have the capital to rise to admiral in the future. It seems the family will have to rely on you from now on. I answered humbly, it's still thanks to your excellent leadership, Doflamingo. If you hadn't arranged for me to infiltrate the Marines, I would never have come into contact with such things, let alone obtain the light fruit. With it I can completely suppress Kizaru. He's practically hard-countered by me. But I couldn't compete with Kizaru from the very beginning. I had to keep a low profile. After briefly chatting with Doflamingo, I hung up the Den Mushi. First I needed to find a pirate. Lafitte, the sheriff of the West Sea and a member of the Blackbeard pirates in the original story. He would make an exceptionally capable subordinate. Having Lafitte carry out the rest of my crew recruitment plan seemed perfect. With that thought, I couldn't wait to leave my room and went to find Vice Admiral Snoff. I said, Vice Admiral, I'd like to tour the West Sea now and familiarize myself with the area. If I encounter pirates, it'll also be convenient for me to capture them directly. With my strength, I definitely won't be in any danger here in the West Sea. Snoff sized me up and said, I know you're already far stronger than I am. Very well, you may go patrol the West Sea. But be careful. Your experience is limited and the West Sea has formidable figures. With that he waved me off. Seeing this, I knew my goal had been achieved. I quickly summoned the Marines and my adjutant to prepare the ship, giving orders for everyone to get ready to depart on a patrol of the West Sea. As we sailed across the sea, I realized I had forgotten which town Lafitte was in and could only search bit by bit. He was infamous for his brutal enforcement of the law, so he should be well known. I made inquiries as we went, and after patrolling several towns, I finally learned Lafitte's location and ordered the Marines to press forward at once. Once I set foot on the island, I saw from a distance that Lafitte was tormenting a pirate with gruesome cruelty. He snapped the man's fingers one by one, chopped off both legs, slashed 2 enormous wounds across his chest, and kept him bound firmly as he bled profusely. It was a ghastly sight. I ordered the Marines to remain on the ship and walked to his side. Lafitte glanced at me sideways, looking puzzled. Clearly he didn't recognize me and found my sudden appearance strange. I spoke one sentence. Evil Sheriff Lafitte, how about it? Are you interested in becoming my crew member? Fate made me find you first. I may be a Marine, but I also want to develop my own underworld forces. Will you join? His gaze toward me instantly turned sharp, and his expression grew grim. He perceived the implicit threat in my words and realized that my presence was far more overwhelming than his own. In truth, Lafitte was very clever. If he refused at this point, I would most likely kill him. After hesitating for a moment, Lafitte smiled and said, Since fate has brought us together, please take good care of me, Captain. After recruiting my first crew member, Lafitte, I took him to a secluded place outside the town to discuss the detailed plan for the next step, intending to have him carry out my scheme. When we reached the clearing, Lafitte froze, thinking I was going to kill him. I said, Don't worry. I came here to explain my plan and have you carry it out. Your peculiar hobby looks quite endearing in my eyes. I am not a true Marine. I am only an undercover agent. I paced slowly in place and said, My name is Vergo, and I am also your captain. Within the Marines, I am nothing more than an inside contact. I need you to do things for me. First, recruit crew members. Do you understand? I stared into Lafitte's eyes to see whether he was deceiving me. Lafitte pondered for a moment and said, No problem, Captain. Fate has brought us together, and I am glad to be of service. Please tell me your plan. As he spoke, he gave a slight bow. I looked at him silent for a long while. After reflecting, I laid out my plan. First, go to Mock Town and find 2 men named Jesus Burgess and Van Auger. If I am not mistaken, they are both in that town. The ship's doctor can be found there too. His name is Docu. Find these 3 and get them to join us. Do not fear rejection. If you try many times and they still refuse, tell me then. Their meeting must be a fateful one. Lafitte said, All right, Captain. I will set out for Mock Town soon and find those 3 men. But if I encounter suitable people, can I decide to let them join it? I nodded in surprise. Of course you can. The fact that you think that way should make me happy. However, they can only be apprentice crew members. Whether they formally join is still for me to decide. All right, set out now. I handed him the number for my personal Den Mushi and said, Keep it safe. Vergo, you can tell me anything. In an emergency, you may come to the Marine base to find me. Just remember to disguise yourself well. For the plans ahead, we will communicate and coordinate through Den Mushi. Because my identity is special, I cannot meet you often. Make small decisions on your own. From the West Blue onward, you and your men can slowly spread to the other seas to recruit crew members. I do not need to know your whereabouts at all times. I only care about results. After I waved Lafitte away, I had to set my own plan in motion to work hard to capture pirates who obstructed my expansion, and in doing so slowly use Doflamingo's resources to secretly build a power that belonged to me. Of course, personal strength cannot be overlooked. In this world, the foundation is still one's own power. No matter how formidable an organization is, if its leader lacks combat ability, it will not live long. Since childhood, together with the other 3, I had followed Doflamingo and endured a hellish life. Compared with killing Pika and the others, these hardships were a good deal easier. A demonic smile spread across my face. It turned out that a bloodthirsty desire had always been hidden in my heart. I had simply suppressed it and never allowed it to explode. Without that restraint, everything felt perfectly natural. The Donquixote family meant little to me now. It was merely a huge stumbling block. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone dodge away and flee at incredible speed. Who was he? Had he seen my secret meeting with Lafitte? Would this affect my plans? But everything is powerless before overwhelming strength. Hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Since someone was watching me, let us see who is the prey and who is the hunter. All at once everything had become more interesting. I still had to return to the warship quickly to avoid suspicion. When I reached the shore, to my surprise, there were people attacking the Marines. I flew into a rage and shouted, "You garbage! How dare you attack the Marines? You are courting death." I used Soru to rush in front of the pirates and killed the 6 who had surrounded me with Shirgan. Then I coldly looked at the pirate leader. I knew his bounty poster, a pirate named Capac with a bounty of 50 million. In the 4 blues he could already be considered a major pirate, but in front of me he was nothing. Capac stared at me with a dark face. Where did this little brat come from? Can just anyone become a Marine lieutenant commander? I am the future pirate king. What's wrong with killing Marines? I want to kill you too. You even provoke me in this town, he said, charging at me as he spoke. I was furious. It had been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. He was the first. With that thought, I took out my bamboo staff and coated it with armament hockey. When he saw the hockey, he slammed to a halt, eyes bulging as though he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. But how could I let him have his way? I dashed forward and landed several Shirgan blows, punching a few bloody holes into him. Then I hit his head with the bamboo staff. He flew off screaming and crashed through a house. Just as expected, a trash pirate couldn't even withstand 2/10 of my strength. I raised my leg and kicked twice, sending 2 enormous blue, slashing waves at the pirates. Amid a chorus of screams, they all collapsed. For someone at my current level, these small fry were nothing but rabble. They would be better off going home and farming than becoming pirates. I ordered the Marine soldiers to wrap up the pirate captain's head and bring it aboard as my trophy. Then we set sail and returned to the Marine base. After parting with Lafitte, I returned to the Marine base and continued my daily training, hoping to grow stronger. 5 years slipped by quietly. As I lay on a chair, the great pirate era was about to begin, and all my plans had to be accelerated. Alongside my duties in the Marines, I kept close ties with the family business and escorted their operations, so outside news reached me less quickly. My own forces, however, had developed splendidly. The first major event was the Battle of Edwar 2 years earlier, still talked about with relish to this day. The clash of conquerors hockey between 2 mighty warriors split a rift across the sky. 2 invincible wills that dominated the world and disdained everything neither would ever yield to the other. The aftermath of their clash knocked out many ordinary pirates, whether they lived or died was left to fate. In the end, however, Roger emerged victorious, but both sides suffered heavy losses, especially the Golden Lion Shiki. The second great event occurred soon after the Battle of Edwar, the birth of the Pirate King. The Roger pirates had found the 4 poneglyphs that recorded the location of the final island. After overcoming countless obstacles and evading the pursuit of the Marines and other pirates, they successfully set foot into the vast boundless mist. Roger accomplished an unprecedented feat. They conquered the Grand Line and circumnavigated the world. The name Gold Roger would be etched into history, a benchmark in the hearts of all. The whole world discussed the event, curious about what exactly the Roger pirates had found, what they had seen, and whether the One Piece truly existed. Yet unexpectedly, the Roger pirates disbanded. During those 5 years, my strength had improved remarkably, and I had become the base commander of Marine Branch 108. My armament hockey had broken through to the peak of the advanced level, not far from full body coverage. My observation hockey, meanwhile, was at the early advanced stage, already enough to shroud an entire island. I wondered how much further I had to go to reach Katakuri's level of future sight. With my backing, the Donquixote family's business expanded rapidly, spreading across every sea. It was just that Vice Admiral Tsuru never stopped pursuing Doflamingo. My own forces had also grown greatly. I already had 7 powerful crew members and 34 subordinate pirate crews. Of course, that sounded formidable, but in truth, they were only small fry responsible for minor matters. Pura. The din mushy suddenly rang, and I answered it. "Captain, someone came looking for you, and said he wants to join our crew. I'm not sure whether he might be a spy. His name is Bacchus Jote," Lafitte said while lying in his chair holding the din mushy. "Oh, what conditions did he put forward? Does he want to drink all kinds of fine liquor? He's obsessed with alcohol, isn't he?" I said with calm composure. "Yes, Captain, you guessed it. He loves drinking all sorts of fine liquor, and I've heard he's quite powerful," Lafitte replied. "Then let him join. Continue building your strength, return to the main base to rest and regroup and prepare for the next phase. Set out to the 4 seas to recruit powerful crew members. As I told you before, go to the East Blue and recruit everyone from the Kuro pirates, the Alvita pirates, and the Crete pirates. Kill those who refuse. Such is fate." The wine glass in my hand shattered under my grip in that instant, and my gaze toward the outside seemed somehow changed. Meanwhile, after hanging up the din mushy, Lafitte said to the other members, "The captain's plan has begun. We'll continue to the East Blue to find new members. This plan demands immense manpower, material resources, and money. We need to build many ships." At that moment, Daffy called. I picked up the din mushy and glanced at it. A voice came from within. "Virgo, I've received word the ultimate devil fruit, the op fruit, has appeared. A pirate plans to sell it to the world government for 5 billion berries. This fruit can perform the ultimate operation and make a person immortal. Those old codgers finally couldn't hold back. I need your cooperation so I can get the fruit." "All right, Daffy. I'll cooperate with you. Just tell me once your plan is ready. Looking at the Den Mushi, I thought to myself I can plan this carefully and scheme in advance to have Vice Admiral Tsuru capture the entire family. That way I would have no weaknesses, and it would be even more convenient once I rose to Admiral. After hanging up, I had just walked out the door when I heard two Marines not far away discussing something, seemingly about me. I get the feeling Commodore Vergo is into men. Have you ever seen him date a female Marine? Yeah, maybe he just hasn't found the right one. But if he really does like men, you could sacrifice your looks. Not gonna lie, you're still pretty fair-skinned and clean-cut, he said with a lecherous chuckle. Hey bro, you're disgusting me. I'm a proper straight guy, okay? I'm only into men. Tisk TSK. Maybe Captain Vergo will just take you by force. Like you could resist. Huh. After he said that, I saw the other man's face turn as black as charcoal. Hearing that, my face went green and then purple with rage. Those two bastards dared to talk about me like that. I immediately charged out of the office. The two were so startled that they stared at me, their faces drenched in sweat. Commodore Vergo, we didn't mean it. Please forgive us this once. You two get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you bastards again. If you ever gossip about me like that again, I won't let you off lightly. I wondered whether I should quietly do away with them and make them disappear from this world. I walked out of the base as if the scene of the Pirate King's execution were right before my eyes. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. How would I ever have a day like that? A month later, Doflamingo called to notify me with confirmed intelligence. The pirates had seized control of the town center and were awaiting the arrival of world government agents. I was needed to make advanced preparations to assist them. The death of Pirate King Roger did not silence the world. On the contrary, news of the One Piece was instantly reported by underground press magnate Morgans, delivering first-hand intelligence to every corner of the globe. The Navy gnashed their teeth in frustration, yet could do nothing, while the world government turned a blind eye. Through a Den Mushi connected to the Marines, I learned that they would also dispatch a vice admiral to assist the world government. Could it be Vice Admiral Tsuru? Rosinante was an undercover operative, and only with my omniscient perspective would I have known who. For anyone else to suspect him, let alone brand him a traitor, would have seemed like a ridiculous joke. But this could be exploited to my advantage. The information should reach Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, making this a perfect two birds with one stone plan ready for execution. I set out with my adjutant aboard a warship, intending to reach the island's perimeter in advance to provide cover for Doflamingo. However, the vessel broke down midway. By the time I arrived, they were already locked in fierce combat. The pirates roared to bolster their morale, wielding blades and firearms against the Marines in brutal close quarters fighting, while some even manned cannons to strike from afar. The entire island erupted into chaotic commotion. The island was shrouded by Doflamingo's birdcage. From afar, I spotted Vice Admiral Tsuru's warship. Doflamingo intended to break through from another side and flee. I knew Rosinante's fate had already unfolded as in the original storyline, but Roranoa could be brought under my command. I knew he was hidden inside a treasure chest. I moved to the edge and used the power of the Hi Nomi to fly to the chest, and quickly returned. All within the span of a single teacup. I secured the chest and handed it to the Marines to guard, then flew over to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru Doflamingo is likely ransacking warships on the opposite side to prepare his escape. We must hurry to apprehend him. Tsuru's expression darkened with shock. She urgently ordered the warship to sail toward that position and called upon the other vessels for their status. True enough, a Den Mushi transmission carried the sounds of battle cries and desperate screams. When Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived, I quietly activated my Devil Fruit ability to return to my own warship. From a distance, I witnessed Doflamingo and Tsuru facing off. Halt, Doflamingo. Your doom has arrived. There is no escape this time. Last time was merely luck. Consider this your final ride. I have even brewed a fine cup of tea waiting just for you. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke with composed confidence. Doflamingo pondered for a moment. This relentless pursuit by old Annie Tsuru. How tirelessly she followed, how deeply her hatred ran, and how she always found his Achilles heel. It must have been that good brother of his Rosinante. Otherwise, why would he be caught every single time? Fufufu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, we are old acquaintances. No need for such formality. I have urgent matters and cannot stay for tea. Perhaps next time. Doflamingo spoke these words even as his feet never slowed, desperately attempting to break free from the encirclement. Should he be trapped like dumplings in a pot, he truly would be forced to sit and drink that tea. Yet Tsuru was no less cunning and experienced. Surrounded by a phalanx of Marines, she swiftly tightened the noose around Doflamingo. Doflamingo, I have searched long and hard for you. My patience is nearly exhausted. You are such a good boy. Come quietly with me. Tsuru was filled with confidence for this capture. If she missed this opportunity, who knew when the next would come? Sakazuki's adopted son had yet to appear. He was likely in grave danger. Marine soldiers charged forward, colliding with the pirates in fierce combat. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Doflamingo faced each other in a tense duel. Doflamingo wielded the powers of the Ito Nomi, controlling the Marines and forcing them to aim their weapons at their own comrades. Upon witnessing this, Tsuru immediately understood. Everyone scatter. These men are under Doflamingo's control. Don't just stand there, take cover. Before Tsuru could finish her warning, it was too late. Most of the Marines had already been struck down. Gritting her teeth at the scene, she fumed with rage. Take your words to prison. For the fallen Marines, I will arrest you. As she spoke, Tsuru activated Soru at full speed, her arms wrapped in armament haki, striking downward toward Doflamingo with overwhelming force. Doflamingo showed no mercy either. He countered with a foot-based Sora threads wrapped in haki lashing out. Their clash was evenly matched. Seeing that Doflamingo remained unscathed fueled Tsuru's anger, and she intensified her assault. The battle raged with neither side yielding, yet the Marine elites were few in number. Once pressured by Doflamingo, they stood little chance against the pirates. With Tsuru constantly monitoring her troops, I knew I could no longer hesitate. The Marines alone could not handle this. I had to let the protagonist take care of it. I borrowed the flash fruit's power to separate the two, then swiftly unleashed a beam of light that exploded beside Doflamingo. Understanding my intent, he used the blast shockwave to create distance and retreated with his forces. Vice Admiral Tsuru could only board her warship and head to Lowtown with no choice. The bounty on the Donquixote family would surely rise once again. Haha, making such a dramatic appearance has its advantages. Other pirates will surely take notice. When I sailed my own ship back to the naval base, I took out Trafalgar Law from the box. He was locked and careful not to let him suffocate to death inside. Vergo, what exactly is your purpose? Have you come to humiliate me? Law stood up and shouted at me, his voice hysterical, yet laced with helplessness. No, we share a common goal. I also want to escape the family's control, and you want to avenge Corazon. That means we are of one mind. I have already built up my own power base, just waiting for the moment to break away. As for you, if I had wanted to kill you or hand you over to Doflamingo, I would have done it long ago. Don't flatter yourself. Follow me, and you won't be treated unfairly. I looked down at Law, and despite his small stature, I saw a tenacity unlike any other. The adjutant knocked entered and handed me a report. Mr. Vergo, a telegram has arrived from Marine headquarters. He passed it to me, then turned and left. I took a look. It was about a pirate who had massacred an entire town in the New World, a heinous criminal wanted dead or alive. On the wanted poster, his face was fierce and crisscrossed with scars, making his already ugly face even uglier. His name was Atelier, which did not sound so ferocious after all. The next morning, Law and I stood on a high platform gazing at the distant sky. It was dark and oppressive. There was not a single white cumulus cloud. Occasionally lightning streaked across the sky, heralding a violent storm. Under such circumstances, let alone pirates, even the Marines would not dare to sail around casually, much less go to battle. I returned to the barracks, tidied up and prepared for the mobilization rally. I put on a clean military uniform with a white plaid coat draped over it, wiped the bit of breakfast from my cheek, turned, and strode out. Standing before the assembled Marines, I said to Law and the adjutant beside me, today, who knows how many Marines will fall in battle and how many families will be torn apart? The two beside me remained silent, as if lost in thought. Steadying myself, I said in a loud voice, for the past 5 years I have not been very strict with you, but we never missed a day of training. Also that you would suffer fewer casualties in real combat. You all have parents, wives, and children waiting for you. So what are you following me for? Beyond justice, I will also lead you to wealth. Only then can you enjoy happy families and never go hungry. Marines, this time our target is a man called Atelier, who wiped out a town in the New World. His pirate crew has fled into our area of jurisdiction. What if they end up killing our families? What are you going to do about it? Answer me, soldiers. Are you going to allow it? Will you let them run rampant on our turf? We won't allow it. We must kill them. The soldiers shouted, their faces flushed with fervor. Then let us go claim their bounty and split the money evenly. After the battle there will be wine and meat. You bastards had better all come back alive. I stood there staring solemnly at the ranks of soldiers. Long live Lord Vergo. Brothers, let's go catch them together. The roughneck Marines shouted at the tops of their lungs. My way of inspiring the troops was a mix of the righteous and the unorthodox, leaving the intelligence officer who had arrived and Commodore Cato, who had come to reinforce us, completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before, but they could not point out any flaw. I glanced at them out of the corner of my eye. I let out a soft chuckle and muttered under my breath, if I ever gave you the chance to gather evidence and report me to Marine headquarters, I'd write my name backwards. I turned and led the troops directly onto the ship. The Jelly Strait was only 260 nautical miles from base 108. If we sailed at full speed, it should take merely half a day to arrive. Standing on the deck, I felt uneasy. This was bound to be a ferocious battle. Only the weak die, and it is their deaths that highlight the extraordinary power of the strong, and the strong control over 80% of the world's resources. I tossed the wine in my hand aside and said to the signalman beside me, tell everyone to keep the formation tight. Be sharp and do not throw your lives away here for nothing. That was all the warning I would give. I had no intention of playing the selfless hero, and offering free help was just empty talk. If I actually did that, I would be a charitable do-gooder, not an undercover agent. So I would not admonish them or say much more. After all, it was not their first day as Marines. How could a fight with pirates not claim lives? But I could not help adding one more reminder: when the battle starts, don't attack blindly. We need to see what trump cards the pirates have. After all, they came from the New World. I felt smug thinking that I was, after all, a 28-year-old old fox. I could no longer be fooled by a few words as I once was. How I hoped this pirate crew would let me enjoy a good fight. Gazing quietly at the sea, I knew that through this battle Vergo would show Marine headquarters both my strength and the contribution I had made to the West Blue. In doing so, I would gain more power and profit, laying the groundwork for my promotion to headquarters. But before that, I still had to advance all my plans further. Inside the Galley Strait, 3 pirate ships lay at rest, showing not the slightest sign of flight, as if they had come on vacation. The skull and crossbones flags flew high overhead. All 3 ships belonged to Atelier, and his was a major pirate fleet. Meanwhile, aboard Atelier's ship, Atelier was talking and laughing with a man over a meal. This man had never appeared in any intelligence report. Just then a man with blue phoenix tail hair walked up beside Atelier and said the Marines from Base 108 and Cato are all here ready to surround and wipe us out. Atelier let out a burp and said not even dogs could be more persistent than those people. Do they think I dug up their ancestors' graves chasing me like this? And that idiot Cato still hasn't learned his lesson. Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough. Another captain then asked how many Marines are coming. Do we know how many warships? If anyone were present, they would surely recognize this pirate Gelidal, the great pirate with a 170 million belly bounty, who had eaten the cat fruit tiger form, 60 million belly higher than that fellow Atelier. It was worth remembering that Atelier had done no small number of wicked deeds, and had even escaped a Marine headquarters vice admiral's pursuit, yet his bounty was only 110 million belly. The phoenix-tailed man said there are 29 warships in all. We don't have enough intel on who is coming to be certain, but it won't be fewer than 2,000. At least that many, and probably more. Atelier said utterly unconcerned, I thought it would be something big. They haven't even sent a single vice admiral, yet they dream of catching us. I've asked Brother Gelidal to help today. How could we lose? Besides, I've changed as well. Gelidal found this highly surprising. He knew Atelier was not exceptionally powerful, so how dared he speak like that? Could he have had some stroke of fortune? Never mind. Atelier had paid 500 million belly to ask for his help, and for the sake of that money Gelidal would still have to protect his life. As for the rest, it was up to Atelier himself. Commodore Cato, Base Commander Vergo, we have arrived at the designated sea area. Then let the operation begin, Commodore Cato. I'll leave the other side of the encirclement to you. I stood on the deck looking at Cato on my left. All right, so we'll all cooperate together. With that, I quickly returned to my own warship to prepare for the encirclement operation. The 29 warships could not be drawn up in a single line, so they had to be divided into 7 columns. I would lead one warship in battle readiness to provide powerful support. Seeing the approaching Marines, Atelier gave a cold snort, then rose to his feet and shouted to the brothers around him, brothers, let today's victory make our names ring out in the new world once more. Only then will we have a chance to return there. The words swiftly stirred the atmosphere to a climax. Gelidal froze for a moment, then revealed an appreciative smile. Who would have thought this kid actually had the nerve to set his sights on the new world? Cut off their heads. I want to snap their necks. Ha ha, this battle really gets my blood pumping. My great blade is already starving for action. Atelier's men were a group of battle-loving brawlers. By then, both sides had already unleashed the first broadside from their naval guns. Boom, 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 boom. The cannon thunder was endless. The Marines were somewhat more experienced, and their shells knocked small holes into all 3 ships. Some rounds struck the water around the vessels, kicking up tall columns of sea spray, but the damage did not affect the overall situation. One Marine warship was hit on its deck, and several sailors instantly lost their ability to fight. I was taken aback by this and immediately turned around. 5 more pirate ships had appeared out of nowhere, flying the tiger skull flag. I shouted at the intelligence officer, why wasn't this in the report? We had no preparation at all. Where did they come from? How did they turn the encirclement around on us? What the hell is your intelligence division even doing? My face darkened. This situation had already caught the Marines unprepared. The moment I saw that flag, I knew it was Gelidal's pirate crew. Atelier spat out a mouthful of seawater. Having the sea slap against his face was thoroughly unpleasant. He was just about to give the order to go all out when the pirates around him noticed the condition of the ship and immediately said, Captain, we should retreat. The ship is going to be sunk. You can't swim, can you? We can rendezvous with Brother Gelidal's fleet. That way our chances of winning are greater. Don't you think so, Brother Gelidal? If we get surrounded, we'll be caught all too easily. After saying that, they all looked at Gelidal. Gelidal was somewhat astonished. Had Atelier eaten a devil fruit? What type could it be? Still, he said aloud, the brothers are right. Everyone follow me and rendezvous with my fleet first. Then we'll concentrate our strength and organize a counterattack. Sure enough, no one who could be a pirate in the new world was a true fool. Seeing the direction their ships were sailing, I knew the 2 pirate crews were going to join up. I quickly ordered pursue at full strength. We can't let them merge, or they'll be even harder to fight. Tell Commodore Cato to intercept Atelier's crew now and separate them. I'll move in quickly to destroy Atelier and Gelidal, but I may not be able to fight 2 at once alone. Once he has succeeded in blocking them, have him come to support me right away. Cannon fire was furious on both sides. The battlefield was thick with smoke and flames shot into the sky. I knew Cato's side had already reached a critical stage, so I immediately leapt onto Atelier's ship and confronted them. Before a single blow was exchanged, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Both sides were searching for an opening, waiting to see who would lose their nerve first. Everyone was facing one another in tension. I did not dare to make a rash move because I knew Gillider was a ruthless man, not someone comparable to Atelier, who could not even make a place for himself in the new world. Besides, Atelier was a little too overconfident. Even with help, how could he be sure of victory? If he lost, his entire fortune would be gone. Everything radiated a strange, inexplicable wrongness, yet I could not say where it was wrong. The two of them were also watching me with great caution. They wisely chose to pincer me from both sides, one at my left front, the other at my right front. Amid the screams ringing in my ears, I could not help glancing around. The Marines had the advantage in numbers, but their strength was no match for the pirates. What could I say? As expected of pirates who had survived in the New World, they were even more powerful than the Marines of the Four Seas. Even so, in my eyes, they still amounted to nothing more than a school of small fry. Finally, I could not hold back any longer. Katawa was also barely getting by among the officers of the two pirate crews. He might get himself killed. If that happened, I would be in real danger. I might truly be unable to escape. I had to break the deadlock. If the Marines were wiped out, I would not earn any credit. Instead, I would be disciplined for poor command. I did not want to bear that blame. At that thought, I grew anxious instead. I charged toward Atchalier at full speed, planning to deal with the weaker one first, and then take on that bastard Gilader. Why did he have to wade into this muddy water for no reason? I took out my demon bamboo, coated it with armament hockey, and sent Atchalier flying with a single strike, snapping even the mast of the pirate ship. Gilader was rich in combat experience and appeared beside me almost at the same moment as my attack. I was sent flying by a heavy blow from him, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. It would have been worse if I had not coated my abdomen with armament hockey. I stared coldly at Gilader, who had now transformed into his Tiger-Man form, while another thread of blood escaped the corner of my mouth. Atchalier also climbed out of the wreckage, glaring at me furiously. It was clear that my strike still gnawed at him, and he had suffered quite serious injuries. Inside, I cursed those incompetent fools in the Marines' intelligence division. I did not know about Atchalier, but Gilader was definitely not a fighter worth only 1700 berries. His bounty had to be around 0. He had been hiding his true strength. Even with armament hockey, I still suffered light wounds. That startled me. At that moment, I heard the Marines around me shouting, "The net is broken. Hurry up and stop them. We need to put out the fire too, or we'll all sink to the bottom and feed the fish." Our battle raged on. Atchalier suddenly placed his hand on the ground, and the ground instantly froze as he surged toward me. Startled, I used the flash step to dodge, then rushed forward and blasted out a punch wreathed in armament hockey. He hurriedly raised his arms to block, but how could his hockey compare with mine? Just then, from the corner of my eye, I saw Gilader charging at me at lightning speed. If that fist hit my head, it would be disastrous. I quickly knocked Atchalier away and bent low to evade. Unexpectedly, Gilader reacted just as fast. He raised a leg and kicked me square in the chest. A burning pain shot through me, and I bared my teeth to endure it. On top of my previous injuries, I was now even worse off. Atchalier had also obtained a devil fruit, which meant his bounty was probably no longer just 110 berries. When he had gotten it, and how well he could use it, were both unknown. Sigh. Unexpected developments were endless. I really had no idea why the world government's intelligence agencies could be so useless. Seeing that I kept targeting Atchalier, they exchanged a glance and decided to attack together. Their alternating assault gave me a terrible headache. If not for my light fruit, which allowed me to evade many critical blows, I might have been down long ago. Their armament hockey was also very troublesome for me. It could not kill me, but it was infuriating, and I could not abandon the troops to fend for themselves. In the back and forth, wounds piled up on both sides, mostly mine of course. I also learned that Atchalier's was the heat fruit, the very same one that the future Straw Hat Luffy would encounter. I had no idea why it had appeared here so early. Presumably its previous user had been killed, and someone else had eaten the fruit. No, I could not drag this out any longer. I needed to find an opening and use my ultimate technique to defeat Atchalier first. After I blocked a heavy punch from Gilader, I kicked out with my left foot, but he stopped it with his arm. I then launched a rapid sequence of strikes with my right foot, driving him back. My eyes lit up. This was my chance. I used the flash step to move at high speed to Atchalier's side. At that moment, Gilader, who was soaring through the air, spotted my intention and shouted a warning to him. But Atchalier's strength was still far from a match for mine. Were it not for Gilader, I would have already taken him down. I shouted, "Take this, finger gun Yellow Lotus." A dense barrage of finger gun attacks burst forth. Atchalier blocked a few of them, but the relentless volley soon pierced his body, leaving bloody holes that would not stop bleeding. I also suffered a combo of punches from Gilader. Wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, I faced him. "Still want to fight? Atchalier has already been defeated. Do you really think you alone can take me down in such a short time? You have no reinforcements, but the Marines' reinforcements should arrive very soon, I think. If you don't leave now, you'll end up staying here too. Fine, you're tough. I'll take this loss. But next time you won't be so lucky. It seems I won't be getting my commission back." After saying that, he gave me a vicious glare, glanced at Atchalier lying on the ship's deck with his eyes rolled backside, then quickly returned to his own fleet and left. I slowly let out a breath, but could not help spitting out another mouthful of blood. As expected, Zoan-type fruits were the best support for physical combat. They greatly enhanced the damage of heavy blows. Then reinforcements arrived. After I caught sight of a Marine Vice Admiral, I could no longer endure it and blacked out. Compared with my external injuries, the damage to my internal organs was far greater. The weather today was perfectly clear, bathed in radiant sunshine. Seagulls drifted lazily across the sky as though savoring this rare spell of leisure, while a gentle sea breeze swept away the oppressive heat. 1 week had elapsed since the Battle of the Jelly Strait. Swathed in bandages, I perched atop the coastal fortress's gun turret, gazing out at the distant view. After long deliberation, the truth stood plain: my strength was still far from sufficient. Had I possessed true power, even 2 assailants closing in at once would not have left me so broken. Were it not for the reinforcements, I might never have returned at all. I had obtained my devil fruit not long ago, and had yet to practice with it. Enel too needed to begin his training, so that he could help ease the burden on my shoulders as soon as possible. The light fruit possesses extraordinary developmental potential. After a period of training, I could report to Marine headquarters. With my battle merits and the light fruit, there was a high probability I would be assigned to a post at the main base. As for the direction of its development, I could chart my own course. The foundation lies in Kizaru's glint fruit. Kingdom of Light. That technique ought to be splendid, functioning much like a domain skill. Captain Carl, meanwhile, had suffered a tremendous psychological blow. He grew mentally unhinged and emotionally volatile, compounded by the wounds on his body. The military doctor had resorted to sedatives to ease his suffering during his fits, and he now lay in a deep slumber. A week had passed, and he still had not recovered. He would likely be forced into early retirement. Many Marines were likewise suffering from severe psychological trauma. That battle had been the most brutal conflict to rage across the West Sea in a decade. Of the 29 warships that set sail, only 5 returned completely unscathed, and even then solely under the cover of the other vessels, otherwise not a single ship would have survived. The 4 seas still lacked the tempering of true war. The casualties were catastrophic: 70% sacrificed their lives, 20% suffered grave injuries, and only 10% came away with light wounds. Having buried my grief, I entered a period of grueling special training with Enel. His rumble fruit flourished tremendously, and he mastered the Navy's 6 powers. I too devoted myself to honing my hockey and devil fruit abilities, biding my time until the moment came to set out for Marine headquarters. 1 year later in the morning, Enel and I sailed a small boat to an uninhabited island. Lafitte was there waiting with the core members of the crew. I saw many familiar faces: Kuro the Black Cat and his subordinates, all training with earnest vigor and looking rather impressive. Alvida, owing to the shift in the storyline, had found the smooth fruit ahead of schedule. As for Krieg, I never imagined he would join I had thought he was already a corpse. Most importantly, even Arlong's pirate crew had been persuaded to join, something I had never anticipated. Ha! I laughed and said to Arlong, "Never would I have guessed you'd join us. Don't forget the promise you made me. Once you rise to the upper echelons, you will fight for the right of Fishman Island to live on the surface, and you will not discriminate against fishmen. If you hold to that, then it won't be just us. I'll recruit others from Fishman Island as well. I imagine you're in need of ample manpower, especially those who can move freely beneath the sea." Arlong spoke these words with a grave expression. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. I had long intended to bring Fishman Island under my control. If I became an admiral, or even the fleet admiral someday, I would overhaul the Marines' entire system, transforming them into law enforcers of a new government while stripping the world government of its authority. That would bring my plans to fruition all the sooner. Turning my gaze to Lafitte, Burgess, and the others, I nodded and said, "All of you have performed admirably. Follow me, and I won't treat you unfairly. With me watching over you, what do you have to fear? In a little while I'll provide each of you with a manual of the 6 powers. Lafitte, print several additional copies and distribute them to the others. Remember, do not let them leak outside. Also summon the frontman for our business operations. I wish to have a detailed discussion with him. I need to know exactly how our recent finances are faring and whether they're sufficient to sustain our day-to-day operations." A short while later, a lean man stepped forward. "Sir, my name is Norman, the crew's merchant for outside dealings." From his report, I learned that we had been locked in fierce rivalry with Doflamingo's operations. A conflict so bitter it had reached an irreconcilable impasse, with skirmishes breaking out on multiple occasions. However, those clashes were all carried out by low-ranking underlings and would not disturb the greater scheme. In the afternoon, Enel and I returned to Marine Base 108. It occurred to me that it had been quite some time since I'd last spoken with Daffy. Brew. I rang Doflamingo on the Den Mushy. A few minutes later, his voice came through. Fufufu. "Vergo, is something the matter? I'm about to be stationed at Marine headquarters. With the advantage of my devil fruit, there's a very good chance I can secure the rank of Vice Admiral. As for Admiral, I still fall somewhat short. At best, I might reach the level just below Admiral." My smug proclamation drew a teasing remark from Daffy, who said I was so excited I could hardly contain myself. The following day, I called Marine headquarters again. After I laid out my situation and request, the messenger told me, "I shall report this to the Fleet Admiral. Please hold for a moment." In the afternoon, I received a call from Fleet Admiral Kong. "Vergo, you've done well. I recall that you were one of the finest cadets in the elite training camp. You've had a trying few years, but you brought order to the West Sea, and your contributions to the great battle a year ago were indispensable. Very well then. Come to Marine headquarters, and we shall decide your official post there. That will be all. I'll see you here." With that, he hung up. My lips twitched. He really was a busy man. After putting away the Den Mushy, I thought of Law. It had been a long time since I'd seen him. I figured I'd go check what he was up to. As it turned out, Law was alone at the training grounds, driving himself with fierce discipline. I could tell at a glance that his strength would be far from ordinary. Law, you must master both medicine and combat arts. I'm heading to Marine headquarters soon, and I'll be bringing you and Enel along. But whatever you do, do not reveal your ope no me. If the world government learns of it, they'll come after you, and then even I won't be able to protect you. The only way out would be to defect from the Marines. Ha. I spoke all this as casually as if I were chatting with an old friend. Law simply nodded. I knew that counted as an acceptance. At dawn the next day, the ship bound for Marine headquarters stood ready. To be perfectly honest, a ripple of excitement stirred within me. The last time I had been at Marine headquarters was when I was running the training camp. This marked my second visit, and I could take the opportunity to see how my old classmates were faring. All the world believed me to be an honorable man, yet none knew how overbearing and ruthless my true nature was. These things could never be revealed to anyone lest they cast a shadow over my path to becoming Fleet Admiral. With inexplicable emotions stirring within me, a week later the warship slowly entered the port of Marineford. Arranging Vergo's appointment proved a thorny dilemma. Though he was only 29, Vergo's strength already stood on par with that of a Marine headquarters vice admiral. The crux of the matter lay in his background. Apparently, when Rosinante lay dying, he had mentioned Vergo, murmuring some accusation about the man being a mole. Yet it was impossible to detain an elite vice admiral on the strength of such unsubstantiated words, especially when he had now acquired the life fruit and possessed the potential of an admiral. Then how shall we arrange Vergo? Sengoku asked, his look turning solemn. My adopted son obtained intelligence of dubious truth claiming that Vergo is Doflamingo's mole. Sengoku regarded the assembled officers with a grave countenance. I hardly think he is. Vice Admiral Tsuru said, her head bowed in careful reflection. While pursuing the Donquixote family, he warned me that Doflamingo was on the verge of flight. I likewise investigated the reasons for his late arrival. It came down to an engine failure, and we conducted several examinations finding no trace of human interference. Tsuru's sharp eyes moved between Fleet Admiral Kong and Sengoku. Perhaps we should test him once more, granting him the opportunity to seize Doflamingo himself. That would let us judge directly whether he is a mole. Garp, for his part, sat idly munching rice crackers, the crisp, crunching reaching every ear. The rest exchanged glances and let out helpless sighs, then resumed their deliberations on Vergo's placement. Vergo had no idea that an inadvertent deed born of his desire to sever ties with Doflamingo had actually done him a tremendous favor. Had it not been for that, no one would have spoken a word in his defense, and his appointment to Marine headquarters would have been far more difficult. He might have spent years under the high-ranking officers' scrutiny, never earning their trust. Becoming an admiral would have been beyond reach, let alone Fleet Admiral. When the communications soldier led me to the door of the Fleet Admiral's office, I raised my hand and knocked. Rap, 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 the sound drifting inside. Please come in. It was Fleet Admiral Kong's voice. The soldier opened the door, let me in, then shut it, and left, leaving the room to the high-ranking officers. I saw them exchange glances before turning their eyes upon me. The sensation was deeply strange. My first instinct was that I had been exposed, but such was not the case, for had they known I was a mole, they would have thrown me in irons at once. Vergo, from today onward you are a vice admiral of Marine headquarters, Kong declared. I trust your sense of justice will infuse the Marines with a different kind of drive, much as your classmate and close friend Kazan has done. Ah yes, there is also an important task for you. You know the pirate Doflamingo, do you not? His case is most exceptional, and you must take the opportunity to capture him in the future. Kong's face was stern as he fixed his gaze upon me, as though seeking some crack in my armor. I had no choice but to steel myself and remain calm. Understood, Fleet Admiral Kong. I will complete the mission and become a righteous Marine. The moment I finished speaking, stepped out of the room and shut the door, I hurried back to my own quarters, and there I could no longer hold my manner in place. They had begun to suspect me. It must have been something Rosinante said before he died. No one in the family would have betrayed me otherwise. If it had been them, I would have been taken down long ago. Tasking me with capturing Doflamingo could only be a test. If I failed to pass it, my Marine career would end then and there. As the saying goes, an official has two mouths, speaking reason from above and reason from below as well. Every truth is merely perfection gilded over. The world government is exactly the same. Thus, for the sake of my own future, I too shall whitewash the Doflamingo crew from the shadows. But Doflamingo himself must die, and all who refuse to follow must die along with him. I quietly slipped out of my room, found Law and Enel, and said to them, Law, I need you to assemble a pirate crew once again. Enel, I need you to enlist in the Marines and serve as my insider. If the two of us can coordinate, all the better. In a moment, I will tell Fleet Admiral Kong that you are a child I encountered in Mogu Town. Afterward, I brought Enel to the Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral, this is a child I brought from Mogu Town. His name is Enel. He is a Logia-type user of the Rumble fruit, and he will most certainly become a great asset to the Marines. Very good. Vergo, it seems you keep the Marines' best interests in mind as well. Splendid. Continue your efforts. As for Enel, let Vice Admiral Kazan take him under his wing. Fleet Admiral Kong's astonishment also betrayed a certain sentiment, as if he were saying, not bad, lad. You certainly know how the game is played, bringing the Marines such a fine candidate. Now that I was a vice admiral of the headquarters, I had a ship of my own, which made it far more convenient for me to go about my missions far and wide. Perhaps I could even choose some kindred spirits to bring aboard my vessel, saving myself the trouble of guarding against my own subordinates. A week later when I arrived at the Zyangabadi archipelago, I saw its prosperity, and of course the filth hidden within it. The world government was nothing more than a high-ranking errand boy, serving the utterly villainous celestial dragons, enjoying the very best of everything, yet never doing anything humane. Soon after, I was strolling around the auction house with my marines when I noticed a building under construction even more grand and imposing than the original auction house. I had no idea what it was going to be used for. At this construction site, many people were dressed in rags. There was no vitality on the site. They simply endured everything with hollow, empty eyes. They had probably never had a single proper meal here. Looking at their skeletal frames and the whip scars on their backs, I reaffirmed my conviction it was fine to be a villain, and it was fine to kill, but one must never lose the most basic principles. Those were something I could not find in the world government or the celestial dragons. At that moment, "You bastard, you're slacking off again. Get the hell back to work." A soldier whose face was turning vicious raised a long whip and lashed down again and again. The laborer carrying stones was beaten into grimacing agony, his screams ringing out endlessly. The stone in his hand slipped and fell, crushing his own foot. The pain was so unbearable that his eyes seemed ready to pop out and tears streamed down his face. As the stone rolled away, it also knocked down the worker ahead of him, who was then punished as well. No one was willing to say a word to stop it. "Move it. If you don't work, you'll be lucky to get a bowl of gruel." Crack, crack. As the overseer spoke, 2 more forceful lashes struck their backs hard. They knew their only choice was to lift the stones as quickly as possible. If they dared talk back, they would only invite even more severe punishment and beatings. So they didn't dare to slack off and started working at once. This place is truly hell for the poor. I silently watched all this, not interfering. This was most likely celestial dragon territory. Although those people had no regard for law, the residents here still enjoyed their nonchalant protection. At least pirates didn't dare to run wild on the Zyangabadi archipelago, and it was close to marine headquarters, so an admiral could arrive at any moment to support. As I pondered, no one knew that I had secretly formed several special divisions known only to me. The first was a special made corps that answered only to me. Their names were chosen based on my own peculiar tastes. I set up a base on an uninhabited island, and they would regularly sail to nearby islands to buy supplies. In total, there were about 87 of them, all training together collectively. The 6 powers of the Navy served as the foundation. Only the most outstanding members became combat personnel, and those who failed were assigned to other teams. The Maid Corps was composed not only of combatants, but also intelligence groups and logistics squads. Combat personnel had to master both types of hockey, armament hockey and observation hockey, and only the strong had the right to choose regardless of age. Wei Urge purchased these girls of lowly birth. Some had been beggars, some had been sold as slaves, and some had been sold to brothels as prostitutes. When they first arrived, they were only about 10 years old. He played a game of nurturing them, bringing in good teachers to instruct them in the arts and martial skills, and letting them enjoy a comfortable life. In short, all the rituals, ceremonies, and pleasures that came with an aristocratic lifestyle. Wei Urge had done them all in secret, missing out on none. Every now and then he would come to inspect them, and anyone who failed to perform well would be punished. Of course, that punishment was never discussed with outsiders. Every time he returned to the Maid Corps, Wei Urge would walk around bare-chested, and everyone in the Corps had to kneel one by one to greet him. The rest, apart from daily inspections of their training, was. At this time on the Zyangabadi archipelago, while wandering the streets, I saw everyone on the road fall to their knees. I was wondering what was happening, and then I saw the celestial dragon's procession approaching in the distance. Hey, these scumbags are out for a walk too. What terrible luck. My precious time for a nice stroll is gone now. I yawned boredly. The celestial dragon noticed me too. After all, everyone was kneeling, and only I and my marines were still visibly walking. Helpless, I had to go over and greet him. "Saint Loazi Char, I'm pleased to meet you. I am Wei Urge, Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Honored to see you. I won't take up any more of your time before the auction. Goodbye." With that, I couldn't wait to leave. "Stop. Why are you in such a hurry to leave when you're before this saint? Hurry up and kneel to pay your respects." Loazi Char said arrogantly. "Forgive me, Loazi Char, but the Marines are a direct force of the world government, not a force that serves you alone. Besides, I have to go chase pirates now. If they were to startle your noble person, it wouldn't be good. Don't miss the auction house's main attraction, go enjoy it." After that, I left without looking back, my face livid. He actually wanted me to kneel. He had the nerve to say that. If it weren't for the crowd, I would have killed him. Loazi Char was exploding with rage behind me, but he didn't dare to do anything. The man may have been arrogant and overbearing, but he wasn't a fool. A vice admiral of Marine Headquarters was already a major force against pirates. He wouldn't be arrested just because a celestial dragon made a baseless accusation. Besides, I'd said I had official duties, so he couldn't stop me. This utter weakling. If it weren't for the backing of the Marine admirals and the CP organizations the world government had set up for them, he would have died long ago. Such is the power of authority. The next day, the weather was fine. After a full day of idling around, I finally set eyes on the Sabaody archipelago I had seen in the anime. It was made up of the world's largest mangrove, the Urukuman mangrove, 79 trees in all, and using the numbers on the trees to distinguish each district was a uniquely distinctive system. The most distinctive feature was the resin secreted by the Urukuman mangrove. It expanded with air and formed bubbles that rose into the sky, giving rise to a unique bubble culture. Houses built atop bubbles, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble cars, and so on, permeating every island of Sabaody. Inside the marine base I sat in a chair, drinking coffee out of boredom. A ray of sunlight slanted through the window and spilled onto me. Life really was quite pleasant like this. Vice Admiral Vergo. The messenger outside reports that Vice Admiral Borsellino is currently arresting pirates, and that both sides are exchanging fire. He asks whether we should go out to provide support, the signalman said quickly after saluting. Oh, I didn't expect to run into him so soon. I thought it would be Kazan. With that I raised my foot and walked outside. Then what are you waiting for? Let's all head out to assist. This is the perfect opportunity for me to meet this future admiral with the glint fruit, and see whether he's the stronger one or I am, I urged everyone. When I made my unhurried way to the shore, Borsellino was muttering how terrifying while firing laser beams from his hand to clear out the pirate fodder. His casual manner made him look even more infuriating than in the anime. At that moment, he noticed me bringing the Marines to reinforce. Yo, Vice Admiral Vergo. I hear you're the wielder of the light fruit. A fruit that hadn't appeared in a century, and it chose you. I've been outdone. They all say my devil fruit is the inferior version of yours. His tone carried both mockery and provocation. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. After he spoke, Borsellino leaped swiftly into midair. Let me end all of you. Yasukani no Magatama. The blinding flash made every eye sting shut. Everyone hurriedly covered their eyes to keep from being blinded, while 10,000 rays of light poured down like a torrential downpour. At once a succession of roaring explosions broke out. The pirate crew on the ground was blasted into pieces. Severed arms and legs flew through the air. Corpses lay all over the field, not one of them intact. Even the pirate ship was reduced to a pile of wood splinters by the attack. Aren't you going to welcome Vice Admiral Borsellino? Don't make me charge you all with contempt for a superior, I said coldly. Everything he was doing was clearly meant to put me on the spot and show off his strength. Behind me, row after row of Marines stepped forward in precise formation. A few sword-bearing officers marched among the formations, and every Marine carried a bayonet fixed to his rifle. Their movements were so perfectly uniform that the sight was deeply impressive. We were few in number, but we had to project an imposing aura. I absolutely had to steal that bastard Borsellino's thunder. Quite a few people were already watching the show. More and more onlookers surrounded the area. I saw Borsellino's soldiers making their final mopping up, and then he himself walked toward me, his steps measured and steady. Standing face to face, Borsellino said, with a perfectly straight face, I've long heard that the second batch of trainees after our class produced two monsters. Kazan and I have talked, but you and I had only seen each other from afar and never spoken. One glance tells me you're heroic and extraordinary, Vergo. Truly terrifying. If we get the chance, we really should keep in touch. That's good, Vice Admiral Borsellino. Old friends should indeed catch up. Just don't listen to the rumors that my fruit is a superior version of yours. If we ever really fight and you truly can't beat me, that will be a poor excuse, I taunted back, waiting to see whether I could provoke him. Borsellino's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he extended a hand. Then I'll need your constant guidance from now on. Seeing that I extended my own hand, and the two of us gripped hands hard. Yet nearly a minute passed, and neither Borsellino nor I showed any sign of intending to let go. Borsellino's adjutant and mine exchanged helpless looks. The two of us had clearly locked horns. When they stepped closer to look, they saw that both Borsellino and I were straining with all our strength. The veins rose clearly on our hands, top blood vessels bulged high. It was obvious that this first meeting was not friendly in the least. One could say the atmosphere was at daggers drawn. BRR, the sound rang out. Just then the den mushy in Borsellino's adjutant's arms started ringing. The adjutant promptly took it out and said, Sir, it's Marine headquarters. Answer it, Borsellino said in a loud voice, but neither of us had any intention of letting go. We were still quietly wrestling with each other's grip. The adjutant pressed his forehead at a complete loss. Vergo, Borsellino, let go, the both of you. You've practically thrown away all the Marines' face. Just wait until I deal with the two of you later. You're supposed to be senior officers. Can you still act like spoiled children? From the expression on the den mushy, I could tell Admiral Sengoku was furious. After hearing that, the two of us each let out a cold snort and simultaneously released our hands. Clearly someone in the crowd had reported the situation to Admiral Sengoku. Even after separating, the smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. Vergo leaned close to Borsellino and said, when you rest here tonight, you'd better be careful that pirates don't ambush you. I'm not guaranteeing your safety. Just don't poison me, and there's nothing for me to fear, Borsellino said, unbothered by my jab. He resumed that sleazy look and ambled away. Did Vergo and Borsellino detest each other merely because of their devil fruits? Of course not. In the end, it was still about the contest for future admiral seats. Kazan and Sakazuki were almost certain to become admirals, and the remaining slots were limited, unless a fourth admiral seat were established. Originally, the titles of the three had already been decided, but with Vergo added into the picture, the upper echelons were somewhat hesitant. Moreover, creating additional admirals had to be reported to the five elders for a decision. It was hardly an easy matter. Both were geniuses and knew each other, yet they had never engaged in any deep exchange, only to the level of ordinary friends. Besides, as vice admirals of Marine headquarters, they could not go too far in public amidst a crowd, let alone come to blows. That would be a total loss of face. Fighting in a place with no one around, however, was still permissible. Sabaody Archipelago, Vergo's temporary station, the commander's tent. He invited Borsellino into the tent, and when he pushed the prepared local specialties in front of Borsellino, the field officers and rear admirals behind Borsellino all changed expression drastically. I had my adjutant Castel hold the menu and said with an utterly calm expression, "Admiral Kazura, these are specialties we invented after arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, raw monkey brain and roasted monkey leg. Please do taste them. They're rather delicious. We couldn't bear to finish them all and deliberately left them for you." Castel was also spouting nonsense with his eyes wide open. The dishes had clearly just been arranged, yet he spoke as though they had been eating them for ages. It would have been a wonder if Borsellino wasn't infuriated. "Bastards. What do you mean by this? Apologize to Admiral Borsellino at once. Is this how Commander Vergo taught you? You insolent wretch, I'll teach you a lesson." Several field officers immediately rose and launched condemnations against Castel. But no one was foolish. It was blatantly obvious that Vergo was deliberately targeting Borsellino, intending to humiliate him. Many in the inner circle had hinted that the title of Admiral Kazoo was Borsellino's, so presenting monkey brains and the like was a rather despicable move. Borsellino, however, took it in stride. He waved a hand to signal for silence, but he was not about to take the bait. "Is this really a specialty of Sabaody Archipelago? It doesn't look like it to me. One day I'll treat you to a genuine specialty, far more delicious than this. I don't have much appetite. Since it's so delicious, you'd better keep it for yourself." I raised my head and looked at Borsellino. "Enough with the empty talk. It's useless. I have other methods. Take your time. Leaving you, I won't see you out. Why don't you go check on your wounded Marines? Don't let people say that you, as their commander, are heartless and devoid of loyalty." This tactic was truly a classic example of killing the man slaying his heart, a devastating blow delivered with words. Borsellino said nothing, merely gave a snort, and left with his subordinates, his expression grim. I said to Castel approvingly, "Not bad. You didn't disappoint me." Making him disgusted gives me inexplicable satisfaction. If his strength weren't about the same as mine, I'd really want to assassinate him. Hearing me say this, all the soldiers around were stunned. Was this still the refined, gentle-mannered Mr. Vergo who had once made others address him as Mr.? So unfamiliar. Vergo was gradually revealing a part of his true nature. His allegiance to Doflamingo had belonged to the original soul. Now he would never be loyal to anyone, he lived only for himself. I stood up. "Let's go. We should also check on the soldiers' condition. After all, we did assist in the battle. We ought to understand the situation." As I walked out the gate, I added, "Don't say I'm ruthless. Follow me, and I won't let you suffer losses. I'll still distribute bonuses. But betray me, and people will die." All the field officers immediately said, "We will be loyal to Commander Vergo. Please rest assured." I looked around. Most of the wounded had light injuries, with only a small number seriously hurt. Fortunately, the casualties were not severe. But on Borsellino's side, things were surely different. I chuckled softly. Come. How could I miss such a fine opportunity to console the soldiers of Admiral Kazoo? Otherwise, it would make me seem utterly heartless and indifferent to the lives of low-ranking Marines. When I arrived at Borsellino's camp, I saw that his expression was terribly sour. I glanced around. The losses were considerable, with at least 100 men taken out of action. When he saw me come over, he said, "What are you here to laugh at me?" "Then I'm afraid you're disappointed, Vergo. My men haven't suffered many deaths. Don't be fooled by those lying down. They're only seriously wounded." I merely smiled without speaking and looked at him. After checking on the soldiers, I had a private talk with Borsellino. "We've known each other for quite some time, and both of us have grown stronger recently. How about a spar to test each other? I've been itching for a fight for years, yet I've never had a worthy opponent. What do you think?" Borsellino looked at me seriously. "You were badly wounded by 2 pirates. Do you really think you can defeat me? What a joke. I'd even fight you with one hand." That remark stung me deeply. Although it was the truth, it was also something from long ago, and he was using it to mock me now. "Tomorrow noon, on a small, uninhabited island near Sabaody Archipelago, let's spar there." "Very well, I'll take that as your acceptance." Having said that, I immediately turned and walked away. At noon the next day, the weather was still fine, and countless bubbles drifted through the air. Beside a small island near the Sabaody Archipelago, Borsellino and his adjutant stood on a marine warship waiting for Vergo to arrive for their agreed duel. The sound of air splitting came in waves, deafening like an aircraft flying through the sky. Everyone looked into the distance. Vergo was sprinting toward them, stepping across empty air at terrifying speed. To run through the air at such terrifying speed. His 6 powers are this strong. How on earth did he train it? As expected of a monster on the level of a vice admiral. Borsellino's adjutant was deeply shaken. He had served beside Borsellino for a long time. Though his own combat ability was ordinary, his eye for detail had been honed sharply. The distance Vergo covered with each aerial step was farther and faster than using Soru on the ground. Compared with Vergo, his own 6 powers training had been a complete waste. In fact, most of the Marines wore expressions much like the adjutants. They stood rooted to the spot, unable to react, all of them dumbstruck where they were. Vergo executed a clean front flip and vaulted high into the air before landing right in front of Borsellino. If this were a previous life, that alone would have made him a certain high jump and long jump champion. Then let's go to the uninhabited island. Have your warship keep its distance so it won't get caught in the blast, I said, leaping onto the island as well and waiting for Borsalino. Borsalino said to his adjutant, sail her away. Just come back for me tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. The adjutant was reluctant. This was a golden chance to observe the fight, but military orders were like mountains and could not be disobeyed. He had no choice but to follow Borsalino's command and leave the sea area. After the ship had gone, Vergo loosened up, stretching his legs and raising his arms to open his body fully. Little monkey, he said to Borsalino, be careful. I might just beat you to death in a little while. We've never fought, but I'm very strong. Get ready to take on my challenge. Borsalino was unconcerned. Say that once you've made it over. I won't let my guard down either. After all, you're a monster, just like Kazan. I do hope you'll treat me to a proper meal someday. Ooh, how scary. Anyway, we're still in the same organization. I froze for a moment looking at the little monkey I had been calling him and realized I had underestimated him after all. They were all people acknowledged by the high command and watched closely by the world government. In the training camp, the drills and their hunger to grow stronger pushed them to improve rapidly even without meeting face to face. In the elite camp, Borsalino often sparred with Sakazuki. No one else could match them, while Vergo was paired with Kazan. They were all men forged through rivalry. This battle was vitally important to both men. It was also their first attempt to sound each other out. Vergo twisted his body, every muscle tensed clearly at his peak, and ready to take down Borsalino in one fell swoop. I'm going to attack with everything I've got, he declared. I hope you haven't been living on a hollow reputation and slacking off all these years. Ooh, how frightening. Borsalino's words were teasing, but his eyes shone with sharp focus, the look of a man prepared to fight at full strength. Although this was only a spar, neither was willing to lose face and prove himself unworthy of standing as an admiral. Farmament, Vergo muttered, the demon bamboo in his hand, and both of his hands turned pitch black in an instant, and in one step he was at Borsalino's side. Ama no Murakumo. Borsalino extended his hands before his chest, and photons converged rapidly into a gleaming sword more than a meter long. Soru. With a whoosh, he reached Borsalino's side and swung the demon bamboo at his head. Ooh, how terrifying. You use Soru rather quickly, don't you? I almost didn't see it. As he spoke, Borsalino unhurriedly raised the light sword and blocked the strike. A thunderous crash rang out, and both of their justice coats were blown into right angles by the shock wave, the howling wind unending. Borsalino quickly turned into photons and moved above. Neither had the upper hand in that first clash. Borsalino changed tactics, but Vergo had already predicted his intention. He had activated observation hockey from the very start, tracking his opponent's every move. How could he allow it to succeed? Vergo's arm muscles bulged, and he stamped hard into the ground. Channeling force through his waist and abdomen, he forcibly changed the direction of the demon bamboo, which had been pressed forward in a clash and struck Borsalino's body, just as it finished reforming. Borsalino was sent flying into the sky. It was a linked sequence. Vergo never switched techniques. He completed it all in one breath and caught Borsalino completely off guard. Vergo then shot after him like a beam of light. Laser beam. Borsalino was not idle either. Though he had lost the previous exchange, his heart remained calm. He found a good angle first and aimed his finger at my position. I swiftly turned my body into an elemental state to dodge the blast. A small hill in the distance burst apart, smoke billowing until no one could see clearly. But with observation hockey, it made no difference. His laser beam missed, so Borsalino brought Ama no Murakumo to Vergo and slashed at his neck with tremendous heavy force. If that strike had landed, his head would really have flown into the sky and looked down at his own body, neatly separated without even a drop of blood spurting out. However, there was no time to dodge. He had no choice but to raise his arm coated in armament hockey and block. The impact hurled Vergo 10 meters away, though fortunately he was not injured. After Borsalino landed, Vergo kicked out a Renkyaku's secret technique, 2 blood-red slashes, the blood-red cross slash, and then followed close behind, ready to unleash Shurgon Fire Gun Cloud Link. With a thunderous rumble, behind Borsalino, the cluster of stone spires was plowed into 2 deep furrows. Before the dust could even settle, Vergo's Shurgon shot toward the head, only to land squarely in the abdomen of Borsalino, who had been preparing a sneak attack. Imbued with flame, the blow made Borsalino grimace in pain, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, as expected of a veteran of 100 battles. Unlike Vergo, who had requested an assignment to the 4 Seas to build up his record, but it couldn't be helped that Doflamingo had demanded it. Borsalino had always fought in the New World, which gave him an edge in reaction speed. Anyone else might have fallen to that combo. Cough, cough, cough. Borsalino coughed softly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Were you deliberately firing into the air just now? Why didn't you attack me from behind? Vergo sneered contemptuously. I calculated that you would use my attack as cover and come ambush me. I know my own ultimate move well. It's fine for clearing out small fry or providing cover, but it's impossible to rely on a wide area ultimate move to kill a true expert. If I hadn't dangled some bait, why would you have attacked so eagerly? This is getting interesting. How scary. But did you really think that was all I could do? Borsalino's face darkened. Was he finally going to go all out? 6 powers, 10 hit combo. His speed was clearly several times faster than before. It looked like he was about to unleash his trump card. Lightspeed kick. In a flash, Borsellino gathered photons at the tip of his toe and kicked forward, sending a laser beam straight at Vergo's face. Vergo's eyes hardened. He raised his demon bamboo and struck the laser in one blow. But then I suddenly caught sight of Borsellino's leering face, and I was instantly alarmed. The laser split into several beams the instant it was struck and exploded all around me. The violent blast wave hurled me into the air. I flipped once, slid another 5 meters, and finally stopped. After I landed, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of my mouth. My expression was impossible to read, grief or fury. Well, this makes it a draw again. Hehe, you didn't get the better of me either. Borsellino jeered from the side, paying back that finger gun from moments ago. A draw isn't the ending I want. And I doubt you'd just give up fighting now, would you? That would make our duel far too childish. Even as Vergo spoke, he used shave to close in on Borsellino. Finger gun, blood Buddha lotus. He raised both hands and struck at Borsellino's eyes, throat, heart, temples, and ears, showing no bond of fellowship, every blow aimed at a vital point. After blocking several of my strikes, Borsellino couldn't endure the dense barrage, all aimed at his weak points. Using the Amino Murakumo at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he carved out an opening amid his defense, then turned into photons and escaped the attack range. This dance of attack and defense kept them locked in stalemate on the island for over 2 hours. They traded blows, unleashing techniques as casually as they came to mind. The deserted island had changed beyond recognition. As far as the eye could see, every peak and spire-like rock that still jutted upward had been shaved flat, leaving everything pockmarked and pitted. Even the great trees were severely battered. Soon the roles of offense and defense reversed, and Vergo was pushed back under Borsellino's relentless assault. His lack of real combat experience was plainly exposed. Had this been a fight against pirates, his life would have been in danger. Vergo was Zephyr's student, and Zephyr had often mentioned Borsellino when speaking with him. Although Borsellino focused on his devil fruit, that didn't mean his physical combat was weak. So while he was being suppressed, Vergo searched for an opening, and Borsellino was no less searching for one. It was an endurance test of body and mind, a game of who would make the first mistake. An opening. In that instant, both found a flaw, and both their eyes lit up. At almost the same moment, Vergo clenched both fists and brought them together, spread his feet, and assumed a stance. His posture resembled the six-king gun, yet it was not quite the same. It was a technique Vergo had refined through grueling training, a modified version of the six-king gun originally used by Rob Lucci. Its power was even more terrifying, and its movements were far more agile. At that same moment, Borsellino unleashed his ultimate move. He raised both hands before his chest and stacked them together. Light pillar. This beam of light condensed an absolutely terrifying amount of energy. So much was compressed within it that its detonation carried the force of an atomic bomb, enough to destroy the entire island. 6 Power's secret art, heavy cannon fist. In an instant, the shockwaves of the two techniques thundered toward both fighters. Boom. An overwhelming explosion rang out, shooting straight into the clouds and resounding across the entire sky. The island had not yet shattered, but it wasn't far off. Clearly both men had pulled their strength at the very last moment. Otherwise, if the impact had reached the Sabati archipelago, they would have been in serious trouble. The celestial dragons would surely hold them accountable. But their clothes were already ragged. Wounds covered their bodies, and large amounts of blood poured from their mouths. One of them wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. The two launched attacks again, both in the air and on the ground. Since Vergo hadn't been training his devil fruit ability for long, he was certainly no match for Borsellino, who had been developing his ability for over 10 years. That was why Vergo used it only to dodge, otherwise he might just have beaten that guy Borsellino. Bam, bam, bam. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through midair. Their flashing, darting attacks consumed enormous amounts of their stored stamina. And so they fought until the sun rose the next day. The red light of dawn rippled across the water, beautiful to behold. Both were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving violently, as if their lungs were about to burst, their breathing utterly ragged. Then after, Vergo drove Borsellino back with a kick. If we keep fighting like this, neither of us can win. If members of the same organization fight desperately, our superiors will definitely punish us. Let's set up another match next time. For now, let's call it a draw. I said. I agree. As it happens, my warship is almost here, and I don't want them to see us fighting like this. Huh. That was truly exhilarating. I haven't had a fight like this in ages. For once, Borsellino even laughed out loud. Afterward, world government personnel came to investigate the island. To their surprise, the deserted island sank while they were investigating. It turned out that although the two had done their utmost to hold back so the shockwaves wouldn't reach the Sabati archipelago, the island had already been pushed past its limits. That afternoon, it finally sank into the sea. Before Borsellino's adjutant could react, a golden flash streaked past, and Borsellino landed steadily on the warship's deck, having returned to the ship well before it ever drew close. The assembled officers and soldiers were desperate to know who had won. Watching Borsellino return in such a disheveled state, their hearts beat anxiously. They looked at him with expressions that seemed to say, "I knew you would win." No one wanted to see their commanding officer lose in a duel. For now, let's call it a draw. Neither of us could get the better of the other, let alone suppress him. He surprised me. He truly is powerful. He too is pursuing greater strength. Ha ha ha, this is also pushing me to train harder. If I thought next time he might crush me. Borsellino said this nonchalantly as if it had nothing to do with him. Still, with his strength, the position of admiral was merely a matter of time. A draw. Upon hearing that the officers and soldiers aboard were stunned. The word draw was what struck them most. The longer they had served under Borsellino, the better they understood his strength. And now a man had actually matched him. Was Vergo not another terrifying existence? Of course it could only be a draw. We belonged to the same organization. There was no need for a life or death struggle. Even if one side emerged victorious, the result would be lifelong crippling injuries. Neither of us wanted to see that. Borsellino narrowed his eyes and broke into a slightly lecherous smile. Meanwhile, inside Vergo's temporary camp on the Sabati archipelago, Vergo's face was rather pale, and his already poor physical condition had grown worse. Two physicians beside him were treating his external wounds, while his internal injuries could only be healed by relying on his monstrous constitution. That damn monkey. I didn't expect his combat prowess to be so impressive. I still underestimated his strength. Underestimating an opponent is not a sound mentality. It can cost a man his life at any moment. Vergo clenched his fist, brooding bitterly that he would have to work even harder. It seemed another period of secluded training was necessary. He had lost to pirates before. He had originally hoped to regain his confidence here, but instead he had only ended up with a draw. If they had continued fighting, who could say what would have happened? Borsellino's development of his devil fruit ability was still rather terrifying. Someone like me who has paid little attention to devil fruits simply cannot understand it. Alas, I'm still accustomed to physical combat and haven't adapted. My devil fruit techniques are released far more slowly than his. This time I must focus on developing my devil fruit as well. The holy land of Mary Geos sits atop the red line between the first and second halves of the Grand Line. Shrouded in mist all year round, it carries a faint air of immortal splendor. It is not only the administrative seat of the world government and the place where the reverie is held, but also the abode of the celestial dragons, the root of all evil. Except for member states of the world government officials and the celestial dragons, anyone who wishes to enter Mary Geos must first obtain a permit. Otherwise they will be branded as invaders and dealt with accordingly. At that moment Spandine was reporting to the five elders. Though he was a weakling in battle, his flattery was effective and he handled matters competently. It was only natural then that the five elders had promoted him. He was in a sense succeeding his father's position. Spandine, do you think O'Hara could possibly subvert the world? Or does their threat undermine the stability of the world government? A bald old man in small spectacles leaning on a long blade stared at Spandine, with lightning-like eyes waiting to hear his opinion. It does. Their scholars possess a great many books on the Void Century in that enormous library. That library resembles a giant tree, and they call it the Tree of Omniscience. Their research into the Void Century could overturn the world government's dominance. Spandine nodded vigorously. Then go and settle it. Remember to do it cleanly. Take care of everything that needs to be taken care of, and make sure the cleanup is thorough. As soon as Spandine left, the five elders burst out laughing. Though he was a combat weakling who always looked as if a single gust of wind might knock him over, he was loyal and pragmatic and knew exactly what had to be done. We still need to test the future admirals. Give the Buster Call mission to them. I hope they perform well and leave us satisfied, or this will become another headache. Moreover, judging by Borsellino's injuries, Vergo's combat strength is not low by any measure. He should be qualified for the position of admiral already. How shall we arrange it? For admirals, military merit is the foundation. Vergo's military merit is still far less than that of the other three. Then let them all carry out the O'Hara mission together. This is a test for everyone. I have no objection. I second it. In that case, it is decided this shall be a test for all of them, and for the Marines' loyalty. The five elders' small private discussion soon came to an end, and they had their couriers deliver the battle order to Marine headquarters. With Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsellino, and Vergo as the main force, and the others as support, the mission to annihilate O'Hara began. The dreaded Buster Call was unleashed. The arrow had been fitted to the string, and it had no choice but to fly. Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, gazing across at Vice Admiral Tsuru, a helpless smile touching his face. Although we suspect Vergo is a pirate infiltrator, the elders still favor him. The fact that he's been included in such an important mission already tells the whole story. I thought only Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino would be part of this mission. Who would have thought Vergo would unexpectedly join? Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. Sir, what are your thoughts on this? Sengoku retrieved a fresh cigar from the box on his desk, trimmed the end, and lit it, drawing deeply. We suspect him, yet lack concrete proof of his betrayal. He's exceedingly careful. But I can tell Vergo is no ordinary man. He has ambition, and though I cannot fully decipher his motives, he conducts himself with a certain finesse that draws both admiration and resentment. Tsuru took a sip of water before continuing. Admittedly, the five elders are aware of Vergo's dubious background. But what of it? It cannot be used against the world government. Doflamingo, though fallen from his celestial dragon status, remains someone the world government can work with. Vergo possesses the high Nomi, a devil fruit of immense power. What if he were a pirate? The world government would never discard such a formidable ability. Frankly speaking, in a few years' time, whether Borsellino's fruit could even stand against Vergo's remains uncertain. After Tsuru finished speaking, she regarded both men in silence. After exchanging a glance, Sengoku and Tsuru silently concurred. There are no permanent enemies, only shared interests. As long as Vergo does not cross the line, he will remain untouched. Inside Vergo's quarters at Marineford, his aide Castor entered bearing the orders from headquarters and presented them with both hands. Vergo glanced at the order, set it aside casually, and took a sip of his coffee. Castor, it seems I'm finally being given important duties. He gestured for Castor to examine the directive. Participating in this buster call to destroy O'Hara is essentially the 5 elders' trial of me, and of everyone else involved. If I wish to secure my position as Fleet Admiral, I must claim the greatest share of credit. My Lord Vergo, I beg your indulgence. I am but dim-witted. How does a simple buster call relate to becoming a Fleet Admiral? They seem entirely unrelated. Castor looked at Vergo with genuine bewilderment, though one could hardly blame him. Vergo possessed knowledge of the larger design. O'Hara's true transgression was not its books, but its direction of inquiry, pursuing the 20-year blank history, thereby challenging the very foundation of the world government. Vergo rose, turned, and sank into his plush leather sofa, crossing one leg over the other before taking another drag from his cigar. Tell me, do you know what the scholars of O'Hara are truly researching? Castor pondered for a moment. Of course, my lord. O'Hara gathers the finest scholars from across the world, all devoted to advancing humanity. Their research serves to elevate civilization, does it not? Serve? Perhaps. But you must understand one fundamental truth: there are matters you should never question, words you should never speak. That is the crux of the matter. Research is secondary. Remember this always. Vergo locked eyes with Castor, his gaze piercing. Yes, my lord, please punish me for my insolence. Castor dropped to his knees. Very well. Leave. And what we discuss today must never leave this room. Understood? Understood, my lord. I would die before revealing this secret. With that, Castor slowly withdrew from the room. Vergo reflected on the true nature of the O'Hara incident, a warning to all who dared challenge the world government's authority and a test of the Navy's unwavering loyalty. This mattered profoundly for the future distribution of power. Any participant whose resolve faltered or whose actions proved inadequate would not only jeopardize their chances of becoming a fleet admiral, they could be stripped of eligibility entirely. Take Zifa, the so-called merciful admiral, as a prime example. Vergo had long suspected the government's agents had deliberately leaked information about Zifa's family to pirates, engineering the tragic deaths of his wife and son. Borsellino, on the other hand, was a man of no firm stance, a master of neutrality. Had his military record not been impeccable, no one would have tolerated his promotion. Borsellino understood this intimately, which is precisely why his rivalry with Vergo had grown so acute. He feared Vergo would seize the very position he had fought so long to claim. Saul's head must fall. The merit of executing a traitor will be mine. Destroying the evacuation ships with artillery fire would be trivial, and annihilating every soul on that island poses no difficulty either. I could accomplish it even faster with my powers. Vergo drew deeply on his cigar, pressing his fingers to his temple. But what of Robin? A faint smile crossed his lips. I'll spare her. A favor to Kazan, nothing more. There's no need to leave no survivors. After all, what would become of the story if things unravel? The Straw Hat Captain requires a historian who can decipher the poneglyphs, or his journey would lack its most vital thread. Is the world government truly just? The Navy's sense of justice is merely an extension of the world government's will. Unless one completely severs ties with its control, one is nothing more than a well-trained hound. Likewise, Fleet Admiral Sengoku serves as the overall commander of this mission and must demonstrate unwavering loyalty. Should he resolutely execute this annihilation order, he shall ascend to the position of Navy Fleet Marshal. In the original tale, when Akainu bombarded the refugee vessel, Sengoku made no move to stop or reprimand him, and this was precisely where he saw his advantage. Just as Akainu's flawless execution was exactly what the 5 elders desired to witness. 10 days later, Vergo arrived ahead of schedule with 5 warships near the waters of O'Hara. Raising his telescope, he could clearly make out the great tree of knowledge, still as colossal as ever, exuding an aura of solemn majesty mixed with an ethereal magic, much like the world tree from Azeroth. Setting down his telescope casually, he turned to Castor and said, "Take your men and lie in ambush here. Under no circumstances are you to act without my command. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Please be careful," Castor replied with a solemn salute. "Very good. After this mission, you may assume the role of branch base commander. A branch commander typically holds the rank of full colonel, and only those with sufficient standing are eligible for such an appointment." Vergo's proactive performance this time made a promotion highly likely. The position of Navy Admiral should be within his grasp, proving his enthusiasm was not in vain. "Then allow me to offer my earliest congratulations to Fleet Admiral Vergo." Castor, ever perceptive, wasted no time in flattering him and readily voiced his loyal support. "Indeed, you have proven yourself exceptional. That is precisely why among all the personnel at Navy headquarters I have kept you by my side as my adjutant for so long. Rest assured I shall not let you down. As one of my own, I will always grant you the freedom to pursue your own pleasures." "Ha ha ha. I trust you will not disappoint me." Vergo raised an eyebrow with a cryptic expression. By the time Castor looked up, Virgo had already left the ship, propelling himself toward O'Hara at extraordinary speed, using moon step. Naturally, he sought Chiron. If he claimed the first strike, that would be his prize. Standing on the shores of O'Hara and watching all of this unfold, if it were not for the world government's taboos, O'Hara would have been a paradise for travelers. A place of breathtaking beauty, home to the world's richest collection of books and its grandest library, with a history spanning millennia. What a profound pity. Ha ha ha. The world government trembles in utter fear. Could it be the ancient weapons? It seems only the weak dare hide behind so-called justice, while carrying out the work of executioners. A government lacking confidence will inevitably be overthrown, just as the blank century of history has been. With a swift rush, Virgo arrived beside the beach. The idyllic scene of singing birds and fragrant flowers would soon be utterly destroyed. This world would never bear the name O'Hara again. In my memory, it should be nearby, yet I cannot see it. Let me wander and search. Strange. Let me look in that direction. The scenery is quite pleasant. Perhaps fortune awaits, I murmured to myself. Near a small hill, a giant was teaching a little girl some amusing toys and telling her stories that made her laugh uncontrollably. Such a scene fills one with warmth. For few places on earth can witness two different races sharing such genuine joy together. No matter when, live with kindness and courage. Do not let those who bully you weigh upon your heart. Chiron's enormous voice rumbled. I will, Chiron, Robin replied, mimicking his warm demeanor with a bright laugh, doing her best to hide her sorrow despite being tormented by most of the other children and relatives. At that moment, a laugh echoed from the sky, joyful yet laced with arrogance, sending shock through Robin. Virgo had followed the sound of Chiron's voice. Chiron's expression grew grave. One who carried such formidable presence before even arriving was clearly no ordinary figure. Having encountered many powerful warriors across the Grand Line, and with a giant's keen senses and elevated vantage point, he quickly deduced who it was. Though this aura rivaled his close friend Kazan's, the name eluded him. Who are you? I feel as though I have seen you before. Even as he spoke, Chiron seized a massive tree trunk nearby as a weapon, positioning himself to shield both Robin and him. I descended with a soft thud and remarked, "What a fascinating and heartwarming scene. What a pity it shall not last. You do not recognize me. It seems I am not as renowned as I thought. No hope of becoming an admiral then," I teased. Chiron finally remembered. "You are Virgo, one of the elite cadets from Kazan's generation, known as one of the two monsters. Indeed, you have finally recalled. For Kazan-sake, I wish to ask, why did you flee the Navy? What benefit did defection bring you?" Robin, run. He is beyond what I can face alone. Take this chance to escape and never return. Chiron had also heard the recent rumors of the incident at Sabati Archipelago, where Virgo and Borsellino had cooperated to destroy a small island. His harsh warning made Robin fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet Robin, who had grown up witnessing the cold realities of the world, could never simply walk away. Clutching back her tears, she awakened the abilities of the Hana no Mi to assist Chiron. But Virgo showed no patience for sentimentality. Rushing toward Chiron, he continued, "This deep bond between you two truly stirs my envy. Ha ha ha. How tear-jerking. Unfortunately, you cannot escape." With a thunderous crack, Chiron's colossal body was inexplicably kicked aside by Virgo, whose stature seemed entirely disproportionate. The giant was sent flying, crashing through numerous massive trees before landing hard against the small hill. Meanwhile, a single piercing glance from Virgo struck Nico Robin, who was about to activate the Hana no Mi, causing her to faint dead away. The situation escalated rapidly. Although Saul was a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, his strength meant little to Virgo. Still, he could not be defeated with a single kick, and Virgo had not even used his full power. Saul staggered to his feet, glaring furiously at Virgo and the unconscious Nico Robin, and gritted his teeth. "Virgo, you are a Marine after all. Attacking a little girl, do you not feel ashamed? And you were a classmate and friend of Kazan's cohort. As long as you obediently stay still and do not resist, I will spare your life. That is out of respect for Kazan. And I did not harm this little girl. She is merely unconscious. You are so worked up that you are embarrassing me. I have done nothing beastly." Virgo shrugged helplessly. The moment his words fell, Saul let out an earth-shaking roar. "Oh." Ignoring his injuries, Saul charged at me. Despite his enormous body, his agility was by no means lacking, and the ground thundered beneath his steps. He raised his massive fist and slammed it toward me. I easily leaped aside to dodge, but the ground was blasted into a huge crater. Giants really have tremendous strength. I hear you can even lift warships. Virgo's provocative voice sounded from behind, and his tone practically begged for a beating. Saul's eyes turned bloodshot and crimson with rage. I drew my bamboo cane wrapped it in armament hockey and struck him across the back. He vomited a great gush of blood and flew dozens of meters, landing face first in the dirt with his mouth full of soil. After clambering to his feet, Saul gathered his strength and lifted a boulder weighing tens of tons, hurling it fiercely overhead toward me. The roaring whoosh split the silent sky, somewhat reminiscent of Fujitora's future meteorites, though far less formidable. Do you still not understand? You are only putting up futile resistance. The gap between us cannot be closed by the size of your body or the volume of your roar. Facing the flying boulder, Virgo remained calm and composed. He simply raised his leg, and sent out several Rankyaku slashes, effortlessly carving the massive stone into small fragments that tumbled to the ground. In the next instant, Vergo dashed forward and unleashed a simple combination punch. Saul's eyes rolled back as blood sprayed from his mouth, again his life seeming to hang by a thread. With a tremendous crash, he was slammed into the small mountain behind him. Unable to withstand the impact any longer, the hill crumbled into rubble and buried Saul beneath it. A minute later, Saul propped himself up with one hand, still trying to continue the fight, and stared at Vergo. "Damn it. It is because I am too weak. You know you cannot win, yet you keep getting up. Do you really think you are an unkillable cockroach? All you are doing is hastening your own death. Give up." As Vergo spoke, he sent two more huge slashes from his feet, which slammed into Saul's body and knocked the giant who had just tried to stand into unconsciousness. Giants truly have outstanding endurance. An ordinary vice admiral would have fainted long ago. How could he have held on for so long? Vergo leaped atop Saul's body, checked him, and confirmed that Saul was truly unconscious. Using Shurgon, he severed all of Saul's hand and foot tendons, then bound him firmly with iron chains. He did not take Saul's life solely out of respect for Kazan, and at the same time, he had secured the credit for capturing a traitor. Vergo glanced at Nico Robin, still unconscious. How should he deal with her? He resolved to let her go ahead of time. Saul had already been captured, and if Kazan did not play by the rules, Nico Robin might be killed or thrown into prison. He acted immediately, splashing a water bullet onto her face. Robin woke up groggily, rubbing her head. Suddenly seeing me, her eyes widened and her mouth gaped open, but she could not form a word. "You are awake. Then you should leave. If you stay, you will die," I said calmly to the stunned Robin. "Can you please not kill Uncle Saul? He has been very kind to me." Nico Robin spoke her plea in a pitiful voice, hoping I would permit it. "No. Leave quickly. If others arrive, I will not be able to let you go. The darkness of this world needs you to unravel it, and you must seek out all its secrets on your own. I believe in you, Nico Robin. This is all I can do for you. From today onward, you must live for yourself." Vergo then found her a small boat, stocked it with some provisions, and moored it at the shore. He placed the still weeping Robin aboard and watched her from where he stood. Robin glanced at me, then turned her head and stared blankly at Saul's body. About 10 minutes later, she wiped away her tears, picked up the oar, and rowed away without looking back. I smiled at the corner of my mouth and murmured to the departing figure, "Nico Robin, the wheel of fate has already begun to turn. You who can read the ancient script will be the key to unraveling the 100 years of history." Why does that blank history terrify the world government so much? The blank history, is it? I'm quite interested in that too, ha. Whether it was the blank history or the secrets of its derivative, the ancient weapons, everything exposed the face that the world government desperately tried to conceal. These were all tremendous threats to the world government. At the same time, Nico Robin would become a prize fought over by ambitious factions, and the Revolutionary Army would not miss such an opportunity either. I would not serve the world government obediently for the rest of my life. The craving for power and wealth is not worth being subordinate to others forever. Besides, Robin grown up is quite adorable. Let her appearance continue to give the world government a headache. I will secretly gather strength while sowing discord between other forces and the world government. All of this is worthwhile. Within the island, mass arrests erupted as well. A subordinate stood before Spandine reporting Vergo's actions. The tremendous commotion on the scene drew the attention of the Cypherpole agents, who relayed the situation upward. Spandine gazed at his subordinate, then lowered his head in deep thought. This was a serious problem. The Marines always acted collectively, so acting on one's own meant defiance of one's superior. Best to pass this hot potato to Sengoku and let him deal with this thorny issue. The other admirals would inevitably have objections. Spandine took out Sengoku's Den Den Mushi and called it. The familiar BR sound rang out before Sengoku quickly picked up. "What is it, Spandine? Has something happened?" Sengoku's stern expression was transmitted through the Den Den Mushi. "It may sound absurd, but Vice Admiral Vergo reached O'Hara ahead of all of you, and he's captured the traitorous Marine Vice Admiral Saul. It looks like he's preparing to carry out an execution. Won't you stop him? Is it really all right for him to act like this?" Spandine said excitedly. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Spandine directly ordered the agents on the island to arrest all the scholars and prepare to execute them all while awaiting the Marine fleet's bombardment. The agents wove back and forth through the crowd, seizing anyone suspicious. Any who dared to flee were executed on the spot. It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Even before the bombardment began, the island of O'Hara had already become a living hell. The cries of children and infants, the curses of adults, desperate screams, and every kind of clamor rose in chaos across the island. Yet the agents turned a blind eye to it all. Human lives were nothing more than numbers to them. Only those who belonged to the world of the strong could survive. After Spandine hung up, Sengoku was likewise furious. Vergo has always been someone who follows orders and knows his place. How could he act this way at a critical moment like this? He must be doing it deliberately, sending a signal to the 5 elders proving his loyalty. Don't you think so, Tsuru? Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment. It's more than that. Right now he's at a critical stage in the race for an admiral seat. On one hand, he's showing loyalty to his superiors. On the other, he wants to drag one of the 3 current candidates down, so he can become a Marine admiral without any accidents. He can also win himself a good reputation within the Marines as the man who eliminated a traitor. No matter how well-liked Saul once was, at a moment like this he's nothing but an enemy. Sengoku felt a chill of fear after hearing this. The cunning and calculation behind it were undeniably formidable. A perfect one-arrow three-hawk scheme. He then picked up the phone and called Vergo directly. By this time Vergo had already brought Saul to the open space before the Tree of Omniscience. Everyone was gathered within a large enclosure prepared to be executed alongside the scholars and civilians of O'Hara. The soldiers had already bound everyone's hands and feet with iron chains. He ordered all the soldiers to raise their rifles and shoot everyone, including Saul. Because of the Buster Call, even if Kazan came to cause trouble over this, wouldn't it play right into my hands? Only by rising to a high position can I lead the Marines toward the justice everyone desires. Any sacrifice before that is only to be expected. Guns and cannons roared again and again. Bang, bang, bang. And Saul's figure was among it all. Amid the screams, desperate howls of fury rang out as he denounced the world government's heartlessness and hypocrisy. News of Vergo's public execution had already spread across all of O'Hara and reached the vice admirals involved. Akainu and Kazan rushed over with the other vice admirals at full speed and witnessed a sight beyond belief. Kazan quickly came to Vergo's side and demanded, "Vergo, we're friends. How could you do this to me? Have you forgotten that Saul was once our comrade? Why would you strike so viciously? If you'd brought him back to Marine headquarters, at least he'd have had a chance to live. By doing this, where do you leave us? Even a lapdog wouldn't go this far." Kazan walked to the fence, took one look at Saul, and saw he could not survive. Then he turned back, still glaring at Vergo, and said, "Don't the people of the world know the real reason behind O'Hara? Ordinary people don't, but anyone with a bit of strength understands. A deed like yours will also make ordinary folks see you as cold-blooded. It seems you're just as typical a hawk as Sakazuki. So, kill him, and you're up." What a clever scheme to divert the trouble. At that moment Sakazuki's eyes turned especially sinister, like his devil fruit ready to erupt at any moment, and he roared, "Vergo, is that true? What do you want to test yourself against me?" Vergo never expected that Kazan, who never fought or scrambled for anything, could be so cunning. Glancing sideways, he then said to Sakazuki, "Sakazuki, I know who you are. If that's how you want to see it, I'd rather like to test your strength myself. So do you dare?" He had originally planned to provoke Kazan and leave a bad impression of him before the five elders. The five elders were watching the public execution from start to finish, so no matter the outcome, he himself would get to shine. To his surprise, Kazan had grown clever, as well, instantly stirring up conflict between Sakazuki and himself. Still, no matter, he would go along with it, and let Kazan enjoy his little triumph for now. After hearing my words, Sakazuki replied, "Then let's have a fight. I just hope you don't get yourself killed." Sakazuki removed his coat and cap, ready to strike at any moment. The brr sound of a din mushy cut across the silent scene. Sakazuki had no choice but to reach inside his red coat and take out the phone. When he answered, Sengoku's voice came through. "I forbid you from fighting each other in public, understand? Do you want the Marines to become a laughingstock to the world? If any of you dare make a move, I'll strip you of your candidacy for admiral. Consider the consequences." And so Sakazuki and Vergo's duel fell apart. Kazan, his face grim, said to Vergo, "We are Marines, not executioners. If this is your idea of justice, then you are unworthy of being a Marine." Without looking back, he boarded his warship, and the others followed. Sakazuki glanced at me as he left with his men. "I look forward to the day we duel. I'll make you see just how vast the gap between us truly is." Then he led his men back to the ship and awaited the order to bombard. Haha, my goal is to make the five elders believe I'm making enemies everywhere. That way they'll never think the Marines are a solid unified force beyond their control. You'll all thank me later. Everything I've done is for my own brand of justice, and no matter how many lives it costs, it's all worth it. Once all personnel had evacuated, O'Hara Spandine departed the island alongside his CP-9 agents. Warships encircled the entire archipelago, forming an impregnable cordon to ensure not a single soul escaped. Such meticulous containment revealed how deeply the world government feared the exposure of the so-called Void Century. Yet they failed to realize that such secrecy only intensified public curiosity. Were they truly unwilling to even fabricate a plausible narrative? At the very least, they should have placated the common folk. Kazan stared bitterly at Vergo. Noticing this, Vergo decided to toy with him. "Kazan, does it matter that you watch? You cannot harm me. Why don't you just come take a bite out of me?" Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kazan's face turned ashen. "You are a demon of this world, one who finds amusement in slaughter," he declared coldly. "Your taunts will not sway me. I possess my own sense of justice." With that, he turned away, refusing to meet Vergo's gaze. Kazan's vulnerabilities were equally apparent, though one might argue that this was also his greatest virtue. Every dovish commander harbored an excess of sympathy inclined toward mercy. While they showed no such leniency toward genuine enemies, this very compassion was often exploited by cunning adversaries, leading to grave missteps. Sakazuki's brand of justice was dangerously extreme. To punish a sin, he would commit a graver one. In doing so, how different was he truly from the pirates he hunted? Let us not forget that not every pirate is a merciless bandit given to arson, slaughter, and pillage. By then, the crowd trapped behind the barriers had broken through. With no one to hold them back, they reached the shoreline with ease. Alas, there were no vessels waiting to ferry them to safety. The naval soldiers and vice admirals gazed at the handful of civilians and scholars who had managed to escape, their expressions fraught with turmoil. Beside Olivia, one of the researchers spoke up. Was our study of history truly wrong? Why must you destroy a place as beautiful as O'Hara? Thanks to the chaos within the crowd and Kuzan's intervention during the execution, not everyone was put to the sword. Dr. Aguro, having miraculously survived, made his trembling way to the shore. Your pursuit of historical truth was not inherently flawed, Vergo interjected sharply. But you crossed a line you should never have touched. You meddled with the very secrets the world government seeks to bury. Since you defied the law so brazenly, do not blame me. Vergo answered before the old man could draw another breath. A communications officer sprinted over, holding Sengoku's den mushi. From its speaker emerged a calm, authoritative voice. All units, heed my command. Commence bombardment. The moment the order was given, artillery fire rained down upon O'Hara like a sky-splitting tempest. Countless shells slammed into the island, each impact reverberating with thunderous, devastating booms. The relentless crashes echoed in every ear as the onlookers stood transfixed, gazing at the shattered earth in stunned silence. Before long, another barrage commenced. The scattered civilians and scholars scrambled desperately for any vessel that might carry them out to sea, hoping to evade their grim fate. But survival would not come so easily. Witnessing this, Vergo lifted his leg and unleashed a Risetsu Senpu. The devastating shockwave plummeted like a meteor, ruthlessly cutting down those who had not yet fled far enough. Upon seeing this, Sakazuki immediately ordered his warship to give chase. I knew the plot was unfolding exactly as anticipated. He would spare not a single civilian. As I watched Sakazuki's vessel disappear into the horizon, I turned my gaze toward Borsellino. This man has been shirking his duties throughout, I mused. Let us see how long his arrogance can endure. And plan formed in my mind. I could well bind him to my own chariot. His future choices would speak for themselves. Borsellino had merely been a detached observer, but when he caught Vergo's lingering glance, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He pondered inwardly, wondering what he might have done to provoke such a man. Being watched by someone so despicable guaranteed no good fortune, yet he could not fathom where he had erred. The bombardment had raged for over a dozen rounds. The ferocious firepower had torn the very surface of O'Hara asunder, leaving behind a bottomless man-eating chasm. Such spectacle of island-wide devastation was both rare and unwelcome, yet the situation on the island continued to spiral ever darker. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was giving relentless pursuit to the civilian vessels making for open sea. When the order to fire was issued, his subordinates hesitated. It was plain to see that they lacked the heart to strike. Their hands trembled upon gripping their weapons, unwilling to butcher those fleeing civilians. There was no justice in such cruelty. Observing the soldiers drenched in cold sweat, Sakazuki fell silent. He stepped forward alone to the prow, standing motionless as he stared at the fleeing vessel for several long moments. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a massive torrent of flames. The civilians aboard the refugee vessel met this with bitter smiles, their faces growing impassive as they faced the colossal fist of magma. No tears were shed. Perhaps they had already dried up. Facing certain death, they simply offered each other quiet strength before marching bravely toward their doom. It was a silent, crushing rebuke to the Navy and the world government alike, leaving observers torn between sorrow and despair. All the vice admirals who turned to witness this scene fell silent as well. It was all orders from above. Showing mercy to civilians was no option. Who could say whether pirates were not hidden among them? Though resentment and anger churned within them, now was hardly the time to let emotions dictate their actions. If discovered, they would face immediate investigation. After dozens of rounds of shelling, O'Hara could no longer withstand the devastation, teetering on the brink of sinking into the ocean depths. Suddenly, Kazan moved. He unleashed Ice Age, encasing the entire island in a perpetual glacial stasis, halting its catastrophic descent. In that frozen moment, the island resembled a blossom captured mid-bud. None could have known that Kazan's seemingly casual intervention was in truth a silent tribute to this magnificent island, O'Hara. Perhaps in some distant future, it would become a renowned destination for travelers the world over. A week later, Fleet Admiral Garp received his new orders: proceed to Mary Geos to assume command of the entire fleet. At the same time, a formal decree arrived at Marineford. Senior officials of the world government unveiled the appointment. Sengoku would assume the role of Fleet Admiral. The rank of Fleet Admiral was bestowed upon Sakazuki, Kazan, and Vergo, the famed Akainu Akiji, and Kizuru. As for Vice Admiral Borsellino, given your particular circumstances, the government grants you the title of Senior Fleet Admiral. Though Borsellino felt a profound sense of resignation, even simmering with quiet fury, he dared not let a single spark of discontent show. He could only accept the arrangement with a forced composure, and so everything appeared to unfold with seamless smoothness. The Five Elders arrangement revealed their design. They preferred high-ranking officers to possess tangible vulnerabilities that could be leveraged for control. They did not want another Borsellino, neutral, masterfully diplomatic, and seemingly devoid of ambition. Such a figure would only breed deeper suspicion among the ruling class, for no one could ever truly decipher what drives a man who appears to want nothing. Furthermore, your inauguration ceremonies shall take place in half a month, broadcast live across the entire world. By then your name shall echo throughout every corner of the globe. We eagerly anticipate your future contributions to the cause of justice. Virgo had drawn one step closer to the power he pursued, and every deed he had committed was worthwhile. In his heart, killing carried no burden. All sacrifices were made for the days to come. He held that power was the supreme law. In his eyes, justice could exist, yet there were also deeds that others called evil, and someone had to do them. To turn the enemy of his enemy into a friend. That was what Virgo had always yearned for. With more hands, matters became easier. If he had to act alone in everything, he would be worn to the bone. With ample time remaining before the inauguration at Marine Headquarters, Virgo spent his days familiarizing himself with every department and communicating with vice admirals and rear admirals so that he might take command of his own division. While wandering about, I caught sight of Borsellino's office. A thought flickered through my mind. Perhaps this was a golden opportunity to win him over. With that in mind, I stepped forward and knocked lightly on the office door. From within came a voice, "Come in." So Borsellino had already sensed my arrival through observation hockey. After entering, I naturally settled into the chair across from his desk, crossed my legs, and gazed into his eyes, trying to read hatred and anger within them. Regrettably, there was nothing. Then I spoke. "Well then, monkey, let's have a talk. After all, we don't have to remain enemies forever, do we? It was because of your conduct that the 5 elders refused to promote you to admiral." Borsellino lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then lounged comfortably in his chair, fixing his gaze upon me. "Oh, Virgo, have you come to gloat as a victor? What is there for us to discuss? I'm genuinely curious about what you want to say. Go on, I'll listen." Borsellino wore an expression as if to say, "If you can't come up with anything interesting, I'll hit you." A demeanor rather akin to Sakazuki's, as though everyone owed him 8 million berries. Still, resentment simmered deep within him. Anyone whose rightful position had been snatched away would feel the same. It was already good that he had not resorted to violence. As the saying goes, to sever a man's wealth or office is to murder his parents. I dropped the pretense and rose, walking to the window. Gazing out over Marine Headquarters, I said, "All your hopes have withered for now. You can only bide your time to once again ascend to the seat of admiral. But what if I told you that I could secure it for you ahead of schedule? Would you believe me? At the very least, you would wait 10 years or more for Sengoku to retire. But I can have you promoted early. They are not young anymore, GOLD. Roger has been dead for over a decade, and Sengoku is far from youthful." Borsellino suddenly grew impassioned at these words. "What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill Sengoku? Or have you been secretly scheming all along?" Huh. Who would have thought that Vice Admiral Borsellino, so neutral, so languid in all things, would hunger so fiercely for the admiral's seat? "I don't care what your aims are. World government, revolutionary, egoist, or otherwise, I will still help you. How about becoming my partner? In this world there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." I held Borsellino's gaze, our faces nearly touching, and let the words roll off my tongue with full allure. My speech startled Borsellino. He hesitated for a moment, then paced to and fro. I did not press further, leaving him alone to weigh the truth of my words. It was a subject equally irresistible and perilous, one that would decide the future might of the Marine's highest ranks. At last Borsellino, still astonished, turned his head after 10 long minutes, and looked at Virgo. "I look forward to our cooperation. But if you fail to make me an admiral, all of this is void. I await your plan with eager anticipation." With that he rose to his feet, and we faced each other, clasping hands. Everything felt both improbable and inevitable. I refused to believe that Borsellino was truly without desire. If he were, he would never have competed for the admiralty in the original story. How wonderful it would be to live like Vice Admiral Garp, formidable, yet free, with far fewer constraints. Virgo stepped out of the office, mulling over these thoughts as he walked down the corridor. Time raced by in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the Marines' high-level inauguration arrived. On this day, every Marine officer and headquarters soldier had gathered. Morgans, the magnate of the world's news industry, also graced the occasion, and the entire ceremony was broadcast worldwide. Gazing at Marine headquarters adorned with fluttering banners, one could feel that this was a momentous day for all. The world government had likewise dispatched high-ranking dignitaries to attend. Meanwhile, the pirate emperors and great pirates of the New World followed this inauguration with intense interest, for it would reshape the global order. The emperors wanted to know who the new admirals were, so that if they ever crossed paths in battle, they would recognize their foes. As for the lesser pirates, they simply wished to memorize those faces so they could flee in good time at the mere sight of them. When all were prepared, they took their seats in the guest stands and awaited the beginning of the ceremony. A vice admiral of Marine headquarters stepped onto the stage and declared, "Today is a momentous day for Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Kong has returned to Mariewa, and now is the moment for our new fleet admiral and 3 admirals to be presented to the world. The long vacancy is finally filled, and the completion of the 3 admirals signifies our stronger voice in the new world, as well as a fearsome warning to those scum of the sea, the pirates." He took a breath and continued, "Allow me with great solemnity to introduce the names of these exceptional elites for the betterment of the Marine's future. First, I announce Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Please ascend the stage." Sengoku, resplendent in a crisp military uniform with medals adorning his chest, walked slowly onto the elevated platform. The high-ranking world government official in charge of presentations was ready, and upon seeing Sengoku rose to hand him his letter of appointment and medal. After saluting, Sengoku stood upon the stage, displaying them as though offering this honor to the entire world. The vice admiral hosting the ceremony saw that it was time to call upon the three admirals. Next, let us once again give a rousing welcome to our new three admirals as they come to the stage: Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Akiji Kazan, and Admiral Kazura Vergo. Please a round of applause and step up to receive the decoration ceremony. Waiting below the stage, we heard the announcement and walked up to the platform together. Kazan wore a white suit and eye mask perched atop his head, a true buff-boosting accessory, making him look as though he might fall asleep at any moment. Sakazuki, by contrast, was clad in a red suit with a single red flower pinned to his chest, impossibly flamboyant. Only I had dressed casually: yellow trousers and a yellow plaid coat. Well, I was the yellow monkey after all. A little awkward. Once on stage, the world government executives cheerfully pinned the admiral medals on us and announced our code names once more to the entire world. Afterward, as the ceremony wound to an end, many government officials and vice admirals with missions boarded their own ships and departed. Though Marine headquarters gradually settled into tranquility, a storm was brewing among the pirates of the New World. All had learned of the Marines' shift in power, and their reactions were as varied as their ambitions. The next morning, the momentous events at Marine headquarters spread across the world through the news. Seagulls reaching the New World, the first half of the Grand Line, and all four blues. At this time, the Marines and the world government were putting on a show, emphasizing the Marines' overwhelming strength, their unyielding pursuit of justice, and the world government's determination to suppress pirates. Everyone tacitly continued their own sordid dealings. The celestial dragon's depravity grew even more brazen, for a new decree had been issued: if a celestial dragon was attacked, a Marine admiral would be dispatched to kill the offender without mercy. It was nothing more than an act of making an example meant to accentuate the celestial dragon's unrivaled nobility. The existence of the heavenly gold not only increased the tax burden on nations, but also squeezed the common people dry. For a time, the citizens of every world government member state were rife with grievances. The increased heavenly gold was more than even kings could bear. It could only fuel further unrest, plunging the entire world into unease. Pirates, on the other hand, had grown far more subdued during this period, for everyone knew that the newly installed admirals and the fleet admiral would inevitably need a few troublemakers to prove that their military achievements matched their strength. To leap out at this moment was either a sign of absolute confidence in one's own strength, or a reckless fool digging his own grave. At that moment, aboard the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's voice rang out: Gurara Marco, it's just a few brats being promoted. Sengoku is an old rival of ours. No need to be so tense. Pops, you're our spiritual pillar. As long as you're safe, what do we have to fear? Still, we should keep an eye on our subordinate pirate grand fleet. After all, these are admirals elevated by the Marines and the world government. There's no way they're incompetent. Marco looked at Whitebeard and said with a grin, perhaps even a teasing remark. Flower Sword Vista spoke up as well: yes, we're not sure what the Marines will do next, so we should remain cautious. To force an issue against the tide would only bring us unnecessary trouble. We won't provoke the Marines, but we won't fear them either. We must be prepared. Then everyone burst into laughter, saying Marco and Vista were being overly anxious. The Marines, they claimed, had no strength to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard had given them too much protection, so they had forgotten the brutality of the New World, where a pirate's struggles were not merely a choice between life and death. The red-haired pirates, however, saw a deeper layer. Beyond the more ferocious battles the world government and Marines were waging against pirates, they were also expanding their grip on New World territory, squeezing the pirates' living space further until eventually no pirate would remain. Captain, their plan sounds fine, but if they actually succeed, things will truly spiral out of control. It could even become a world war, and the balance you always speak of would be shattered. I just wonder, is this the will of the five elders, or of that so-called master of the celestial dragons, Lord Imo? Ben Beckman took a drag from the cigarette in his hand and said. Red-haired Shanks sat before the campfire gazing at the rising flames and said wisely, everything people do is driven by benefit. Without some profit, they wouldn't go to all this trouble. But what would they gain by starting a world war? The answer is the entire world. The price would be devastating, but the reward would far outweigh the loss. If this world no longer had pirate emperors, or even pirates at all, then the Revolutionary Army would be like grasshoppers after autumn, unable to struggle for much longer. By then, the entire world would be under the complete rule of the world government. And with that, what would they have to fear from the poneglyphs? I suspect their goal now is already to collect the ancient weapons, adding more weight to their war machine. No one has the strength to oppose them. Everything has simply become their private backyard. Red-haired Shanks rose, walked over to Ben Beckman, clapped him on the shoulder, and continued, by then we will be in grave danger too. Fish on the chopping board. At Big Mom's stronghold, the Big Mom pirates, one of the world's dominant powers. After the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, they had climbed to the throne of the four emperors through years of fierce competition. Mama, I hear the Marines have produced 3 little monsters. Surely they can't defeat my children, right? You have the confidence to win. Charlotte Linlin looked at the latest newspaper as she spoke. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, and no one spoke first. What if they were ordered to face a Marine admiral? Wouldn't that be walking straight to their deaths? They knew their own strength well, but if they said nothing, their mother's fury would be something they could not handle. And it was not as though she had never killed one of her own children before. In that tense and awkward moment, Katakuri stepped forward. He was a formidable figure of absolute strength, the kind who naturally commanded attention. Mama, there is no need to worry. I will easily drive them away and make the Marine admirals regret ever provoking the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Katakuri said with absolute confidence. Although the Katakuri of this time was not yet as powerful as he would become in the future, he was not someone a Marine vice admiral could handle. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, Governor-General of the Beast Pirates, was gulping down liquor in huge mouthfuls, pouring it straight into himself. He was the legendary drunkard, crying as he drank, though no one knew why. Just then a young crew member rushed in with the latest newspaper and shouted, Governor-General Kaido, the Marines have 3 new admirals, and they've intensified their crackdown on pirates. Kaido, still dazed from drinking too much, thought an admiral had arrived when he heard that. He grabbed his spiked club and sent the crew member flying to the farthest reaches of the sky with a single swing, then bellowed, is that all a Marine admiral amounts to? It seems Marine headquarters is full of useless rice barrels. Nothing to worry about. With that, he took another huge gulp of liquor, the excess dribbling down his chin. The 3 calamities seated below, King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought, exchanged glances, shook their heads in speechless resignation, and casually wiped the sweat from their brows. Still, for the fearless Beast Pirates, this sort of scene was entirely normal. After all, they were all Zoan-type devil fruit users. Other pirates with high bounties also rode the tide and set out to sea in search of treasure, but how many of them were sincere? Most had entirely different motives for taking to the sea. Thus the New World was a paradise for criminals. The strong enjoyed absolute freedom, and the weak had no place at all. On the morning following the Admiral and Fleet Admiral appointment ceremony at Marine headquarters, the weather was splendid. Warm sunlight bathed the office desk in a brilliant glow. At that moment, Admiral Vergo, known as Yellow Monkey, sat in the chair behind his desk, gazing at the distant scenery. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, dark currents surged, some might say, with violent turbulence. What truly sets pirates apart from the Marines? The Marines still have many righteous souls among them, with only a handful of parasites. But their real threat comes from the world government and the celestial dragons. They are the root of all evil. The Marines can at best be considered accomplices forced into compliance. In the original tale, Sengoku's countless orders were repeatedly blocked by the 5 elders. Even the future Fleet Admiral Akainu Sakazuki complained about this more than once before them. Unfortunately, all efforts proved futile. Breaking free from the world government's control is exceedingly difficult. The world government has planted spies within the Marines to monitor every move of the High Command. They wield violence under the banner of justice, while pirates commit arson, murder, and plunder in the name of freedom. To the world government, Marine admirals are nothing more than efficient senior enforcers. Each of the 3 Marine admirals oversees their own region. Sakazuki, needless to say, is a battle fanatic, always at work in combat. Akiji Kazan handles defense duties, embodying the quintessential dovish mindset. As for myself, Vergo, I manage the scientific division commanding the Navy's classified research forces. After lunch at noon, I prepared to board a warship and visit the scientific division under my purview. It was an institution comprised mainly of scientists, with Marines providing security. Everyone had their own duties. In essence, it was merely a support department. As the commanding admiral in charge, I oversaw the entire Navy's research and development. There is also one crucial factor: Dr. Vegapunk, the overlord, possessing technology 500 years ahead of the world. His superhuman intellect is no joke. He is a key strategic figure for both Marine headquarters and the world government. More formidable than the ancient weapons themselves. Ancient weapons are not easily controlled, but who can say Vegapunk couldn't construct a weapon just as devastating? This is precisely why very few people ever get to meet Vegapunk. In the laboratory, I saw Vegapunk alongside other scientists. He was not fat. His physique could only be described as sturdy. Prolonged research demands physical endurance. Though scientific work doesn't require combat strength, a considerable level of physical fitness is still essential. I took a brief tour and encountered many bizarre and wondrous creations. I nodded approvingly at many, though I couldn't determine their specific purposes. They simply looked impressive. Human gigantification experiments, genetic factor studies, and anti-gas suits were all works from Vegapunk and his team. Understanding a brilliant mind is truly not easy, so I abandoned that effort. After observing the science division, I stepped outside. At that moment, the sound of din din mushy rang from my pocket. I fumbled briefly before locating it. Seeing it was an incoming call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I answered immediately. Vergo, Kazan, and Sakazuki have already departed for the New World and the 4 Blues to hunt pirates. Since you were inspecting the scientific division, we could not reach you in person, so we are notifying you via din din mushy. Do not delay, set forth. Carry out your justice. After Sengoku hung up, I listened to those somewhat pretentious words. To my own surprise, I did not laugh. Perhaps Sengoku truly harbors justice within him, merely suppressed by the world government. Very well. I shall be the one to break these chains. The coming world war and its deaths are unavoidable. Only through my plan. Though many will die, though some may call me a butcher or a demon, will everything ultimately be worth it? I then instructed the younger Tao Maru to guard this classified Marine Headquarters Science Division carefully. Without looking back, I led my adjutant toward the distant warship preparing to carry out Fleet Admiral Sengoku's so-called justice. We sailed across the sea aimlessly. When boredom struck, I basked in the sunlight. Perhaps because I consumed the Hikari no Mi, I felt an extraordinary affinity for sunlight. Photosynthesis meant I barely needed to eat, though occasionally I still indulged in the pleasure of tasting food. Watching others eat while fasting was its own form of suffering. After a long voyage, we made port at an island. I met the village elder who and his people welcomed me warmly. After a brief conversation, I learned that their quarry was under threat from pirates and many had died in battle. Looking out at the carefree children running about, I rose and stood at the doorway, gazing at them in silence for a long while. Perhaps this was the last remnant of justice in my heart. Otherwise, I would never have harbored thoughts of toppling the world government. On the opposite side of the island's perimeter, 3 pirate ships approached. Because they did not come through the harbor, I had not spotted the Marine Admiral's warship. Had they seen it, they would have activated every acceleration device available and still barely escaped. The islanders spotted the pirate ships and quickly ran back to deliver the news to the elder. After hearing it, everyone exchanged glances and then looked toward me. The atmosphere grew awkward. A Marine Admiral had arrived, yet pirates still dared to appear. Unheard of. I rose and slowly walked outside. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. The pirates outside were carousing in celebration, completely unaware that death had already descended upon them. A group of aimless scoundrels who knew only plunder and cruelty. They ransacked the town for gold coins and valuables, beating anyone who dared oppose them. Cries and curses echoed everywhere, turning a peaceful town into a hellish wasteland. The pirate captain spied a beautiful woman and reached out to grab her hand, intending to drag her into his quarters. His intentions were plain for all to see. Suddenly a beam of light flashed from afar and refracted beside Captain Nick. A kick delivered at the speed of light approached his head. But in Nick's eyes the speed was absurdly fast. He was sent flying in an instant. The rest of the crew froze where they stood. Then a thunderous roar erupted as they sought to avenge their captain. Vergo paid no mind to their reactions and directly unleashed the powers of his light fruit to eliminate every pirate. Raising his finger, beams of laser light rained down, reaping lives. The transformation from fanatical aggression to desperate flight occurred in under a minute. Yet one among them was clever. The pirate vice captain saw Vergo's appearance and broke into a cold sweat, slowly backing away. But this only delayed his death. Not long after all the pirates lay dead, I employed Shave to close the distance in mere steps and said, "Hey there, young man, where are you off to? Won't you join your captain?" With teasing words, my hand never stopped. A single laser spear sent him on his way. After defeating all the pirates, the village chief stepped forward and said to Vergo, "Thank you, Admiral Kizuru. If you hadn't been here, this town would have been destroyed and occupied by pirates, turned into nothing more than a playground for their debauchery. On behalf of the elderly, the children, and the women you rescued on this island, I thank you." After a brief rest on the island, we set sail once more, prepared to travel around the new world. Perhaps we might even capture some notorious pirates along the way. On the boundless sea, pirates are not the most terrifying threat. The unpredictable weather is. At any moment, for reasons unknown, it can strike and wreck your ship. Many powerful pirates met their tragic end on the road to treasure simply because they lacked an outstanding navigator. Those who have no sure confidence to withstand the new world's weather and no detailed plan will only fall along the way. Next time I planned to visit an island, and during the resupply, I would find a chance to meet Lafitte and the others. Pure gold was said to be another path to immortality. If the opportunity arose, I would go looking for it. It suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't visited Skypiea in a long time. I said to my adjutant, "You all stay here for a moment. Inaru and I are going out." Since I became admiral, he, now a rear admiral, has been kept at my side, which allows him to train better. Using our devil fruit powers, we flew straight towards Skypiea. Breaking through the high altitudes below, we soon arrived. There we met Gonfall, a man of unimpressive combat ability, but extraordinary administrative skill. He kept Skypiea in perfect order. The island's dials were shipped down through maritime trade routes and sold at great profit, earning tens of billions of berries. Naturally, the island's unique means of transportation had greatly accelerated the collection of dials. Coney served as Gonfall's deputy, managing the island's processing businesses. All of Skypiea's products were loaded onto ships that Lafitte and his crew sailed up to the island, then transported down to the Blue Sea, the collective term for all the seas beneath Skypiea, where they were sold to the biggest distributors or directly to customers in order to raise funds for battle. Lafitte led Kuro Burgess Cuve and Augur Alvida Arlong and the others into the conference hall for a meeting to discuss their next course of action. Next, we must expand our sphere of influence. Right now we have some presence in the four seas, but in the new world we're far behind. Now that I've become a Marine Admiral, I want to focus on the first half of the new world while we strengthen our control over the four seas. Only after we have firmly established ourselves in the new world can we deal with whatever emergencies lie ahead. I calmly looked at everyone as I spoke, wondering whether there was still anything lacking. "Captain, we can't keep calling you that anymore. From now on, let's switch to leader. That way it shows you're the head of an organization and sounds more legitimate. Otherwise, people will only think you've founded a pirate force, which would be very disadvantageous if you're revealed or exposed in the future. Kuro, the crew strategist, was the first to speak. Everyone felt he made a good point. They had never noticed it before, but calling him captain always made them sound like an irregular pirate crew incompatible with Vergo's status as a marine admiral. Since they weren't going to establish some great pirate fleet anyway, there was no need to keep saying captain. It was time to change. That's right. Then from now on, everyone be careful and call me leader. Another matter, our organization is now to be called Divine Annihilation. You must refer to yourselves by that name. From now on, we will use this identity in all our dealings. Before long, Divine Annihilation will resound across the whole world and become the nightmare of those lofty celestial dragons. I stepped down from the throne and began to pace. There's also one key point: someone else will take my place in identity. Of course, he is only a puppet. I don't want to expose myself too soon. Let's leave everyone a surprise. I also have a plan called Operation Blacklight. I'll tell you about it in the future. It's still too early to carry it out. Alright, the meeting ends here. I still have other matters to attend to. Staying away for too long would inevitably make others suspicious. I wouldn't be foolish enough to believe there were no world government agents aboard a marine battleship. After taking a look around Skypiea, I still found it stunning even after being away so long. The clouds on the island seemed within reach, something the blue sea below could never match, something ordinary people could never touch. Fortunately, I had subdued Inaru in time, otherwise such a wonderful place would have been partially destroyed by him. A truly regrettable loss. There was also a scientific research island that could descend freely to the blue sea. The world's most comprehensive weather science island was on my turf. The very thought of it excited me. Perhaps new things could be discovered. The question was whether Nami in the future would dare to come and study here. Straw Hat Luffy could also be put to use. After inspecting Skypiea, Inaru and I flew back to the battleship and continued our voyage. Thinking back, I hadn't seen Doflamingo in a long time, so it was time to meet and talk lest he think I'd betrayed him. On a certain island in the first half of the New World, Doflamingo and his crew had stopped here temporarily. After receiving my message, he said to the others, Vergo sent me word. He's sailing this way through the first half of the New World. Once he shakes off his crew, he'll come back and reunite with us. At that moment, our Admiral Kazuru was still on his voyage, planning to resupply at a village near the island where they had anchored. Only then would he have a chance to slip away. Vergo spotted a distant island that seemed suitable, so he ordered the battleship to sail over for supplies. After pretending to look around and making sure no one was watching, he flew alone to another nearby island to meet Doflamingo. Doflamingo and the other family executives saw a beam of light fly over, and then Vergo landed steadily before them. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. Doflamingo said, "Welcome, Vergo. After all these years we meet again." The others also came forward to greet him, and I nodded in return to each one. Then I looked at Doflamingo himself. "Doffy, you've grown much stronger. It's been a long time. Let's all sit together and talk about the recent plans. Is there anything you need to tell me?" Vergo stood before them, his expression utterly unreadable. "Fufufu, don't be so anxious, Vergo. I called you here just to catch up and to discuss the upcoming plan. We need your participation to ensure its success," Doflamingo said, striding forward with his swaggering gait. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo said, "I intend to reclaim the kingdom of Dressrosa passed down from my ancestors, which was entrusted to the Riku royal family when we went to the Holy Land. This plan requires your assistance as a marine admiral to strengthen our leverage for obtaining a position as a warlord of the sea. But how will you get the Marines to agree to you joining the 7 warlords? I doubt they'll accept so easily. The world government might favor your existence, but the celestial dragons will also be wary." I stood there calmly, casually taking in the surroundings. Not bad at all. Not far away, they had also built a stone house. Of course, having Pika, a stone fruit user, made construction easy and convenient. It even looked like a 2-story villa. As expected of Doflamingo, everything reeked of nouveau riche, though dust covered every corner, and it looked freshly built with no decoration at all. Still, it had plenty of rooms and enough space, probably meant mainly for shelter. Doflamingo flashed his trademark grin and said, "Fufufu, you're right about that. They won't let me become a warlord. They've always wanted to capture me alive and lock me up in Mary Geos. Do you think I'd just accept that fate? No, far from it. I've already devised a foolproof plan. First, I'll hijack the heavenly tribute to secure my qualification as a warlord." With a loud laugh, Doflamingo continued, "Then I'll have the right to directly attack the Riku royal family and reclaim Dressrosa. Of course, it must be done with proper justification so that I can control this country. That's where I need you to help me win support. Right, Vergo? We're family." At that moment, everyone gathered around and looked at me. I chatted with each one like old friends reunited after ages. Looking at those familiar faces, perhaps influenced by the soul of the original body, I thought maybe I should give everyone a chance. It would be too cruel to unilaterally declare their deaths. Those who deserve death will be killed without mercy, and those who don't will never be arbitrarily killed. They were merely following Doflamingo, wanting to plunge the world into chaos, and most of those they had killed had offended them. If they can be changed, they may live. But if they cannot, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll wipe out every single one of them. I replied, "It seems you've already thought of a plan, Doffy. That's great. I'll fully cooperate with your actions. Don't worry, I'll help you with the Marine's movements. After all, I am a Marine Admiral, aren't I? Doflamingo was very pleased to hear that, and directly brought me to this place for a simple party. Since a Marine battleship was still waiting for me as I left, I simply told my aide to let the crew have free time on the island, and to call if anything urgent came up. As we walked deeper into the forest, I saw many animal skeletons. This seemed to be an island of ferocious beasts with an oppressive atmosphere all around. An ordinary person wouldn't even have the courage to step foot here. Only those confident in their own strength could enter and leave with their lives. Once everyone sat by the campfire eating roasted meat, Pika's shrill voice rang out, "Vergo, it's been ages. The next time we meet, you're already an admiral," he said while munching on a piece of grilled meat. Diamante chimed in, "What's Marine headquarters like? Is it as grand as it appears on the video?" Den mushy. I've never been there. For a pirate to go there would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, gone for good. Diamante spoke with just as much envy, his gaze drifting into the distance, wearing a look of longing. Treble, still the perverted man with a long string of snot, wearing little glasses and draped in a cape with a polka dot pattern, all actually produced by his devil fruit ability, said, Nana Vergo, I'm so glad to see you again. Huh. It's been so long since we've all gathered. As the youngest of us four, you still look so young even after more than a decade. Who'd have thought you'd become a Marine Admiral? It's been a long time, everyone. But we're family, aren't we? I'm still very happy to see you. Speaking of which, you've added quite a few new officers, haven't you? I've never met them. I chatted cheerfully with the others. Pretending not to know Senor Pink's situation, I said to him, Senor, why are you dressed like that? You used to be so handsome. What happened? After hearing my words, everyone sighed and looked at Senor Pink, ready to let him tell the story himself, so that he might release some of the guilt and helplessness he felt toward himself. Senor Pink said, my wife gave birth to a baby boy. Then during a raging storm, I went out on a mission. While I was away, the child had a persistent high fever, and she alone and helpless couldn't manage to take the child to the town hospital far from home. When I returned the next morning, the child had already passed away. At that point, Senor Pink was already sobbing uncontrollably. My wife Lucille couldn't bear the shock and fell into a vegetative state. I didn't know how to treat her. I consulted many doctors, and they all said it was a psychosomatic illness. She had locked herself in her own world and needed to overcome it herself. I thought for a moment and said, where is she now? I can cure her. She's just trapped in her own world, unable to get out. No amount of external influence will help. Only spiritual treatment might save her. Senor Pink didn't say a word and hastily ran toward the flamingo. It seemed he had kept his wife in his room all along, taking care of her. Even though she was like a living corpse, he never abandoned her. This kind of love was truly enviable. When I saw his wife, I attempted to heal her using the powers of the light fruit. Senor Pink gently laid her on a wooden table. I looked at her, reached out, placed my hand on her forehead, and activated the fruit's ability. A healing light from my palm illuminated her entire body. Before long, Senor Pink's wife woke up. She looked around, then fixed her gaze on me. It was you who healed me, right? Thank you. Senor, I remember all your kindness. I don't hate you anymore. It's time I stepped out of my own world. I've stayed there far, far too long. While everyone was still rejoicing for Senor Pink, I shot Doflamingo a meaningful glance. He took the hint and stepped back with me, and then we walked toward another place. After Doflamingo and I came to a secluded place, he was curious about what I wanted to say and why I was being so secretive about keeping it from the other executives. I looked into Doflamingo's eyes and said, I have a major plan I want to discuss with you. It depends on whether you dare to do it. If it goes wrong, it could bring a devastating disaster to the family. Calling it the extinction of the clan would not be an exaggeration. So I'm asking whether you dare to take it on. If you do, I'll tell you. If not, I'll spare you the trouble. Doflamingo's expression turned serious as well. He could see that I was not joking. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Although time passed little by little, I was not anxious. Such a matter could not be settled quickly. I also knew that Doflamingo, for all his neuroses, stubbornness, and madness, was no fool. I stood off to one side, quietly eating barbecue and not looking at him. Looking at him would only have made the pressure greater. After a long silence, Doflamingo looked at me and said, with such a great risk, is the reward likewise greater? If the risk and reward are not proportional, I won't make this deal. If I lose my life, everything else is in vain, and all that I have built would become a joke. That is not what I want to see. I turned to face Doflamingo. After watching him for a minute, I still decided to say what I intended. If he refused, his personality would not lead him to break with me over this. Becoming an admiral proved that I could defeat him. Any smart person would not go looking for trouble and make a powerful enemy. I believe you only know that I've become an admiral in the Navy, but you don't know the area under my command. This department is quite appealing, and my plan is based right here. It's a long-term goal. It can't be completed in the short term. It might take 10 years, or even 20. I also wanted to give him a heads up first, so that I wouldn't frighten him the moment I told him. Anyone who wanted to join this plan could not have second thoughts. If it went wrong, I might get dragged in myself. Fufufu Vergo, you're making me more and more curious. What kind of department could give you such a strong sense of purpose? Could it be what I'm thinking of? Is it that department? If that's true, I'll join in as well. Dr. Vegapunk's technology is 500 years ahead of this world. Doflamingo said, waving his arms excitedly, his expression exaggerated and almost contorted. Ha ha, Doffy, I knew you were smart enough to understand with just a hint. That's exactly it. The world government's advanced technology and its rule over so many territories are thanks to that man's irreplaceable contributions. It could be said that anyone who can withstand the pressure of the world government and win Dr. Vegapunk over would gain research achievements comparable to an entire Navy division. I said it calmly, as if the matter had already succeeded, though in my heart I was excited as well. After we reached a preliminary agreement, we quietly returned to the barbecue. Seeing that no one was paying much attention, and everyone simply thought the two of us had been catching up, the gathering regained its harmonious atmosphere. Moreover, Senor Pink's wife, who had just recovered, also joined in, making the mood even brighter. The two of us sat down, each lost in our own thoughts. Doflamingo was weighing the pros and cons, whether the plan posed any fatal danger to him, and whether it was worth doing. The more he thought, the more he hesitated. But risk and reward were proportional. If things went well, Doflamingo would take another step toward his goal of becoming the Pirate King. I was also thinking about whether to lay my cards on the table and pull Doflamingo completely into the plan. To be honest, I did not want to simply use him and then kill him. After all, he had been my companion for so many years and was nominally the top executive of the Donquixote family. It would be best if he could walk the final stretch with me. I would only need to kill those who deserved to die. This was a good place. There was a long-lost happiness among them, as if they were truly family. This family strove forward by affirming and helping one another. What reason would we have to refuse such people? Surely many would want to join, just as I met those three when I was young, and then went on to support Doflamingo alongside them. That same persistence might also be influencing who I am now. I would give him some time first. If he still did not join by our next meeting, I would have to make a choice. This matter absolutely could not leak out. I would continue looking for like-minded friends. War should be drawing near, including the summit war that was yet to come. If our people lacked strength, they would only be cannon fodder of little use. At that moment, everyone was still immersed in joy, because they had stopped on the island to resupply, and there had not been much food along the way. Life had been quite frugal. This was the time to relax. Fresh ingredients could not easily be kept fresh for long, so it was necessary to stock up on more liquor and vegetables. I remained silent for a long time. I could not see the road ahead, but I had to keep going. Struggling here, I had grown used to the fact that only power and money could compensate for everything I lacked, fill the missing part of my soul, and redeem it. That was what I had always wanted. Without strength and power, there was no sense of security. There was only a cruel world and despair with no fairness to be found. Those who constantly talk about justice are not necessarily just, but I deeply envy those who possess absolute justice. Is the good and evil in human nature innate, or shaped by nurture? There is a little of both in my heart. But I believe a newborn baby is good. As parents are, so are children, and they grow into the same kind of people. A parent's tireless instruction is the ultimate factor in whether a person becomes evil or just. The saying that the pitiable must have something detestable is not far from this truth. Once you have strength and power, you do not have to fawn and beg for anything you want, nor do you have to show your weakness. Everything I want I possess. But the last vestige of justice in my heart makes me want to change this world. I truly am a tangle of contradictions. A life that is too leisurely does not suit me. There are still many things to do. Perhaps I should contact Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Is the enemy of my enemy a friend? Their situation is difficult too, so perhaps they would be interested in my plan. In that way, the Revolutionary Army's strength would not stop at these dozen-odd countries, and overthrowing the world government would not be impossible. Of course, I would have to help them at the right time. After the gathering ended, I quickly returned to the marine battleship. This meeting had been a small episode. After returning to the warship, everyone had taken on fresh supplies, and was ready to continue hunting pirates across the four seas. Having served under me for so long, these Marines had grown ever more enamored with money. Once they shed their uniforms, they were no different from pirates. Their discipline was lax, yet their ferocity in battle was fearsome. The warship stayed at the island for one night. That evening, the Marines held a celebration of their own on the beach. In this world, I have never found a sense of belonging. I always feel that in the end, I am an outsider destined to leave sooner or later. Out of step with the whole world, unable to find my own direction. The next morning, a puru 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 sound came through. I took out my transponder snail and saw that it was Fleet Admiral Sengoku calling. Upon answering, I learned that he intended for me to carry out an inspection tour of Impel Down. Whether it was the Marines or the world government, everyone knew I was a spy for the pirates, yet none of them had direct evidence. Petty tests, however, never stopped coming. This left me deeply puzzled and at a loss for words. I could only follow Sengoku's wishes and set off for Impel Down. On the way, I saw a most amusing sight. Pirates chasing Marines and Marines chasing pirates right back. This self-righteous justice struck me as utterly ridiculous. 3 days later, I arrived at Impel Down. It was grim and terrifying to behold. Countless monstrous beast jailers and marine warships far more numerous than a buster call swarmed the area, with hordes of sea kings lurking beneath the sea. One could truly call it an impregnable fortress. At the outermost perimeter, just as I entered, stood the Gate of Justice. Only when the gate swung open could one pass through. Otherwise, you could only circle the giant whirlpools, forever unable to advance a single inch. Only the navigation techniques through the calm belt mastered exclusively by the Marines could ensure safe passage. Upon reaching Impel Down, the Marines and prison guards standing outside the drawbridge immediately saluted Vergo and watched him stride into the fortress. Someone was waiting inside the great prison as well. A tall man with an imposing frame, wearing a hat styled after an Egyptian pharaoh, sporting a belly as round as a beer keg, and carrying a trident in his hand, walked over. He was the head jailer of Impel Down, entrusted with receiving Vergo. Hannibal ran over and said, "Admiral Kizaru, welcome to Impel Down for your inspection." It seemed Hannibal was quite well informed inside the prison. So he even knew about the Marines' new admiral and fleet admiral. I had imagined they turned a deaf ear to the world beyond these walls. I wonder if he knows about my affairs as well. Vergo looked around and said, "Are you the only one here? Did none of the others come? At the very least they should have shown up. Not even a perfunctory formality. However you look at it, shouldn't they come and pay respects to me, an admiral of the Marines? The warden is occupied with urgent affairs and hasn't made it over yet. He should be here very soon. As for the deputy warden, well, that I couldn't tell you. That I don't know either. Perhaps he's gone into hiding. It's quite likely he doesn't take you seriously at all." Hannibal gave his own self-assured appraisal of the deputy warden's conduct. His words had the distinct flavor of tattling on the deputy warden, but perhaps they weren't entirely without reason. "You want to become warden, don't you? So you mean to elbow out your greatest rival? Whether you end up as deputy warden or warden, no one will compete with you anymore." Vergo thought for a moment and roughly guessed his intention. Hannibal wanted to use me as a mouthpiece to the higher-ups, preferably dragging Magellan down. The present deputy warden is still Magellan. And sure enough, a single probe exposed him. The position was always mine. But don't misunderstand me, Commander Vergo. I have no intention of framing him. It's just that his failure to come and see you is a grave disrespect. He's provoking you. Hannibal declared this with righteous conviction, but his impassioned expression and fidgeting limbs had already betrayed him. Vergo did not want to dwell on it, so he changed the subject. "Enough. It's good to have ambition. You shall surely become warden as you wish." After complimenting Hannibal, Vergo strode forward, looking all the while at the surroundings and the variety of prisoners. I myself didn't find it particularly gory. Along the way, Hannibal kept explaining to me the various facilities of Impel Down, the division of labor in each section, and the administrative structure of the prison staff. I had little interest in the upper levels of the prison, but the 6th level below was exactly what I wanted to learn about. It was the linchpin of my future plans. I listened with great pleasure, nodding at the introductions of the key figures and posing questions to Hannibal now and then. The warden appears to be a member of the Lunaria tribe. In the future, he will also become the foremost of the Beasts Pirates' 3 calamities, King the Wildfire. Hey, he's quite an interesting character as well. His people once dwelt upon the Red Line, and after their tribe was exterminated by the celestial dragons, they went on to style themselves a race of gods. There must be unspoken secrets hidden in all of this. Perhaps later I can draw him into my camp, or even infiltrate the Beast Pirates as an undercover agent, defying the celestial dragons. I imagine he would take great delight in that. The warden loves to torture and flog prisoners, and treats his subordinates with severity. The other deputy head jailer, Shiryu of the Rain, is even more ruthless, a killing addict. He isn't the sort to abuse people. He slays in a single lethal stroke. Perhaps that's because he is a swordsman at heart, relishing human blood to sharpen his blade. In time, he'll also become a crewmate of the Blackbeard Pirates. Impel Down truly is a place riddled with holes. The only one truly worth noting is Magellan himself. He is to Marine headquarters what a Kainu Sakazuki is, a man who pursues absolute justice without wavering. The one difference is that his justice is not radical, and his strength is tremendous. When Blackbeard invaded Impel Down, he single-handedly defeated the Blackbeard Pirates. Had it not been for Shiryu of the Rain arriving with an antidote, Blackbeard's ambitions would have essentially ended inside the great prison. His paramecia venom fruit has been developed to the point of awakening. His ultimate move is the Venom Demon. In the future, he will be my greatest obstacle, but that changes nothing. I won't lose the whole game because of a single man. As I strolled along the path, I ran into a blue gorilla. It was immensely strong, responsible for hunting sea kings to supply the prison's food, and it relished showing off. Even Hannibal put up a guarded front when he saw it, as if everyone in the world were competing with him for the warden's seat. Just then Magellan hurried over from the distance. Seeing me, he said, "My apologies, Admiral Vergo. This is a side effect of my devil fruit. I've only just managed to rush over. I'm terribly sorry." I waved my hand to show it didn't matter. Magellan then suddenly added, Oh, I almost forgot. The warden is busy with affairs, but he said that when you finish touring Impel Down, you should go to the warden's office for a gathering. He wants to play the host after all." Deep inside the great undersea prison, while strolling along, they arrived at level 6, the most dangerous and terrifying place in the entire facility. Those held here were people who posed a grave threat to the world or had committed heinous crimes. If any one of them were to get out, they would wreak havoc on this world and other nations, and might even destroy the very country. Vergo was eager to see the legendary pirates confined on level 6, so he had Hannibal and Magellan bring him there. Like visitors gawking at animals in a zoo, he observed these once fearsome pirates, the remnants of a bygone age. Upon reaching that place, I could clearly feel Hannibal's body go rigid. His strength was inadequate, and the aura of the pirates here was intimidating him. I walked deeper under the dim lights. This place truly was not for ordinary people to endure. The nauseating stench stung the nose, and the odor and filth clinging to the prisoners were unbearable. "Do you think prisoners on level 6 receive kind treatment?" They are constantly singled out, they cannot eat their fill, and every day they endure torture to ensure they never have a chance to recover their true strength. This is a place none of us would ever wish to enter. As I walked deeper, I met the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, a remnant from the same era as the Pirate King. Hey brat, who are you? Why have you come to the great undersea prison? Judging by your clothes, are you a high-ranking marine? Can any little brat like you become an admiral nowadays? Shiki said as he sat on the floor of his cell. His legs were shackled with sea stone and his collarbones had been pierced through. It was a gruesome sight, but he himself seemed utterly indifferent. I stared at Shiki and said, if you think I'm too weak to defeat you, you're welcome to test me with your conqueror's haki. I believe you'll regret it. I don't know what I can say to make you believe in me. Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback for a moment, then shot me a furious glare and spat out words of killing intent. You little brat. In my prime, fighting two of you at once would be nothing. If not for these chains, I'd have beaten you long ago until you cried like a child. Do you understand? Killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Virgo merely smiled and said nothing, the same look one might give a clown. No matter how the other man barked, let him be a fool. I didn't dwell on Golden Lion Shiki's curses and rage, though I ignored him and pressed deeper. I knew this was an unsolvable dilemma. If I kept trading abuse with him, it would only make everyone laugh at us and tarnish the Marine's dignity. On the way, I saw Bandy Walpo, the infamous pirate who had been defeated after being infiltrated by world government spies. As a user of the Moa Moa fruit, he bore the title of World Destroyer, devoted to destroying every island and nation in the world. Facing this brutal and malignant pirate, I stuck to my own plan. Even if he were to be turned to my side, it could only be through strength. After his betrayal, he no longer trusted anyone. Winning his heart with sincerity was impossible. That was a paradox impossible to reconcile. But as for strength, I was quite confident. After surveying the criminals on level 6, I went to the warden's office, the largest place in the entire prison. It wouldn't be a bad spot to hold a banquet and get to know one another better. No. It was not that they couldn't be won over to my side. The current warden's name was Gallo, and he had not yet acquired a devil fruit. However, that time was drawing near. He wore a mask and kept his entire body hidden in armor, though anyone who did not know would have thought he was some kind of Iron Man. Gallo raised his head and happened to see Virgo walking in. At that moment, Gallo suddenly bared his fangs with a sinister smile. Without warning, he launched an attack, raising his fist and smashing it toward Virgo. Unexpectedly, Virgo did not dodge at all. He simply raised his fist and took the blow head on. The hard floor instantly split like a spiderweb, and the surrounding jailers were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. He blocked it. Hannibal and Magellan stared in shock at the scene. They knew the warden's strength all too well. They had never imagined it could be withstood. So the new admiral was not a man of false reputation. He had real ability. After this brief exchange of blows, Gallo stopped and looked at Virgo. I thought the new Marine Admiral Kazuru was a straw dummy. Unexpectedly, his combat capability is quite formidable too, not at all inferior to my own. Virgo shot a glance at Gallo and said, if you say that, it only proves that you are the straw dummy. Have you gone mad from staying in the great undersea prison? This is a living hell for the living, plagued by every form of torture and disease. They call it life imprisonment, but it is merely execution by slow torment. Shiryu of the Rain had not said a single word since entering. He remained silent for a long time, but had been watching Virgo's every move as if examining something of great importance. After a while, Gallo sent everyone else out, then spoke with Virgo alone about the overall supervision of the great undersea prison and the conditions of the prisoners. After hearing some people's opinions, Virgo already had an understanding, and Gallo's introduction made it even clearer. Virgo surveyed the surroundings, then took out an anti-surveillance Den Den Mushi and placed it on the table. Gallo's masked face froze at the sight of the black Den Den Mushi. Then he quickly realized that there might be confidential matters to discuss or a task to assign. He did not think too much of it and simply fixed his gaze on Virgo. If you ever run into a difficult situation or an unavoidable problem in the future, you can come to me. I can offer you a path to choose. This is my Den Den Mushi. When the time comes, you will need it. As he spoke, he took out a Den Den Mushi carrying my number and handed it to Gallo. Gallo picked it up in bewilderment and looked at me as if I were an idiot. Virgo did not take offense at the reaction. He simply said, it's fine that you don't believe me now. One day you will be glad you accepted my Den Den Mushi. This may change your entire life and prepare you for your revenge. Isn't Mary Geos, the dwelling of the celestial dragons, supposed to be the territory of your clan? Gallo's eyes shrank and his face filled with disbelief. He had never told anyone this secret, so how could Virgo know it? This was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. But his reply was not slow. Gallo quickly asked, how do you know this? Who told you? What do you want me to do? He fired off several questions in a row. You'll know when the time comes. We can talk about it then. If I were to reveal the plan now, I would be taking a huge risk. If things go wrong, I might have to silence you. Oops, that was a slip of the tongue. If this fails, it won't be just a few deaths. After saying this, Virgo left the warden's office without looking back. After leaving the warden's office, I arrived at an open area that seemed to be used for military preparations. Slowly, thoughts of my past self suddenly flooded back. Can I truly face the raging storms of the future with an open heart? Face the reality of having killed the ones I cherished with my own hands, mock all so-called injustice and the justice people pursue, or that single beacon in my own heart lost on the path home? On the way I saw in the frozen hell the ice-encased statues of people still vividly lifelike, as if they were unaware of their own deaths, their expressions and postures clear. The guards were smashing the ice statues one by one, then collecting the remains and dumping them into the deep sea to feed the sea kings. This too is a chain of ecological recycling. In reality, these jailer beasts are extremely powerful. They were merely suppressed by the protagonist's plot armor. Each of them once possessed strength at the level of a rear admiral or even close to a vice admiral. Somehow these officer-tier jailer beasts have come to be treated as mere fodder. Is it because the overall power ceiling has been raised endlessly? I slowly made my way to the interrogation room and met an unexpected person. Shiryu of the Rain was there, wiping his sword, seemingly preparing to torture prisoners, or rather to kill them. His personality destined that Shiryu of the Rain, the future chief jailer of Impel Down, could never remain in this position long enough to become warden. I slowly walked up to him, then turned around and said, "All of you leave. I need to discuss something with Deputy Head Jailer Shiryu." As soon as I finished, the jailers set down their tools and filed out, closing the door behind them. After confirming no one else was around, I placed a listening transponder snail before me. Shiryu was not surprised. He simply watched me quietly, curious to know what I wanted to say, like an inquisitive child. "Since you've taken out a black anti-eavesdropping transponder snail, what you're about to say must be important, right? Are you thinking of recruiting me into the Marines?" I was astonished. He had guessed half right. I shook my head and said, "I'm here to have you work for me, but not for the Marines. I want to give you an undercover mission. Do you dare to accept it? I think you'll agree because it can satisfy your hobby and give you absolute freedom." I sat down on a chair, took out my favorite hamburger, took a bite, and slowly laid out my plan. I would judge whether he could join based on his reaction. The moment Shiryu heard that he could satisfy his bloodthirsty hobby and enjoy absolute freedom, his eyes lit up. Here, especially under Magellan's control, he couldn't kill to his heart's content. It was truly frustrating. If he could complete missions, kill freely, and not be hunted as a criminal, wouldn't that be sheer bliss? At that thought, Shiryu immediately said, "If such a good mission really exists, I'd be willing to join. Tell me, how exactly should it be done?" Seeing Shiryu agree, I revealed my plan. "I have a plan for you to go undercover, so it's not the time yet. I'll need you to stay here for a few more years. When a man named Blackbeard invades Impel Down, find a way to join them and provide me with intelligence." Shiryu nodded in agreement. Though staying here for a few more years was unpleasant, he was no fool. If he refused this plan, he would never leave alive. Since I had revealed the plan, it meant we were now on the same ship. Allies naturally wouldn't be in danger. Vergo glanced at Shiryu with satisfaction. After seeing him nod, took out his own transponder snail and handed it to him, instructing him to contact him under any circumstances to facilitate future joint operations. Emergencies requiring assistance would also need everyone's cooperation. Every partner matters. The mole named Shiryu had now been planted within the Blackbeard pirates, waiting to sink deep roots. In this way, he could control the Blackbeard pirates, and perhaps they could be utilized in the future. With that in mind, I had to prepare the crucial link. I went straight to the infinite hell on the 6th level. When I casually appeared before Shiki the Golden Lion again, he was still glaring at me with gnashing teeth. If not for the sea stone chains binding him, he would have lunged out to attack me. "Shiki the Golden Lion, how about we make a deal with no possible loss? The outcome will certainly be what you want. If you agree, I guarantee your demands will be fulfilled." I had already pinpointed his weak spot. Either way, he would fall into my plan. "You didn't come here just to mock me again, did you? Then what do you want to say? If you're just spouting nonsense or trying to toy with me, save your breath." Clearly unconvinced, Shiki the Golden Lion said, "Then let me offer you a way out. I have a method to help you escape Impel Down. If you don't do as I say, you'll stay here until you die. I know you're planning to cut off your own legs to escape. If you refuse, shall I add a pair of sea stone handcuffs and chain you to the wall right now?" Vergo looked at him and voiced what he considered a vicious idea, hoping to disgust Shiki into submission. "How do you know what I was thinking?" What exactly do you want me to do?" "I'll do as you ask. I really don't want to die of old age here. It would drive me crazy. It would be better if you just killed me." Shiki the Golden Lion looked as if his glaring eyes would burst with rage at any moment. "What you want is nothing more than freedom and power. Don't you want to be the pirate king? I can help you. You can go out and reassemble your fleet. Then you'll become my hidden force. After all, we're going to fight against the world government. How could we manage without an ambitious person joining?" As he spoke, Vergo fixed his eyes on Shiki the Golden Lion, trying to discern his true thoughts. If there was deception, he would simply rot here for the rest of his life. Shiki said nothing, quietly pondering something. He weighed the thought for a long time without uttering a word of agreement, but I wasn't worried. I simply waited in silence for the final outcome. This was a matter that was both a beginning and an end, a turning point in Shiki the Golden Lion's fate. After a long deliberation, Shiki the Golden Lion raised his head. "The terms you offer are too good. Whether it's freedom or supporting me to become the pirate king, I'm deeply tempted. So after thinking it over, I have no problem joining your team. When do you plan to let me out?" Vergo glanced at him and said while walking, "I'll have someone give you the keys to your leg cuffs and assist your escape. He'll come to you. Don't rush. You've been here this long, so a little more time won't hurt. Power, strength, and wealth. These are indispensable to a man. Without them, what difference is there from a salted fish? Every pursuit revolves around these things. women fame, and every kind of luxury are the ability to hold the life and death of others in your hands. These are exactly what you desire and can obtain. Of course, you must also keep your own sense of justice in your hearts. Not everyone is a slave to money. We must also be true to ourselves. Do you understand? These are what truly drive a man. This was Virgo's own special ideology that he preached to his subordinates every day, commonly known as a brainwashing session in progress. That way he could more easily control everyone on the entire warship. At the same time, it was also a way to show the 5 elders his weakness. If a man has no weaknesses, he is uncontrollable, and he would make his superiors feel troubled and lacking a sense of security. Have you all understood? You must remember what I have said to you here. Virgo's method of instilling ideas was by no means crude, it was the fruit of long-term effort. These soldiers had originally all been men of justice within the Marines, yet Virgo led every last one of them astray. They discovered that besides justice the world was full of wonderful things so intoxicating that they sank into them and could not extricate themselves. Many of the Marine soldiers were all too easily corrupted by a small pleasure. Virgo paced casually back and forth across the deck, gazing at the sailors. Offer me your loyalty, and I will give you everything you desire. Go and enjoy yourselves. This is only the beginning. He called out loudly to the crowd who were gorging on meat and guzzling wine. In truth, Virgo placed equal emphasis on nurturing strength. All training methods had been systematically devised for these men. Enel in particular, as a user of the rumble fruit, was selected as a key trainee. His power had already reached the level of an ordinary vice admiral at Marine headquarters, but despite his youth he improved with astonishing speed. After training at the Marine Academy and under vice admirals, his basic skills were extremely solid. Once he eventually reached the level of an admiral, his destructive power would be earth-shattering. As for the future showdown between Enel and Luffy, that would be up to them. Not everyone is endowed with their kind of halo. Virgo remained convinced that both justice and evil ultimately had to be carried out through power. Several days passed, and everyone spent them idly. Then Virgo thought of CP9 and Water 7. Rob Lucci should still be there. Could he ask Spandine to hand the man over to him? With that thought, he ordered the ship to set sail for Water 7. About a week later, their target was Eni's lobby. Passing Little Garden, they caught sight of the future legendary giants Dory and Bragi. Perhaps the two of them could be recruited into his camp in time. And if so, could the giants of the future giant warrior pirates still slip through his fingers? After taking a look at their towering figures, he did not linger long since he still had to ask Spandine for the men, and soon set out into the territory of Eni's lobby. Eni's lobby, also known as the Island of No Night, was the judicial branch established by the world government. The men stationed there were all masters of interrogation. Anyone brought to Eni's lobby had already been recognized as a criminal and found guilty. After trial, most were sent through the steel gates, the gate of justice, to the great undersea prison, while a smaller number were executed on the spot. This so-called Eni's lobby was used to symbolize justice, yet it had never served the common people, only princes, nobles, and officials. It was a great irony. A corruption was etched into its very bones. Catching sight of Eni's lobby, he could see Spandine waiting from a distance with Marine soldiers behind him. Red carpet, saluting cannons, flowers. There were countless rows of them, every detail prepared. Clearly Spandine was trying to curry favor with the newly appointed Marine admiral. After all, the rank of admiral was far above his own. Salute. Fire the cannons. At once, several thousand soldiers raised their salutes, and booming thunder rolled across the sky. The spectacle was magnificent, a sight rarely witnessed. The last time such a scene had occurred was during the changing of the guard in the Marines, when many guests had been invited to celebrate the inauguration of the fleet admiral and the admirals. Now a smaller-scale version had emerged once more. The scene satisfied everyone's vanity. Just then Spandine said, "The wine and food have been prepared for everyone. Admiral Kazar, the performance is also ready. Please take your seat and enjoy the show with your meal." Spandine rubbed his hands as he addressed Virgo, his face obsequious and fawning like a sycophantic lackey. Looking at the performance stage in the distance where singers and movie stars were preparing their acts, Virgo smiled with satisfaction as he watched everyone taking the reception seriously. "Spandine, you have done well this time. I will entrust you with the golden den mushi, an authority that only those of admiral rank and above are qualified to wield. From now on you may come to me at any time to use it." Spandine's eyes gleamed, and he nearly drooled. This was something he had dreamed of. With it he could do countless things. It was the power to temporarily command 5 Marine vice admirals, more than a dozen rear admirals, and a vast number of Marine soldiers. No one could ignore a force of that magnitude. As Spandine was about to pick up the golden den mushi, Virgo stopped him. Spandine shot him a startled glance, then wore a confused expression, as if saying, "Are you joking with me? Then I can cry for you at any moment. You can still have the golden den mushi, but you must agree to one condition. I know you have a kid named Rob Lucci under your command. He is still young, and I hear you have been training him. I want you to give him to me. I am in dire need of capable people. Also at Little Garden out there, what about those 2 giants? Are they your people too? Hand them over to me as well. Think it over, there is no rush." Although Virgo said there was no rush, Spandine saw him lounging there comfortably, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on him. Cold sweat broke out on Spandine's back. A single rank higher is enough to crush a man, let alone several ranks higher. He truly hated to give up the golden den mushi too. And though he had wanted to reserve Rob Lucci for his son's Spandam resistance, now seemed impossible. Rob Lucci, the most gifted agent CP9 had produced in the 800 years since its founding, was now transferred to Vergo's command. In the future, he might well become a formidable right-hand asset. Once Spandine agreed, he held the golden din mushy and stared at it, as if entranced, more captivated than if he were gazing at a beautiful woman. The performances and songs meant nothing to him. He was deaf to it all, lost entirely in his own world. After a while, as everyone was eating, Spandine finally snapped out of the joy of obtaining the golden din mushy. Only then did it belatedly dawn on him why Vergo had been so generous as to lend it to him. It had all been a plot simply waiting to demand people in return. The foundation had already been eroded, and there was no use thinking about it now. The golden din mushy was a hot potato. It carried deterrence, but not everything required a golden din mushy. The Buster Call was terrifying, yet it could not be used often, and Eni's lobby's combat strength was already insufficient. With that thought, Spandine looked at Vergo with a face full of resentment. He looked as though he wanted to speak, but did not dare, a sight both pitiful and beyond consolation. He could only think of ways to gather strength elsewhere and reinforce Eni's lobby's defenses. The giants were gone, and even Rob Lucci, the pillar of the future, had been taken away. Vergo was in an excellent mood. His goal had already been achieved. When he turned his head and saw Spandine sitting there with a mournful face, he knew the reason, but said nothing. Both of them understood perfectly well there was no need to make it explicit for doing, so would only make Spandine lose face completely before his subordinates. You did very well, Spandine. If you ever encounter a difficulty you cannot solve, you can call me. This din mushy has my number, so you can reach me at any time. I was right not to misjudge you. You are indeed my staunch supporter. From now on we are all on the same side, so do not be so formal. Cheer up. Vergo said this with a deliberately casual air. He said it merely to make Spandine feel a little better, a form of consolation. Spandine gave a wry smile. He understood that, as well, otherwise he would not have been the supreme commander of the CP9 division. Some things were better simply heard and not taken to heart. In a rather peaceful atmosphere, they watched performances, clinking glasses, and exchanging toasts. The evening was rapidly drawing to a close, and most people were slightly drunk. At that moment, Spandine spotted a female singer not far away, and said, "Admiral Kazuru, what do you think of that songstress? She is a world-renowned singer. How about spending the night with her? That way you too can experience the warmth of human affection." At that, Vergo raised his eyes and looked toward Lilith, the songstress, at another table, drinking after finishing her performance. She was also a little drunk. The hand holding her wine glass was unsteady, and her gaze was somewhat hazy. It seemed that, carried away by the atmosphere, she had drunk quite a lot with the others. Vergo thought for a moment. Indeed, one should not be too tense. Should one not relax occasionally? Just when he was feeling lonely and bored, someone had delivered herself to his door. How could he refuse? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he voiced it. "Spandine, you have been thoughtful. Very well, bring her to my room. Let her be one of my women. From now on she can sing for me alone." After saying that, Vergo returned to his own room, first waiting for Spandine to deliver the woman. After watching Vergo leave, Spandine led his men to Lilith. Lilith looked at Spandine in confusion with her hazy eyes and asked, "Lord Spandine, is there something you need? Do you need my help? I did not think you would come seeking help from me." Spandine let out a lewd chuckle and said, "There is indeed a favor only you can do for me. Come walk with me. This task is very important and cannot be known to others. Let us talk somewhere else." He then led Lilith slowly forward, delighted to have another chance to curry favor with Vergo. Meanwhile, Lilith kept her head lowered and followed slowly behind Spandine. 2 agents followed behind her, while 2 more walked ahead of Spandine, forming a pincer formation that trapped her in the middle. This made her uneasy. She had no chance to run. She could not help asking, "Lord Spandine, who exactly wants to see me? Why is it so serious?" The farther they walked, the more guards there were, and her heart grew increasingly restless. Spandine stepped back to Lilith's side and said, "Do not say I have not looked after you. I have prepared a wonderful opportunity for you. You know Admiral Kazuru, right? He is in the room ahead and wants to have a good talk with you. I wonder if Miss Lilith would be willing to honor him with a visit." Lilith's eyes jolted with shock and half of her drunkenness faded. In the dead of night, when everyone was preparing to finish their drinks and rest being summoned at this hour, even a fool knew what it meant. Panic flooded her heart, and she did not know what to do. She cast a pleading look at Spandine. How could Spandine not see through her expression? He immediately said, "You have no way to refuse. If you refuse, Admiral Kazuru, you know the consequences will be very serious." To be honest, Spandine himself wished to possess Lilith, but unfortunately, she could only be used to please Vergo. Compared with his own future and power, one woman meant little to him. At worst, he could find another one later. Seeing that her plea for help was useless, Lilith turned her head again and scanned her surroundings before decisively giving up. There were too many guards. A woman like her with no real strength could not possibly resist those 4 agents, let alone the large number of guards nearby. They would not even need to move. A single shout would make escape impossible. In the room that had been prepared for him, Vergo was casually chatting with some CP9 agents. He too wanted to glean intelligence from their words. Who would ever mind knowing too much? Knock, knock, knock. There came a knocking at the door. Vergo told them to enter. When he saw Spandine and Lilith, he said, "All of you leave. I need to discuss some matters with Spandine. Go about your work." "Yes, sir." As the other agents filed out, they all felt puzzled. Why had he brought a songstress? Still, some wore expressions every man would understand and walked out silently. Spandine said, "Admiral Vergo, the person has been brought. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now and not disturb you two while you discuss matters." With that, he walked away without looking back and even waved to direct the 4 agents to leave with him. The room instantly fell silent. An eerie quiet hung in the air. Lilith stood there at a loss, wringing her hands. Vergo glanced at her, then patted the edge of the bed, motioning for her to sit there. Summoning her courage, Lilith slowly shuffled over. Seeing this, Vergo rose and pulled her into his arms in one swift motion. "From now on you shall be my woman and sing only for me. If you wish to attend banquets or give singing performances, you must have my permission." Vergo thought that this woman could also join his maid corps. As a world-renowned songstress, she might be able to extract useful intelligence from the mouths of other high-ranking officials. Who would not like someone who could sing and was beautiful as well? Then, all right, but you must be gentle with me. I am very afraid of pain. Lilith knew she could no longer resist, so she resignedly stated her request. Hearing Lilith say that, Vergo no longer stood on ceremony. He embraced her and fell onto the bed together with her. The next day at noon, when Lilith woke up, she happened to see Vergo standing by the window, casting a glance back at her. She immediately lowered her head in shy silence. Inside, she felt a flutter of excitement mixed with unease. To put it nicely, she was a world-renowned songstress respected by everyone, but to the nobles and high officials, she was merely a pretty vase. Every one of them wanted to take her to bed and savor her. Encountering a high-ranking figure with real power like an admiral of the Marine headquarters could hardly be considered bad. It was also a way out of her current circumstances. Yet Lilith had no idea what Vergo was thinking. "You'll stay by my side from now on. Apart from me, no one can hurt you, and no one has the nerve to oppose me. Rest easy." Seeing Lilith's expression, Vergo knew exactly what she was worried about, so he casually said a few words to reassure her, and to make his future arrangements smoother. Lilith let out a sniffle and said, "My family has arranged an engagement for me. How am I supposed to go back and face them like this? What will other people think of me?" Vergo stroked his chin, thoughtfully walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and began to write. A few minutes later, he handed Lilith a letter and a den mushy with his number. "Show this letter to your father, and he'll understand. You don't need to worry about anything else," he said. Lilith opened the letter excitedly and saw these words: "Miss Lilith has decided to follow me. I am Vergo, Admiral Kazuru of the Marine headquarters. Please cancel her engagement. From now on, your family may bring any matter to me for resolution." Lilith was delighted by the simple, straightforward words in the letter. She had never liked the man she was engaged to, a good-for-nothing playboy who insisted on putting on airs. It was all so fake. Afterward, Vergo and Lilith bade Spandine a brief farewell and waited at the harbor for the soldiers to finish preparing the supplies before setting out. An hour later, Vergo's warship arrived at Little Garden. He had just picked up the 2 giants Dory and Bragi and was preparing to depart from that city of Eni's lobby and Water 7 when the den mushy in his coat began to ring. He took it out and saw. Wasn't this the den mushy he used to contact Spandine? Why is he calling at this moment? Could it be that he doesn't want me to leave and wants to keep hosting me? Huh. Even as these thoughts ran through his mind, his hands didn't slow. He answered and said, "What's the matter? You called the moment I left. Is something important going on? Don't tell me you're reluctant to let me go. If you dare say so, I'll turn right around and go back." Spandine was taken aback by Vergo's teasing, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Lord Vergo, I have an urgent matter to tell you. Please don't tease me. This task can only be completed with your help. No one else can do it for me. The force on this island isn't enough to fight these people." Vergo's expression turned serious as he asked what exactly happened. "You're so urgently begging for my help. Tell me quickly. You just reached a deal with me, and now someone's already come at you. That's a slap in my face. That's a relief to hear you say that. It's not exactly official business. It's my personal affair. My son has been kidnapped by Gecko Moria. He's extorting 1 billion belly from me, and he says he'll kill my son Spandam if I don't pay. He's my only son. You absolutely have to help me." Spandine wailed. The den mushy seemed to have shed a year's worth of tears all at once, and yet it kept crying. The Marine soldiers nearby exchanged awkward glances. Vergo said, "You know exactly what your son is like. He's a useless good-for-nothing. Even calling him a battle strength 5 weakling would be overpraising him. He can't even beat 1 Marine soldier. How could he possibly have the nerve to provoke a great pirate like Gecko Moria?" Vergo was puzzled. Though Spandam was a fool, he was quite clever at handling people. He wouldn't provoke someone he couldn't defeat. Spandine was speechless to hear Vergo describe his son that way. Although it was true that Spandam was indeed a battle strength 5 weakling, this blunt truth struck a critical blow to his heart. "Admiral Vergo, of course I know my son. He never went to provoke Gecko Moria. It was just that on his way back he ran into Moria. Having just fled in defeat from Kaido, Moria happened to be short of money, so he thought of demanding a ransom. I just have to blame my son's bad luck." Spandine immediately begged. At this moment, only Vergo, the newly appointed admiral, could help him. There was no time to wait for anyone else. By the time they arrived, his son would already have been killed. He had become a father late in life, and because he had suffered an injury, this was his last son. How could he not be anxious? After hearing this, Vergo shared his thoughts. "If they only want money, it's not as if you don't have 1 billion belly. Just pay up and be done with it." "Oh, I see. You're afraid they won't keep their word. What if they still kill your son after they get the money? Spandine's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Lord Vergo, you truly understand me. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I simply can't believe in a pirate's word. If he still kills the hostage after receiving the money, then I would have paid the money and lost my son too. Throwing a meat bun at a dog gone forever. So you absolutely must help me by coming along to protect him. Vergo laughed. After thinking for a moment, he understood the hidden truth. His son must have gone out on some secret mission that he couldn't tell anyone about. Perhaps he failed and was captured by Gecko Moria. But Spandine can't say it. If word leaks out that his son's incompetence caused the mission to fail, it would ruin his son's future career. The two of them are weak as chickens, yet their ambition is huge. I suppose that's exactly why the five elders make use of them. Capable, ambitious, but not too strong. That makes them easier to control. If the sovereign orders a subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Such is their power that the weak don't even have the right to choose death. They can only keep doing their jobs and serving the five elders, otherwise they won't even know how they die. Those five old foxes. A classic case of being terrible at it, yet still loving the game. Then Vergo said, where are they? I'll go over with the money and help you make the exchange. But my fee is 200 million belly. You'd better have it ready. I don't do free work, so you have to give me some compensation for my trouble. Everyone on this ship has worked hard. Hearing this, Spandine gritted his teeth and agreed. There was no other choice. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. After seeing that Spandine had agreed to his conditions, Vergo met up with him. They sailed together on the warship toward the place they had agreed to meet Gecko Moria. On the calm sea beyond Water 7, 7 enormous ships lay at anchor. The flags they flew bore the emblem of the Moria pirates. They were waiting there for Spandine to arrive with ransom money. The crew desperately needed the funds to refit their fleet, for the battle against Kaido had left them badly weakened. They had recruited many new hands since then, but who would follow you without money? Poor Spandam had merely been unfortunate enough to walk straight into their crosshairs. On board the Moria pirates' vessel, everyone watched Gecko Moria in hushed stillness. The atmosphere was suffocating. Robbing a world government official was already difficult to settle without consequence, and one as influential as Spandine, who could speak before the five elders, was hardly someone you wanted to provoke. The crew held their tongues only out of respect for Gecko Moria, otherwise more than a few would have spoken against him. Moria swept his gaze around the room. No one dared hold his stare, all bowed their heads. I know exactly what you're thinking. Isn't it just that you fear the high officials of the world government? They have one head, two arms, and two legs like the rest of us. If they have the nerve to charge into a life-or-death fight, why should we fear a bunch of fifth-rate weaklings? We survived the fiercest battles. Are we going to be afraid of worthless trash? We survived the fiercest battles, Gecko Moria declared with passion, hoping to ignite his men's courage. It seemed the news that Spandine and Spandam were a father-son pair of fifth-rate weaklings had spread not only among world government officials. Even the pirates had heard of it. Who knew what the father and son would think when they eventually found out? Their faces would certainly darken. The kind of shame that leaves one's cheeks hot and swollen as if slapped in public. All the pirates stood ready, braced for whatever might happen next. If the world government hired powerful experts to oppose them, the pirates might very well end up beaten and broken before they ever reached home. Everyone was at their station carrying out their duties. Cannonballs were loaded and the boarding bridges for naval melee were hidden in the shadows. As a precaution, Moria had also summoned a powerful ally. A great pirate named Cassis, a paramecia-type whirlwind fruit user with a bounty of 500 million berries and a ruthless fighter through and through. Absalom froze, mulling silently. Even with reinforcements, was victory truly assured? Captain, can we really win for certain? I heard that Spandine invited the new Navy Admiral Kizuru to come and support him. Everyone in Water 7 knows that he hosted the Admiral's fleet the day before yesterday. Absalom could no longer keep the words inside. The others felt a sudden chill of tension and did not know what to do. The reputation of a Navy Admiral was like the shadow cast by a great tree. Everyone knew that an Admiral represented the Marines' supreme fighting force and was never someone who could hold that rank without true strength. Seeing that his men were defeated in spirit before so much as a single cannon had been fired, Moria stepped forward to steady the situation at once. Everyone, don't panic. He may be a Navy Admiral, but we have far more people. We have survived in the New World to this very day. Do you honestly think you're worthless? Besides, haven't I invited my old friend Cassis to join us? With his help, even if we cannot win, we can still retreat. With vivid emotion and grand gestures, Gecko Moria proclaimed his own power before them all. Captain Moria, we will surely be victorious. Most of the crew was swept away by Moria's fervor, but a small minority kept their minds clear, sneering coldly. If a Navy Admiral were that weak, he never would have become the Marines' highest combat power. A bunch of brainless fools so easily swept off their feet. As the rousing cheers rose from the crowd, Gecko Moria wore a deeply gratified smile, with an unnatural flush rising on his face. Clearly his own words had affected his judgment as well. What lay ahead was destined to be a savage battle. Vergo and Spandine, meanwhile, were on the Marine ship discussing the kidnapping. It was Gecko Moria's misfortune to have crossed paths with Vergo. Whether the robbery could succeed at all had become an open question. Spandine, we should be nearing the waters around Water 7 soon. Pass the order below and prepare for the battle that's coming. Vergo stared at the sea ahead and said these words to Spandine beside him. Spandine did not answer right away. Instead, he looked at the Marines around him at their unflinching composure and ever-present confident smiles. This puzzled him deeply. Wasn't it normal to be at least a little nervous? Admiral Vergo, why are the soldiers under your command so calm? It seems more like they're going on a vacation than going into battle. I can't understand why. Please resolve my doubt. Spandine asked the question he had long been curious about. There's no special reason. Only a few words: train hard, fight hard. Those 8 characters say a great deal. My soldiers are well paid, of course, but their training volume is 10 times that of ordinary Marine headquarters soldiers. Every week, they have a full day of high-intensity live combat, and every session ends with them battered and covered in wounds. Do you understand now? Vergo said this to Spandine with a grave stare. Spandine looked at Vergo in disbelief. He knew very well that Marine headquarters was the cream of the Navy, but soldiers' training was so terrible that one could hardly describe it. Otherwise, they could not have survived the New World. Yet the soldiers under this admiral's command trained 10 times harder than even those elite headquarters soldiers. That was a pace that could get you killed in an instant. A veritable self-destructive training regime. Time slowly slipped by. Throughout the wait, everyone stayed silent, trying to enter the best possible state for battle. In their hearts, they all understood that pirates who dared to seize a hostage for ransom would never end matters peacefully. Casualties might be unavoidable, and that awareness always stirred a faint nameless tension and sorrow. From afar, Gecko Moria spotted the Marine ships sailing toward them. At once, every pirate tensed, and the already heavy air grew thicker with menace. As the two fleets drew close, Gecko Moria laid eyes for the first time on the Navy headquarters Admiral Vergo. He had a crew cut, stood 2 meters 80 tall, wore a small pair of black sunglasses, and bore lightning-shaped sideburns. His upright posture radiated immense power. Moria studied him with a broad grin, as if nothing could disturb him, looking utterly unfazed. For his part, Vergo saw Gecko Moria in the flesh for the first time. He did look very much like his animated counterpart, only far younger. Moria's 6-meter-plus height still carried great pressure, making Vergo seem like a small child beside him. Shadow bats occasionally fluttered around Moria like harbingers of death, bringing misfortune. Anyone of weaker resolve might have been deceived by his imposing facade, but Vergo was not afraid. Moria had lost many of the veteran crew members who had sailed with him since the very beginning of his voyage, and his presence had waned considerably. He had once possessed Conqueror's Haki, but now it had disappeared. Even his observation Haki and armament Haki could no longer be used, a lamentable proof of how far he had fallen. Neither man uttered a word, yet everything had been said. Across the gap between the ships they faced each other, and all was understood in silence. There was no gunfire, yet sparks were already blazing in their eyes. The two remained silent, neither willing to break the stillness first. After more than 10 minutes of locking eyes, Gecko Moria finally lost patience. He had no intention of allowing himself to be surrounded here. I hear you're the Marine's newly appointed Admiral Kizaru. How did you become the lapdog of a worthless scumbag like Spandine? Are you sticking up for him to make me back down? Then you've all underestimated me. I won't be scared off by the likes of you. What I want is far more than a mere 1 billion berries. Moria fixed his eyes on Vergo as he spoke, a hopeful expression creeping onto his face. Vergo frowned at those words, then glanced back at Spandine, a searching look in his eyes, as if to say, are you fucking kidding me? So there are other conditions I never even knew about. Are you taking me for some greenhorn you can swindle? After shooting Spandine a vicious glare, Vergo turned his gaze back to Gecko Moria. If you want to negotiate, at least let us make sure the hostage is safe. How do we know you haven't already killed him? Bring him out, and let us confirm it with our own eyes before we continue talking. Otherwise, our dear Commander Spandine will be very displeased. Vergo intended to settle the immediate situation first, then settle accounts with that old fox for daring to hide things from him. Gecko Moria instantly understood what Vergo and his men were thinking, but it was a blatant, above-board scheme. If you claimed to have taken a hostage, you couldn't very well refuse to show that the hostage was alive. That meant the only option was to station strong guards around Spandam to keep him from being rescued. With that in mind, Moria immediately ordered Spandam to be brought up from the prison cell below deck. When the subordinates emerged with a bedraggled Spandam, no one recognized him. He looked absolutely pitiful. His face covered in bloodstains, clothes hanging in tatters, shoes full of holes, starving complexion, the color of rotten greens, and a sunken belly that made him appear nothing but skin and bones. If not for Spandine, no one would have dared to believe it was Spandam. Once the shock wore off, Spandine glared at Gecko Moria. Moria, isn't this going too far? If you truly want money, it isn't as if I wouldn't give it to you. But what do you mean by starving my son into this ghastly, neither human nor ghost state? Are you trying to provoke me? Think you can make me fly off the handle in humiliation? I'll give you the 1 billion berries, but the other conditions are off the table. Spandine snapped back at Gecko Moria with feigned toughness, but his guilty eyes darted toward Vergo from the corner of his vision, his mind already churning for some strategy. Gecko Moria was furious at Spandine's shameless manner. The man had reneged on his earlier promises simply because an admiral was now backing him, refusing even to acknowledge the words he had spoken. How would a petty villainous display, Spandine? You are, after all, a high-ranking official of the world government. Are you really going to swallow back the words and conditions you already agreed to? If that's how you're going to be, then we have nothing left to talk about. It just so happens I want to see how strong an admiral truly is. Are you as powerful as Sengoku and the others? Utterly beside himself, Gecko Moria shouted hoarsely, his behavior already a disgrace to the clothes on his back. Unable to hold back any longer, he threw aside all gentlemanly pretense and burst into furious curses. Watching the exchange of words and expressions between the two, Vergo knew at once that there was far more beneath the surface, perhaps even secrets involving the world government. Spandine truly didn't know how to handle people. He would ask someone to do his dirty work, yet still refused to disclose the full details. It seemed Vergo needed to bring him down a notch again, or else he would become hard to control. Gecko Moria, you'd better think this over carefully. It hasn't been long since your defeat at Kaido's hands. Surely you don't have the strength to fight another major battle. Or do you think I, Vergo, am easy prey, that you can use me to restore your lost confidence? Your spirit has already been defeated. Lose once more, and you'll never have the chance to recover the haki you lost. It will be even harder to regain mastery in the future. I won't say more, just think it through carefully yourself. Vergo voiced his opinion with unruffled calm. If this Gecko Moria still refused to read the room, then he would teach him a lesson he would never forget. Seeing how resolute and utterly unafraid Vergo was, Gecko Moria felt a rising unease. Others might not know his true condition, but no one knew it better than he did. He had lost his haki like a tiger that had lost its fangs. No matter how fierce, it could no longer bite anyone. And yet he still clung to a flicker of fantasy, so he came up with what he believed to be an excellent plan, one that might still give him a chance to obtain what he wanted. Vergo, can you represent Spandine? If you can, then before anything else, I'd like to make one request. A special kind of duel. No need for a great battle. If I can block one of your strikes, just one, then I win. You stay out of my dispute with Spandine, and we'll settle our differences ourselves. We won't stop you from doing whatever you came to do. What do you say? Gecko Moria was well aware of his own strength. Fighting in his current state would be no different from an egg hurling itself against a rock. Vergo, meanwhile, was stunned for a long while by Moria's proposal. He had met shameless people, but never someone who had abandoned all shame altogether. Still, on reflection, it was understandable. If Moria had always remained so proud and unbending, he would likely have perished long ago in his clash with Kaido rather than be standing here bargaining. And to think he still hoped to win through a cheap trick, truly naive. All right, then I'll grant your request. I'll use just one strike to defeat you. With your strength, that should be no problem, right? Let me see how much of your power is left after Kaido crushed you. Though Gecko Moria, your face is as big as your body. I wonder if you'd agree with that. Vergo said this with an eager, mocking sneer. Gecko Moria by now was past caring, abandoning his dignity to the wind. Though it was beneath him, reality was what it was. In this world, only the strong held absolute say. Moria knew this all too well. He was simply betting on that tiny possibility. Gecko Moria, I'm about to attack. Come face your fate. With that, Vergo assumed his attack stance, ready to unleash a devastating blow at any moment. Go on then, come. This is the moment that decides my fate. I too am betting on a death-defying conviction. Gecko Moria wore the expression of a man prepared to die, every muscle in his body tensed. Vergo smiled. Thinking you can die that easily? Not possible. He could spare Moria's life for now, but whether the rabble around them could survive the attack would depend entirely on their own luck. Bending his knees, Vergo leaped upward in a single explosive motion, easily soaring high into the sky more than 20 meters above the deck. He spread his arms wide, his entire form blazing with blinding light. Everyone was forced to squeeze their eyes shut, and only a handful were able to shield their eyes with their hands and barely make out a figure. Gecko Moria, however, was not greatly affected. The ultimate art of light. Yasakani no Magatama. Vergo declared as he released it. A torrent of glowing yellow specks poured down like a storm, blanketing every one of Moria's ships, so densely packed that there was nowhere to hide. Many stood frozen at the sight. Accompanied by thundering explosions, scores of men were blown to pieces, severed limbs flew through the air as screams and curses rang out without end. The assault continued for several minutes without any sign of stopping. The ships were severely damaged, and the pirates suffered heavy losses. A few quick-witted ones threw themselves into the sea, while devil fruit users could only try their best to dodge. Fortunately, Vergo had no intention of annihilating them all. One might call it a trial. Then all at once, every light point converged and focused its attack on Gecko Moria. What had begun as a wide-angle use of the ultimate technique was now concentrated on a single man, catching Moria completely off guard. If he had been in a sorry state before now, he could only endure wave after wave of the barrage. The others felt relieved that they were no longer targets, yet as they watched Moria being battered by light spots and shrieking in agony, a chill ran down their spines. Soon Moria lay bloodied and broken on the deck, completely motionless. On the pirate side, ship wreckage was scattered everywhere. More than half of their number had been killed or injured. Of the 7 ships, 4 had been destroyed, the remaining 3 were seriously damaged and in urgent need of repair. Many people were only alive because they were clinging to floating wreckage, while others held the bodies of their comrades, hoping they were still alive. Aboard the marine warship, all the soldiers watched in stunned disbelief, as if they were dreaming. It was the first time they had fought pirates with 0 casualties. They could not find words to express what they felt, but then they suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at Vergo standing steadily at the bow. Thank heavens this man, as powerful as a monster, was a marine admiral, otherwise they would be the ones in trouble now. After gazing at the miserable state of the pirates across from him, Vergo said, "Now it's time for us to finish this. Take them all to a nearby uninhabited island. I have things to do. The pirates who can still be saved must be treated first. These are all resources." With that, he returned to his quarters ready to have a sound sleep. The next morning, everyone woke up tired from the busy work. After yesterday's battle, they had had to treat the wounded and repair ships. The pirates were exhausted too. The marine soldiers had only helped treat their injuries and had not touched their ships. Just being able to camp together peacefully was already a stroke of luck. After breakfast, Vergo slowly walked out of his room and headed toward Gecko Moria's tent. Although Moria was already half dead, the strong physical constitution of people in this world meant a powerful man could recover in just a few days. As long as he ate more and rested well, there would be no big problem. Entering the tent, he saw the feeble Gecko Moria wrapped up like a mummy. Unable to move, Moria could only break the awkward silence by blinking and uttering simple words. Seeing Moria in such a state, Vergo could not help making a teasing remark. "All of you get out," Vergo said. "Yes, sir." The busy soldiers saluted, replied, and then quickly filed out of the tent. "Gecko Moria, what do you think now? Are you still planning to kidnap Spandine's son?" "Too bad, but it's already too late. We've already rescued him successfully. You don't know. When your underlings saw your miserable condition, they handed over Spandam in a flash." "Huh, you pirates really are interesting." Seeing Gecko Moria in this state, Vergo could not help teasing him again. Gecko Moria could not lift his head. He could only glare at Vergo from the corner of his eye, his gaze seeming to spew fire. If looks could kill, Vergo would probably have died more than 10,000 times, and not even ashes would have remained. Vergo did not mind Moria's glare though. After beating the man so badly, he should at least allow Moria to vent his anger with his eyes. "Admiral Vergo, I don't know whether you've come to throw me into impel down. If you've come to make me beg for mercy, save your breath. I lost because my strength was inferior, so I admit defeat. Perhaps this is where my journey ends." Gecko Moria rarely spoke, without cursing, as if he had finally accepted his fate. Vergo looked at Gecko Moria at this moment, and fell silent instead. He wondered whether Moria still had the ambition to dominate, but at least this show of pride was worth admiring. Vergo silently mulled over his next plan. If he needed a suitable person to join him, Gecko Moria was exactly right. "I'm not sending you to impel down. I have a better place for you. Or you could say I'm arranging a good position for you. I just don't know if you'll be willing to take it. Staying outside is much more comfortable than impel down. So seeing how sincere I am, why not think it over?" Lying in a reclining chair and clipping his nails, Vergo said this casually, as if it were an utterly insignificant matter. Gecko Moria was startled by these words. He was already like fish on the chopping board. Since when did the Marines negotiate with pirates under such circumstances? Not only were they refusing to throw him into impel down, but they were also arranging a good place for him. If he were not completely sure he was awake, he would have suspected that his injuries had not healed and that his ears were playing tricks on him. Gecko Moria's eyes flickered. "I know there is no such thing as getting this chance for free. What price do I have to pay? And what do you mean by arranging a place for me, eh? Or are you saying you want to take me on as a subordinate? Aren't you afraid it will affect your future career? It wasn't easy for you to rise to Marine Admiral, was it? How I develop in the Marines is none of your business, and you don't need to worry about it. The place I'm arranging for you is to keep being a pirate. In the future, I want you to join an organization established by the world government, the 7 warlords of the sea. How about it? It even includes what you want most, defeating the beast pirates. But with the state you're in now, Tisk, you've got no chance against Kaido in this lifetime." Vergo stated his thoughts with confidence. Since Moria had already heard it, there was no backing out now. If he refused at once, he would be killed immediately. For Gecko Moria, impel down would even be a luxury. After hearing this, Gecko Moria felt both joy and worry. He was happy that he would not have to spend the rest of his life unable to live or die, but worried about entering an even more terrifying world, a bottomless abyss. But gradually he understood Vergo's point. Since Vergo had said it out loud, he had left no room for refusal. Refusal meant death. That was how a secret could remain a secret instead of becoming something everyone knew. If he did not agree, he might die at this very moment. "I can agree to your demands. If following you can help me avenge my great hatred, then so be it. But Spandine intends to take the ancient weapon Pluton to the 5 elders to claim credit. Hehehe, you still dare to use a man like that. If you cannot satisfy my demands, don't blame me for betraying you later. I'm telling you this in advance, so don't complain when the time comes." Having seen through the essence of the problem, Gecko Moria agreed readily. After hearing Gecko Moria's frank words, Vergo realized that the father and son pair Spandine and Spandam had indeed done nothing good. No wonder when he had first entered the port of Water 7, many citizens glared at him with hostility, leaving him completely confused. Vergo thought about it, and planned to teach them a lesson when he returned. For now he could collect the interest. "Good. Gecko Moria, you will definitely be pleased with your decision. Now I'm going to collect the interest from Spandine. In a moment, I'll demand 1 billion berries from him. This is your startup capital, the rest is up to you." With that, Vergo stormed out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He really had been used as a pawn. After leaving Gecko Moria's territory on the way to seek out Spandine, and his son Vergo beheld the island's scenery and was astonished. He had not imagined that beyond the little garden there existed such a beautiful island. Rows of naturally grown plants and flowers formed a stunning natural landscape. The towering trees stood in an eerily orderly fashion, with small animals occasionally appearing around the camp. In the distance, the sound of a river could be heard, indicating an abundant water source. This place would indeed be an excellent spot for a secret base. Vergo gazed toward the island's depths, wondering what the interior might be like. The world government truly chose a fine location, monopolizing all the best resources and talents. No wonder they had ruled this world for centuries. Yet without sound policies firmly enforced, corruption inevitably festers, and the entire world government reeked of endless graft and scandal from within. But the five elders surely could not be ignorant of this. Why is that so? Could it be that they harbor far more dreadful ambitions, making such trivialities inconsequential? Entering Spandine's tent, Vergo witnessed the tender scene of Spandine fussing over Spandam. The sight was bitterly ironic. Spandine's face twisted in terror at Vergo's arrival, as if caught harboring a terrible secret, utterly at a loss. But none of this could stop Vergo from demanding answers. Did they truly think they could toy with him like a monkey? My epithet is Kizaru, but that does not mean I am literally an ape. I swept my gaze across the surrounding physicians, all of them bustling about preparing who knows what. There were jars and bottles of every kind, circular test tubes filled with liquids, and many precision instruments. It felt more like conducting experiments than treating ailments. Those two, father and son, truly feared death. Ignoring the stares of the others, Vergo walked slowly toward the pair. An invisible pressure loomed over both Spandine and Spandam, suffocating and imposing. All of you leave. I can see that Spandam has mostly recovered. Allow me a moment to check on him. Go get some rest. You have all worked hard, Vergo said to the physicians present. Then he stared at the two men for several minutes before speaking. Spandine, is there not something you wish to tell me? If you miss this chance, there will be no future opportunity to speak. Do not say I never gave you the chance to prove yourself. Ah, the people of this world are so fragile. Several of my men have fallen in battle against pirates. I shall have to claim their consolation money from Sengoku. After finishing, he said no more, merely watching the two men in silence. These two, each less than worthless, could barely muster a combined scrap of courage. They exchanged frightened glances, and finally Spandine gave a small nod. Fine beads of sweat were already streaming down his face and forehead. Though the air was cool, he felt as if burning. Lord Vergo, we will speak, but do not let the five elders know it was us. Otherwise we can no longer serve you. Our lives would be forfeit. Spandine said with a mournful face, his already homely features turning even uglier. Vergo, seeing that his tactics had worked, continued, no problem. My men have secretly secured the area around the tent. No one will leak this. Those doctors have already retired to rest. In the eyes of the five elders you are mere dogs, but to me you are partners and friends. What they give you pales in comparison to what I offer. Far more and far better. At this moment nothing else mattered more than calming their nerves with a reassuring guarantee. Through the Spandine father and son's account, Vergo learned that their mission here concerned the ancient weapon Pluton. They were to carry out an undercover plan in Water 7, but the defeated Gecko Moria had somehow caught wind of it, and coveted Pluton's power as well. Vergo suspected Moria intended to use it to defeat Beast Kaido. Moreover, for such a monumental matter the five elders neither acted personally nor knew the truth. Whoever obtained Pluton would command power of a destructive magnitude, for legend held that Pluton was a colossal battleship whose main cannon could annihilate an entire island in a single shot, though no one had ever seen it. It seemed this world was far more complex than imagined. Just as in the original tale, how could the five elders possibly be unaware that Shirahoshi was the ancient weapon Poseidon? Even a traitorous scum like Vanderdecken knew of it. The world government's intelligence division was certainly not idle. Matters of great importance were investigated with meticulous care. Every event was shrouded in a mist of the unknown, yet seemingly known to all, making it impossible to discern truth from falsehood. Could it be that the deterrent power of Poseidon and Pluton had already waned? Then perhaps the leader of the five elders wielded Uranus, the third weapon being a person just like Poseidon's Shirahoshi. Take things as they come. Lose what is fated, gain what is fated. I refuse to believe the five elders and of the world government are so indifferent to such matters. Unable to puzzle it out, Vergo set the thought aside. Still, Spandine deserved a modicum of punishment. He opened his eyes, which had been shut in contemplation, and fixed them on the two men. Spandine broke out in goosebumps under that stare, and could not help but ask, Lord Vergo, I have spoken nothing but the truth. Is there anything else you wish to know? I will tell you everything. Ahem, it is nothing major. You will return the 1 billion belly you gave to Gecko Moria. And what am I 500 million belly? You dared to deceive me. This is the price. Vergo declared with feigned sternness to assert his authority and command respect from his subordinates. Spandine, being a clever man, realized that Vergo intended to recruit Gecko Moria as his own ally. The 1 billion belly was merely initial funding. As for the additional money given to Vergo, it no longer mattered. He had already boarded a pirate ship with no return ticket. Spandine pulled out a den mushi and called his subordinate, bring 500 million belly to my tent, and deliver 1 billion belly to Gecko Moria. Lord Vergo, this is my most trusted man. He will not speak a word outside. Spandine assured him, fearing Vergo might silence them permanently. Everything was settled. 2 days later, after Gecko Moria departed with his fleet, the Billion Belly and Virgo's Din Mushy the camp returned to tranquility. Everyone enjoyed roasted meat and fine wine, spending their peaceful days in contentment. That evening, Spandine received an urgent call from Water 7, reporting that unrest had erupted due to Spandam's past atrocities. That young Spandam was truly unreliable. He had never been reliable to begin with. When the story began, he faced the main crew with the same reckless abandon. After receiving the telephonic report from the agent in Water 7, Spandine felt the gravity of the matter and consulted with Virgo. They decided to pack up the camp and immediately return to Water 7 that night. After an hour of swift preparation, everyone was ready, and under the starry midnight sky the ships sped back along their journey home. Meanwhile, in Water 7, the Navy's brutal crackdown had sparked riots. Several combatants proved too powerful for the CP9 agents, who found themselves continuously forced into retreat. Faint flames flickered in the distance as dock workers and shipyard laborers glared at the warships with fury, while others cast fearful glances at the surrounding naval soldiers. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, some appearing newly constructed, while the wails of children and women echoed throughout, painting a picture of chaos akin to a nation consumed by insurrection. What Spandine had originally commissioned his son Spandam was merely a mission to bolster his political standing, yet the fool managed to incite a riot instead. Like marauders descending upon a city, he had gunned down several civilians. Such a massacre before the masses naturally evoked sympathy and grief. Rather than offering reassurance, however, he deployed 2 warships to encircle the area. The crackdown would inevitably cost lives, and the incident escalated until word of the Navy's atrocities reached everyone, making the hatred and suffering far more difficult to quash. Your so-called justice is nonsense, they spat. You're nothing but pirates in uniform. The word butcher doesn't even begin to describe you. You're devils sent to slaughter us. Get out of Water 7, you evil Navy. Citizens and workers on the dock brandished an assortment of weapons, hammers, saws, steel rods, and other tools, as they shouted their outrage at the Navy. The naval soldiers, however, were equally at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. The soldiers fired warning shots into the air to quell the crowd, but the tactic backfired. Some of the more radical individuals began hurling stones, eggs, and arrows at the naval personnel aboard the warships. These signs pointed to something far more complex than a simple uprising. On the ship, Vice Admiral Moore spotted figures armed with firearms in the distance, moving with coordination rather than the aimless behavior of ordinary citizens. An inexplicable instinct told him that other factions were pulling strings behind the scenes. Hours of confrontation stretched on in the bone-chilling night as both sides remained locked in stalemate. Several sailors had sustained injuries and were carried below deck for treatment. Despite the raucous noise surrounding them, those already exhausted enough to fall asleep on wooden planks near the fighting showed no sign of waking, conserving their strength for what came next. Meanwhile, Virgo and Spandine arrived at the Water 7 docks at dawn after rushing through the night. The unrest had already caused tremendous damage. Virgo's brows furrowed deeply, his expression hidden behind glasses, but the people on the docks also noticed the 3 approaching warships, 2 belonging to Spandine, the largest being the flagship of a Marine admiral. All the citizens, workers, and shipyard hands gripping their weapons trembled, fearing the new arrivals intended to crush them further. After all, no one wished to die this way. Virgo's warship slowly approached the port, as everyone remained uncertain of what would come next. Spandine, meanwhile, desperately tried to figure out how to cover up the incident and avoid accountability. If he failed, the leadership of CP9 might change hands, and his own incompetence could derail his future promotions. Facing the mob, Virgo remained remarkably composed, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke coldly. What is going on here? Are you attempting to rebel? Attacking the Navy, the direct force of the world government, can be punishable by death. And now you dare to assault a Marine admiral. A Marine admiral? Everyone stared at Virgo in shock. They had assumed he was merely a Marine vice admiral, not someone of such high rank. The charges he represented were beyond their capacity to bear, and more importantly, they knew they couldn't possibly defeat him. As common citizens, well aware of their own limitations, they immediately froze and fell silent. It really is a Marine admiral. I've seen his picture in the newspapers before. That's right, I remember now. He's Admiral Kizaru Virgo. As the crowd began murmuring among themselves, the previously restless civilians and workers slowly grew quiet at the sight of Virgo. Some dropped their weapons, which clattered to the ground, while the shipyard workers' hands trembled uncontrollably, requiring their other hand to steady them. Virgo observed the crowd. Influenced by Charlotte Katakuri, he had deliberately trained his observation haki during this time. Through extensive practice, he had reached a level where he could sense the emotional shifts in others. I am Virgo, Admiral of the World Government Navy. Cease your resistance, or you will be arrested as rebels in the name of justice. Having regained control, Virgo deliberately stoked the tension to force everyone to calm down and prevent further conflict. At that moment, certain individuals hidden within the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They rose together and shouted, "These Navy men are nothing but executioners. Your relatives, family members, and friends all died at their hands. Think about it. If you give up now, can they ever find peace?" Virgo glanced at this small group and smiled slightly. He had been watching them from the start. While others had begun to calm down and wouldn't lash out violently at the Navy, these individuals remained the most tense, clearly agents sent by another faction to escalate the situation and push it beyond control. Without saying a word, Vergo raised his hand and fired several beams of light. The intense radiance pierced through the morning dawn with blinding brilliance. With faint sounds emanating from his fingertips, beams of light shot towards specific individuals in the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Explosions and screams echoed through the air, sending everyone present into a fresh state of terror. Even Spandine hadn't anticipated Vergo would resort to killing when the situation had nearly been resolved. These people don't reside in Water 7. They're only here to incite rebellion. If you don't believe me, investigate their identities. Anyone who wishes to test my limits is welcome to try. I never kill civilians or innocents, but I'm certainly not opposed to making an exception. Who wants to take that chance? Vergo paid no mind to the others, his gaze fixed on the dead and the few still writhing in agony from the blast. On the dock, the people were utterly quiet, wrapped in a deathly stillness. No one dared to answer or actually go check the identities of those men. The ordinary citizens and workers could only clamp their hands tightly over their mouths, making no sound. Tears ran silently down their faces, and they hardly dared to breathe. It was truly ruthless. Even the two giants frowned at the sight. Spandine turned cowardly and dared not speak a single word to stop it. The protest he had wanted to make was choked back, and he only opened his mouth to let out a sigh. He stood obediently to one side like a well-behaved child. Even the agents who had been forged by killing machine-like training could not help drawing in a sharp breath. After all, Water 7 was still under world government control. Was it really all right to slaughter people like this? But they only dared to think that in their hearts, they did not reveal the slightest trace. The entire dock was terrifyingly silent. Vergo saw that it had achieved the intended effect. Since he had already come this far, he might as well verify the existence of Pluton. According to what they said, it was with Frankie, Tom's apprentice. Because Frankie was a cyborg, it would be easy to hide and would go completely unnoticed. Go bring out Tom and his two apprentices. One is called Iceberg, the other Frankie. Once you've caught them, take them back to the ship. I have questions for them. Vergo turned to the Marine soldier beside him and gave the order. Aye, sir. The soldiers accompanying Vergo snapped back to their senses. They rushed into the shipyard and searched it thoroughly, but found no one, so it seemed the prisoners had not taken part in the riot. They then ran quickly to Tom's workshop and set off for the beach at full speed. Because they had dealt with Frankie before and had captured him several times, they knew the place very well. After about 20 minutes, the Marines brought Iceberg, Frankie, and Tom before Vergo. Vergo simply waved his hand, and they immediately took the three aboard the ship to await Vergo's interrogation. The Marines merely guarded them to prevent any escape and did nothing more. Let me go, you rotten Marines. I haven't committed any crime, so why are you arresting me? Let my master go. Only Frankie was cursing loudly the whole way. He felt incredibly wronged, but since he couldn't strike anyone, cursing was the most effective way to vent. Frankie cursed fiercely, his emotions running high. Iceberg wanted to stop him, but never got a chance to cut in. Frankie even went so far as to spit at the Marines and kick at them. Such childish behavior. This made Vergo hesitate. Was Frankie putting on an act? The Frankie family were all like that by nature, especially Frankie himself. Bold and unrestrained, deeply emotional, free-spirited. Were they putting on a performance? Or had Pluton not been entrusted to the two of them for safekeeping, but was still with Tom himself? Such a pair of fellow disciples was hard not to suspect. Both of them were clever people. In the original story, they were the pair who fooled the world government and kept them from finding any useful information about the ancient weapon Pluton. Don't underestimate these people. Even if they lack combat strength, every one of them who has walked that path is a master of acting. First, deal with the people in front of us. The prisoners can wait until later. When he turned back to look at the citizens, he truly could not bring himself to say anything harsh. It probably would not help anyway. He could only tell everyone to disperse. Some of them still needed a little compensation, but of course that was Spandine's business. All the surviving pirates suspected of disguising themselves as civilians were thrown into the dungeon and interrogated one by one to reveal who was behind it. As for the dead, their bodies were also brought in temporarily for examination. There might be new discoveries. Vergo led his men into CP9's prison, where it was damp, cold, and gloomy. Probably no one would willingly come in here and suffer such inhuman torment. Living through such suffering is worse than death. They might as well kill themselves. Who's going to speak first? Who hired you, or which family or faction do you belong to? No matter what, confess everything you know. Maybe I'll give you a way out alive. If not, you'll stay here forever. Vergo sat down in his chair and said lazily, for intelligence work, maybe I need to establish my own intelligence division. This is unbearable, having to interrogate and ask about everything just to know what is going on. Other people could deceive you all too easily, and you would have no basis at all for distinguishing truth from falsehood. At this thought, Vergo, perhaps because he had eaten a devil fruit, felt extremely lazy and did not want to move. He took out a den mushi on the spot and called Sengoku. A brew rang through the prison. Click. From the other end came Sengoku's voice. Vergo, is there something you need from me? I hear you haven't been exactly quiet in Water 7 either. If there's something, just say it. I'm very busy. Sengoku was indeed a straightforward man and said it bluntly. It seemed the work of being fleet admiral was exhausting. Sengoku, I want to investigate whether an outside force has interfered in Water 7 and incited the riot among the people. If you have any concrete intelligence, could you provide it to me? Seeing that Sengoku was so direct, Vergo could only follow along and state his request naturally. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then as if thinking of something, he said, Vergo, I know what you're thinking. Alright, I'll ask the intelligence division about their report on Water 7 and see what they say. Then I'll pass the message to you. After saying that, Sengoku did not hesitate and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Vergo also thought that he could check whether these pirates had tattoos. It turned out they were all from unknown pirate crews. At best, they were scapegoats. It would be strange if they had actually planned this. He could only work from the living captives. Their tattoos alone showed they were not formidable fighters. There was no choice but to interrogate them first. He felt that the interrogation methods of his previous world could be applied to every one of them. Vergo unconsciously showed a smile that he thought was rather friendly, but to the pirates it looked like a pervert's grin, growing more and more exaggerated, as if some terrible torture was waiting for them. He devised a torture he believed would be highly effective. The first was pulling out fingernails. He refused to believe they could withstand having both their fingernails and toenails pulled out. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart was no empty saying. In the end, the first man really could not hold out. He did not know who the employer was, but he gave up the leader. That was enough. Vergo could simply punish the leader who had organized and incited the riot. That leader was still quite stubborn. The leader endured having all the nails on one hand torn off. Just as they were about to pull the nails from the other hand, Vergo saw him lower his head and weep. At last he was willing to confess that the Donquixote family had sent people to do this. I looked at the soldiers around me and said, it seems they're not going to confess. Kill them all, then dispose of the bodies. Then I heard the bang of gunfire one after another. One by one, even as they cursed Vergo's family, they left a world they nevertheless did not want to leave. After walking out of the prison cells of Eni's lobby, Vergo went straight to his room, planning to get some sleep before interrogating the 3 most important prisoners. Tom and his apprentices were the key to whether he could obtain Pluton and have it constructed in the future. If he only acquired it, but could not build it, he would feel like a complete fool. Back in his room, he pondered for a long while. Just then Sengoku from Marine Headquarters called. Vergo, we did some investigating. It seems to be related to Doflamingo, but we can't be sure whether the information is true or false. It's not impossible that someone is framing him. We've tried repeatedly to verify it, but the 5 elders blocked us. I really don't know what those 5 old men are thinking. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Sengoku. Vergo thanked him and immediately hung up. It seemed Marine Headquarters still had no definite information about the true mastermind behind this incident. He had silenced all the witnesses. So the family's operation this time had remained well concealed. No one would discover it. He thought again about how he still had to interrogate Tom and his apprentices. Better to rest for now. Work would never be finished anyway, and he could interrogate them tomorrow. With that thought, Vergo walked slowly back to his room and laid down on the bed. Lord Vergo, will you come out for dinner, or should I bring it to your room? A soldier stood at the doorway and asked. Very well, bring it in, and then you can leave. Vergo sat on the bed stretching and added, do we have any dancing girls? It's too boring being alone. I still need a little more time before I can sleep. Ever since Vergo had been intimate with the songstress Lilith, he found himself missing her, sometimes for reasons he could not explain, especially when he was alone and bored. That feeling only grew stronger. Now he happened to have a chance. The Marine soldier hesitated awkwardly, then said, very well, Admiral Vergo, I'll go find one. The Marine went out and found Spandine. Since he was unfamiliar with the place, Spandine was his only option. After hearing what Vergo had requested, Spandine was silent for a moment, then said, go on. I'll take care of it. He thought to himself, well, maybe Vergo's true nature has finally come out. He was only keeping up appearances after all. With that, Spandine walked out of his office and sent an agent to fetch the dancing girls. When the songstresses arrived, they began to dance in Vergo's room to the music. Vergo himself, bottle in hand, drank and drifted from one beautiful woman to another, lingering beside each of them. Amidst startled cries and flirtatious laughter, Vergo thoroughly indulged himself. Through the window one could see the enchanting dance and the slender, graceful figures. Clearly Spandine had put considerable thought into this. Anyone witnessing it would be astonished. Was this really a high-ranking officer of Marine Headquarters? An admiral was actually living in such debauched luxury. After a night of revelry that lasted until dawn, Vergo only fell asleep as daylight began to break. A ray of sunlight slipped into the room where most of the people lay half-naked, some with no clothes at all. Truly a decadent life. Unfortunately, this was the lifestyle Vergo himself enjoyed. By afternoon, Vergo slowly woke up. He washed, ate a meal, and made his way toward the prison, ready to interrogate them and obtain the answers he wanted. He felt a slight thrill on the way there. The moment he entered the cell, a foul odor hit his nose. All 3 were bound with handcuffs and leg irons, sitting on reeking mats. They only stared at Vergo without speaking. Their expressions differed, but one thing was the same: anger. Admiral Vergo, say what you want. I'll give you whatever I have. Why have you thrown my apprentices and me into this place? Surely you didn't bring us here just to torment us. Tell me your demand. I'm listening. Tom spoke without fear. At worst he would die, and there was a hint of self-sacrifice in his tone. You demon. You butcher. You've killed so many people. Are you still not satisfied? Why did you still capture us? If you're hoping to get something out of me, sorry, I don't have it. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. If you've got the guts, kill me. Frankie shouted like a madman. Clearly the past few days had tormented him mentally. Vergo watched them, without saying a word, not even lifting a hand. He simply pondered, as if probing the truth hidden in their words. Iceberg, by contrast, seemed to think slightly better of him. His face expressionless, his thoughts concealed, not the faintest emotion showing. Vergo then spoke. Then, I'll give you a chance. Get yourselves washed up, and eat your fill. Later tonight, we'll have a long talk. Don't worry, I've cleared my entire schedule for you. I have plenty of time to play with you. I just hope you won't regret it. Seeing that they were still too agitated, Vergo decided to wait until they had calmed down before discussing the next matters. The night would also make it harder for anyone to eavesdrop. He did not trust this place. The world government's rule was like a sieve. Anyone could peddle information. Time slowly passed. Soldiers kept coming to bring dinner and washing supplies. After the prisoners were cleaned up and tidied, a meal was set before them, like a last supper or perhaps the start of an important meeting. One way or another, Tom and his apprentice's fate would be decided tonight. No one could stop Vergo. Whether the 5 elders knew remained unknown, and those who had not cooperated were all resting at the bottom of the sea. After dinner, Vergo walked over to Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie, while picking his teeth, and ordered everyone else to leave. Only Vergo's trusted soldiers remained. Guards were posted around every entrance with 2 additional checkpoints and hidden sentries. One could call it impregnable. Vergo got straight to the point. Brother Tom, you're older than me, so I'll call you that. There's something I'd like you to help me with. You definitely have this thing, so would you be willing to give it to me? It would be helping you too. Hearing this, Tom's heart rose into his throat, and he grew deeply uneasy. He wondered whether it was what he feared. Otherwise, why would an admiral have come in person? After swallowing hard, Tom said, Admiral Vergo, of course. As long as I truly can help you, I have no problem giving it to you. Vergo smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. His initial goal had been achieved. Then let me thank you first, Brother Tom. I know you have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. So could you hand them over to me for safekeeping? I would be more than willing to take that death warrant off your hands. When Tom heard Vergo state his ultimate purpose, although he had been somewhat prepared in his heart, a subtle change still flickered across old Tom's face, though he quickly hid it. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. He had no idea where Vergo had gotten the information to track him down. After hearing Vergo's words, the personal guards around reacted the most. Their mouths gaped, cold sweat streamed down, their faces were filled with terror, and snot ran from their noses. They had really heard something far too explosive. Then in an instant it felt like they had been plunged into an ice cellar, their bodies trembled, and their cold sweat would not stop. Having heard such an earth-shaking secret, was Admiral Vergo going to silence them on the spot? Vergo glanced around and roughly guessed what they were thinking, then said casually, You are all my personal guards, the people I trust. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have left you here to stay. You can also pretend you didn't hear anything. Huh? But it's fine even if you did. Just remember to keep it secret. After a pause, still a bit worried, he added, Everyone must remember not to speak a word of this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Understood. The 8 soldiers in the prison room replied, As you command, Admiral Vergo. We will guard the secret with our lives. Fortunately, this room was used for interrogation and torture, so the soundproofing was excellent, otherwise more than just these few would have heard it. Vergo looked at Tom and continued to voice the thoughts in his mind. Brother Tom, maybe you don't understand me, but I have nothing to say about how I treat my own people. Only one word: good. I also don't want to owe anyone too much. You can ask these soldiers. I only take what I want and I won't touch anything else. If there is ever anything you need my help with, I will definitely help. So how about it? I've said all this, so just bring it out. Tom's expression kept changing unpredictably. Clearly his heart was not calm. Admiral Vergo, I don't know where you got your news. The ancient weapon Pluton is not in my possession. Please spare the 3 of us, master and apprentices. We really don't have it. Don't believe the one-sided words of others. Whoever said this, let us confront him face to face. It must be someone framing us. Tom, since you are so stubborn and refuse to see reason, I have nothing more to say. I came to you because I have already received definite information. I know why you won't hand it over, so there is no need for you to deny it so early. If I search and find it, how awkward would that be? Vergo voiced his thoughts in a very natural manner without the slightest trace of anger. Seeing how the situation was developing, Tom knew he could not muddle through any longer. So he tried reverse persuasion, hoping Vergo would give up this unrealistic idea. Admiral Vergo, since it has come to this, I won't hide it any longer. But if you truly obtain it and it falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it will bring catastrophic destruction to the world. Every common civilian would die because of you, a responsibility you cannot afford. Only we can secretly destroy it. Vergo burst out laughing. Fancy someone actually discussing human nature and world security with him. Tom, you are still too naive. Can the world truly be peaceful? Wherever there is reform, there will be bloodshed and sacrifice. That is an unchanging truth from ancient times. Even I cannot say I am exempt. I am human, not a god, and I too can die. But why do I still do it? Because some things must be realized by someone, like the Revolutionary Army. Vergo did not fully trust Tom and his apprentices, nor did he know what they were thinking. He could only use the Revolutionary Army as an example, hoping to send them the signal that he was not a dangerous man, but at most a revolutionary. Tom relaxed slightly upon hearing these words, but he still did not believe them. Don't try to fool me with sweet words. You lackeys of the world government are all the same. one thing in front and another behind. I won't be tricked. You had better give up on this. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Do whatever you want, kill me, or cut me to pieces. After saying this, Tom lifted his head and straightened his neck, looking like a man ready to die a hero. Seeing Tom treating Vergo as if he were a living archvillain, the surrounding guards wanted to laugh, but dared not. In their eyes, Vergo was by no means righteous, but he was not an evil pirate either. He had his own bottom line, killed without hesitation, and treated his own people very well. He wasn't that much of a scumbag, a figure who walked the line between good and evil. Vergo could only sigh helplessly at Tom's stubborn refusal to listen. Then I'll give you a little appetizer to taste. If even those agents couldn't withstand this punishment, I don't believe these people with ordinary strength can take it. Vergo shot a glance at the guards, and they brought out the torture devices he had ordered prepared in advance. Even Iceberg, whose face was always calm, seemed to understand something the moment he saw them. He turned his head and stared hard at Vergo. Tom also realized something was wrong. As a famous shipwright, he could tell that these were some kind of torture instruments. The soldiers directly dragged Tom onto the platform, placed finger clamps on him, and 2 soldiers pulled hard on the cords. Tom cried out in pain. The pressure was increased slowly and steadily, and Tom was in such agony that he nearly wept. Of course, these were no ordinary soldiers. They were personal guards, personally trained by Vergo. Ordinary soldiers could never match a fishman. A grip 10 times stronger than a human's was no empty talk. Tom, can you still endure torture like this? Why not just tell me? Vergo coaxed Tom, trying to get him to speak so he would not have to suffer the torment. But Tom did not say a word. He simply closed his eyes. Vergo lifted his chin slightly, and the guards increased the pressure. This continued for a long time. Tom's screams grew louder and louder, but he still refused to speak. Then a crack came from the finger clamps, followed by a roar from Tom, and he fainted, drenched in sweat. So his fingers had broken after all. And still no effect. They brought water and splashed him awake. Tom sat there blankly, his face bloodless, and said nothing. Brother Tom, look at this torture. It breaks my heart just watching. You're someone with no real strength, so why do you insist on bearing it? I'm not trying to destroy the world. I just want to unify it so that people can live without oppression, all under one unified government, rather than the system of allied nations that only breeds more conflict and oppression. Vergo pleaded and persuaded with all his heart. One would have thought a man who had said so much would be tired and angry, but he did not lose his temper. I don't believe you, Vergo. Are you really such a selfless person? I don't believe it. Finished speaking, Tom closed his eyes again, unwilling to look at Vergo's face. I admit that I have killed many people. Some of them may indeed have been people who should not have died, but I had no choice but to kill them. Nevertheless, I am seeking hope for all the people in this world. Whether you call me a demon or an egoist, I have my own convictions and my own limits. My justice has never been singular. Evil is me and justice is me as well. Vergo had spoken the words he had always wanted to say, but had never said to anyone before. Seeing that Tom, even with all his fingers broken by torture, still refused to reveal the ancient weapon, Pluton, Vergo found himself at a loss. Torture clearly didn't work on the old fishman, so he would have to approach through his apprentices, and there was another reason. Even if they obtained the blueprints for Pluton, ordinary craftsmen definitely couldn't build it. They would need a legendary craftsman like Tom to forge the real Pluton. Torturing him to death served no purpose. Vergo knew when to stop. But his apprentices could shoulder some of the punishment. Bring Frankie out and give his bones a good loosening, a full-course massage. Hearing Vergo's order, the soldiers immediately dragged the loudly cursing Frankie out, strapped him into the electric torture chair, and prepared to deliver a dose of electroshock therapy to cure his filthy mouth. No matter how he struggled, he was bound to the chair. Vergo nodded to a soldier, and the soldier yanked the switch down. An electric buzz filled the air along with Frankie's agonized screams, sending chills through everyone. As the current was steadily increased, Frankie's whole body began smoking like a steam engine on the verge of exploding. Stop! Vergo called out. The machine ground to a halt. Taking a sip from his wine glass, Vergo walked over to Frankie and placed a hand on his shoulder. So Frankie, do you know where the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton are? If you do, just say so. I guarantee your safety and a future far better than what you have now. That is my promise. Vergo said it naturally, as if already charting their future path. Frankie opened his mouth and a puff of smoke poured out. After coughing a few times, he said, Vergo, you despicable wretch. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Thank goodness I don't. Otherwise, I might not have been able to endure your torture. By the way, can you tell me where you managed to come up with such novel and amusing methods of punishment? Could they have been invented by that Vegapunk? Watching Frankie's stubborn defiance, his words carried hidden meaning, as if he was deliberately drawing fire to himself to protect his senior brother and master. Such a self-righteous act was childish. Even if Tom had hidden the blueprints on Frankie, Frankie himself wouldn't have noticed. For a craftsman of Tom's caliber, it was as easy as drinking water. Compared to the reckless and impulsive Frankie, Iceberg might know far more. Then it was time to move on to the next one. A family should stay together, since 2 had already suffered, why leave out the third? When they brought Iceberg out, he remained perfectly calm, as if he had already anticipated the course of events. That was quite interesting. Vergo looked at the composed Iceberg and walked over slowly, saying, Iceberg, you're supposed to be a clever man, not stubborn like your master, nor impulsive like Frankie. So you'll satisfy my curiosity. I'll skip the torture for now. I just want to ask you first, do you know where the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton are kept? Iceberg glanced at Vergo and smiled, saying nothing. He neither cursed nor asked to be set free. So he must know something. Though they knew a man like this would not reveal what he wanted to keep secret under torture, Vergo still wanted to try, just in case of that 1 in a million. When the Marines placed Iceberg on the torture bench, they first took off his shoes and socks, then bound his entire upper body to a wooden post with ropes. Iceberg watched all of this curiously, unaware just how much agony it would cause. But when they lifted his legs and placed 2 bricks underneath, finally Iceberg cried out. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could bear. Although he had some strength, it was barely better than a regular soldier's. Another soldier picked up a whip and lashed him again and again. His screams were far more intense than Frankie's. Vergo quietly instructed the soldiers to go easy on him. Just don't leave him crippled. Then he walked over to Tom and saw his fingers already wrapped in bandages. As long as he wasn't disabled, that was enough. He simply stood there watching, making Tom so uneasy and nervous that he didn't know what to do. Tom, both your apprentices and you have undergone torture. Who knows how much longer you can hold out? There's no telling whether you'll ever leave this prison. Want me to add a little extra? Honestly, I really love these instruments of punishment. Every time I see a prisoner beaten to the brink of death, I feel a strange thrill. Vergo laughed somewhat perversely and spoke threatening words to provoke Tom, trying to force him to give in quickly. After all, walls have ears. He had to settle all of this before the 5 elders found out. Old Tom, your mouth is certainly tough. All your fingers are broken, yet you still won't talk. Alright, it seems I'll need to apply some more pain. Men, tie him to the post, grab your whips, and take turns lashing him. Be careful not to beat him to death. Vergo decided to escalate the pressure, which would reduce future complications. Whip after whip fell. At first Tom gritted his teeth and didn't let out a single scream. Seeing his resolve, Vergo switched to a vicious method, wetting the whip before striking. Finally, Tom couldn't suppress a painful cry, but he still refused to talk. He must have had strong objections to Vergo's plan, believing it endangered the safety of the entire world. Master Tom, I know the ships you build are remarkable. You even built one for the Pirate King, so your skill must be extraordinary. If you don't believe that I'm resisting the celestial dragons for the sake of the world's people, then why don't I entrust this ship to you to build? That way you can always choose not to build it. I believe Pluton would take at least 10 odd years to build. Besides, haven't your fishmen always wanted to live on the surface? And I can help you with all of that. Vergo raised his hand to stop his men, then said slowly to Tom, revealing his trump card. He refused to believe Tom still wouldn't yield. As long as he was a fishman, he would surely consider his own race. At the same time, Vergo could bring all of them into his camp. Fishmen were extremely powerful, especially after training. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tom's dull, lifeless eyes finally brightened. He looked at Vergo with a complicated gaze, still uncertain, yet clearly tempted. Indeed, Tom had seen the blueprints for Pluton. Even he dared not claim it could be built in 10 years. It would take at least 10 odd years, possibly 20, giving him ample time to discern Vergo's true intentions. Are you telling the truth? If this truly benefits everyone in the world and helps us fishmen live on the surface, then I can consider your request. After hearing Tom's words, Vergo knew that Tom had relented and was essentially in agreement. As for what would happen next, it all depended on how well both sides honored their promises. Vergo finally felt relieved. If this could not be resolved tonight, he would likely be taken to Mary Geos by tomorrow. Outside, the sun was about to rise. Vergo ordered his soldiers to bring the master and his 2 apprentices to a room, then had the medics treat their superficial wounds, so that once they recovered it would be easier to discuss the next steps. Because of Vergo's early intervention, the blueprints of Pluton were still in Tom's possession at this moment. Vergo also needed Tom's cooperation. At present, they were merely partners, not superior and subordinate, a point he understood very well. After all, Vergo himself was utterly ignorant of shipbuilding, so he could only place his hopes on Tom and his apprentices. Moreover, such a great undertaking could not be accomplished by one person alone. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. By then, Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg had mostly recovered from their injuries and could walk around and take in their surroundings. In the room, the master and his 2 apprentices held a secret conversation. Although Vergo had known about it all along, he deliberately gave them some space to reach an agreement among themselves. He certainly did not want to leak after the fact. If the 5 elders ever learned that a marine admiral was secretly building the ancient weapon Pluton, everything. Master, are we really going to help that villain? No matter how I look at him, he is not the kind of person who would change the world for the common people. I'm just afraid that after he has us build it, he will kill all the shipwrights. Wouldn't that make us accomplices to evil? Frankie said, slightly agitated. Iceberg said nothing, but he too turned his head toward Tom, eager to hear what their master would say. He did not believe Vergo was a thoroughly evil man, yet he was not certain either. If he followed his heart, he had no idea whether it would one day lead him into a disaster from which there was no return. Then do we have any other choice? If we refuse, will he let us leave this place? No, refusing would only become our own death warrant. He would rather kill us than let anyone else obtain it. Most importantly, no Marine or high-ranking official of the world government has ever said such a thing. I want to observe him first and decide whether to help him later. At least for now, I can see some decent signs on the surface. Tom on his own offered his suggestion. Frankie and Iceberg exchanged a glance, and likewise felt that there was no other choice. They could only let time decide what would happen in the future, so they had better focus on the present. At least Vergo showed no intention of killing the three of them for now. As for whether he would reveal his true purpose later, they would deal with that when the time came. When evening arrived, all the soldiers went to the mess hall laughing and chatting as they walked. The infrastructure on Eni's lobby was excellent enough to house tens of thousands of people. Vergo went outside by himself, occasionally greeting soldiers along the way. His bleak and lonely figure against the desolate backdrop left the soldiers confused, but they did not dare disturb Vergo too much, so they simply left him to himself. Vergo walked to the beach and stared at the sparse trees around the shore, and the patrolling squads lost in thought for a moment. In truth, while Tom and his apprentices were discussing how to regard Vergo, Vergo was also reflecting on himself. He had been in this world of pirates for a long time. What was his purpose? Was it for power, wealth, and honor, or did he truly want to do something for the people at the bottom of this world? All people have desires, but was this reborn self of his really so utterly selfless? He pondered for a long time, but still could not step out of his own mental frame. Since he could not figure it out, he might as well do as he pleased. Justice and evil were not absolute. What Doflamingo had said was the real aphorism. It was not bad to act according to one's own mood and desires. Justice had to be done, and one's desires also had to be satisfied. Both were indispensable. A single-choice question had to become a multiple-choice one. Picking only one was never Vergo's style. In the lively atmosphere, everyone seemed overjoyed, but Vergo alone sat in a corner, eating his dinner in silence, as if he had never belonged there. Perhaps he still harbored the illusion of returning to his own world, that such a chance might yet exist. As time passed, the night was spent amid the soldiers' clamor. The next morning, Vergo returned to the room and saw Tom and his two apprentices having breakfast at the table. He walked over, greeted them, then quietly drank his coffee without urging them. After time slowly passed, they knew they could no longer avoid the matter. Representing the three of them, Tom steeled himself and said, "Then let me state this decision. We three can hand over the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton, but the construction must be led by me from start to finish. Your people must not interfere excessively, and I hope you will keep our agreement. Besides the original agreement, we have three more conditions. First, I will design a self-destruct device for the Pluton warship whether you agree or not. Second, after it is built, no matter what you plan to use the ship, for I must be the one to operate it. Third, I can form my own fleet, and I get the right to choose every member." Tom stated all of his demands in one breath, which in his view was the greatest possible check on Vergo's dangerous actions. Tom was smart enough to know that a hidden self-destruct device would be discovered sooner or later, so it was better to state it openly as a condition and part on good terms rather than have the truth come out later and destroy their relationship. Vergo had not expected Tom to be so candid. He had known that Tom and his apprentices might try to pull some tricks, but he had not expected them to say so openly. This made Vergo think much better of Tom. Since it was not impossible to accept, Vergo considered it briefly and agreed to their request without much objection. Seeing that Vergo had agreed, Tom had Frankie come over. He felt around inside Frankie's semi-mechanical body, and with a click Frankie's chest opened to reveal a hidden compartment. Tom took out a box and opened it. Inside were many blueprints, perfectly preserved, clearly treated with waterproofing and anti-corrosion measures, with not the slightest sign of age. Vergo watched and knew that this mechanism was extremely ingenious. Even Frankie himself had not known about that design. It probably had a self-destruct function as well. His mind was thinking, but his legs did not stop. With a single soru, he appeared in front of Tom and snatched the Pluton blueprints, eager to see what was so remarkable about this ancient weapon. Vergo's head was surrounded by floating question marks. The blueprints looked exquisite, and the content seemed highly sophisticated, but everything was like searching for treasure in a fog. He flipped through page after page, most of it incomprehensible, yet a few points he could grasp. As an ancient weapon, it lived up to its reputation. The power was almost absurd. The warship depicted on the blueprint was enormous. In fact, enormous, barely captured it. It was roughly the size of a giant sea king, though he still couldn't quite grasp the exact dimensions given the complexity of the data. It felt like a small island. Flipping through more pages, he noticed small openings along the outline of other sections that were presumably meant for cannons, but these apertures seemed excessively large. The massive cannon depicted above was equally difficult to gauge in size. Only a specialist could truly comprehend such dimensions. Oh, he spotted separate blueprints for constructing both the giant cannon and standard artillery. It appeared that not only the warship, but every component upon it had its own plans. Otherwise, it simply couldn't be manufactured. Sifting through the documents yielded little clarity. The overwhelming majority remained as indecipherable as ancient script. His curiosity about how the ancient weapon Poseidon was constructed had backfired. This wasn't material suited for someone without even a shipwright's background. Only a master-level craftsman could hope to bring it to life. After an hour of poring over the blueprints with no progress, Vergo summoned Tom. He asked Tom to study the documents first, then provide a straightforward briefing. Vergo understood clearly that while his curiosity had received fleeting satisfaction, the remaining work must be entrusted to professionals. Tom had been watching Vergo from the sidelines all along. When their eyes met, Tom knew that Vergo's curiosity had found its limit, and it was time to step in. He approached, took the blueprints, and examined them closely. Each time Tom studied the blueprints, he remained stunned by the brilliance of ancient ingenuity. What manner of person could have created such a weapon? Its sheer scale left many in awe. Now examining the full design carefully, he realized they had never properly reviewed it before, only giving it cursory glances each time it was brought out. This time shielded by Vergo's protection and guards, Tom could finally focus on reviewing every blueprint and thoroughly assessing the feasibility of construction, a scenario Vergo himself desired. Tom was certain should he admit incapability, now their doom would be sealed. After hours of studying the extensive material without reaching any conclusions, Tom spoke up. Mr. Vergo, if it doesn't inconvenience you, may I have 2 days to continue my research before presenting my findings? Tom turned to face Vergo and slowly voiced his perspective. Vergo raised an eyebrow behind his glasses, said nothing, and retrieved his camera to document all the blueprints. He then gestured to Tom. Then the rest is in your hands, Tom. I have recorded all the blueprint information. Take all the time you need. I'll give you 1 extra day. 3 days. Should anything arise, send my personal guards to summon me. I'm also providing you with a den mushy for emergency contact. With those words, Vergo stationed guards and hidden sentinels around the room and throughout the house to monitor everything. This served dual purpose, preventing escape while deterring outsiders from prying into matters that could jeopardize his plans. Vergo's defining trait was eliminating all threats in their infancy. Anyone who learned what they shouldn't either died or was absorbed into his ranks without exception. This was precisely why he remained so meticulous. Even contingencies for when others might expose information about him had been anticipated and prepared. Standing at the doorway watching Tom and his apprentice study the blueprints, Vergo refrained from disturbing them. He had numerous other matters demanding his attention. A project of this magnitude required considering shipwright security arrangements and construction site selection. His own responsibilities prevented him from being constantly present, and figuring out personnel assignments gave him a headache just thinking about it. Over the following 3 days, Vergo continuously contemplated the optimal location for a shipyard base, but found no clear answers. The search proved difficult. The Four Seas boasted strong naval control. The first half of the Grand Line centered on naval headquarters and fortresses that were impractical, and the New World remained the territory of the Four Emperors, teeming with pirates and dangerous. During those 3 days, most of Vergo's thoughts centered on constructing Poseidon. He also spent time exploring Water 7 and Punk Hazard. Discovering the scenery was quite pleasant. Since quelling the earlier disturbance, things had improved considerably. It seemed Spandam and his son had paid heavily. Walking along the streets, Vergo noticed many people wearing genuine smiles, a rare sight for him. These expressions carried both healing warmth and an indescribable contagious energy. Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by a messenger who reported an urgent summons from the laboratory. Before the messenger could finish speaking, Vergo's figure vanished in a flash of light, reappearing instantly inside the laboratory. Tom, visibly startled at first, but quickly recognized this as the natural ability of a light fruit user. Nothing extraordinary given the circumstances. Mr. Vergo, after thorough examination, Master Tom and I discovered that Poseidon exceeds even our expectations in power. Should it fall into dangerous hands, even an admiral might pose no threat to this war weapon. Its firepower and defensive capabilities are formidable, surpassing what any ordinary vessel can achieve. Tom spoke with evident excitement about his findings. Vergo's composure shifted. He understood what this meant. If an admiral couldn't threaten Poseidon, the ancient weapon's true nature was far more formidable than imagined, and his curiosity intensified. Very well, Tom. Continue. Mr. Vergo, we've seriously underestimated it. The ability to destroy an island with a single cannon is merely its offensive capability. It possesses numerous functions beyond imagination. For instance, are you familiar with the proposal for Caladima shells? Do you understand the construction of the mega cannon? This isn't comparable to the Navy's standard artillery. The projectile alone carries at least 10 times the destructive force, incorporating numerous technological innovations, including incendiary shells and various specialized ammunition types. Vergo watched Tom, who was dancing around in excitement, and the person beside him, who was clearly restraining himself. A complex mix of agitation, joy, worry, concern, and anticipation was all intertwined. It made one yearn to understand deeply. How could such contradictory emotions be fathomed? Originally calm, Vergo's heart began to ripple upon witnessing their reactions. Yet years of battle and accumulated experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Mr. Tom, please calm yourself first. If you are truly overcome with emotion, share it with me, so I may rejoice alongside you. This will only strengthen our cooperation going forward. Vergo raised his hand to gesture for Tom to settle down, hoping to understand what had stirred such excitement within him. Only when interrupted by Vergo did Tom realize he had lost himself entirely. Still unable to contain his excitement, he quickly steadied his mind and approached the drafting table, preparing to showcase his astonishing discovery to Vergo. If he could truly build it, he would surely become a shipwright immortalized in history. Mr. Vergo, this warship requires blueprints to construct, from the hull to every component, weapon, and defense system. Moreover, no vessel of such scale exists in the current world. The ancient people truly were a crystallization of advanced wisdom. I suspect the world government knows something. Tom rose to his feet, pacing across the floor, his voice growing louder with each word. Vergo then ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from approaching the room. After a moment's thought, Tom continued with his bold hypothesis. Mr. Vergo, do you think Dr. Vegapunk might be a descendant of the ancient people, the last survivor, the only one who carried on through bloodline. Otherwise, why would the world government monitor and protect him so closely, even calling him a scientist 500 years ahead of his time? And he deserved such a title. The display of his various research achievements proved that Vegapunk was undoubtedly a monstrous genius. Vergo pondered carefully. Although the original work provided little background on Vegapunk, it did mention he was born in the future kingdom of Balgoya. What did that future kingdom signify? No one knew. Turning back to Tom, he spoke. Mr. Tom, then what connection does the ancient weapon Pluton have with Dr. Vegapunk? Could there be a link between them? Tom replied, whether there is a connection or not I cannot say. But I do know one thing: if we can construct the ancient weapon Pluton, having Vegapunk on our side would significantly accelerate our progress. It ultimately depends on whether he will join us. After all, I have never met Dr. Vegapunk myself, haha. After finishing his words, Tom awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had asked a question he knew nothing about, a mere personal speculation. Yet a scientist bearing the title of being 500 years ahead of this world would surely not be mediocre. There must be something extraordinary about him. Upon hearing Tom's analysis, Vergo felt the construction process might require over 20 years, and many rare materials would not be easily obtained. Perhaps Vegapunk's involvement could resolve most issues. It seemed the time had come to begin implementing the plan. However, how should he approach Dr. Vegapunk? If the world government discovered he had disappeared, or simply failed to appear, they would surely hunt worldwide like madmen. Such a situation could cause all plans to collapse before they even began. He needed a foolproof strategy to recruit Vegapunk, and Doflamingo's Firefly plan also required careful consideration. Although Caesar was a madman, he was also a brilliant scientist. Vergo could recruit him as well. Given how deeply Doflamingo despised this world and the celestial dragons, there was no reason he would refuse to join this plan. Mr. Tom, please continue your presentation. We shall discuss these matters later. However, I am genuinely curious about what has moved you so deeply regarding the Pluton worship. Dr. Vegapunk will join us. As I say, haha. Let me keep that secret for now, and we shall see if we can work together in the future. Vergo spoke with complete composure. Tom was elated upon hearing this, as he had always longed to meet the scientist who was 500 years ahead of his time and to collaborate in constructing the ancient weapon. Very well, Mr. Vergo. Let me return to the main topic. First point, this warship is extraordinarily massive, 546 meters in length, 67 meters in height, and 152 meters in width. Such a colossal fleet has never existed in history. It can accommodate approximately 10,000 people to live aboard. At this scale, the main cannon's power capable of destroying an entire island with a single strike is hardly surprising. Second point, the defense system. They studied a bubble device for underwater navigation, not nearly as complicated as it sounds. With a single button pressed, the entire ship can be enveloped. There is no fear of underwater travel, and the bubble's impact resistance is 10 times that of anything in the current world. Unless automatically deactivated, it will not break at will. Furthermore, its propulsion is immensely powerful, 5 times faster than the Navy's current warships. It also features a brief acceleration system that maintains speeds above 200 kilometers per hour. While instantaneous acceleration is remarkable, this state can only be sustained for 3 hours before gradually decelerating. Of course, fuel concerns can be addressed by incorporating alternative materials, though otherwise the budget would be insufficient. In other words, in this world, no one could possibly catch our ship through navigation alone. At full speed, even a standard vice admiral, or under certain circumstances a fleet admiral, could not pursue us. This fact truly astonishes me. Moreover, there is the theoretical energy shield, which could grant the vessel protective capabilities and the ability to reflect attacks, a concept never before applied to ships. Most importantly, this ship is capable of flight. Aside from Shiki the Golden Lion, who achieved this through the Mori Mori, no other technology in this world has enabled a vessel of such magnitude to soar through the skies. Its speed is equally impressive and can also accelerate. Hearing Tom elaborate at such length, Vergo was also shaken. According to his original host's memories, this world was not nearly so advanced. And this was merely the defensive aspect. He was far more concerned about the offensive capabilities. Tom took a few sips of water, rested briefly, straightened his disheveled clothing, and prepared to continue speaking. Next, I will introduce the most crucial element, the offensive systems of the ancient weapon Pluton. This aspect surpasses even the defense and size in terms of astonishment. Vergo had been listening for a long time, and when he saw Tom reach the climax, he immediately sat up straight and prepared to listen with absolute concentration, afraid of missing any key information, just like a primary school student ready for a teacher's lesson. But who could not be excited? This was the core of the entire warship. Without an attack system, this ship would at best be a life-saving tool, far from a world-ending vessel. At this, Tom smiled at Vergo's reaction, then coughed to clear his throat. He walked to the side table, picked up the water cup, and just as he brought it to his lips, he found it empty. So he fetched the kettle, poured himself a full cup, took a sip, and began explaining the attack system. Mr. Vergo, first is the main cannon, the most powerful one as well. Everyone knows the Buster Call, right? Dozens of ships bombard an island with a volley of shells to destroy it. But that method takes time, moves slowly, gives enemies a high chance to escape, and requires a great deal of manpower and material to intercept the ones that slip through the net. But our main cannon can truly destroy an entire island with a single shot. For small islands, a mere 10-minute charge is enough to erase one with a single strike. What is most terrifying is that the core of this main cannon belongs to the category of laser weapons. I haven't fully grasped it yet. It should be similar to the laser of the glint glint fruit, but many times more powerful. An enhanced version. For mid-sized islands, charging for 20 minutes allows a single shot to destroy the island's core. Everything will be turned into ashes and sink into the sea. As for large islands, the charging time is double that of mid-sized ones, 40 minutes, to achieve maximum efficiency and destroy the island. The most terrifying thing is that this is not the limit, it's only the basic level. That is, the longer the charge, the more dreadful the power. As for the upper limit, I estimate that around 2 hours and 30 minutes is the maximum power. Once the limit is reached, the laser will automatically fire. There will be a notification indicating the limit or the remaining time, making it very convenient to check. But the drawback is also obvious. The cannon can only attack when it is fully charged at that moment. It cannot store energy and wait until the enemy arrives to fire. Once the charging time is sufficient, it fires immediately. It won't pause for you to aim. Moreover, this main cannon is not easy to hit a powerful fighter. Its flexibility isn't great. If you want to strike a person, you can only capture and immobilize them at a fixed position. The laser can be concentrated on a single point to increase damage. This is the key to killing a single target. One hit, and they turn to ashes. After finishing the main cannon, Tom could not help but take another sip of water. He had been talking all day and felt a bit hungry, but seeing Vergo's enthusiasm, he dared not stop. He could only drink more water to suppress the hunger. That feeling was not pleasant. Standing made him feel weak in the legs. He had also come to give this lecture after staying up all night without enough sleep, otherwise he wouldn't be so run down. Vergo watched Tom's movements, then looked at the sky outside. The night had gradually darkened. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye, and Tom had been drinking water, surely to stave off hunger. Mr. Tom, let me first have them prepare some food. You can continue explaining, and once the meal is brought over, we'll eat while we talk. You haven't slept or rested well these past few days, and your stamina is indeed lacking. You are a shipwright, not a rough fellow like me. We're used to fighting, ha. Vergo immediately voiced his thoughts. It couldn't be said that he was mistreating Tom, and besides, there was plenty of time ahead to build the ship. If problems arose now, future cooperation would be a major issue. Don't think I'm a cold-hearted boss who will plant a time bomb when building my ship. Seeing Vergo say this, Tom felt a bit better. Continuing to lecture on an empty stomach was truly unbearable. His stamina was never great to begin with. He had his strength, but his combat power was nothing to boast about, and his mental state was far from good. Being hungry on top of that was adding insult to injury. So he went on with his explanation. Apart from the main cannon, there is another powerful basic weapon that serves as the main cannon support, the artillery shell set. Why do I call it a set? Because it is a combination sequence of several kinds of shells, not a single type. The most basic shell uses black powder, but its power is 10 times that of ordinary shells today. Next is the enhanced shell, which adds a concentrated explosive mechanism to the basic one. After compression, more explosives can be packed in. However, the compression method is critical. If you mess it up, you'll blow yourself up during the manufacturing process. Of course, the compressed blasting shells have much stronger lethality. Are they 60 times more powerful than ordinary shells today? At hearing this, Vergo's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he unconsciously crushed the armrest of his chair into powder, which fell to the ground without his noticing. If only I had Wapple's munch fruit right now, this warship would truly be invincible and no one could stop it. At that moment, the soldiers' knocking came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was the prepared meal being delivered. The soldiers filed in one by one, laid out all the food neatly, then quickly turned and left following the same route they came in. Seeing the delicious food, Tom and his apprentice could already feel their mouths watering. In order to study the blueprints, they hadn't had a proper meal, only taking a few bites to fend off the hunger. Afterwards, they ate and chatted casually. Taking a break was good. It allowed them to continue the explanation better. Vergo was no longer impatient. As the saying goes, good things need to be savored carefully. The more he listened about this ancient weapon Pluton, the more fascinated he became. Even the compressed blasting shells in his own world could not achieve this kind of power. Other weapons might be able to, but how could the ancient people's inventions be so monstrous while the present world no longer has them? Indeed, the world government was the real boss. As he ate, Vergo thought. Tom beside him, no longer feeling so hungry, prepared to continue explaining the next type of shell. Then there is the weapon for attacking ships, incendiary shells. These bombs contain flammable and explosive substances, accelerating burning and the spread of fire. The explosive power is somewhat smaller, but it is still 5 times stronger than ordinary shells today. They contain fuel oil, flint, and so on. Their main role is auxiliary combat, wide coverage of 110 meters, blocking terrain, causing rapid damage, and providing barriers. The downside is that they are easy to dodge and attract attention, and they might hurt friendly forces. However, they are remarkably effective against ships. In this age of seafaring, a ship that catches fire and cannot be extinguished is a huge disaster. There is also an ice shell, which also deals 5 times the damage of an ordinary shell. This shell is like Admiral Akiji's ice fruit. It mainly serves to control people. Its effect covers a circular area with a diameter of 77 meters. Of course, if the target is weak, it can kill in one hit. It is quite effective against officers below the rank of admiral. It can control the battlefield. You can also create an enhanced version, but that requires further research on the existing foundation. Finally, there are two more types of shells that have no lethal power and are purely auxiliary smoke bombs and flash bombs. Both are used to disrupt the enemy, making it impossible for them to see the battlefield clearly. The flash bomb is easy to understand. You yourself possess the glint fruit, so you know how to blind people's eyes temporarily. These are unsolvable for those who cannot use observation hockey. Of course, they should be used judiciously, as they might also affect your own side's normal operations. Mr. Vergo, these are the types of shells. Another crucial point is that sea stone components can be added to offensive shells, making them effective against devil fruit users. I haven't heard of anyone capable of manufacturing such sea stone shells. Listening with rapt attention, Vergo was rendered speechless, his mind reeling. Tom's account had revealed to him several crucial components of the ancient weapon Pluton, far beyond the scale of an ordinary warship. If the world government ever got hold of this, they would have the power to rule for another 800 years. Mr. Vergo, besides these main components, there are also auxiliary devices, such as submarines that can be launched from the sea, mountain climbing vehicles for land, and aerial bomb airships. These allow bombs to be deployed across a much wider and faster range. After all, the Pluton battleship is so massive and conspicuous that its arrival would be known before it even got close. These are all support tools. The shells can be launched through them as well. With great power and good use, they can work wonders. The first three are quite common. Whether sky airships, sea submarines, or land mountain climbing vehicles, none of them are particularly special. The fourth is a burrowing vehicle, one that can dive beneath the ground. The only ones I've seen with the ability to dig underground are certain special fishmen in Fishman Island. In terms of technology, no one has yet matched it. A tool that travels underground as easily as if moving across flat ground. Tom continued explaining the remaining subcategories. They were entirely support tools meant to enhance the overall offensive power. Assembling such a battleship and its auxiliary fleet was not something an ordinary person could afford. The cost in berries would be astronomical. This kind of undertaking was truly difficult to achieve. Vergo felt as though he were hearing all sorts of astonishing things, and he was deeply intrigued. Sky, sea, and land were all covered, and even underground had not been overlooked. Truly remarkable tools. Mr. Tom, what do you mean by auxiliary fleet? I don't understand. Does the ancient weapon Pluton have other warships? Hearing the phrase, auxiliary fleet, Vergo asked the question that weighed most on his mind. What the hell was this auxiliary fleet? Were they going to build several ships? Wouldn't that bankrupt them? Vergo watched Tom muttering to himself. Though Tom's voice was soft, Vergo's mastery of observation hockey allowed him to perceive it clearly, so he voiced the doubt in his heart. The auxiliary fleet is built to assist the Pluton battleship. They aren't that big, roughly half the size of Pluton. They are divided into two types: destroyers and escort frigates. Destroyers are intended for battle, fitted with the best equipment, and serve as the vanguard in attacks. Escort frigates are mainly for defense, patrolling the outer perimeter to keep enemies from approaching Pluton itself. Tom continued to speak of scattered details about the ancient weapon Pluton, including the matter of the auxiliary fleet's blueprints. As for how they would be built and how many would be made, that was not his decision. Tom knew full well that he was merely a senior hired hand with no desire to become the master. After learning how formidable the auxiliary fleet was, Vergo was both delighted and deeply troubled. This all required materials and money. It wouldn't be easy to produce. First of all, the auxiliary fleet and Pluton itself absolutely had to be constructed separately. Tom and his two apprentices alone were far from enough. Hiring more people was unavoidable. Vergo thought for a moment. He had already spent many days in Eni's lobby, and now there was even more to do. There was no more leisure time to waste. Money was draining away. Then the gold fruit was something he would have to obtain at all costs. Only with it could his plans proceed conveniently. He wondered when Doflamingo would manage to get it. Tom, you and your two apprentices will board a ship with me and leave this place. Take all your tools and blueprints. I'll find a safe location for you to begin the first step of research and construction. The world government has already grown suspicious of you. There's no way you can keep living in Water 7. Vergo turned and informed Tom and his apprentices of this. It was not a discussion, but a command. These three were now Vergo's most precious assets. Without them, even the first step of constructing Pluton could not be realized, let alone the research that would follow. He also had to send someone to find that man Caesar. Upon hearing the news, Tom and his apprentices understood Vergo's intentions. Without saying much, they went straight out and returned to their shipyard to pack their belongings, preparing to leave Water 7 with Vergo for a new place. They too were excited. If they really could build it, their lives would not have been lived in vain. After watching Tom and his apprentices leave, Vergo remained sitting alone in his chair, sipping coffee and thinking about how to proceed with his plans. He was severely short-handed now. It seemed he would have to quietly recruit subordinates. At that moment, the den mushy rang. Brew, brew, brew. The sound pierced Vergo's quiet reflection. He checked and saw that it was a call from Doflamingo. He was curious. Why would he call it this time? Could it be that the plan was about to be set in motion? If that was truly the case, then he had one more choice to make. Daffy should be very glad to accept my suggestion. With a click, Vergo answered the call. From the other end came Doflamingo's signature laughter. Fufufu, Vergo, it's been a long time since we've been in touch. But there's a plan I want to tell you about in advance. You may be needed to cooperate with me later. I'm preparing to hijack the Heavenly Tribute Fleet, then force them to grant me the status of a warlord of the sea and a legitimate right to invade Dressrosa without being hunted down. Doflamingo stated the purpose of the call outright. He knew Vergo disliked roundabout probing because it drained his energy, so he said his request very plainly. Vergo thought it over and judged that it was highly feasible. It would also facilitate his own plans later. Why not? All right, Daffy. I understand what you mean. I'll assist you in carrying out this plan. If there's anything you need me to do, I'm duty-bound to help. After all, I am one of the family's top executives, right? And perhaps later I'll develop my own underlings within the Navy to join the family directly under my command. Vergo also shared his thoughts. After hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't hold back his laughter. Fufufu. He had thought there might be a rift between him and Vergo, but it seemed they were still of one mind with the family. That put his mind at ease. To be honest, if he were to turn hostile toward Vergo, now an admiral, the Donquixote family would be in grave danger, perhaps even facing annihilation. Not that they would necessarily be killed because they knew too many of Vergo's hidden secrets from his past. Next, Vergo considered it as well. Then I'll cooperate with the family's operation and after that discuss with Doflamingo exactly how the follow-up plans should proceed. This was also the first time Vergo and the family were truly acting in a joint operation. After finishing his conversation with Vergo, Doflamingo looked over the other members of his family with deep satisfaction. The one lingering worry in his heart had been answered with certainty, and now he had little else to disturb him. The more he thought about it, the wider his smile grew, and the other members, filled with curiosity, began to ask him about it. Hey Daffy, why are you so happy? I haven't seen you this cheerful in a long time. I'm truly curious. Has Vergo brought good news? Treble slowly approached Doflamingo as he spoke. In truth, he had never believed that Vergo would betray them. Daffy, it looks like your guess was wrong. How could Vergo, our childhood companion, betray us? You don't understand him at all. He is forever a member of our family we can trust. Daffy, stop being so paranoid. Pika's piercing voice came through, carrying a babyish quality. He had been mocked time and again for that voice, but in the end, everyone who mocked him was dead. Haha, that's right, Daffy. Those two are correct. Anyone might betray us, but Vergo absolutely never will. Besides, his strength is terrifyingly powerful, and he holds great authority. He'll be a huge help to the family later, won't he? Diamante followed with his own thoughts. Honestly, among all of them, he was the happiest that Vergo had become an admiral. After hearing his family's words, Doflamingo did not argue. Instead, he laughed heartily, clearly delighted. With the greatest burden in his heart lifted, he felt much lighter, and the gloom around him faded. Honestly, that previous conversation had genuinely frightened even Doflamingo himself. Vergo said he will assist us in this operation. A rare opportunity indeed. That way I can smoothly secure the position of a warlord of the sea, and I'll be able to request the 5 elders to take back Dressrosa and turn it into our base. Then we will no longer be just some random small-time pirate crew. Fufufu, I'm still very pleased. Most importantly, my family member Vergo is still our family, Doflamingo said. In fact, he had always been suspicious, just as he had learned as a child. Many things had to be handled with caution, and had he not done so, he would not have survived to this day. Doflamingo studied the message in his hand. It contained a detailed account of the Heavenly Gold's transport route and the guards posted on it. This was information bought through underground channels. To guard against every contingency, he intended to act personally this time. He could not afford to fail. If he did, there would be no next opportunity. After reflecting for a moment, Doflamingo decided to tell Vergo all the intelligence he had obtained about the Heavenly Gold. Through the call, he could also find out what Vergo was thinking. He called at once, and the line connected after 3 seconds. Vergo, I'm letting you know about the Heavenly Gold. According to my latest intelligence, a vice admiral is guarding it, and the route passes by a remote island in the North Blue. I think we can lie in ambush there in advance. What do you think? Vergo thought for a moment, and said that works. I'll be on site and assist you from the shadows. If anything uncontrollable happens, I'll come forward. That way we can prevent unexpected developments. After a brief conversation, the two ended the call. Vergo then told his adjutant to go to Lowtown for supplies before returning to headquarters. He would go out for a while and rejoin them in Lowtown later. If anything came up, they were to call him. After giving his adjutant instructions, Vergo went to find Enel. Seeing Enel eating an apple while working out was quite amusing to Vergo, so he immediately interrupted him. Enel, let's get going. You're already a rear admiral now, so this is a good chance to get out and do some work. You must be close to vice admiral by now, right? You really are advancing fast. Come out with me. You know what kind of man I am. As my subordinate, you're sure to run into some troublesome matters that need handling. Without waiting for Enel to agree, Vergo turned and left. Seeing this, Enel understood that it was time to meet the people from Vergo's other circle beyond the Marines. Getting in touch with new people was what Enel liked. Since coming down from Skypiea, his only curiosity had been the blue sea. All the things he had never seen, including people. One day later, on a nameless island in the North Blue. The sky was gloomy at noon, and a strong wind was howling. A storm was likely not far off. A few seabirds could be seen struggling overhead, crying as they landed on the island to escape the wind and rain. The turbulent rolling waves made the afternoon seem restless. It was expected that by afternoon or night the sky would be completely overcast, and a heavy downpour would break. At one edge of the island the flamingo was moored. It was hidden so well that most people would never notice this indented water curtain grotto of a place. The entire crew of the family was there. Suddenly a yellow light and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the family members saw Vergo and Enel land on the ship. Everyone was overjoyed to see them. They crowded around asking all kinds of questions, mainly to show their concern for Vergo after so many years apart. Looking at him in a yellow plaid jacket and trousers, they thought he looked very cool. It was a side of him they had never seen. Vergo, who usually wore a yellow plaid suit and an admiral's cloak, was now dressed in casual clothes, yet he remained instantly recognizable throughout the world. Daffy, the ship carrying the heavenly gold, should be arriving soon. Just wait for it to arrive. But you all need to be careful. Hopefully they won't send any high-ranking cipher pole officers. Those people are almost all at the level of a near admiral. If they show up, things will get dangerous. If it doesn't look right, retreat. Hearing everyone's concern, Vergo smiled as he spoke. Doflamingo was startled by Vergo's words. It was not without reason. The celestial dragons, those people of unchecked extravagance, were quite capable of sending their own men to guard the heavenly gold in addition to the marines. It was not impossible at all. At that thought, Doflamingo found himself thoroughly unsettled. Fufufu, you're right, Vergo. That's another point we need to watch. But no matter what, we're going to seize the heavenly gold. I'll just need you to assist me. Their men can die, so long as the heavenly gold remains. Those cold-blooded people don't care whether their subordinates live or die, Doflamingo said with a grim expression. Listening to Doflamingo's words, Vergo raised no objection because the plan also involved his own designs. This was in effect a community of shared interests. As Doflamingo paused in thought, he noticed Enel from the corner of his eye and asked in surprise, Vergo, who is this young man? Is he one of us? If not, that could be very dangerous. Vergo noticed Doflamingo had detected Enel's presence and was already tensed on the verge of striking. He quickly restrained him, unwilling to have his own side start fighting before the operation even commenced. Such an opening portended ill for what lay ahead. Calm down, Doflamingo. He is my subordinate, a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. I recruited him from the Sky Island. Do not underestimate him. He possesses strength nearly comparable to a Marine admiral. Moreover, he is a natural type Logia user of the Rumble fruit. If you scorn him, you may suffer greatly. Vergo immediately stepped forward to explain that he was one of their own. Hearing this, Doflamingo gradually calmed. He had not expected Vergo's fortune to be so extraordinary, having already recruited a capable talent whose strength rivaled his own. This was precisely why Doflamingo had been so on edge. Vergo himself was close to admiral level, which gave him the confidence to plunder the Skypea gold. And now Vergo also possessed a Logia user with the most devastating offensive capability among natural devil fruits. A formidable ally indeed. Doflamingo cast a glance at Vergo, but said nothing, though envy radiated from his eyes. The other family members were equally astonished, unable to believe Vergo had found someone with the potential to become a future fleet admiral. They genuinely rejoiced for him, but only Doflamingo saw further. He knew Vergo harbored even greater ambitions. Vergo exchanged a glance with Doflamingo, signaling him to follow. Understanding the silent communication, the two found a quiet place to continue their discussion. Doflamingo, I came to assist you, but there is also something I must tell you. Something you could never imagine. Huh. I have obtained something the Marines and the world government have long dreamed of. Really? What is it? May I participate? I too wish to destroy this world and cast those lofty celestial dragons into the dust, forcing them to experience the suffering and torment I endured. They will surely kneel and beg for mercy, won't they, eh? Fufufu, how thrilling. Doflamingo exclaimed excitedly, as if he had already guessed at least part of the answer. Your guess is accurate, Doflamingo. I have already obtained the construction blueprints for Pluton, one of the ancient warships. Not a single world government agent has noticed, and I have handled all aftermath with flawless perfection. Will you join me, Doflamingo? With you by my side, my chances of success grow significantly. Vergo observed Doflamingo's enduring hatred for the celestial dragons and felt reassured. Even prepared for something momentous, Doflamingo was still taken aback. Then he erupted into wild laughter. Fufufu, excellent. The fact that you invite me proves you still trust me. Then let us turn this world upside down. Those so-called gods shall descend from their altars and experience the lives of commoners. Doflamingo's uproarious laughter drew the attention of the others. Everyone was curious about what the two were discussing, but knowing they were occupied, no one dared disturb them. They could only wait for Doflamingo to share the details later. Doflamingo, I need you to help me locate Caesar, a scientist who once worked alongside Vegapunk. He is also a genius. Additionally, we must acquire the op fruit at any cost. If you cannot secure it after investigation, tell me, and I will retrieve it myself. Vergo spoke with utmost seriousness. The op fruit was integral to the success of his future plans. The costs alone were astronomical. Mere business earnings could barely sustain them. Doflamingo's ventures made money, but they still needed food, provisions, and people to maintain. Doflamingo understood the gravity of the matter, committing it to memory. He nodded in agreement, but before he could speak, a subordinate ran over. Captain, We have spotted the Skypea gold transport vessel approaching. The pirate lookout reported crucial intelligence. Upon hearing the vessel had arrived, there was no time to lose. Vergo and Doflamingo rose together without further words, ready to move. The rest of the family members followed suit, and they set off as one. These pirates did not seem like plunderers, but rather vacationers treating battle as mere entertainment. Thanks to Vergo's influence, they had far exceeded their canonical strength. At minimum, in Vergo's eyes, they were no longer the incompetent drones destined to falter once the original storyline commenced. The Marine Rear Admiral, escorting the Skypea gold vessel nearby, also noticed the pirates' rapid approach. Realizing an attack was imminent, his attempts to flee were thwarted when a subordinate reported that their underwater thrusters had been sabotaged. They could not escape, nor could they even navigate. At that moment, the Rear Admiral seemed to sense something through his observation hockey. He swiftly moved to the port side and peered over the railing. Why are there fishmen here? Could they be attempting to plunder the Skypea gold? Impossible, they lack the strength. Finished speaking, he nervously turned his gaze toward the closing pirate ship. Inside the cabin, Vergo watched Doflamingo leisurely sipping coffee. I never act without contingency. I had the fishmen sabotage their underwater thrusters beforehand. They cannot flee now, nor do they have time for repairs. You may go out and engage them directly. After Vergo finished speaking and watched Doflamingo depart, he waited quietly for favorable news. Earlier, upon receiving the intelligence, he had already secretly dispatched the fishmen to ambush beneath the waters. Rear Admiral Pilar saw Doflamingo emerge and recognized him as a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. He also noticed several high-ranking officers nearby, none of whom bore low bounties. Knowing he could not handle them alone, he still put on a brave front, feigning a fight to the death in hopes of earning a reputation. Recognizing the Rear Admiral as the commander, Doflamingo wasted no words. He activated his string fruit abilities and soared through the air, his presence amplified by the fierce winds and torrential rain. Some soldiers trembled in fear, too terrified to move, while only the Rear Admiral, aware of his own limitations, steeled himself to confront them. Expecting a hard-fought battle, Doflamingo instead struck with a single barrage of 5 colored strings, severing the Marine Rear Admiral's sword and striking his body with undiminished force. The Admiral collapsed unconscious in an instant. Those around him watched in shock, but this advantage only facilitated the pirates' operations. After swiftly taking control of everyone aboard and repairing the warship's thrusters, the group departed the area with ease, preparing to transmit a message to Marine headquarters. The battle at sea ended quickly. It was not long before Marine headquarters received word that the ship carrying the celestial gold had been hijacked. Under a clear sky, the news hit headquarters no less violently than a sudden storm. The intelligence division, in complete disarray, hurriedly compiled a report and sent it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku slammed the desk and shot to his feet like a maddened bull. He immediately ordered someone to summon Garp and Tsuru to the office to discuss countermeasures. Doflamingo truly had outrageous nerve, blatantly robbing the world government of its celestial gold. Within a few minutes, Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived and opened the discussion. Doflamingo is making such a grand spectacle of this because he must have demands he wants us or the world government to accept. As a former celestial dragon, we cannot simply arrest him. We still cannot get past that obstacle set by the celestial dragons. I don't know what he will ask for, but more than likely it will be connected to the warlord plan proposed by the world government. The strategy of using pirates to suppress pirates. I imagine word of that has already spread across the world. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the headquarters' great strategist, offered her own view and distinctive suggestions. Sengoku, what kind of headache are you dealing with now? You were so urgent about calling us over. Hey, where are your scallops? Bring me some. Garp came in laughing loudly, not taking the situation to heart at all. Instead, he was in a teasing mood and wandered around the office in search of scallops. Seeing Garp so unreliable and still hunting for food, Sengoku's fury shot sky high. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked ready to pin Garp to the ground at any moment. Garp, you damn fool. Every time you come to my office, all you do is look for food. Don't you have a salary to buy your own? We're discussing serious business. Sober up. Sengoku's roar still echoed through the office. What is there to discuss? You're this nervous over a little brat. Can they turn the world upside down? Garp finished with an indifferent expression and went back to searching. Tsuru watched the two men already scuffling and said helplessly, don't act like children. The world government will probably call soon asking us to assist. Wait a moment. Are Doflamingo and his people really that powerful? Did none of the crew on that ship have time to call for reinforcements? Find out which vice admiral was in charge. Sengoku had struck upon a key point. They had only learned of the incident hours after the ship lost contact. Normally, upon reaching a location, the crew would use a din mushy to report their safety. Tsuru said with a headache, no need. The one in charge wasn't even at vice admiral level. He's just the son of a high-ranking government official here to pad his record and curry favor with the celestial dragons. Sengoku grew even angrier when he heard this. Damn parasites. Do they think fighting pirates is as entertaining as playing house? Buraburu, the ringtone sounded in the office. Sengoku took out the din mushy. This was the dedicated line for the vice admiral in charge of transporting the celestial gold, so the caller had to be Doflamingo. He nodded and raised a hand to signal everyone to listen carefully. Fufufu. Sengoku-san, this is Doflamingo. You've already guessed that I hijacked the celestial gold transport vessel, haven't you? My request is simple, I want a seat among the 7 warlords. As for the rest, I'll discuss it directly with the 5 elders. Is that alright? Doflamingo stated his request immediately once the call connected, getting straight to the point. Sengoku thought for a moment, then said, we're only transporting the celestial gold on behalf of the celestial dragons. Besides, the warlord plan wasn't proposed by us, it was decided by the world government. If you want a warlord seat, we'll have to ask the 5 elders. If you've thought it through, go negotiate with them directly. Sengoku hung up after speaking. He had had enough of troubling himself over the celestial dragons' affairs. It was better to kick that matter back to them. His only task was to assist. Doflamingo smiled when the call was cut off. Who would have thought Sengoku had another side to him? What a headstrong man. Yet judging from the retired life he would later lead after stepping down as Fleet Admiral, this big child really could do such things. He had simply been suppressing himself all along to remain imposing. In truth, he was just as much of a comedian as Garb. Doflamingo thought it over carefully. Since he was going to speak directly with the 5 elders, he might as well bring up Dressrosa in the same conversation. After all, it had been a country originally ruled by the Donquixote family. They surely wouldn't refuse such a small request. And the celestial gold was extremely valuable. Doflamingo walked into the cabin but did not see Vergo or Enel. They must have slipped away quietly. He went to a hidden compartment and took out a special den mushy, the one used exclusively to contact the 5 elders. Perhaps it was the only privilege he still had as a former celestial dragon. After all, he knew secrets that only celestial dragons knew. Doflamingo could hardly wait to take back his kingdom. He dialed the 5 elders directly. He had already realized that the 5 elders would surely know he was behind all this. Calling now fit neatly into their expectations. But that only made it easier for him to state his demands. If they did not agree, he would simply keep the celestial gold for himself. Doflamingo, we've been waiting for your call for quite some time. We already know you've hijacked the celestial gold transport. And we can guess what you want. Becoming a warlord is not a problem. You are more than capable enough for it, let alone with your former status. Dressrosa can also be given to you. The Marines will not send reinforcements. How you gain the people's trust will be your own concern. We will not get involved any further. The 5 elders had already discussed the matter before he called, so they laid out these 2 conditions outright, hoping Doflamingo would deliver the celestial gold quickly and prevent another unexpected incident. If it were plundered again, the world government would truly become a worldwide joke. It was only because of Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon that they had tolerated him this long. Anyone else would have been captured long ago and destroyed without a trace, with no chance to negotiate at all. Doflamingo saw that they were being so accommodating and had already shown good faith. He also knew that if he pressed for more demands after getting what he wanted, he might enrage the 5 elders. So he stated outright where the ship would be returned. Very well, Fufufu. Since you 5 old men have shown your good faith, I'll send someone to deliver the vessel to Lobetown. Just have your people wait for it there. After saying that, Doflamingo immediately ended the call and began preparing for what came next. Dressrosa, the country he had dreamed of taking back, was finally his. Diamante, place 1 ship on escort duty alongside. Then you and the others take the marine vessel and keep the prisoners under strict watch. Once you reach Lobetown, board our own ship and leave. I'll be aboard the Flamingo supporting you covertly. Stay in contact with me at all times. Doflamingo laid out his plan directly. By now many were certain to know the celestial gold had been robbed. With an agreement reached, it had to be returned at once, or it would become his own death warrant. After Doflamingo concluded his negotiations, he immediately ordered everyone to set out for Lobetown as originally planned. Once the ship carrying the celestial gold was delivered into the hands of Cypher Pole, the deal would be sealed. To avoid any trouble born of delay, every vessel accelerated at full speed after resupplying. Vergo pretended to head for Lobetown, planning to return to Marine headquarters from there to file his report. In this way, he could provide effective cover for Doflamingo and his crew. Many pirates had already learned through their own channels that the Donquixote family had seized the celestial gold, and many of them were looking for the family, hoping to claim a share. There were far too many unpredictable variables. Vergo absolutely could not allow any of them to be captured by the Marines or killed. Neither outcome was one he wished to see. Even though the encounter was to be staged, there had to be a reasonable excuse, otherwise they would be suspected as accomplices. An overt chance meeting would never do. So calculating the timing, he would arrive at Lobetown ahead of schedule and stage an accidental encounter with the world government's Cypher Pole department first. That way he could legitimately go forth to aid the pirates. No, they were warlords of the sea for the time, being nominally under the same leadership. With that thought in mind, Vergo immediately set sail, planning to cross paths with them along the way back to Marine headquarters. Soldiers, we are returning to Marine headquarters. We have been away this long and have yet to meet any powerful pirate. Vergo shouted loudly about returning to Marine headquarters, partly because he needed to see Sengoku before leaving again. After all, an admiral could not stay away from headquarters for too long. He also planned to look in on the Marine Science Division. At dawn the next day, Vergo's warship, being an admiral's personal vessel, was somewhat faster than an ordinary Marine headquarters ship, especially at full speed. After a brief commotion, everyone accepted the news of returning to Marine headquarters, even though they might be ridiculed for having caught no pirates. But only Vergo and Enel knew that Town was about to yield a harvest of pirates, all with bounties over 100 million. Those without such bounties were not even qualified to seize the celestial gold. Vergo had agreed to help Doflamingo, so readily not least because he was setting a second trap to lure high-bounty pirates into the open and sweep them all away. Was that not a great mass of military merit delivered straight into his hands? A powerful bargaining chip for the future race to become fleet admiral. Doflamingo had always believed that Vergo was helping him entirely for the sake of his family and himself. In truth, they too were merely pieces in Vergo's scheme. Knowing that they would conceive of plundering the celestial gold, he let himself be used to collect a wave of bounty heads. A single move that served two purposes. His mind was undeniably terrifying, yet it was not entirely without benefit to Doflamingo. Vergo truly used people, but he was also genuinely good to his own. A bundle of contradictions. What a scene it would be if everyone learned the truth. After 2 days of sailing, Vergo arrived at Town ahead of schedule. Being 1 day early, he saw none of Doflamingo's men there. Given their distance, they would reach Town a day later. His first task now was to go to the marine base where he might come across Cypherpole personnel. Since he had not notified the garrison in advance the colonel stationed there was very surprised when Vergo and his men showed up. "Admiral Kizaru, I'm Colonel Tang Ku'er stationed at Town." The colonel immediately saluted. "Hello, Colonel. Has anyone of note come to the base recently? Or has any special mission come up? Why do I see all the soldiers in the base standing alert, preparing for battle perhaps?" Vergo asked as though he were making casual conversation, voicing his curiosity. Who could suspect him? Colonel Tang Ku'er replied, "A few days ago world government people came by saying that a transaction would take place here. I know their leader. He's from Cypherpole and his attire is very distinctive." Vergo nodded and walked straight out. It was time to meet them. Whatever the situation, he was determined to involve himself. It did not matter if Cypherpole took this military credit. He arrived at the world government's office area. The guards outside, catching sight of Vergo from afar, immediately hurried toward the highest-ranking officer's room to report. A Marine Admiral's visit was not something a guard could decide upon. Even the base's top commander was not quite entitled to make that call, but at least he could receive the Admiral. The highest commander was a man named Trago, the head of CP6. In fact, apart from CP0, which boasted Admiral-level strength, the other CP organizations were only mediocre. Even their strongest leader was at most near Admiral level. Not high combat power, but not low either. That was a fair assessment. Trago quickly came before Vergo. "What a rare guest, Admiral Vergo. May I ask what exactly you intend to do in Town? You're not here on vacation, are you?" Trago teased. "What I do requires no approval from you. Mind your tone, Trago. That is not how you speak to a superior officer." Vergo cast him a contemptuous sidelong glance and shot back without hesitation, teaching him to learn how to respect others. Seeing that Vergo had grown somewhat angry, Trago quickly replied with humility, "Admiral Vergo, I was only joking with you. Please don't be upset. Actually, we came here carrying out a mission, not to point fingers in your Navy's jurisdiction. But you are welcome to participate in this mission, and I could use your assistance." Seeing that Trago had broached the subject, Vergo knew this was exactly what he needed. After only a moment's feigned hesitation, he said, "So tell me, what mission?" Trago hoped the mission would be sufficiently appealing for Vergo and himself to work together. Trago said, "We have been ordered to make contact here with Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon. He will hand over the celestial gold ship to us, and the top tiers of the world government have already agreed to his proposal. All we have to do is wait." However, news of the celestial gold's hijacking has inevitably spread, and a great many pirates will certainly come. That is why we need Admiral Vergo on our side. I imagine this military credit is no small matter to you either. That's wonderful. Military merit is the very foundation of the Marines. Without it, how could we ever be promoted, right? All right, I will cooperate with you. As a former celestial dragon, I should personally receive them. What if some powerful fellow seizes the celestial gold halfway there?" Vergo replied with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Trago. Trago was stricken with panic. That was right. If they failed to receive the celestial gold, he had no idea what would become of Doflamingo, but he himself would be the first to be dragged away and executed. Failing such an important mission was not something one could brush aside with a smile and a simple apology. Trago turned and said to Vergo, "Mr. Vergo, could I trouble you to go and take a look? I know your devil fruit ability is extremely fast, and it would also be convenient for you to escort the Donquixote family members back to Town." As he walked away, Vergo said, "I'd be glad to do that. Trago, I'll go out and take a look first. Who knows, maybe military merits are right around the corner. To be honest, I haven't made a move in a long time. My body is nearly rusting away." At this moment, Doflamingo's fleet was sailing toward Town. The counter-encirclement strategy they had prepared was not as effective as expected. Among the pirates, there were indeed shrewd individuals who did not blindly attempt to intercept them halfway. Instead, they dispatched several scouts to reconnoiter the seas far from Town. Doflamingo's plan relied on constantly shifting routes, leaving everything to fate. If they encountered an overwhelming enemy, through bad luck, everyone would be finished. The atmosphere aboard the ship was tense, with everyone numb and uncertain of what to do, their minds tormented. Not far from the escort ship aboard the vessel bearing the flamingo emblem, Doflamingo sat on the outer deck. They had been sailing for 2 days, and as Town drew nearer, their unease intensified. Something momentous was about to unfold. Doflamingo held a wine bottle in one hand, taking occasional swigs, while his other hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of his seat, lost in deep contemplation. Something feels amiss. Why haven't any formidable pirates appeared along our route? Those we've encountered were dealt with in mere moments. Where have the powerful pirates gone? Have they abandoned the hunt? I find that unlikely. There is only one possibility. They are lying in ambush near Lobetown's waters or on nearby islands waiting for us to arrive. It is a decisive choice and potentially the optimal one. After pondering deeply, Doflamingo suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and exclaimed. Treble was equally stunned, then quickly approached Doflamingo and said, Doflamingo, what should we do? If they all come to intercept us, our chances are practically zero. We cannot fight that many people. We must find a solution quickly. Overcome with agitation, Treble's snot flew wildly from his nose. Doflamingo sharply pushed Treble aside and said, You're too close. We never said we would engage them in a full-scale battle. We can incite internal strife among them, let them tear each other apart, and then we shall reap the benefits. Of course this ruse could be easily discovered, so we must prepare a second plan, pretending that one of us is an insider. Or we could simply sow discord between them. Regardless, the key point is this. We must not allow them to unite completely. If they do, we are doomed. The path to dominance has only just begun, and I have no desire for it to end so swiftly. Scarcely had Doflamingo finished speaking when the sound of incoming cannonballs echoed through the air. Bullet thread. Doflamingo raised his palm, extended his index finger, and swiftly launched several threads of bullets invisible to ordinary eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells detonated in midair, and instantly everyone shook off their daze and eagerly prepared for battle. Their lapse in vigilance had allowed the projectiles to approach undetected, but fortunately Doflamingo himself reacted in time. Otherwise the ship's sustaining damage would have been disastrous. At that moment a captain from the distance shouted loudly, "Ha, Doflamingo, you're still alive. Just in time for me to send you to hell. How about this? Hand over the sky gold, and I'll spare your life. These funds are what I need to recruit troops and wage war against the greatest pirate in the world." Others looked and realized it was Bakar, a pirate with a bounty of 230 million berries and a paramecia-type steam fruit ability. He was certainly a remarkable individual. While the steam fruit seemed worthless to most in his hands, it had taken on an entirely different system. He could produce high-temperature steam, toxic steam, and freezing steam among others, and had mastered each technique proficiently. Moreover, he could alter the properties surrounding his own skin to increase damage, making him a formidable opponent. Upon seeing him, Doflamingo felt a headache brewing. As an arms dealer in the underground world, he understood the importance of intelligence and had seen reports on Bakar. He was a man of both courage and wisdom, and most importantly his strength was no joke. It was said that his steam could instantly fill 100 square meters and could be sustained continuously, yet no one knew where his true limits lay. It was not that others could not defeat him, but rather that he was sufficiently cautious. Bakar was clever enough to know when he was outmatched and would never force a confrontation. He would immediately summon his deputy for assistance. If all else failed, he could escape using steam mist, which would seal the five senses and render even observation hockey ineffective unless it was sufficiently powerful. His vice-captain was no trivial figure either, with a bounty of 150 million berries, making him a notable presence in the New World. Doflamingo genuinely did not wish to conflict with him under these circumstances. First, he lacked the ability to quickly eliminate him. Second, there were too many variables. If other pirates appeared at this moment, they could truly be dragged to their deaths here. Third, if a real fight broke out, he could not guarantee everyone's safety, and there would surely be casualties. Some might even take advantage of the chaos to secretly attack the naval vessel not far away. Bakar, I know your reputation well. How about we negotiate a deal? I will give you 1 billion berries to hire you in my service. I will most certainly pay you this bounty. But if you truly intend to lay hands on the sky gold, I advise you to abandon that notion, for I have already summoned reinforcements from the world government. This place is not very far from Lobetown, and I believe I have the strength to hold out until they arrive. You want money, don't you? I shall give it to you. Doflamingo carefully laid out his proposal, reasoning with him persuasively. If he could bring him under his banner, what harm could there be? He too was merely trying to survive in the New World, so having wealth would only help. Doflamingo prepared to intensify his efforts. Furthermore, even if you fought us and managed to seize the treasure, there are still many other pirates surrounding this area. Can you guarantee you can safely take the sky gold away? But this 1 billion berries can be secured for you without risk. When the world government arrives, I will tell them you are my hired hand, and they will not attack you. To be honest, Bakar was already deeply tempted upon hearing this. He had only come to plunder for a share, driven by a gambler's mindset. Among the pirates here, many were far stronger than him, and it was impossible for him to steal anything. He might even lose his life. Yet Doflamingo's proposal hit the mark perfectly. It gave him a dignified way out, 1 billion berries, several times higher than his own bounty. Bakar immediately said, Doflamingo, how do I know whether what you say is true or false? What if you deceive us? What if after we complete the task you fail to deliver the full 1 billion berries? Doflamingo stroked his chin and said, Then I can pay you a deposit of 300 million berries now, and the remainder after we finish. Since this is our first cooperation, I must also demonstrate sincerity. Watching Bakar's interest awaken, Doflamingo quickly replied, but after this was over there might be an opportunity to bring him into the Donquixote family, provided of course that they survived. Bakar, seeing this, gladly accepted the 300 million berry deposit and then continued to follow behind Doflamingo's fleet. The robbery had failed, but instead they had struck a deal. After the farce with Pinnacle ended, Doflamingo thought it over. Reaching Lowtown as quickly as possible was the safest option. What if an even more wanted pirate appeared? Seated in his chair, Doflamingo grew more and more anxious. He was arrogant, even a little reckless, but he was not stupid. This cargo was invaluable, and anyone with real power would naturally want to seize it. The sky was slowly clearing, and the air, thinned by the storm, seemed to return, refreshing the spirit. Yet Doflamingo himself only felt worse. Even Pinnacle's crew was restless. They knew the 1 billion wasn't easy money. If things went wrong, they'd be in danger too. But one thing they were certain of: if they truly encountered someone they couldn't defeat, Pinnacle would take the ship and the 300 million berry deposit and run at any moment. What trust could pirates have? Oppressed by the unknown and the possible battle looming ahead, everyone felt their lives could end at any moment. Those with weaker minds might well break down and go insane. Everyone, don't worry. I've already called the world government to come support us. Don't be afraid. No enemy is too strong for us to overcome. I have great confidence in my own strength. Believe in me, Doflamingo. Seeing everyone trapped in fear and confusion, Doflamingo stood up and shouted at the top of his voice, so clearly that everyone heard every word. After sailing for 3 hours, they were already close to the waters of Lowtown. Knowing the world government had sent people to meet them, everyone felt much more at ease. At least they wouldn't have to face it alone. Just then a sound suddenly came from beneath the hull. Doflamingo's ear twitched, and he extended his observation hockey. Something was approaching fast from underwater. It was already surfacing. 3 enormous ships appeared, coated in membranes and traveling underwater. When the membranes shattered, they witnessed a scene that made Doflamingo completely despair. To Doflamingo, in his current state, these 3 were all untouchable giants. Even one would be hard to handle, and now 3 had come at once. The people on the ship stared in disbelief, not knowing what to say. This was obviously beyond their abilities. There was Carol the Bloody Swordsman with a bounty of 370 million, Gillis the Sawtooth with a bounty of 490 million, a Zoan-type crocodile fruit ability user, and the last, the strongest of them all, Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast's pirates, with a bounty of 760 million, an ancient Zoan mammoth fruit ability user. If the other 2 were merely powerful figures of the New World, then Drought Jack was undoubtedly a mighty noble. The Beast's pirates were at their peak, and no one dared to oppose them. But on reflection, it made sense. Only a crew as lawless as the Beast's pirates would dare to rob this. None of the other 3 emperors had sent anyone. Even Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat at the sight of Jack. The other 2 were strong, but not impossible to fight. But was Jack invincible to him in his current state? Drought Jack wasted no more words and called out directly, "Doflamingo, hand over the celestial gold right now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, in a moment, you'll see your body and head separated." Jack's speech, in typical Beast style, stung Doflamingo. The veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. They all said that among the 4 emperors, the Beast's pirates were the most reckless, running around like mad dogs, picking fights and waging war wherever they went. It seemed to have become their trademark. Fufufu. Jack, you bastard, you actually dare to rob me. Just wait, I'll settle accounts with you later. You won't succeed this time. Let me tell you something. The world government will be here any moment. If you want to rob this, I'm sorry, but it's no longer my responsibility. You'll have to negotiate with the world government. Doflamingo said with a grin, showing no trace of anger or intention to fight. Hearing Doflamingo's words, the other 2 couldn't help scanning the surroundings. Only after spotting no marine or world government ships did they finally relax, certain that Doflamingo was deceiving them. They stopped taking him seriously, treating his words as a spent force's final desperate struggle. But none of them imagined that Vergo and Enel were already on their way. Thanks to their fruit abilities, getting there was almost too easy and wouldn't take them much time. Moreover, their warships had also set out afterward to reinforce this place. If those 2 had arrived in time, this mission wouldn't have failed. When Jack, Carol, and Gillis saw that Doflamingo still dared to threaten them, they attacked immediately without thought or hesitation. In this kind of situation, the more you hesitate, the more unexpected trouble arises. This was not a good start. A pirate should take the plunder and go, leaving fame and legend behind. Carol attacked first, sending several sword slashes toward the marine warship. He was clever. The warship was the top priority. Doflamingo wasn't even regarded as a threat by the 3. But the people on the ship had long been watching them. Diamante quickly ordered the helmsman to make a sharp turn, then charged to meet the slashes himself. Straining with all his might, he blocked the one strike that had been about to hit the ship. The others were avoided by the sharp turn. Carol was stunned for a moment, clearly unaware that someone on the ship could block his slash, even though it had only been a casual attack. Diamante, however, was now breaking into a cold sweat, realizing he was out of his depth. He couldn't match Carol in strength. Doflamingo, too, snapped back into action. Doflamingo leapt into the air and sent a long whipping strike toward Carol. Carol easily dodged with a leap to the left, then came flying back at him, intending to kill Doflamingo in one blow before he could turn around. But the whip's momentum did not stop. It smashed Carol's ship in 2 and sank it to the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, Carol had excellent combat instinct, so otherwise he wouldn't have survived the new world. But he had also underestimated Doflamingo. Doflamingo quickly adjusted his stance, using 5 color strings to block Carol's gun spear, preventing the blade from piercing his own heart. Seeing that Carol couldn't threaten Doflamingo, Jack and Gillis quickly joined the battle. Seeing this, Treble shouted, "Beakle, what are you waiting for? As a member of the Donquixote family, are you planning to run away?" Hearing him addressed that way, Jack and the others all fixed their eyes on Beakle, their malice and hostility growing thicker. They had thought Beakle was another robber, not an accomplice. Beakle understood that this was meant to bind him firmly to Doflamingo's side, leaving him no chance to abandon them. He could watch the situation for now. If things went bad, he would simply take the vice captain and run. The three planned to join forces and take down Doflamingo first. Everyone else was of no concern. Jack immediately lunged forward, his shotel blade wrapped in hockey, and slashed viciously. Seeing this, Gillis quickly circled behind to launch a sneak attack. The two of them moved with great speed. With his current strength, Doflamingo would find it very difficult to defend against both attacks. Doflamingo, caught between the attacks of these two men, felt utterly miserable. More disgusting truly than swallowing his own excrement. None of his subordinates had the strength to help him. Even Bikar was useless, for he could not even defeat Carol, much less these two. At present, all Doflamingo could do was pray for the world government's reinforcements to arrive quickly. Just as Jack and Gillis were closing in from front and rear ready to tear Doflamingo apart, he sprang high into the air at an impossible angle. Then, while airborne as if hauled up by some invisible force, he shot several meters away and broke free of the battle ring, leaving the pair thoroughly bewildered. Unable to work out how he had done it, they tentatively chalked the bizarre maneuver up to the power of the string fruit. The bloody swordsman Carol also wanted to join the siege against Doflamingo, but unfortunately Bikar and Pika barred his way. Yet those two alone had already left Doflamingo in an exceedingly pathetic state. If one more had piled on, death would have come to him all the faster. Jack heaved up his massive shotel and slashed downward at Doflamingo, who had only just leapt to the side. Doflamingo swiftly joined 4 tough steel threads between his hands to fend off Jack's ferocious assault, but a violent pain exploded in his abdomen, and he was smashed backwards into the ship's cabin. There he saw Gillis sneering coldly. Gillis said in a lazy drawl, "Doflamingo, I'll give you one last chance. We're all pirates here. Why risk your life like this? Is what the world government offers you truly worth dying for? If you hand it over voluntarily, we'll leave this very moment. Sparing your life is the greatest mercy I can grant you." Doflamingo did not answer. Instead, he replied in a far more effective way, "Puppet strings." Several threads fell from the sky and seized control of Gillis in the blink of an eye. The skill defied everything Gillis knew of the world, and the surprise left him wholly defenseless, easily becoming a marionette in Doflamingo's hands. Gillis landed several consecutive blows on Jack. Although the damage was slight, the sheer irritation was off the charts. Jack glared at Gillis in deep displeasure, as if to say, "You blasted fool, how did you get yourself controlled?" And Gillis himself was also shouting himself hoarse, cursing every foul thing he could think of in a complete panic. Doflamingo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Fu, Gillis, you simpleton. Have you been nursing a grudge against Jack for a long time, and so seized this moment to kill him and trade his head for bounty with the Marines? If you do that, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your footing in the beast pirates." Watching Doflamingo sow discord with his poisonous words, Gillis gnashed his teeth in hatred, yet remained helpless. Meanwhile, Jack, dodging Gillis's attacks, all the while called out, "Gillis, you pitiful waste. Use your real strength. Where is your hockey? Cut through the strings controlling you. Has your bounty of 490 million berries been fed to a dog? Do you truly intend to stage a mutiny?" At those words, Gillis suddenly calmed down. Only now did he realize that panic had flustered him and robbed him of thought. After severing the control with his hockey, he charged out furiously, intent on slaughtering the man who had made him lose face, with Jack's attack following close behind. The three clashed in a furious give and take, and none dared step forward. The mere shockwaves from their fight could send anyone lacking strength tumbling across the deck. Doflamingo kicked a foot hunt at Gillis, but Jack blocked it with his mammoth trunk. The bursting blast knocked unconscious every pirate grunt still fighting within a 10-meter radius. Gillis reacted with equal speed, delivering a flying kick that sent Doflamingo tumbling head over heels into the bulwark just shy of the sea. Not daring to let his guard down, Doflamingo rose at once and fired bullet strings to keep his enemies from pressing the attack. Gillis, now fully enraged, changed directly into his crocodile form and endured the bullet strings with the mindset of trading wound for wound, smashing a heavy blow into Doflamingo's face and sending blood spraying from his mouth. Doflamingo refused to back down to a punch wreathed in armament hockey, snapped one of Gillis's ribs. But Doflamingo also coughed up blood, his condition growing rapidly worse. Seeing this, Jack held to the principle of striking a man while he is down and flung out his trunk in pursuit. Doflamingo, seeing it coming, could only steel himself and block with a spider's web coated in armament hockey. He did not dare raise his arms in defense. There was a high probability they would be broken. There was still a gap between his strength and Jack's. Doflamingo had overestimated himself and underestimated Jack's present strength. When the trunk struck the spider's web, a colossal shockwave slammed into him. He resisted with all his might, but the web shattered in less than 10 seconds. With undiminished momentum, the trunk crashed into his abdomen, snapped the mast and the bulwark, and hurled him onto Diamante's ship, not far away. For a long time he did not get up. It was clear that Jack too was growing anxious and had begun using all his strength. For all his seeming brashness, as if he had no brain at all, he was like Kaido, a man of subtlety beneath the roughness. Then Jack leapt onto the Marine's warship, intent on taking the heavenly tribute. If he could do that, his greatest purpose in coming here would be accomplished. Jack, you bastard. I'm not dead yet. What are you so cheerful about? Are you holding a happy funeral for yourself, that? Fufufu. Your strength truly is something. You've wounded every one of my internal organs. Doflamingo rose from the ruined planks, wiping with his left hand the blood that gushed from his mouth, while pressing his right hand to his abdomen to mend himself with the string fruit. In all these years he had never come out of a fight this badly. Jack glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Doflamingo, wouldn't it be better for you to simply lie there and play dead? Yet you still drag yourself up to court death. How many more of my strikes can you take? Seems you're tired of living. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Sending you to an early end is kindness enough. With that, Jack was just about to make his move. Suddenly his pupils contracted. He turned his head toward the masthead of his own ship, where a yellow flash accompanied by a streak of lightning had flown through the air and landed. At the sight of the newcomer, honestly speaking, Jack felt a desire to run. He was impulsive and loved to fight, but he was not a fool. The instant he recognized the newly appointed Marine Admiral Kizuru, he knew this attempt at robbery was finished. Vergo laughed. Jack, did your captain send you here? So you've come to squeeze the world government. Anyone witnessing this would think you, Jack, the all-star of the Beast's pirates, were the captain instead. Doflamingo too was surprised and delighted by Vergo's arrival. It was something he had never expected. Putting his heart at rest, he sat down on the ground and began healing himself. His internal injuries were substantial, and he urgently needed to repair them, lest they leave stubborn lesions that would be difficult to cure and impair his future advancement in strength. Jack smiled a little and said with unruffled calm, I was wondering who had come. So it's the world government's running dog, the Admiral himself, here to pay a call. Then I'll take it that this raid has failed, and you won't be letting me go. As it happens, I've been wanting to see just how the world government's supreme fighting strength measures up. I'll use you to test the waters. Vergo said nothing, not angered by Jack's provocative words. Yet the slice of hamburger twitching at his lightning-shaped sideburns betrayed the fury within. To be provoked by a pirate, one who couldn't even defeat him, stirred a murderous impulse. After his verbal jab, Jack also knew he must not push Vergo, a Marine Admiral, too far. So he simply watched him, afraid that missing a single crucial moment could cost him his life. His grip on the sword tightened, sweat oozing from his palm, and his throat bobbed. Jack immediately prepared to stake everything on one desperate move. At this rate, he was bound to lose, though he had no chance of winning anyway. Die, Admiral Kizuru, you goddamn piece of trash. Jack roared to build his own momentum, hoping to break past Kizuru and find a way to escape. Jack, are you being too arrogant, or are you planning to flee? A pirate is a pirate. Today you ran into me, proving that your fate is to end here. You'd better come quietly with me to Marine headquarters. Vergo simply raised one foot and blocked Jack's attack. Jack poured every ounce of strength into that slash, yet it did not advance a single inch. Instead, he was knocked backward. Jack, you still haven't improved. All this time in the new world, has your daddy Kaido been taking good care of you? Vergo teased as he extended his index finger, then fired several laser beams at Jack, blasting him backward in a spray of blood. Seeing what was happening, Gillis swiftly caught Jack just before he plunged into the sea. Seeing Jack, whom they could never so much as scratch, wounded with such ease, all the other pirates were dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Utterly effortless. Although Gillis caught Jack, he had also taken a severe beating. If it weren't for his ancient Zoan devil fruit, he would have been left with only a breath of life. Vergo, there's no need to go for the kill, is there? Aren't you afraid Kaido will come after you? If you insist on fighting to the bitter end, it won't be good for anyone, Gillis said at once, stepping in front of Jack. Because of Vergo's arrival, fighting elsewhere had ceased. Against such high-level combat power, their resistance felt childish, utterly futile. I'm taking Jack's life. If you disagree, then tell him to come find me. I've long wondered whether Kaido is truly qualified for the seat of an emperor. And you dare threaten me? Nobody has ever been in such a hurry to die as you, Vergo said, fixing them with a stern stare. Having said that, Vergo immediately matched his words with action. He launched a light-speed kick hurtling at Jack with ferocious force, intending to kill him in one blow or knock him senseless, so he could be taken to Marine headquarters for trial and never escape the undersea prison for the rest of his life. Bang, crash. A heavy impact burst like a clap of thunder. When the smoke cleared, Gillis was seen with his arms spread wide, shielding Jack. The tremendous force pierced straight through his body and then exploded against Jack. Although Gillis had greatly reduced the power of the attack, Jack's wounds were still aggravated. He was breathing out more than he breathed and seemingly on the verge of drawing his last breath, yet he did not die. The Zoan fruit's enhancement was truly remarkable. Jack also dropped out of his beast form. Some of you put sea stone handcuffs on both Jack and Gillis. Don't let them run. Kara, I think you'll have the sense not to resist. Seeing that his words had had their effect, Vergo ordered Doflamingo's men to come forward and cuff Jack and Gillis, then turned his gaze toward Kara. Just as several pirates were about to put the handcuffs on Jack and Gillis, a beam from afar blasted them to nothing, then vaporized a large amount of seawater. The sea seemed to be swept by a violent gale with billowing waves. This abnormal scene caused the delighted expressions of Doflamingo and his men to collapse in an instant. Not knowing what had happened, they looked around for the source. Only Vergo from a distance saw a figure flying over, a dragon form streaking at speed. If he guessed right, that bastard Kaido had come. He curled the corner of his mouth. It seemed Jack was fortunate today and had dodged a catastrophe. His captain really was meticulous, knowing that Jack would likely run into an admiral when he came to rob the celestial tribute. Everyone, don't panic. The Governor-General of the Beast's Pirates is here. We should welcome him. He's come to pick up Jack, hasn't he? So the brutal Beast's pirates aren't as cold-blooded as legends claim. Seeing the others thrown into confusion, Vergo immediately spoke to calm them. A few breaths later, Kaido had already flown over. He looked at the out-of-control scene, then glanced at Jack and let out a deep breath. Fortunately, Jack wasn't dead. If he were, Kaido would have suffered a huge loss. Not only had the celestial tribute not been seized, but he'd have lost an all-star. Such rare talent was hard to find. Vergo, you new admiral are quite something. Jack was utterly helpless in your hands. But I must say your power is still not enough to fear. It would be way too easy for me to beat you. When I started making my name, you weren't even anywhere to be found. So do you have any objection to me taking Jack away? Kaido said, provoking Vergo from the air. Because he kept his azure dragon form, his voice was so loud it made the air hum and rumble like thunder. Kaido, I may not have debuted as early as you. But if you say my strength is far below yours, I disagree. You've already made such a bold claim. If I let you go like this, wouldn't I lose face? The spies around here will definitely spread the news, and everyone will say Admiral Kizaru is made of paper. Kaido only needed a few puffs to blow him apart. Vergo shot back directly. Since you don't want me to have an easy time, how about we have a private spar while this isn't public yet? A proper match starts with mutual provocation. Let's speed things up. Hearing that, Kaido burst into ear-splitting laughter, then abruptly returned to his human form, landed opposite Vergo, and said angrily, "You young whelp has no idea how high the sky is. Then let's find an uninhabited island and spar there." Vergo nodded, then glanced at the others. He said nothing, but Doflamingo understood. In a blink, Vergo had transformed into a beam of light and left the place. Seeing this, Kaido also ordered the ships waiting in the distance to take Jack, Gillis, and Kara back aboard. Kaido turned into a dragon and flew after Vergo. Doflamingo immediately had his men move the celestial tribute to Lobetown and prepared to call for reinforcements. Kaido was a tough-skinned, iron-boned brute, though virtually no torture implements could do him serious harm, as was evident from his repeated suicidal attacks on Marine headquarters. Kaido and Vergo stood 10 meters apart, neither speaking, merely regarding one another. In a clash between masters, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Seagulls danced across the sky, and the occasional animal paused in the nearby brush to glance up at these two peculiar figures. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up dust and rushed between the two, forcing their eyes to squint. At that moment, Vergo's glasses proved crucial. The atmosphere demanded it, and even bleeding glasses must never shatter. Vergo seized this opportunity, instantly teleporting before Kaido and unleashing his 6-crown gun at maximum power, striking directly at his heart. Kaido threw both arms up to block, absorbing the devastating blast, yet the sheer shockwave erupted outward through his massive frame. The force swept clean a vast expanse of uneven ground behind Kaido, reducing every rock and fragment to dust that stung the eyes. Kaido's right hand swung his club savagely toward Vergo's head, but Vergo's observation haki had already sensed the attack, and a flash of movement carried him far away, escaping the lethal strike. The kicked-up dust quickly settled, and Kaido stood there as if nothing had happened. "Kaido, I hit you with a 6-crown gun, and you're not even scratched. I'm truly heartbroken." "Very well, let me see your true strength." Vergo deliberately provoked Kaido, wanting to gauge exactly how great the gap was between himself and Yonko, whether it would humble him or fuel his arrogance. Meanwhile, as the fierce battle raged, Garp's vessel had already departed from Marine headquarters, making its way toward Lobetown. Long before Vergo set out, when Doflamingo and Jack clashed, Garp had anticipated this possibility. With their intelligence network, they quickly learned that Kaido was en route. For precaution, Trebo, head of CP6, contacted Marine Command to warn of Kaido's arrival, which is why Garp was now on his way. Vergo remained locked in mortal combat with Kaido. Drawing on his vast battle experience as a fighter from the Rocks Pirates era, Kaido continuously pressed his advantage, forcing Vergo into purely defensive maneuvers. Yet thanks to his devil fruit abilities, Vergo had already evaded several fatal blows. As time dragged on, Kaido grew increasingly furious and began cursing wildly, but Vergo refused to take the bait. He understood the vast difference in their power. His Paramecia-type devil fruit paled in comparison to Kaido's Zoan mythical model Azure Dragon transformation. While he couldn't match Kaido's strength, he could at least deflect attacks. The problem was he simply could not inflict meaningful damage. Is this the best you Marine admirals have to offer? Do you have the courage to face me head-on? If you can withstand even one strike, I'll concede your strength. But if you can't, then Admiral Huan Yuan shall be stripped of his title. The world government can find themselves a new admiral. Kaido roared aloud. Vergo was far too cunning. Most of his attacks had proven futile. Virgo recognized that he had successfully goaded Kaido into a rage, yet the accusation carried some truth. He could not let others claim that Admiral Huanyuan rose to power merely through speed. This was the perfect moment to test his own strength. Then let us see what happens. I accept your challenge. Use your Reiko Hachi attack, Virgo declared. Kaido's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at Virgo's acceptance. Now he could confidently claim victory over this so-called admiral. The beast's pirates would rise in infamy once more. Everyone would know that Kaido had slain a marine admiral, a feat unprecedented since the formation of marine headquarters. Kaido's aura surged upward, scattering the accumulated white clouds as dark masses gathered overhead. He assumed his stance, and Virgo recognized the technique forming, Reiko Hachi. Though the motion appeared sluggish, mere seconds would pass before the devastating strike landed. Reiko Hachi. Kaido bellowed, and a bolt of violet lightning materialized instantly before Virgo. Without hesitation, Virgo concentrated his armament haki into his arms and braced for impact with full force. The collision sent him flying backward. He crashed through a row of massive trees before slamming into the mountainside, carving a bottomless black hole into the rock face. A minute passed, and all the clamor seemed to vanish into silence. The quietness itself became unsettling, a suffocating pressure that made staying feel like courting certain death. Virgo emerged slowly from the rubble, watching Kaido breathe heavily. The damage to Virgo was far worse. He had expended everything in that single strike, while Virgo felt as though his entire body was falling apart, sustaining injuries worse than what Ace would endure later during the summit war against Akainu's relentless assault. His glasses had shattered, blood streaking his forehead and face. Wiping the blood from his mouth only for it to flow again, his clothes were in tatters, and his internal organs had suffered considerable damage. Yet compared to what he'd endured before, it was manageable. Fortunately, the Hikari no Mi's self-healing properties would see him through. Kaido, you prove that age is merely a number. To deliver an attack like that at your years is impressive. It seems you won't be dying anytime soon. Haha, you're truly formidable, Kaido. Fortunately, my injuries aren't severe. When I saw your aura earlier, I thought I might not survive this encounter. Virgo retrieved a fresh pair of glasses and slowly perched them on his nose before speaking. Kaido observed that Virgo had somehow survived the assault, though battered and bruised. There were no signs of mortal wounds. He grudgingly acknowledged Virgo's strength, especially since the Admiral had relied solely on his haki rather than his devil fruit abilities. Had he employed his life return, the outcome might have been different. Kaido, I've heard you have a daughter. Has she found a suitable husband yet? Ha ha ha, Virgo teased. Kaido said nothing, simply sitting down and taking a slow drink of sake, already planning their next exchange. As he drank, he glanced down at Virgo from beneath his eyelids. You actually know I have a daughter. How interesting. She's still young, so no. Wait, are you asking to become my son-in-law? If you leave the Marines, I'd actually consider marrying her to you. Rather than anger, Kaido turned the words back on Virgo with a retort so sharp it left him speechless. Amidst their banter, Kaido suddenly pivoted, sensing someone approaching rapidly from the distance. His brows furrowed slightly as he detected their powerful aura. Before long, Garp's boisterous laughter echoed across the field. Huh, I figured you two were still locked in fierce combat. Exactly what I needed to stretch these old bones. Who would have thought you'd already called it quits? Looks like young Virgo took a few scratches, ha. Well then, Kaido, perhaps it's time you and your crew departed. Leave the sky medal behind. That's not happening. Kaido cast a single glance at Garp, said nothing, and turned to lead his subordinates away. He knew the old bastard too well. Keep talking and Garp would only grow more heated, potentially dragging him into yet another fight. That wasn't worth it. His primary objective was rescue, and he'd already gotten his answer about the new admiral's capabilities. After Virgo watched Kaido and his men depart, he settled onto a rock and slowly used the glint fruit to heal his wounds on his scalp, cheeks, and body. Since his internal organs had sustained the most severe damage, he had already used his ability to stabilize his condition in advance, and now all that remained was to let time complete the recovery. The battle with Kaido had reawakened Virgo's sense of danger. Had Garp not arrived in time, Kaido, once he paused to catch his breath and drink, could have landed a devastating blow on Virgo. It might not have killed him, but defeat and retreat would have been certain, and the celestial gold could well have been seized. Virgo alone could never have held Kaido back. Once I finish the other missions, I must find another opportunity to go into closed-door cultivation. Armament haki remains absolutely vital, and I also need to prioritize developing my devil fruit ability. Enduring twice the pain every single time is simply unbearable. It's too much to take. If I keep ending up like this without raising my strength, it's no different from punishing myself. Mr. Garp, you arrived just in time. Now let's escort the celestial gold back to Lobe Town. I imagine the world government officials must already be getting impatient. When it truly mattered, not a single one of them came to help. If I ever get the chance, I'll have to teach them a lesson. Virgo rose lazily to his feet and remarked casually before making his way toward the ship. Hearing Virgo's words, Garp laughed. I didn't expect that. Aside from your formidable strength, Virgo, you've got a sharp tongue too, ha. I like that. We should have a party someday. The corner of Virgo's mouth twitched. If I end up on your radar, I'll have no peace from now on. We'll settle it another time. He laughed it off and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Garp knew exactly what Virgo was thinking and didn't press the matter. The two walked back one after another, boarded the ship for a thorough inspection, and after confirming everything was in order continued escorting the vessel carrying the celestial gold toward Lobetown. Several hours later the ship arrived at Lobetown where Trago, the commander of CP-6, had already been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Vergo, Mr. Garp, I must thank you both for your hard work. My strength is truly nothing to boast about, going along would only have added to your burdens. So I remained in Lobetown to guard against any pirate sneak attacks. Trago rubbed his hands together with an embarrassed smile, keeping an apologetic grin on his face the entire time, humbling himself as much as possible. Garp and Vergo exchanged a glance. It was no wonder this man had become one of the leaders of a CP organization. His way of speaking was simply endearing. The two had arrived with fierce momentum, ready to demand an explanation, but now any words of reproach could only be swallowed back down. Seeing how things stood, Vergo did not linger, and said directly, "Since Doflamingo has already handed over the celestial gold to you, I'll be returning to the marine base with his fleet shortly. I won't stay here, it's rather dull after all. You can chat with Mr. Garp. I'll take my leave now." With that he turned and left. Even as Garp called after him, Vergo pretended not to hear and quickly departed. He then found Doflamingo's ship where the crew was buying supplies and shipwrights were repairing the damaged hull. At Marine headquarters. In Marineford, the other two admirals gathered together along with Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. They were discussing their differing views on the incident of Kaido and his crew attempting to rob the celestial gold. "What do you all make of this provocative act by Kaido?" Sengoku said calmly, looking at the others. "Pirates should be hunted down and exterminated. What is there to discuss? I believe we should go straight to impel down and throw that bastard Kaido into the deepest prison, stripping him of his freedom for life. They dared to provoke the world government, so next time they'll come straight to Marine headquarters. I've had enough of his suicidal attacks." A stern-faced Admiral Akainu kept a poker face and spoke indignantly. This had long been his earnest desire. Sengoku and the others were speechless at Akainu's outburst. If a few words could decide the future, so easily everything would be simple. Still they said nothing. Everyone present knew Akainu well, and such a statement was entirely in character. "Tsuru, what do you think?" Sengoku turned helplessly to Vice Admiral Tsuru, hoping for some advice. After all, as the Marine headquarters chief strategist, she was far more reliable than Akainu's rhetoric. Vice Admiral Tsuru pressed her hands together beneath her chin and gave the assembled admirals a calm, measured look. "Kaido has always been audacious and reckless. We've charged into Marine headquarters multiple times, and we've attempted countless executions, yet none of them posed the slightest threat to him. Even sinking him into the sea does nothing. He simply bounces back as lively as ever. For now all we can do is hope that some method to kill him will eventually emerge. Since the celestial gold wasn't stolen after all, our objective has been achieved. However, Kaido cannot be taken lightly. He's someone who combines boldness with subtlety, a troublesome adversary." Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages. For the time being they had no viable strategy to deal with Kaido's beast pirates. Akiji and Akainu had no choice but to concede the point. As long as Kaido remained alive, the beast pirates would never disband. "In that case, let's follow Tsuru's advice. We'll intensify surveillance on the beast pirates, but we must also remain on guard. Admirals should be ready to depart at a moment's notice for the waters under the beast pirates' control." Seeing that no better suggestions were forthcoming, Sengoku spoke up, effectively settling the matter in one stroke. Soon Akiji and Akainu turned and left, each having their own duties to attend to. Vice Admiral Tsuru also rose and departed, seeing that there was nothing left to address. Meanwhile, in Lobetown, Vergo prepared to board a marine warship and set out ahead to Dressrosa to coordinate with Doflamingo's plan. Doflamingo could not leave as quickly because repairs to his ship were still underway, but the scheme had already been decided. Vergo would carry out the first step. When Vergo reached the waters near Dressrosa, he planned to capture a number of pirates in order to pressure the current royal family, the Riku clan. Combined with Doflamingo's subsequent actions, the country would soon be within their grasp. Watching Doflamingo and his crew repairing their ship, Vergo set out ahead with Enel aboard his personal vessel. In the original story, Kairos seemed to be a swordsman of considerable strength. At least that worthless Diamante couldn't beat him. After some thought, Vergo decided to capture as many pirates as possible, ideally including two formidable ones among them. That way the situation would not attract too much attention, yet it would still be far from easy for the Riku royal family to resolve. After 2 days of sailing, Vergo's warship finally approached the waters near Dressrosa. It should have arrived sooner, but the time spent capturing pirates had caused some delay. At that moment, Vergo turned and gave a nod to his adjutant Castel. Castel understood immediately and quickly went below deck to arrange the operation. Vergo murmured to himself, "Now that the operation is about to begin, what will become of the fate of the Riku royal family? I suppose I'll just have to wait and see." While the entire world was fixated on the sensational aftermath of Doflamingo transporting the heavenly gold to the world government only to have it plundered by Jack and subsequently rescued by Kaido, a plot so melodramatic it became the favorite subject of idle chatter, no one noticed Vergo quietly arriving in Dressrosa with his men. To help Doflamingo achieve his legitimate conquest of the kingdom and to further his own future plans, Vergo spared no effort in assisting him, even risking exposure. All he needed was for Doflamingo to play the part of savior. As a naval officer, suppressing pirates was only natural. Having captured numerous pirates through these operations, the current military strength of Dressrosa found itself stretched to its limits. Some soldiers aboard the warship were still celebrating, for every pirate captured counted as their merit. Besides, Vergo had not laid a finger himself. All the captures were made by Enel. This was a perfect opportunity to earn a good reputation. Mr. Vergo is truly generous. This time he led us to capture so many pirates and shared all the merit with every brother. No other officer would ever do that. In the ship's cabin, hearing the Marines' praises, Vergo merely glanced at them with a faint smirk, then turned his attention to his hamburger and steak, digging in with both hands in preparation to enjoy his meal. Castell, how much longer until we reach Dressrosa? Vergo asked his adjutant while slowly eating. The Marines in the cabin fell silent the moment they saw Vergo speaking. It was impolite to converse while their commander was talking, even if it was only praise being offered. Reporting to Mr. Vergo, we are already in the vicinity. Please give your instructions for the next move. Adjutant Castell saluted and reported. Very well. Let us first anchor offshore and rest. Dressrosa is not a member nation of the world government, and it is too late to make port. Everyone go have your meal. Vergo checked the time before speaking. Yes, sir. The other soldiers in the cabin gradually filed out, leaving only Castell behind. Once everyone had left, Castell whispered, Mr. Vergo, I have arranged everything. But what if those pirates cause trouble on the ship? Worry not, Castell. I have assigned Enel to monitor them at all times. If they are foolish enough to attempt hijacking the warship, we will give them a stern lesson before allowing them to set foot on Dressrosa. Vergo had finished his dinner and wiped his mouth before heading outside. Vergo did not care about the lives of those pirates. There was only one concern. After all these years, Doflamingo wished to peacefully reclaim the nation his family had once ruled. As his future partner, he had to ensure the performance was convincing. That was the gift he would present to Doflamingo. Since Doflamingo did not wish to bear the infamy of a tyrant, these pirates would serve as perfect scapegoats. At least in the eyes of the people, he must appear as a benevolent savior who delivered everyone from suffering. According to the original story, Doflamingo merely used the power of the line fruit to manipulate King Riku and his army, carrying out a devastating massacre that brought about Dressrosa's most tragic and destructive ordeal. After losing the people's support and the loyalty of all its citizens, he spread rumors and twisted the truth, turning everyone against the Riku family. However, this time before that, Vergo intended to further frame the Riku family with another charge. They were weak, incompetent rulers who lacked the power to resolve crises when their nation faced peril. But what drew the most attention was the Little People tribe, a race suited for cultivating various plants. Driving a wedge between the Little People and the Riku family was essential. These were all necessary steps. So what if many would die in the process? Vergo cared nothing for such minor sacrifices. Once he obtained this nation, the next phase of his plan could proceed steadily. Establishing a base for constructing escort ships and cruiser ships in Dressrosa would be excellent. Late at night, Vergo received a din mushy call. Porororo. Doflamingo, I have already prepared the mercenaries for you. Once the pirates enter, you manipulate King Riku and his army to begin slaughtering inside. When the pirates and Riku's forces are about to confront each other, you appear as the savior, declaring that he is a tyrant colluding with pirates to plunder his own people. Everything will fall into place, and you will rule this kingdom rightfully. Vergo relayed his assistant's plan after connecting the din mushy. Fufufu, very well. Thank you, Vergo. You have always been family to me. Doflamingo said with a smile, for this nation was about to return to the Donquixote family. I almost forgot. I will have Lieutenant Commander Enel assist you. That way, when they see the Navy, they will understand your cooperation with the world government. Then Enel will bring all the pirates back to the warship. Vergo added the key detail he had nearly forgotten. You think of everything. Very well, I will hang up first and wait for your operation to begin. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he hung up the call and waited for Vergo's arrangements. Vergo gestured to Castell, who immediately stepped out to begin deploying. After nightfall, the weather turned cold. The pirates, who had endured much torment, began plotting their escape from this hellish place under Vergo's covertly relaxed guard. Brothers, let us risk it. These Navy bastards don't even treat us like humans. If things continue like this, we will surely die here, said one pirate captain. Those damn bastards not only abuse us, but also give us pitiful rations. But where would we even flee to, said another captain, for this was a serious problem. Captain, we could escape to Dressrosa. I heard the sailors mention that we are very close to it. Shouldn't we kill all these Navy soldiers before we go, said the vice captain aboard the pirate ship. No, we cannot defeat that Navy officer. That Sparkman is a natural paramecia, rumble fruit user. No matter how many of us we bring, it will be useless. Only Haki is supreme. Let us leave quickly under the cover of night for Dressrosa, said the captain. The captain's words won everyone's agreement. They had already grown bloodthirsty, blinded by hatred. Once they came to their senses, they quietly approached the edge of the warship, spotted their own vessel, and immediately all boarded and set sail. The adjutant immediately came to report to Vergo. Mr. Vergo, the supplies we left for them are just enough to reach Dressrosa. If they do not go, they will run out of fuel and stop mid-sea and eventually starve to death without food. They will certainly head for Dressrosa. Vergo said nothing, merely nodding, then picked up his coffee and drank. The pirates hiding in the shadows were still celebrating, believing they had truly escaped the Navy's grasp and would no longer face abuse. Vergo watched the pirate ship heading toward Dressrosa in the distance with a blank expression, as if observing something as insignificant as dust. To send these fools to Dressrosa, Vergo had gone to great lengths. He first rewarded all the naval soldiers with freedom to celebrate, allowing them to drink without interference. His stated reason was to honor them, but in truth, he was creating an opportunity for the pirates. Upon opening the hatch, he saw many drunk below deck, and others passed out on the outer deck. All the naval soldiers were immersed in their revelry. When the soldiers saw Vergo enter the ship's cabin, those who were already tipsy rose and addressed him. "General Vergo, you've arrived. Don't miss this chance, brothers, wake up. Let's raise a glass, Mr. Vergo has been so kind to us, shouldn't we show our gratitude?" "Indeed, Mr. Vergo, thank you for your care." All the other soldiers raised their glasses together. "Very well, then I'll have a drink." Vergo took the cup and pretended to drink, but in reality, he had already collapsed to the ground. The wine had been drugged. After consumption, it would intensify drowsiness until the drinker fell into a deep sleep. Ha ha! Everyone laughed happily upon seeing Vergo drink the wine. Though the banquet was still ongoing, Vergo slipped away quietly. He needed to coordinate with Enel regarding the mission, and someone would need to assist the Riku royal family. Having confirmed that the soldiers had all consumed the drugged wine, there was nothing left for him to monitor. Inside Dressrosa's royal palace, King Riku was preparing to rest under the service of a maid. Yet something about her felt strangely familiar. If Vergo were present, he would surely recognize her as Mona. In recent years, the seas had grown restless with the supremacy struggles among the four emperors and pirate plundering, yet none of it had worried him so deeply. No matter how tumultuous the world became, this impoverished kingdom remained untouched. But when he saw the name Donquixote Family, King Riku felt a genuine surge of fear within him. Only he understood the truth, that as a former world noble, this kingdom was the one they had abandoned before departing for the sacred land, and Doflamingo was almost certainly coming to reclaim it. King Riku could see no future for Dressrosa, which weighed heavily upon him. He muttered to himself, "Alas, what will become of Dressrosa? Which path should we take? It is truly a source of deep concern." Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Before he could even invite them in, someone burst through and rushed in. A member of the royal army spoke anxiously. "Your Majesty, scouts have spotted pirate ships landing at the coast. We don't know their motive, whether they're here to plunder or for some other purpose. There's no intelligence. We await your orders." Shaken to his core, King Riku lost all sleepiness and immediately dressed in his nightclothes, rushing out with the soldiers. He hastened to the stables to mount his horse, for the situation was dire. He needed to organize the resistance and ensure they never entered the kingdom. Suddenly, King Riku's body moved against his will. He swiftly drew his sword and beheaded the attendant holding his horse. The horrified onlookers stood frozen until a royal soldier snapped out of his daze and cried out urgently, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Did this attendant do something wrong? Get lost." The moment King Riku spoke, his sword slashed through the air. The soldier reacted swiftly, diving aside and barely dodging the strike, though his face was gashed and bleeding. He stared at the king in terror, bewildered by what was happening. Suddenly his body straightened, and he drew his blade, slashing at a maid. Soon others bolted from the room, screaming as they fled, "The royal army has gone mad. They're killing everyone indiscriminately." Panic spread outward from the palace as more members of the royal army lost control of their bodies. Some killed while running, others on horseback, all slaughter continuing alongside King Riku. Tears streamed down King Riku's face as he wept in agony, his garments soaked through. Yet no one had time to notice his plight. The massacre persisted. At the coast, the royal army soldiers had been holding back the pirates, but now their bodies moved involuntarily as they mounted their horses and charged toward the civilians. The pirates stood stunned, exchanging glances, wondering if this was some kind of trap. Survival instinct overpowered their uncertainty. The pirates knew they had to replenish their supplies here before venturing further, for the Navy would come for them sooner or later. They followed close behind, burning, killing, and plundering without mercy. The royal army offered no protection to the people. Instead, they slaughtered civilians themselves. This bred utter hatred among the populace, and cries of grief and curses filled the air incessantly. From a distant cliff, Doflamingo watched with a smile as he controlled the members of King Riku's army. He relished this feeling of dominion over others. Nothing brought him greater satisfaction than this moment. It seems about time. Don't let this kingdom suffer too much damage. Wait for my signal. It's time for us saviors to make our entrance. Diamante, Pica, and Treble stood ready, watching coldly as this nation trapped by its cowardly king spiraled into tragedy. A mother clutching her child wept as King Riku's horse galloped toward her. He raised his sword, and with the steed's fierce speed and the blade's sharpness, they believed they witnessed the moment her head flew into the sky. Who will save us? Save this nation on the verge of destruction. The woman bellowed in grief and indignation, releasing all her resentment and love for her child. Then let me rescue this kingdom. I shall be its future king and savior. Doflamingo descended from the heavens, striking King Riku down with a single blow. Though the king suffered in pain and remorse, no one believed him. They all shouted for his execution. "Hang King Riku. Let this butcher die here. We want no such king." The crowd roared, hurling stones and refuse at him, yet King Riku remained motionless. Doflamingo spoke, "Calm yourselves. From now on I am your new king, and I shall protect you. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo." A man holding a child turned to look at them, and said, "But they're pirates." Diamante glanced coldly at the man from below, then promptly turned away, as if he hadn't spoken. Doflamingo observed this, and declared, "I will be both a warlord of the sea and the king of this nation. I promise that all of you shall live in prosperity and happiness." All the surviving citizens heard Doflamingo's promise. Most had already accepted him as king, the few stubborn holdouts grudgingly went along, and even if they objected they dared not speak out. As for what would happen later, that would depend on their actions. Doflamingo was by no means an easy person to deal with. Just then word came from afar that the Marines had arrived. Everyone looked into the distance, and saw a squad of Marine soldiers arresting pirates who had tried to flee. Enel flashed before the crowd, and said, "Sorry, but we will take all these pirates into custody. I heard they were hired by the Riku royal family. Is that so? Then King Riku is a criminal as well. In that case I will take the entire royal family into custody too." Men seized the Riku royal family. "I will take them back for Admiral Vergo to deal with." After finishing his speech to the citizens, Enel turned to Doflamingo and stated his demands. After understanding this, Doflamingo said, "No. Violet is of great use to me, her devil fruit ability is extremely powerful, and I want her as the best candidate for reconnaissance. As for any other demands, you can have Admiral Vergo discuss them with me." The two of them put on a sham double act. No matter what, the matter merely shifted from one pair of hands to the other without any resources leaking out. Enel smiled slightly and said, "Take the pirates away. We're withdrawing." Afterward, large numbers of soldiers escorted the pirates toward the warship in the distance. Doflamingo also led the remaining citizens in repairing the severely damaged buildings and houses, rescuing the wounded who had not yet died. This catastrophe left an indelible wound on the people of Dressrosa, and the Riku royal family might not be forgiven even many years later. Meanwhile, Vergo was already walking through the forest of Greenbit. He saw no trace of the little people. After a brief glance at the scenery, he lost patience and directly opened his observation hockey to sense the living creatures on the entire island. There are 2 dwarves in the distance watching me, and the presences of many more are coming from underground. Haha, these little people really are amusing. Small in stature, astonishing in strength, and extremely fast as well. You 2 gentlemen of the dwarf tribe over there, please come out. I would like to meet your chief and discuss a matter of cooperation. Would it be convenient for you to take me to your kingdom now? Vergo stated his request calmly, as if speaking to the air. But a reply came quickly. Several Tontata ran out from the grass and stared at Vergo with great curiosity. They had no idea why Vergo knew they were there. Apart from King Riku, no one would casually come looking for them. He was one of the few big people they had ever met, and their faces were full of confusion. Nevertheless, their captain stepped forward and said, "Mister, I can't tell who you are from the clothes you're wearing, but our king still wishes to meet you." As soon as the captain finished speaking, he walked straight into the grass and jumped down with a leap. Seeing this, Vergo did not hesitate and jumped down after him, where he saw many members of the Tontata kingdom. From a side passage underground, 2 more people entered, a young Gancho and his very young daughter Mancheri. Everyone was curious about the marine uniform Vergo wore. They had rarely seen one after all, because Dressrosa was not a member state of the world government. "Honored guest from afar, may I ask what brings you here? Your clothes look very familiar to me." "You. I feel as if I have seen you somewhere before, but I cannot remember." Gancho looked Vergo up and down, then asked his question in a very friendly manner. They had never crossed paths, and he did not know why this gentleman had come to see him. Of that he was quite sure. "Mr. Gancho, this is indeed our first meeting, but I would like to cooperate with you. I know the Tontata tribe excels at cultivating all kinds of plants. No one is better suited to this than you. We can work together to improve your tribe's life." Vergo stated the purpose of his trip directly, which also revealed his decisiveness and tremendous ability to act. Gancho fell silent in thought. Vergo was in no hurry. He carefully observed everything around him. The Tontata people were a source of genuine curiosity to him. Were all their furnishings miniature as well? He saw many gathered fruits and Tontata hunters returning with enormous prey. Their crude dwellings built from branches and tall grass were arranged in a long row of conical shapes, and the tribe was by no means small. It seemed they were easy to satisfy. Even such a crude environment could feel so warm. "We do not know who you are. What benefit would cooperating with you bring us? We do not even know what you would have us do. So how are we to cooperate?" Gancho voiced his doubts directly. He did not think that a cooperation offered out of nowhere carried much goodwill. One still needed to take precautions. Only then could he avoid leading his tribe into trouble. Vergo very much wanted to bring the Tontata tribe into his camp. Whether in battle or horticulture, their role could not be ignored. That was why he remained very patient with them. "I believe you, King Gancho, should know who I am. As for benefits, I can let you live openly in this world. Travel to other countries and islands, and you will reap unexpected rewards. As for your daily necessities, I will provide them completely. So how do you all feel about that?" Gancho and the others were overjoyed, their eyes gleaming. They had been living in Dressrosa as if they were fairies, let alone being able to appear before everyone in other kingdoms. Gancho tried once more to recall where he had seen him. Just then Mancheri tilted her head and looked at Vergo. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, hurried back into the house, and came out with a newspaper. Mancheri went to Gancho's side and said, "Daddy, look. Isn't this man very much like him? His name seems to be Vergo, and he's a Marine Admiral." Gancho was shocked and found it somewhat absurd. Why would such an important figure as a Marine Admiral come to seek cooperation with the Tontata tribe? Still, he acted quickly, taking the newspaper from Mancheri's hand and glancing at it. "Admiral Vergo, please forgive our rudeness. We did not recognize you because information here is too cut off. I am very sorry, but I would like to know why you have come to us for cooperation. Because your horticultural abilities and combat strength are not weak, there is great room for improvement. And I personally want to change your tribe's fate. To be honest, the Donquixote family has already returned. They drove out the Riku royal family and have once again taken the throne of Dressrosa." Gancho was deeply worried upon hearing this. The feud between his tribe and the Donquixote family went back 900 years. They had wanted to overthrow Donquixote Doflamingo's rule, an oppression that was a history too painful to recall. "Very well, Mr. Vergo. Our tribe can serve you, but you must guarantee our lawful rights and a normal livelihood. Otherwise, we would rather die than serve you." Gancho spoke as though he had made some kind of decision. Then Vergo smiled, stepped in front of Gancho, bent down slightly, and extended one finger. Gancho also smiled and grasped it with his hand. Many years later, Gancho would be grateful for the decision he made at this moment. Vergo, who had already reached an agreement with the dwarves, was preparing to relocate their entire clan elsewhere. If they remained too long, Doflamingo would inevitably discover them and re-enslave them. "Castel, bring a few more ships over. We're transporting people to other islands. Use the pirate vessels. There's no retrieving their ships anyway, and they have ample supplies." Vergo took out his den mushi and called his adjutant Castel. "Understood, sir. I'll dispatch ships immediately." Castel replied without hesitation. Several pirate ships arrived and transported the entire dwarven clan away. Vergo planned to first establish them in the East Blue on a secure island as a foothold before executing his next moves, with the immediate priority being escape from Doflamingo's grasp. Thus, while Dressrosa was engulfed in chaos, they quietly relocated the entire dwarven clan. Doflamingo would later fly into a rage upon discovering their disappearance, but that was something for the future. At present, Doflamingo had enough of his own messes to contend with, and no time to trouble the dwarves. During the voyage, Vergo elaborated on the dwarves' future development, with King Kanjo promising to assist in training their soldiers. Should they encounter problems beyond their capacity, they could directly reach out to Vergo or his subordinates. Regardless, the diminutive folk remained Vergo's covert forces. "Elder Kanjo, I must stress the importance of secrecy regarding my identity as a Navy Admiral. You must conceal this from your people as well, for exposure would only invite complications." Vergo cautioned Kanjo with care, fully aware that the repercussions of any leak could be dire. After several days of crossing the Grand Line, they arrived in the East Blue. Vergo ordered his adjutant to take the warship to the local Navy base, while he personally oversaw the relocation of the dwarves. Clearly, they were neither criminals nor pirates, leaving no grounds for criticism against his actions. Vergo brought Enel and select trusted personnel from the warship to a hidden island, one of Lafitte's secret bases, where all senior officers had gathered to welcome him. After this length of development, some still hadn't seen him in person, but this time both Vergo and Enel would disguise themselves, swapping military uniforms for black cloaks and masks when meeting the new recruits. It wasn't yet time to reveal their true faces, and he had expressly instructed Lafitte and the others to keep this secret. Arriving at the island's port, Vergo stepped ashore first, followed by Enel and King Kanjo of the Dwarven Kingdom. Below, Lafitte and his men stood at attention like Navy soldiers in formation to welcome them. The rank-and-file pirates were equally curious upon hearing Lafitte announce the arrival of their true boss, a role they'd long assumed belonged to Lafitte himself. Vergo found the elaborate ceremony, with its precise formations, floral displays, and cannon salutes, somewhat uncomfortable. He had always advocated for low-key growth rather than ostentatious displays, a principle he steadfastly upheld. History had shown that those who flaunted themselves too openly rarely met good ends. Recognizing the excessive pomp, Lafitte immediately dismissed the troops and approached with his senior officers. "My lord, you've arrived. I've developed our forces covertly per your instructions. Though we exercised extreme caution, someone still uncovered our activities. They simply lacked the strength to attack us. Now allow me to introduce several new members who have joined us." With that, Lafitte led Vergo before a group of unfamiliar figures. Vergo observed them briefly. None were people he recognized. The first was Ika, user of the Kamakamaki fruit, who commanded a bounty of 130 million berries, an impressive sum for the East Blue. His fingers could unleash wind blade attacks capable of cleaving through enemies. The second was Kaimu, wielding the ancient Zoan-type double-headed dragon fruit, with a bounty of 270 million berries. This surprised Vergo considerably. With such a potent devil fruit and reward, one would hardly expect him to join an obscure faction in the East Blue. Vergo turned to Lafitte. Lafitte whispered, "He didn't originate from the East Blue. He fled from the New World after suffering defeat. We encountered him while he was being hunted. The Navy sought his capture, and after the beast's pirates attempted to recruit him, he refused, and was subsequently pursued. Most importantly, he declined when we first offered him a place. It was only after Bosch's challenged him to a trial and earned his respect that he agreed to join. Gradually, he grew fond of the atmosphere here and chose to stay. Most crucially, we've quietly verified he's not an enemy spy, and he's fully aware of your identity. Vergo studied him silently. To earn genuine talent, one must show sincerity. He likely never imagined that the East Blue, reputedly the weakest sea, harbored so many formidable figures. More observation was needed. Further observation was warranted. The third was likewise a powerhouse Logia-type swamp fruit user with a bounty of 350 million berries. Given his earlier surprise, Vergo only paused momentarily before composing himself. The swamp fruit, if his memory served, belonged to someone who emerged 2 years after the Marineford War. Such a powerful natural-type devil fruit wasted on someone so mediocre was almost nauseating. Lafitte quickly interjected. His crew was scattered by Shanks. He initially sought refuge here, arriving severely injured. We treated him well without ulterior motives, so he decided to stay temporarily. I believe after seeing you he'll choose to remain. Watching Lafitte introduce these 3 key figures, Vergo noted the others present were pirates with bounties under 100 million berries. Yet he didn't dismiss them. Instead, he conveyed a clear message to everyone: strength grants power and wealth here. Reach sufficient power, and all things become yours. All assembled indoors for a brief conference. After 2 hours of introductions, Vergo grasped the scope of their operations. Bases spanned all 4 seas with several nations across the Grand Line and New World under Lafitte's control. His hypnotic arts had reached perfection. Arms trafficking and diverse merchandise constituted their business portfolio. Doflamingo remained entirely unaware that the shadow force competing with him for market share belonged to Vergo. Upon learning the truth, he would likely die of rage. Here he considered Vergo family only to be betrayed by one he called kin. Something crossed Vergo's mind. He summoned the fishman Arlong and his fellow fishmen. The ancient weapon sea king should also be brought under his banner. If his memory served, Queen Odoheim hadn't yet been murdered by Hody Jones at this point. In the secret base in the East China Sea, Vergo sat in his office chair waiting for Arlong's arrival. He had something important to ask Arlong. Not long after, he heard a knock on the door outside. "Come in," said Vergo. "Mr. Vergo, they said you wanted to see me. Is there something important you need to discuss with me?" After Arlong walked in, he slowly went to the chair and sat down, then said, "Yes, Vergo. I plan to set out for Fishman Island soon, and I'd like your fishmen to lead the way." Vergo stated his request succinctly and directly. Arlong thought it over carefully. There was no harm in Vergo going to Fishman Island. Moreover, he had heard that Queen Odoheim of Fishman Island was still persuading the island's residents to agree to live on land, and was preparing to petition the world government. "Of course I welcome you to Fishman Island, Mr. Vergo. I'd be happy to guide you. As it happens, Queen Odoheim is also pursuing the idea of living on land. You two could discuss it, or I think she would be very pleased." Arlong openly voiced his thoughts. He also knew that Vergo might be thinking of bringing Fishman Island under his control, but so what? After all, Fishman Island had no absolute powerhouse. After receiving Arlong's affirmative answer, they briefly exchanged some basic information about Fishman Island, and then Arlong left the room alone to begin preparing supplies for the trip. Vergo watched everyone bustling about, thinking to himself what other key information he might have missed. As he walked, he suddenly felt the sunlight blocked. Looking up, he saw 2 giants, Dory and Broggy, guzzling wine and tearing into meat. As expected of giants, their bowls and cuts of meat were several meters in size. Vergo looked at them and suddenly remembered these 2 were still here. Who was going to persuade the giants to join his forces? At that thought, he walked toward the 2 giants. Vergo still had great fondness for the giants of Elbaf. Though some might consider them savage, brutal, quarrelsome, or even too ferocious, they were qualified as warriors. Their enthusiasm and straightforwardness were vividly displayed. Even in the Marines, there were giants serving as vice admirals, and Vergo had some dealings with them. "Dory, Broggy, have you 2 ever thought about joining the Marines?" Vergo asked tentatively. After hearing Vergo's voice, Broggy thought for a moment and replied, "I know that the Marines do have giants joining them, but your idea is rather strange. Why would you invite the 2 of us pirates to join?" Just after saying that, he drank heavily. Gulp, gulp, gulp. "Although we both have a good impression of you as pirates, we also value freedom, so a pirate life suits us better." Just after saying that, he drank heavily. Gulp, gulp, gulp. "Although we both have a good impression of you as pirates, we also value freedom, so a pirate life suits us better." "Well, stop it. I have never once thought of joining the Marines. Even if some did join, it wouldn't suit old fellows like us. We can't stand the Marines' rules. We'd be laughed at by our countrymen." Dory chimed in from the side, then picked up a huge roasted piece of meat and took a bite. Vergo thought about freedom and how everyone had a different definition. He asked, "What is your definition of freedom? Or what does freedom mean to you in the future?" "Of course, it's to go wherever we want and live a carefree life. To eat whatever we want, drink as much as we please without anyone interfering, no longer worry about missions, and just take whatever we want by force. And to fight whenever we want. If we see someone we don't like, we punch them flying first and talk later. We don't want to swallow our anger. If we did, the more we think about it, the more we'd feel we'd suffered a great loss." Dory and Broggy spoke one after another, their words full of the pirate style propagated by the world government. This was what the world government called the abnormal ones. To put it bluntly, they were simply inconvenient to govern. What the world government needed was a group of ignorant commoners. Whatever it said, you just did accordingly. Finally Broggy laughed loudly, and said, "Now you understand. We giants of Elbaf are never going to obey orders so docilely, let alone join the Marines." Hearing this, Vergo laughed instead, which puzzled Dory and Broggy. Could he have lost his mind? If Vergo knew what they were thinking, he would definitely give them a beating for having such wild imaginations. "If I provide you with all the meat and wine you want, no one else can directly command you except me. You can fight whenever you like. As long as you wish, I'll set aside a separate area for you giants to use. I won't meddle in anything you do, and I won't place too many restrictions on you. Just don't harm my interests. Besides, do you really think I'm a true Marine? You'll stay exactly as you are now. You won't be joining the Marines. You'll be joining my own private organization." As he spoke, Vergo glanced around at the surroundings, then stared at Dory and Broggy, awaiting their response. This was crucial to his subsequent plans. He was determined to get their consent, even if it meant resorting to force. Dory and Broggy followed Vergo's gaze and looked around. Then it suddenly dawned on them. At first they had thought this was a secret base of the Marines where they hadn't put on uniforms. But now it was clear they had been completely misled by their own preconceptions. These pirates were all his private force. What exactly was Vergo planning? Broggy thought about this and directly asked, "Mr. Vergo, if these are your private forces, then what is it you're trying to achieve? We don't believe that you're holding high the banner of democracy for the people. We're not 3-year-olds. Say it plainly. I want to see whether it conflicts with our principles." Vergo heaved a sigh of relief. He had already half succeeded. As long as they agreed with his ideas, it would be done. At least he wouldn't have to consider force as the first resort. "First, I'm not as noble as you put it. It's impossible that all of this is for the people's benefit. But on that basis, I do want every person to be treated fairly and equally. In this world, there's no absolutely safe place. Even Mary Geos is heavily guarded, protected by numerous strong warriors, otherwise the celestial dragons would die faster than anyone else. I intend to overthrow the world government, and then establish a governing authority. With so many countries, each having their own kings, there are too many conflicts. Wouldn't it be better to implement joint governance? And most importantly, if that were truly the case, wouldn't the allocation of resources also be better for minority nations like yours, Elbaf?" Dory and Broggy said nothing, but Vergo knew they were tempted. Then Broggy cast a meaningful glance at Vergo. "You want to become the king of the world, don't you?" Vergo gave an evasive shrug. The two giants already knew the answer from that gesture. It was more telling than 1,000 words of explanation. Seeing that Dory and Broggy had no further questions, Vergo said, "Judging by your reactions, I don't think I need to ask anything more. I'll take that as your agreement. That saves us all the trouble. I don't want to strain our relationship." Dory and Broggy seemed to understand something after hearing Vergo's words. "You're a world-famous Marine admiral, and you've put it that plainly. Even if we refused, you'd probably suppress us by force. We have no choice. Perhaps only the king of Elbaf would dare to fight you, and even he couldn't guarantee victory. The key thing is that this policy of yours is beneficial to us. Compared to the current world government, what does it matter if you're the one in power? It might even be better." Broggy analyzed with a clear head, while Dory nodded in agreement beside him. "Vergo, I just hope you can do what you say. Why do we stay isolated on a single island as a nation with so few giants outside? It's because we've been targeted by the world government. They think our country's military power is too great and too dangerous. But we giants have never attacked civilians wantonly. Evidently, the downfall of the giant warrior pirates bore the shadow of the world government, or at least it helped fan the flames. Otherwise, could those two legendary leaders of the giant warrior pirates have stayed on Little Garden for so long simply because the treatment at Eni's lobby was so good and Spandine had a change of heart? It couldn't be just because the scenery was nice, could it? In the original story, they seemed never to leave Little Garden until Luffy and the others arrived. Rather than saying they were stationed there or simply had nothing to do and nowhere to go, I'd rather believe they had made some agreement with the world government. Then pack up. Later go back and discuss it with your king. I'm not asking the giant race to stake its entire country on me, but I need you to stand on the same side as me. At least don't bow out early before I die." Now, isn't it true that some giants are treated as slaves by certain world nobles? Once you giants join, I believe our fighting strength will grow greatly. When we obtain the world's political power, the rewards at that time will be unprecedentedly generous. There are so many places in this world. You giants won't just keep cowering on one island forever, will you? Vergo's clear, concise analysis of their nation struck straight at the pain point of most minority nations in this world. Fishman Island especially. Because it was favored by the world nobles and aristocrats of other countries, the slave market was practically thriving. That was also a key factor in persuading Fishman Island to join Vergo's faction. Dory and Broggy looked grim after hearing Vergo's words. But the crux of the slave system still struck at the interests of the world government's nobles, and fighting the privileged class was not a problem the giant race alone could solve. Fine. Then we need to pack up quickly. No, forget packing. Just give us a ship with supplies. We're setting out right now. We need to consult our king about this as soon as possible. As soon as he finished, Dory hurriedly left with Broggy. Vergo watched them, noticing that Broggy seemed to have questions to ask him. He smacked his fist into his palm. They didn't have his din mushy, so how were they supposed to contact him? You two wait. I'm giving you a din mushy to contact me. What are you going to do if you settle things and don't get in touch? It's not exactly close from here to the new world. Are you going to fly? Vergo immediately chased after them and said, Dory awkwardly took the den mushy. He didn't dare look at Broggy. Broggy, however, looked at Dory as if he were an idiot, then turned his head away as though he didn't know him. The two left the East Blue, noisily bickering. The next morning Arlong arrived with the members of the Fishman Pirates. Seeing them all here, Vergo knew that this time they all wanted to return to Fishman Island to see their homeland. After all, it had been a long time since they left home. Mr. Vergo, we've prepared the supplies and can coat the ship to dive into the deep sea. Honestly, everyone wants to go back and see their home, so I'm sorry, Mr. Vergo, but I brought everyone along. I hope you don't mind. After saying that, Arlong scratched his head sheepishly and explained the reason. Oh, it's nothing as long as it doesn't go against my interests. I'm actually very good and lenient to my subordinates. Your task now is to return to Fishman Island with me. I want to speak with your King Neptune in person. This will be a turning point for Fishman Island. Trust me, the long-cherished wish of Fishman Island will definitely come true. Let's set out first. Vergo said magnanimously, then directed everyone to prepare for departure. For all his years, Vergo had never seen the deep sea. As a devil fruit user, and with his strength not yet sufficient, he had never dared to go. Vergo knew how precious his life was. Vergo called everyone together and briefly explained his arrangements, which passed for a small meeting. Then he was about to leave the secret base in the East Blue and head for Fishman Island. One day the world will come to know everyone's efforts. As long as you work hard for our own interests, that's enough. I've told you before that I won't deliberately suppress any of your desires. Alright, I'm setting out for Fishman Island now. You all go get on with your work. Vergo then kept several major officers behind and talked for quite a while before letting them leave. No one knew what they said except those involved. He had muttering in low voices arranged a secret plan. Afterward, Vergo took Enel and prepared to board a ship to leave the East Blue. Along the way, they didn't want to draw attention. Moreover, after several years, the soldiers on the Marine Headquarters warship were all his own people. Each of them had been allowed aboard only after passing many difficult trials set by Vergo. He had never kept too much from them, and their interests had become even more aligned. The original world government spies had already been sent back to Marine Headquarters under various pretexts. For those who truly couldn't be trusted, there was no other option. They were given the title of hero and died in battle. That was a common occurrence. After entering the new world, the ship submerged directly into the sea and slowly approached Fishman Island. All the scenery was novel and wondrous. All kinds of marine life drifting about beautiful. Yet it was equally fraught with danger. Sea kings and sea beasts were not as easy to deal with as humans. Slowly, it descended lower and lower until it reached a depth of 10,000 meters, then continued along a straight course. This was mainly to prevent anyone from detecting it. A Marine Headquarters admiral's ship was still very conspicuous. In such deep waters, everything seemed to fall silent. There was no trace of human presence, only marine life everywhere. Some sea kings even glanced at the ship and then swam away as if they knew this kind of ship wouldn't taste good. The underwater realm was shrouded in darkness and silence, starkly different from the vibrant life above land. Even if an occasional creature drifted by, one could never be certain whether it was a sea king poised to swallow them whole. Only schools of fish could offer a sliver of reassurance to ease their panic. The ocean had always been a domain humanity feared and avoided its depths, harboring untold mysteries and terrifying monsters beyond comprehension. Only fishmen possessed this natural advantage, swimming freely through the waters as favored children of the sea, their bodies protected from the crushing pressure. Alas, even the vast ocean could not deter humanity's ambition to capture merfolk and fishmen. Driven by immense profits, some would risk venturing 10,000 meters into the abyss. Vergo was not the only human to enter Fishman Island from the seabed. Many had already met their demise in the depths or within the maws of sea kings. The mere presence of an admiral's warship sailing these waters provided some measure of comfort, and with Vergo aboard they felt little fear. The crew marveled at the underwater scenery, the fishmen fondly remembered their homeland, and the Marines witnessed the breathtaking depths for the first time in their lives. Vergo too observed the schools of fish and sea kings. No wonder many claimed the seabed was beautiful. Here all the so-called wonders of the surface world paled in comparison. Puru, puru, puru. The transponder snail's ring shattered their reverie. Vergo retrieved it and glanced at the display. It was Doflamingo calling. Perhaps he had news. Vergo, I've found leads on the gold fruit. I've sent people to retrieve it, and it should be in our hands soon. However, there is someone named Toto Land. I've been watching him. His beloved appears to have been taken as a slave by the world nobles. After observing him discreetly, I found him to be utterly powerless. Do not worry about that. However, I need this man to consume the gold fruit for our benefit. We shall discuss further after I meet him face to face, and his loyalty must be assessed. Vergo already had his own plans forming in mind. Boom. Thunderous explosions echoed as though some sea monster were engaged in battle. While Vergo was conversing with Doflamingo through the transponder snail in his cabin, sipping red wine, the entire vessel shook violently. What's happening? Has someone attacked us, or is a sea monster fighting? Vergo asked, holding his freshly poured wine. He barely noticed the spilled liquor as the ship rocked. Mr. Vergo, we do not know the cause, but we witnessed a colossal sea monster battling a giant octopus. There seemed to be another pirate crew nearby, but they were not human. Vergo's adjutant Castel rushed down to report urgently. Seeing Castel's alarm, Vergo said nothing. He understood that only he and Enel could handle this, but Enel lacked experience in underwater combat. Any reckless action could rupture the coating, dooming everyone aboard. Calm yourselves. Let us go upstairs together and stop these sea monsters. If the coating is destroyed, we will be forced to rely on the fishmen for salvation. Vergo quickly made his way to the deck. He loathed the feeling of placing his life in others' hands. He preferred to control his own destiny. On deck, everyone stood battle-ready. No one wished to die carelessly, least of all being devoured by a sea monster. A thoroughly humiliating end. Mr. Vergo, it is a giant octopus and a colossal sea monster locked in combat. The sea monster appears to have a captain leading a pirate crew. We do not recognize them. Just then Rob Lucci, who had been training in silence for so long, appeared beside Vergo and reported the situation. Vergo gazed at the scene before him and recognized who it was. Was this not Watatsumi of the Flying Pirates? And facing him was Kurubi, the pet of the future new Fishman Pirates. Their feud ran deep indeed. Kurubi, covered in scars, had clearly suffered considerable damage, yet their sizes were relatively small. In his memories, when Princess Shirahoshi's mother was killed, she summoned several sea kings over 100 meters long. Those true monsters could devour ships as easily as snacks. Fighting underwater was treacherous, hindered, and unable to strike at full power. A crew mostly composed of land dwellers and devil fruit users would be at a natural disadvantage in the ocean, like delivering meat buns to a dog. Fortunately, overwhelming strength could compensate for everything. Upon seeing the pirate flag, Vergo confirmed this was Vander Decken, the future consort of Shirahoshi. That top hat-wearing, quiff-haired, bearded man with multiple necklaces and 4 legs. Once invited by Arlong, whom he had refused. But this time he would have no choice. First he needed to stop the sea monsters' battle. A wave of conquerors' haki surged forth and the two beasts immediately ceased fighting. The effect was impressive on first use, and Vergo wore a smug expression, leaving those beside him unable to recognize him. Vander Decken, I know you are the captain of the Flying Pirates. Come forth and meet me. Vergo declared loudly. Human, who are you? Ah, you are Admiral Vergo of the Marine Fort. Vander Decken, who had been about to question Vergo, exclaimed in shock upon seeing his face. He was no fool. Rather, he valued information and often purchased newspapers at the surface to stay informed, memorizing important details. Vergo's appearance was unforgettable, as were the other 2 Yonko commanders and the fleet admiral. Sweat beaded on Vander Decken's brow. While the other fishmen might not understand the power of a marine admiral, he certainly did. Oh, Vander Decken, long time no see. How about joining my forces? This way you need not fear persecution from the world government. Arlong felt a wave of nostalgia upon seeing Vander Decken. Vergo looked at Arlong approvingly, a capable subordinate. This spared him the trouble of initiating recruitment himself and provided an opportunity to add leverage. He would observe Vander Decken's reaction first. Vander Decken took the words at face value. This must be what Vergo intended to say. It was his first time seeing a fishman seated openly on an admiral's warship rather than imprisoned. This, you must give me time to consider. Vergo watched Vander Decken hesitate, showing no urgency as he observed him. He knew Vander Decken, well, a man of modest strength, but towering ambition. In the original story, his delusion of marrying Shirahoshi to obtain the ancient weapon Poseidon was proof enough of that. No death warrant was as swift as his resolve to court destruction. At that moment, Vander Decken realized he was facing the greatest dilemma, perhaps even a crisis of his life. He had turned down Arlong's invitation originally because he didn't want to be ordered around. How wonderful it was to be free. I refused to work under others, was his excuse, but now it would certainly never be accepted by Vergo. After racking his brains, he couldn't come up with a good way to refuse. Instead, it occurred to him that joining Vergo's ranks might allow his future to go even further. So with a somewhat sycophantic air, he boarded Vergo's warship to negotiate. Mr. Vergo, I am willing to join your forces, but I seek the ancient weapon Poseidon. It has been my family's long-cherished wish, and I have searched for it for a long time without success. Vander Decken leaned in and stated his purpose. Hearing this, Vergo understood that the man's treacherous desires were far from dead. Vander Decken, I can tell you with certainty Shirahoshi of Fishman Island is the ancient weapon Poseidon. As for the other ancient weapon Pluton, I have also found crucial leads. So what do you think? Do you still want to obtain an ancient weapon? Vergo stared at Vander Decken with menacing eyes, ready to kill at any moment should he refuse. At first, Vander Decken was pleasantly surprised to learn that the ancient weapon had been right beside him all along. But then he saw the look in Vergo's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Clearly he would have no chance to utter a refusal, nor to flee even if he considered it. He glanced around, reasonably convinced that he would be captured immediately if he tried to run. If you're thinking of escape, you can forget it. I will catch you the moment you try, and I will punish you severely. Remember, you have only one chance to decide. There is no second one. The only other path is death. Having waited this long and seen Vander Decken still unresponsive, Vergo knew exactly what was going through his mind. After hearing Vergo's words, not only Vander Decken grew even more nervous. Even the fishmen aboard his ship sensed that something was wrong. Enel thought for a moment, then wrapped himself in a bubble and came aboard Vander Decken's pirate ship. He stared at him silently, radiating an invisible pressure. This is your last chance. You'd better answer quickly. The weak have no right to choose or refuse. Don't you know that? Vander Decken, the turning point of your fate has arrived. death, or joining me. I'll give you 5 seconds. After saying this, Vergo began counting. 1. I didn't say I wasn't giving you a chance. Hearing the first number, Vanderdecken began to tense up. 2. You're running out of time. Cold sweat began to bead on Vanderdecken's forehead. He felt truly humiliated, yet utterly helpless. 3. No time left. Vanderdecken started pacing back and forth, agonizing over whether to join. 4. The moment is almost up. Vanderdecken's face grew uglier than if he had lost his entire family. 5. Time's up. Your fate has arrived. The moment the words left Vergo's mouth, he vanished and instantly appeared beside Vanderdecken, ready to separate his head from his body, or rather his fish head from his body. Mr. Vergo, don't be hasty. I'll agree to join, okay? Don't make a move. I haven't lived enough yet. Vanderdecken raised both hands in front of his chest, waving them, as if Vergo were a ghost. With the full joining of the flying pirates, the tense atmosphere instantly softened, and the chill in the air dissipated. Vergo then turned his gaze to Watatsumi and Kraken. Under his stare, the two sea monsters snapped back to their senses, no longer dazed. My captain is Vanderdecken, so of course I'm joining too, Watatsumi said in a high-pitched voice that might have been mistaken for singing. Kraken, though unable to speak, expressed his stance through action. Rather than fleeing, he swam directly to the side of the marine warship. At first, the crew didn't know what it was doing and thought it was coming to seize the ship. In fact, it was coming to tow it, which would make underwater travel much easier. But there was no need to use such a big powerhouse for that. They simply decided to have Kraken serve as an escort. The addition of the flying pirates pleased Vergo greatly. At the very least, the target fruit was quite useful in certain situations. Once marked, an attack could fly to hit its target no matter where it was. That was the fundamental reason he had spared Vanderdecken's life. And he had also gained 2 sea monsters. Enel walked over carrying a transponder snail. It was the one from Skypiea. Vergo took it and answered. Gonfall spoke through the transponder snail. Mr. Vergo, we have been building well on Skypiea, but some people have gradually discovered the island's existence. Please send reinforcements. Without a powerful figure to anchor us, we simply can't defeat these people. Last time a group of pirates came, and fortunately they weren't strong, so we wiped them all out. Alright, this is indeed a serious issue. Skypiea's exposure is only a matter of time. That it hasn't spread widely must be the world government's doing deliberately. In a while I'll send people to garrison Skypiea. After speaking, Vergo mulled over the problem. How did these people find out Skypiea's location? Was someone probing its existence, or had they already found it, and sent an advance force to investigate? Good. Mr. Vergo, please send people as soon as possible. I've been thinking. I sense that the next attack is not far off. I have a feeling. Gonfall felt somewhat reassured. Skypiea's resources and strategic position were crucial. The island's natural defenses made it very difficult for others to approach. Even if they managed to land, attacking it while it was defended would cost them dearly. After pondering, Vergo immediately took out a transponder snail and called a secret number. The unit was on the same level as the maid corps, named the Assassin Corps Dumpling. It meant that by the time you knew about it, you were already surrounded like a dumpling. The second meaning was that Vergo loved eating dumplings. Is that Nightwolf? I have a mission for you. Select a few people and have them garrison Skypiea. You should have a permanent log post for Skypiea, right? Leave immediately. I'm worried that delays may cause unexpected changes. I'll hang up now. After saying this, Vergo sensed his surroundings. They had already arrived before Fishman Island. When Vergo reached the bow, he saw the rough outline of Fishman Island. It was naturally adorned with magnificent scenery, no less impressive than the places where the celestial dragons lived. Vergo gazed upon the vibrant scene within Fishman Island, truly a feast for the eyes. There were mermaid girls he had never seen before, and Fishman, unlike any he had encountered, a spectacle that held Vergo and his companions completely spellbound. Though still at some distance, they could not resist, and activated their waterproof bubbles early, taking the initiative to land on Fishman Island ahead of schedule. At this moment, the people of Fishman Island were equally astonished by the sight of such a massive vessel. They had never encountered a Navy warship before. The soldiers on duty recognized it as a naval warship, but they were unsure who had arrived at Fishman Island, as figures from the world government would not come to a place like this without reason. The residents of Fishman Island, due to its position as the gateway to the New World, had seen quite a few pirates. But uniforms like these should belong to the Navy, and fishmen were disembarking from the ship, which confused them. Could this be a rescue of their Fishman brethren now being sent back to Fishman Island? Before long, the ship had docked at Fishman Island, and everyone headed down the gangway, taking in the beautiful scenery that might never be seen again in a lifetime. The scenery of Fishman Island could be developed as a tourist resort. Mr. Vergo, look. These beautiful mermaid girls are all looking at me. Could my future wife be here? If that were the case, I would be the first in the Navy to marry a mermaid girl, making them all die of envy. Castor stared wide-eyed at the beautiful mermaids not far away, as if he wanted to go up and embrace them directly. Don't be ridiculous. These mermaid girls would be looking at me, and Mr. Vergo, not you. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? You haven't cleaned yourself up for ages. You look exactly like a scavenger uncle. Enel did not wait for Vergo to say anything and launched into a sharp-tongued attack that nearly made Castor faint. Gagaga laughter echoed through the air. The girls on the ship couldn't stop laughing after hearing Enel's words, and some even glanced at Castor. To be honest, he did look quite like a scavenger uncle. Lord Enel, so you actually said I looked good before, and now saying this makes my frail heart unable to bear it. Castor could not endure the atmosphere, and immediately fired back. Alright Castor, stop dwelling on this. The main business of our visit here is what matters. It's good that Enel has given you a sobering reality check. Stop thinking you're always so handsome, haha. Vergo added, making things worse, and then continued with Arlong and the others toward the interior of Fishman Island. Over the next few days, Arlong would persuade others on Fishman Island to join Vergo's faction, and he would also discuss Fishman Island's future with King Neptune and Queen Otoheim. Not long after Vergo's warship landed on Fishman Island, Neptune and Queen Otoheim in the palace already knew of Vergo's arrival at once. Others may not have known who Vergo was, but as king he could not be unaware. Whether this signal was good or bad was uncertain, but the arrival of a fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters meant he was also a high-ranking official of the world government. At this time, Queen Otoheim had not yet died. She was also persuading the residents of Fishman Island to move to the surface and live in peace with humans. Fishman Street was now relatively peaceful without disputes. The current Hody was not as extreme as wanting to kill Queen Otoheim to stop the entire Fishman Island from joining the world government. King Neptune was also very anxious, pacing back and forth in the palace, not knowing where to stop. He sent someone to fetch Jinbi back, but the person never arrived. What should we do? As a high-ranking official of the Navy and the world government, what is Vergo's purpose in coming here? Should we take any measures? Neptune said to Queen Otoheim beside him. It's all right, Mr. Vergo should not have come with malicious intent. My observation hockey can sense that. And even if he wanted to do something, even 10 times our strength might not be enough for him to fight alone. Don't forget that a Navy admiral is equivalent to the highest combat power of the world government, and the Navy is only a part of the world government. Navy admirals are appointed and dismissed by the 5 elders. Queen Otoheim began to analyze calmly, preparing to meet all changes with composure. Where is Jinbi? Why hasn't he come yet? Hasn't he been gone for so long already? Neptune turned and asked the left minister. Jinbi at least could make him feel a bit more at ease, so as not to be completely powerless. He should be rushing back soon. Your Majesty, please do not worry. The left minister bowed and answered Neptune's question. As a minister, he was also thinking a lot now. He was also very worried about whether the arrival of the admiral was good or bad. Seeing Vergo land on Fishman Island, there were people even more panicked than Neptune and others. Those were the pirates preparing to set out into the new world. They would never have dreamed that the Navy admiral would forego the convenient route through the Red Line to enter the new world and insist on coming to Fishman Island instead. Human pirates knew far better than these fishmen about the terror of an admiral. So some pirates, upon seeing the Navy warship, felt something was amiss and had already quietly retreated. Only some rash young men carelessly continued to watch the warship enter. Now it was all military merit. Vergo looked at these pirates with a curling smile and said directly, "Come on, tie up these pirates for me. These are all military merits. You are free to attack. Leave the strong ones to this kid Enel. Oh, let's catch pirates together." All the soldiers went to capture pirates. They also did not expect to encounter so many pirates here and were so overjoyed that they could not control themselves. Vergo did not personally participate in the arrests, but walked with Arlong and others toward Arlong's sister's cafe. It was said to be a wonderful place, but on the way something else required him to return and take a look. Arlong led the other fishmen to Fishman Street first to have a look around. Vergo and his companions slowly strolled into the Mermaid Cafe. This was a major highlight in the One Piece storyline. The mermaid who could tell fortunes, and it was also a famous scenic spot. Although Mrs. Shirley could tell fortunes, Vergo did not believe in such metaphysics in the slightest. He had always believed that his own power was what truly mattered. Relying on fortune-telling to become powerful was far too illusory. I never expected there to be such a fine cafe here. It is truly astonishing. As the group entered and saw the professional coffee selections, the girls who loved coffee quickly chattered nonstop with the staff. Vergo, wandering alone, felt a bit bored. He looked around leisurely. Honestly, the environment and decor here were truly comparable to Blue Star, even surpassing it. Mermaid girl, does your boss really know how to tell fortunes? This detail makes me very curious. Vergo heard someone asking, and full of curiosity, perked his ears to listen carefully. Although he did not believe in it, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. Human curiosity could be quite overwhelming. I am sorry, but we have no knowledge of that either. If the owner were performing divinations for other customers, we would not be permitted to witness it. We regret that we cannot assist you with your inquiry. The mermaid stationed at the entrance replied without hesitation. By this point, Vergo had lost all interest in learning further about fortune-telling. Instead, he observed the other patrons sipping their coffee and carefully examined the interior decor. There was indeed a refined and atmospheric quality to the place. Such a style was remarkably avant-garde, even within the world of pirates. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Fishman Island Cafe. How may I be of service to you? Several beautiful mermaid attendants noticed the newcomers entering and gazing around at the decor, so one immediately approached to offer assistance. Truly a wonderful establishment. Unseen by others, Enel, who had swiftly dealt with the pirates, also arrived at the cafe. Have you dealt with the Enel pirates? Vergo inquired curiously. Those worthless creatures couldn't even withstand a single strike. Did you genuinely expect them to be strong? A battle that tedious truly bores me. Enel stated dismissively, revealing his frustration. The inability to engage in proper combat had stripped away one of his greatest pleasures. He then fell silent, and Enel carefully surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the beautiful mermaids frolicking and playing within the bay, this cafe boasted the highest concentration of mermaids. Given the considerable number of pirates who passed through this area, these mermaids harbored no particular fear that humans would harm them. After all, with Whitebeard's protection combined with the Ryugu Palace Guard and Frankie's considerable deterrent presence, they felt secure. Moreover, Frankie was hardly weak. It was simply that surrounded by so many overwhelming powerhouses, he appeared comparatively ordinary. Just bring us some coffee, your house specialties. I intend to savor each one carefully, Vergo remarked, paying no mind to Enel as he resumed his order that had been interrupted. While Vergo and his party enjoyed their coffee on the other side of the island, Arlong had led the Fishman pirates to Fishman Street, where he reunited with companions he had not seen in many years. Arlong, Oars, and the others arrived at Fishman Street after a long absence. Initially fearing they would not be welcomed, they were instead received with great enthusiasm. Even Hody Jones, who had joined the Ryugu Palace Guard, had secretly deserted his post to find Arlong, for Arlong had been his idol since childhood. Everyone engaged in lively discussion, and Arlong recounted his experiences from the past years to them. Naturally, he omitted any embarrassing episodes from his past. He had no desire to embarrass himself by revealing everything. Brother Arlong, what sort of person is this Vergo you mentioned? You seem to hold him in such high regard. This transformation of yours intrigues me greatly, Hody Jones asked with genuine bewilderment. It should be noted that Hody Jones had always admired Arlong. Not only did they share similar personalities, but they were both racists who believed fishmen were inherently superior to humans, looking down upon them from the depths of their hearts. Arlong regarded this fishman with jet black hair, a small hat adorned with a trident emblem, a wolf head scarf wrapped around his neck, extensive tattoos covering his left arm, and a scar running across his upper left chest. The man returned Arlong's gaze with an equally puzzled expression. Ha ha, Hody, it is only natural that you do not know of Mr. Vergo. Before I joined his faction, I was still naive enough to believe that humans were truly weak. But a genuinely powerful human could potentially annihilate Fishman Island single-handedly. He harbors no prejudice against fishmen, on the contrary, he has aided us. I will not tolerate any disrespect toward him. You will understand once you meet him. Brother Arlong, I understand. Hody Jones's curiosity was now thoroughly aroused. What manner of person could so profoundly alter Brother Arlong's perspective on humans? After all, the Arlong of the past had been far more radical than himself. Very well, just bear that in mind. By the way, Mr. Vergo is currently at the Fishman Cafe, my sister's establishment. You may accompany me to pay a visit now. Arlong suddenly recalled that Vergo was presently on Fishman Island and could not resist the urge to bring everyone along to meet him. It was also a move designed to benefit their future endeavors. Arlong wished to contribute what little he could to the cause of Fishman Island. Though his influence paled in comparison to that of Neptune and Queen Otoheim, the people of Fishman Street still held him in high regard. Of course, he could never compare to the king and queen. After all, who would trust the words of a gang of delinquents? Brother Arlong, let us depart. Mr. Vergo must also be awaiting our arrival. We should not keep him waiting. Later, Mr. Vergo will likely pay a visit to King Neptune, will he not? Oars remarked from the sidelines. Very well, then let us be on our way. We need only bring a few key officers. An excessive entourage might only provoke the wary suspicions of both the Ryugu Palace and the human pirates. Arlong felt a flicker of nervousness. To be honest, it had been a long time since he had last seen his younger sister. Though they were blood siblings, they did not exactly see eye to eye. The arrival of Arlong had stirred a measure of panic and unease among the residents of Fishman Island. Like contemporary delinquents causing trouble, their presence troubled people's hearts. Consequently, the moment they emerged from Fishman Street into the inner district, many were already aware of their coming. Lola, something is wrong. A beautiful mermaid quickly dashed into the cafe and addressed Lola, who stood behind the service counter. What has happened? Why are you so flustered? Lola took the mermaid's hand, guided her to a nearby chair, and promptly fetched a glass of water, handing it to her. A serious matter has arisen. The group from Fishman Street is approaching. I cannot say for certain who they are, but I heard Arlong's voice. I am not entirely sure about what others have claimed, but we cannot afford to disregard it. The mermaid who had delivered the message spoke urgently. Hurry, go fetch the manager at once. Only she can stop Arlong. Lola immediately turned to the mermaid staff member standing nearby. She quickly departed to retrieve Shirley. Without her intervention, trouble was inevitable. A scenario none of them desired, as every altercation resulted in the complete destruction of the cafe, a tedious and burdensome ordeal. The Shirley you refer to. Is she the proprietor of this establishment, the one skilled in divination? I am genuinely curious to make her acquaintance. Very well, I shall wait as well. Upon overhearing their conversation, Vergo expressed no surprise at Arlong's arrival, as this had been arranged long ago. Instead, he grew more interested in Shirley. And judging by the way they spoke of one another, could the two possibly be romantic partners? With a loud clang, the cafe doors were pushed open and Arlong strode confidently inside, accompanied by several of his officers. Before he could utter a word, Lola intercepted him, saying, Arlong, Madam Shirley will be here momentarily. Do not cause any trouble. Shirley. Let her come. I am not here to cause trouble. Arlong found Lola's flustered demeanor puzzling. He was not here to rob his own sister's cafe. Mr. Vergo, I trust you are enjoying your time here. Arlong addressed Vergo. Mr. Vergo, welcome to Fishman Island. I am certain you will find yourself reluctant to depart. Ors chimed in supportively. Hody Jones, however, remained impassive. With his characteristic deadfish eyes, he scrutinized Vergo, repeatedly attempting to discern what extraordinary quality this man possessed that could so profoundly alter Arlong. At that moment, Shirley's thunderous voice rang out, her presence preceding her arrival. Arlong, I will not tolerate your nonsense in my cafe. Get out, right now. Arlong's expression turned cold the moment he heard his sister's voice. He turned to Vergo and said, sorry, Mr. Vergo, my sister doesn't know any better. Since she's here, let me go talk to her first. I'll handle this right away. Lola, standing nearby, looked as though she had seen a ghost. Was this the same Arlong she remembered? Hadn't Arlong always loathed humans? To him, not killing a human on sight was the greatest mercy. This contrast was shocking to anyone who knew Arlong personally. It was impossible to believe. With that, Arlong immediately walked to the door and nearly collided with Shirley, who was just coming in. Though they were brother and sister, their relationship was extremely strained. Arlong, this is my cafe. You're not allowed to cause trouble on my turf, understand? Shirley said forcefully, showing not the slightest concern that Arlong was her elder brother. Shirley, is that how you talk to your own brother? I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already trying to chase me out, is that it? Arlong said with a contemptuous look. This is not Fishman District. Here you still have to obey the lawful authority of the Ryugu Kingdom. You can't attack people at will. I won't let you run wild and hurt my customers. Shirley ignored Arlong's words and went on threatening him. You surely don't think I won't do anything to you just because you're my sister? Push me too far. I'll drink every last cup of coffee in your shop, and then see how you can sell any. Arlong had said what might be the cruelest thing he could say to his sister. Everyone watched the quarrel with astonishment. They found it hard to believe that a burly ruffian like Arlong could have such a beautiful sister, and some were quite envious. Mr. Vergo, they're actually brother and sister. How shocking. A waitress walked over and whispered in Vergo's ear. Their relationship seems to be in pretty bad shape too, isn't it, Mr. Vergo? The others teased. All right, everyone is watching. Are you two going to keep arguing? This will become a farce in no time. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Vergo stepped in at once to break up their quarrel. Both Arlong and Shirley fell silent when Vergo stepped in. Arlong out of respect, Shirley because she knew who Vergo was. Arlong, fine. I won't chase you out anymore, but I still have a responsibility to my customers. With that, Shirley walked toward her office. Why? Arlong tried to retort, but Vergo cut him off. You must be Miss Shirley. I know, Arlong. We're just catching up. It won't affect the Mermaid Cafe's business, and we won't cause any damage. Rest assured. Vergo looked at Shirley and spoke in a loud voice. Hearing Vergo's voice, Shirley stopped. She gave Vergo a look, then stared at Arlong. She was very curious how Arlong had become entangled with a marine admiral. Vergo's outfit was proof enough, and she could not be mistaken. Arlong's expression darkened a little. He felt he had lost face in front of Vergo. He had meant to play the host, but the situation had turned into such an awkward opening. However, after hearing Vergo's words, Arlong stopped bickering with Shirley and nodded, as if to confirm what Vergo had said. You see, I do know Arlong, and I came to Fishman Island on important business, Vergo said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Even though he's my brother, I was afraid he'd attack you and get himself killed by you. That's why I hurried over to stop him. We may not have a good relationship, but I don't want him dying in front of me. As she spoke, Shirley was also pondering what the two men really were to each other. She knew Arlong. He couldn't be won over by force alone. Something must have happened between them, or Vergo must have offered Arlong a condition he couldn't refuse. Shirley, is that any way to talk about your brother? Do you think I'm that brainless? Saying I'd be killed. Are you cursing me to die? You're getting more and more unreasonable. Arlong roared, spittle flying onto Shirley's face. How do you really not know what you're like? The old you was nothing but a common thug, nowhere close to Jinbe or Fisher Tiger. Shirley wiped her face and shot back without hesitation. Deflated, Arlong said helplessly to Vergo, I went to the Fishman District, and there are still plenty of friends who welcome me. Why don't you meet them too? Let's move to another place. Since this is everyone's first time on Fishman Island, let me properly entertain you all. Vergo shook his head and said this place has a nice atmosphere. You can have them come here and we'll all talk. No need for entertainment. We're our own people. If anyone has ideas, just say them. All right, I'll follow your advice. Hearing that, Arlong gave up the idea of playing host. Shirley became even more convinced of her guess after listening to their exchange. Sure enough, Arlong had joined Vergo's command. But what was Arlong after? It was utterly bewildering. Shirley, we're borrowing your office for something important. You go for now. This time, Arlong immediately shot a meaningful glance at Hachi and Hody Jones after saying that. The two took the hint at once and stepped forward. Before Shirley could react, Hody Jones and Hachi grabbed her by the arms and escorted her out of the Mermaid Cafe. Now, Mr. Vergo, we can finally talk properly. Watching Shirley being escorted out, Arlong's expression turned much better. He had finally won a round. All right. That secret matter I discussed with you before, do you think it can work? What are the odds? Vergo asked as he looked at Arlong and sipped his coffee. Well, the odds are quite good. The fishmen in the Fishman District are eager to boost their strength and live on land. The main trouble is that those who were captured and enslaved have deep grudges against humans. But that's also easy to resolve. As long as we do our part, none of it will be a problem. At least 80 or 90% of them will join your forces. Arlong had returned to Fishman Island and briefly looked into the situation. This was all thanks to the financial support of Vergo's organization. Without it, building a Fishman force would have been a ridiculous fantasy. The enormous expenses alone would crush anyone, let alone a pirate crew of over 10,000 fishmen. So what do you want me to help you with or do for you? Don't worry about that. I'll also go talk to Neptune and Queen Odoheim. The Knight of the Sea Jinbi is here. It seems my messenger has already arrived. Just as Vergo and Arlong were discussing bringing Fishman Island's forces under Vergo's command, Jinbi came rushing in. Surely, what are you doing outside? Why are you so angry? Who provoked you this time? Jinbi arrived at the door and saw Shirley scolding Hachi and Hody Jones. He found it strange. Shouldn't she be in her office at this hour? Jinbi, why are you here? Shirley turned around upon hearing his voice. Boss Jinbi, Hachi greeted politely as well. Hody Jones and the other fishmen harbored varying degrees of resentment toward Jinbi, for his attitude toward humans stood in stark contrast to theirs, which they viewed with undisguised contempt. Jinbi, however, could not care less about how the rabble of Fishman District regarded him. Their ideologies were fundamentally incompatible. If forced together, they would only come to blows. Jinbi Arlong is in a conversation with Vergo right now. Oh, and that Vergo is an admiral of the world government's Navy headquarters. A truly formidable figure. Shirley lit a cigarette and set it with an air of indifference, deliberately handing Jinbi an opening. She had long been curious about what the two were discussing. At these words, Jinbi's expression drastically changed. He knew Arlong all too well. His hostility toward humans was such that he would attack on sight. What could the two possibly have to talk about? Arlong was practically walking into his own death. He had to stop this tragedy before it affected the entire Fishman Island. Jinbi immediately tried to charge into the Mermaid Cafe, only to be blocked by Hody Jones and a gang of Fishman thugs. Hody even stretched out an arm to bar his path. Get out of my way, Hody Jones. I don't want to fight you. Jinbi said angrily. Can't do that. Arlong's orders are that no one is to disturb their conversation. If you barge in like that, you're putting me in a tough spot. Hody Jones replied without the slightest courtesy. Before him stood the so-called Knight of the Sea, renowned throughout the human world. A man he was eager to challenge and see if he truly lived up to his fame. Then don't blame me. See current shoulder. Jinbi, refusing to show any weakness, squared off and threw a straight punch at Hody Jones. Fishman Karate 3000, see current shoulder. Let me crush that pride of yours, Jinbi. Hody Jones struck back and threw in a taunt for good measure, but his power fell slightly short of Jinbi's. He was sent flying backward, crashing through into the interior of the Mermaid Cafe. Seizing the opening, Jinbi strode inside, with Shirley quickly following behind. Damn you, Jinbi! Hody Jones shouted as he clawed his way out from the debris, now completely enraged by Jinbi's assault. Vergo and Arlong stared at the scene before them in speechless bewilderment. What on earth was happening now? No sooner had things quieted down than more chaos arrived, and then they saw Jinbi and Shirley walk in. Jinbi, what are you doing here? Arlong asked with a sour expression. First his sister had provoked him for no reason, and now this. Did no one remember who the boss around here was? Looking at his former brother-in-arms, Jinbi saw Arlong's brow furrow deeply. Arlong, I have something to tell you. Something concerning the very safety of Fishman Island. Jinbi was not familiar with Vergo, so he intended to take a roundabout approach by speaking through Arlong. Oh Jinbi, I don't recall having anything to say to you. Arlong refused Jinbi's proposal without a second thought. Knight of the Sea Jinbi, what is it you wish to say? Why not say it directly to my face? Beating around the bush is no fun. Before Jinbi could speak, Vergo cut him off. Seeing his scheme exposed, Jinbi decided this was as good a time as any to achieve his goal. Admiral Vergo, I know of you. A high-ranking official of Marine headquarters with considerable influence in the world government. Might I ask what business brings you to Fishman Island? Jinbi questioned Vergo in a calm tone, trying to pry out the true purpose of his visit. Jinbi, Mr. Vergo is a guest I invited. What right do you have to interrogate him? Arlong hastily answered before Vergo could say anything. What did you say? That's impossible. Haven't you always despised humans? Jinbi's face showed an expression that screamed, you must be joking. Are you messing with me? Which only infuriated Arlong even further. I said, Mr. Vergo is my guest, didn't you hear me? That was the past. Now I'm not so hateful anymore. Is that a problem? Arlong barked furiously. Enough. You two stop bickering. At this rate you could argue all day and never get anywhere. What's the use of just shouting at each other? Vergo finally grew tired of watching the two go at it, and stepped in to put an end to it. Arlong immediately fell silent once Vergo spoke, though the fury burning in his eyes betrayed him. Jinbi observed with astonishment how obediently Arlong listened to Vergo. So if that's the case, Mr. Vergo, perhaps I could extend a little of my own hospitality as a host, Jinbi said, cutting to the chase now that there was no open conflict. Jinbi, where do you think the path to peace for Fishman Island lies? And how should it be walked? Vergo took a sip of coffee and asked with an air of calm detachment. At Vergo's question, everyone in the room strained their ears, their curiosity piqued. No one cared more about Fishman Island than they did. Even Hody Jones and his crew wore serious expressions. With the help of Old Man Whitebeard, I believe Fishman Island will remain peaceful. Jinbei stated his view without hesitation. No, that is merely temporary peace, not the crux of the matter. It does nothing to truly resolve the problem, Vergo countered directly. What's wrong with that? Without Old Man Whitebeard, Fishman Island would still be mired in misery right now with slave ships lurking everywhere. Jinbei stated the plain truth. At those words, even the fishmen and merfolk who had benefited from Whitebeard's protection nodded in agreement, including Hody Jones and Arlong, who fell into contemplative silence. Whitebeard can protect Fishman Island now, but what if he dies one day? Do not forget that Whitebeard is already advanced in years, no longer young. How much longer can this so-called peace last? Vergo struck directly at the heart of the matter. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Vergo continued, I know you wish to live under the sun, just like humans, yet this ugly world has not granted your wish. Whether fishmen or human, or any other race, what you truly want is nothing more than the right to be treated equally. At the word equality, the fishmen and merfolk present all brightened, only to dim again as they realized Vergo spoke the truth, the reflection of their own deeply felt experiences. It was fact, not deception. Even Hody Jones and the other human-hating fishmen now understood why Arlong held Vergo in such high regard. But that respect must be built on a certain foundation, namely your own strength. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on yourselves. If you cannot rise up and negotiate with the world government from a position of power, then everything is nothing but idle talk. Don't tell me that after being enslaved you've lost your backbone and can never stand tall again. Vergo spoke the cruel truth of this world with cutting bluntness, utterly indifferent to the faces of the fishmen and merfolk around him. Vergo did not disturb Jinbei and Arlong as they pondered, but returned to his seat to drink his coffee. This was a moment to give them time to think it over themselves. Jinbei sighed and continued, Mr. Vergo, I must say your insight is profound, and I cannot match it. However, the complexity involved is far greater than what you imagine. Thank you for your words and for your desire to help Fishman Island. I can only express my deepest respect. Hemp. Even being timid is phrased so grandiosely. Stop making excuses for your weakness. If you are so incompetent, then you must play your roles. If you do not believe you can rise through your own strength, who else would you expect to bestow charity upon you? Vergo unhesitatingly exposed Jinbei's excuse. Enel also rose from his seat and walked over, addressing Jinbei. Your excuses are terrible. Do you know why so many mermaids are captured? It is because you lack the strength and powerful allies to defeat them, which is why they capture mermaids and fishmen with impunity. Do you understand? You? Jinbei was furious at what the two had said, feeling severely insulted. A bitter taste rose in his heart. He too wished to do something for Fishman Island, but the prejudices in their hearts were like an invisible mountain. They would not be accepted so easily. More often they were merely treated as spectacles. Even if they gained equal status with humans, conflicts and discrimination would still abound. Vergo of course also understood that Fishman Island's troubles could not be resolved so easily. Although his words were sound and could indeed solve most of Fishman Island's problems, there was one crucial trouble that he could not address. If Fishman Island sought a higher status, the crisis of destruction would also arise. The world government would never turn a blind eye to Fishman Island's rise and let the fishmen oppose their rule. Fishman Island lies directly beneath Mary Geos and yet remains unscathed. That itself is telling. Could it be guarding something? Or has the world government decided for them that fishmen and mermaids can only survive here? Arlong, however, stared at Vergo with sharp eyes and also pondered the broad path Vergo had described. It might truly suit the future road of Fishman Island. Perhaps what you say is correct, but our Fishman Island's own strength is very weak. We lack the power to act. Jinbei said helplessly. Oh, you speak so well, yet we haven't seen you do anything. Without action, how can you say it's impossible? It is precisely because you are too weak that so many mermaids and fishmen become slaves each year. A maid said. Although they were merely part of Vergo's secret squad, they knew many things. These were merely public information. Jinbei, the way you pursue peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen, mutual understanding and tolerance, that is impossible to achieve. Even the conflicts between humans have never ceased, let alone for you. With what will you negotiate? Jinbei, accept your fate. You only have the option of resistance. Vergo continued to drum up support. Resistance? Jinbei questioned, then fell silent, pondering the word. Of course we must resist for Fishman Island, for ourselves to live under the sunlight. Arlong shouted excitedly. This seemed to be what he had pursued all these years. Resist, resist. We must resist. Hody Jones and others also shouted to cheer them on. As the scene heated up and most people fueled it, an increasing number of fishmen and mermaids joined in. Watching this scene, Jinbei's once unwavering heart began to waver gradually. He wondered if his past persistence still had any meaning. Vergo, watching this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up. The louder the fish people cheered, the easier it would be for him to bring Fishman Island into the fold, and the higher the success rate of his conversations with Neptune and Princess Odoheim. This was Fishman Island's carnival time. After Vergo's incitement, their determination to resist actually strengthened. Vergo was pleased to see such a scene. Only by uniting all forces that can be united can one eliminate all who wish to kill. Playing in murky waters was Vergo's specialty, and he would also make use of the revolutionaries. Mr. Virgo, do you think we really have a chance to succeed? Although Jinbei's heart wavered, he still had his own thoughts and directly voiced his hesitation. Everything has two sides and uncertainty. If you haven't even tried and say you will fail, how will you ever succeed? Virgo guided Jinbei, hoping to let him see clearly. Jinbei's bewildered heart seemed to have understood Virgo's meaning, but he dared not take this step, because once he stepped out, there was no turning back. This result might be one he could not bear, like walking a single path to the bitter end. Moreover, there is me. Would I not help you after saying so? I am destined to become Fleet Admiral of the Marines, and the Marines' justice is no justice, it is merely a dog that wipes the world government's behind. Many people are already dissatisfied with the world government, and I am also accumulating power. There are many followers I have cultivated within the Marines. Virgo saw that the time was right, so he gave Jinbei one more shot of encouragement, speaking in a low whisper to Jinbei. Jinbei's eyes widened in shock. Hearing such words felt like a death sentence. If one did not want to join, basically knowing the secret would lead to being killed. True to form, Jinbei suddenly raised his head and looked into Virgo's eyes, seeing his profound smile. Jinbei immediately thought rapidly, his eyes darting around, wondering what he was thinking. Mr. Virgo, after hearing your words, I feel that hating humans has not made us stronger, but rather seems somewhat cowardly. Our original direction of effort was wrong. Fortunately, you have awakened me. Arlong said immediately. Having finally found his goal of effort, Arlong also felt for the first time that his mind was clear. Arlong speaks very correctly. If hatred cannot be transformed into your motivation, then your wild cries will only make others treat you as fools, mere roars of an incompetent person. The weak do not even have the right to decide death. Only when one's own strength is strong can equality be achieved. Virgo struck the theme again, making them understand the essence of the problem more profoundly. Everyone was deeply contemplating Virgo's words. Harsh as they were, they offered a fresh perspective. For Fishman Island, such counsel had not come too late. Mr. Virgo, you are right. Our previous thinking was too one-sided. Merely piling all our hatred and hostility onto humans does nothing to resolve anything. It only deepens the conflict between our races. We overlooked the fact that the problem itself can never be solved at its root by such means. Rare as it was, Hody Jones, the racist, spoke his first words since arriving. He had been silent in thought for a long while, and Virgo's words had struck a chord deep within him. The fishmen and merfolk present stirred once again at Hody Jones's words. Seeing that his words had achieved their intended effect, Virgo turned to ask for Jinbei's opinion. Mr. Virgo, I thank you for your heartfelt words. Before I met you, no one had ever spoken of Fishman Island's fundamental problem. I know that our current path risks the destruction of the island, but as things stand, Fishman Island is no different from a corpse. We live like prisoners in a vast jail. Jinbei spoke from the depths of his heart. Perhaps many people and many things bore great malice toward Fishman Island, but there were still those who held goodwill toward it, those willing to lend a helping hand. Virgo, hearing his words, pondered carefully. The greatest obstacles on Fishman Island were King Neptune and Queen Odoheim. Still, he could first test the waters. If Queen Odoheim still insisted on allying with the world government, then she could be killed first. At that moment, Arlong arrived, accompanied by his younger sister, Madame Shirley. Unusually, her gaze toward Virgo was filled with shyness. She kept her head lowered, not daring to look, yet stole glances at him from time to time. Though Virgo had guessed something, he did not know what Arlong and Shirley had spoken about to make her so bashful. As the two siblings drew near, Virgo dismissed the men conversing around him, giving Arlong ample space to speak. Mr. Virgo, I've discussed it with my sister. She wants to stay by your side to take care of you, and she also wishes to learn martial arts from you. Otherwise, she can't even protect herself or contribute to the future of Fishman Island. Arlong said happily, making clear that Shirley had volunteered. Miss Shirley, what do you think? I never wish to force anyone to stay by my side. I enjoy the coffee you brew. Stay with me as a personal attendant, Virgo declared. Ignoring Arlong's words, Virgo turned to ask Shirley for her own opinion. I have no problem with that. I'd like to learn more as well. I understand what being a personal attendant means. After speaking, Shirley was too shy and hid directly behind Arlong, not daring to look at Virgo. Shirley, I heard you practice divination. Is that true? To me, it still feels surreal. If not for devil fruit powers, I'd find it hard to believe such supernatural abilities existed. Virgo voiced his curiosity. As a transmigrator from the blue planet, he had never believed in metaphysical things like fortune-telling and divination. My divination brings ominous omens. Every time it brings misfortune. It's been a long time since I divined for anyone. Although I possess the ability, I cannot bear this foreknowledge that always ends in death. Shirley was reluctant to speak of her gift for divination. I am not afraid. I do not believe that my future fate is determined by a single divination. I want you to divine what my future holds. I am curious to see what will become of us. Virgo encouraged Shirley to divine for him. All right. After much persuasion, Shirley resolved to read the future for this imposing man to see what fate truly awaited him. With some hesitation, Shirley took out a crystal ball from a cabinet. Virgo regarded it with great wonder. It reminded him of Baba from Dragon Ball. Perhaps such methods were universal. Holding the crystal ball, Shirley gave Virgo a deep look. Now let us begin. Closing her eyes, she focused and murmured incantations. Virgo did not disturb her. At first, her brow merely furrowed slightly. Then her expression with little visible change gradually shifted to terror, then to panic and helplessness, making it clear to all that she had witnessed some terrible future. "Oh, how can this be?" Shirley screamed, snapping out of her trance. "What's wrong? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Did you see some ill fate?" Virgo hurried to Shirley's side and gently embraced her to comfort her. He was deeply curious what could be so terrifying. Her body was still trembling violently. "I saw something even more shocking than the destruction of Fishman Island. This world will face a great calamity in the future, something beyond our power to oppose." Shirley spoke of the dreadful truth with sorrow. How could this be? What happens? What becomes of me in your vision of the future?" Hearing her words, Virgo felt the matter was not so simple. It seemed to involve the entire world. In the future, this world is engulfed in flames of war. Wars rage everywhere, leaving the land devastated. Islands are destroyed and sunk into the sea as a common sight. It is a battle between two great factions. I saw your battle with the world government. Your war may bring ruin upon this world. As Shirley spoke, she gripped Virgo's arm tightly. The Revolutionary Army is involved as well. I saw your wounds bleeding without and the dead numbering in the millions. You wore prison clothes and were taken to the execution platform at Lobetown, where you ended your legendary life. I don't know if this is real. Shirley sobbed as she spoke. Even covering her face with her hands, tears still streamed through her fingers. What's this? Ha ha ha, is my future really so miserable? But I don't believe in fate. Now that I know of this divination, I must overturn it. What does it matter if the ideal in my dreams costs incalculable deaths? The future will prove that the present choice was right. Virgo spoke with utter indifference, his words carrying an overbearing arrogance. Hody Jones and Arlong exchanged a glance, then came before Virgo and knelt. "Mr. Virgo, we too wish to strive for the future of Fishman Island. This way of living is no different from pigs raised in a pen. We want to stand with you." Virgo helped them up and said, "Good, good, good. I am someone who will never betray the trust of my comrades." He then looked toward Marihoa. "Let us see whose future ends in chains." After Arlong and Hody Jones expressed their loyalty, they also took their leave. They each needed to lead their respective crews back to Fishman District to consolidate their strength and transform it into part of the Fishman Pirates, a long-term undertaking. Virgo's standard for them was a Fishman Pirates force of 100,000. "Master, do we still need to wait for Queen Otoheim's invitation? We should attend the Ryugu Palace banquet too, right?" Jinbi said he was only here to sound us out first. "The main talk is between Neptune and Queen Otoheim." A maid remarked. "Perhaps we should wait a little longer. They should soon send someone to summon you to the banquet." Shaki voiced her opinion from the side. "Whatever the reason, I must go to Ryugu Palace. Moreover, I cannot stay here too long. The discussion must take place tonight, and tomorrow I leave this place. Though I arrived not long ago, I should depart to avoid suspicion." Virgo said directly, then stopped paying attention to the others. He went off to one side, enjoying a hamburger and coffee with evident relish. Could this be? What if they don't come to invite you to the banquet, Virgo? Wouldn't that be awkward? Enel teased, lounging at a nearby table. Knock knock. Is Mr. Virgo here? A soldier of Ryugu Palace stood at the entrance. "Mr. Virgo is right here. Please come in and state your business." Lola, realizing this was likely someone from Ryugu Palace coming to invite Virgo, promptly bade him enter. "Greetings. I have been sent by Queen Otoheim to invite Mr. Virgo to the palace banquet. I hope you will honor us with your presence." After entering, the soldier glanced around, and seeing Virgo's magnificent cloak and commanding aura, immediately assumed he was Admiral Kazuru of the Marines, then stated his purpose. "Very well, let's set out then." Virgo rose and departed with Enel and several members of the Maid Corps, while the remaining Marines stayed behind at the Mermaid Cafe. You Marines staying behind. Would you like me to show you around? Fishman Island has quite a few wonderful places. I guarantee you'll be reluctant to leave." Lola, seeing the Marines idling in the Mermaid Cafe, made the offer. "Really? Then we'd be most grateful. We're unfamiliar with this place and worried about inadvertently causing offense. Lord Virgo places great importance on this island, so we dare not act recklessly. We'll have to trouble you." At that point, Castle Virgo's adjutant stepped forward. He had been utterly bored staying there. Inside Ryugu Palace, Jinbi, who had returned to deliver his report, had been received by King Neptune, with the ever-present Queen Otoheim at his side. The little darling Shirahoshi also nestled in Queen Otoheim's arms. Even as a child, she was exceedingly shy. "Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty the Queen, I have met with Admiral Virgo." Jinbi greeted them respectfully. "Speak quickly." Neptune pressed impatiently, while Queen Otoheim looked at Jinbi with curiosity. Shirahoshi for once gazed at Jinbi with an innocent, bewildered expression, clinging to her mother's embrace. "We can rest easy. Mr. Virgo bears no ill will toward Fishman Island. On the contrary, he holds a friendly attitude toward its inhabitants and deeply understands the hardships of fishmen and merfolk. He is even willing to help Fishman Island." Jinbi honestly stated the conclusion he had drawn from his conversation with Virgo. In Jinbi's eyes, what Virgo valued was the combat strength and malleability of the fishmen of Fishman Island, building them into his own private forces. But since that required the island as a whole, it was not unreasonable to interpret it as helping Fishman Island. "Is that true? That is wonderful," Neptune said joyfully. There are not many humans who are willing to approach fishmen and merfolk and treat us as equals, and among the upper echelons of the world government, even fewer. But this equality surely will not come easily. Queen Odoheim was pleased to hear this, yet she was not so naive. Behind every gain there must be a price to pay. Jinbi, I have already sent for Admiral Vergo to attend the banquet at Ryugu Palace. No matter how the talks go as our guest, we should entertain him properly. King Neptune, seeing everything moving in a favorable direction, revealed his arrangement. Queen Odoheim was taken aback for a moment, then decided it did not matter. It was somewhat hasty, but the discussion was bound to happen sooner or later. No wonder King Neptune had prepared a banquet. She had thought it was for some happy occasion. She then shot Neptune a glance, and Neptune, who had been watching her expression all along, wiped his forehead awkwardly. This act of acting first and asking later was dangerous indeed. Vergo walked slowly into Ryugu Palace, and within minutes, he saw King Neptune's entire family waiting there. The banquet seemed about to begin. Regardless of the circumstances, if Queen Odoheim still clung to her naive ideals, then she was already not far from death. Following the flow of the original story would be enough to settle her fate. Although Hody Jones had sworn loyalty to Vergo, his inner belligerence and fervent desire for Fishman Island's future remained unchanged. He still judged everything through strength as the foundation. Welcome to Fishman Island, Mr. Vergo. Queen Odoheim was the first to speak. Neptune, the henpecked husband, did not speak first, allowing Queen Odoheim to take the lead. After speaking, she kept observing Vergo, and her observation haki unconsciously probed him. Unfortunately, her gentle and feeble haki, though highly unique, was far too weak against Vergo. Queen Odoheim's originally smiling face turned astonished, marveling that he truly deserved to be a marine admiral. She quickly restored her composed smile and said, Mr. Vergo, please take a seat. You must sample the specialties of Fishman Island. Vergo wore a smile as he sat on the chair beside the table. No one could know what was going on in his mind. Queen Odoheim could detect not the slightest flaw in him. Vergo glanced at her. This woman truly was persistent in her desire to pry into the depths of his heart. Mr. Vergo, what do you think of the fishmen and humans on Fishman Island? Do you believe they could live together in peace? Queen Odoheim broke the silence and asked. Whether fishmen, merfolk, humans, or any other race, all are equal in this world. Vergo said no more, merely stating a simple fact. Queen Odoheim was visibly delighted upon hearing this, as though it coincided with her own convictions. She continued, then can we truly live on the surface together with humans? I have thought of a way. Gathering signatures and authorization documents from everyone and submitting them to the world government should work. Of course, as long as you persist, you can achieve it. But do you truly believe the world government will allow the entire population of Fishman Island to live on the surface? The difficulties involved are far more than a little. Vergo did not spare her feelings and unhesitatingly stated his view. Vergo's words had cast a pall over the gathering. Princess Shirahoshi pondered deeply. Though his remarks carried a veiled mockery, she knew it would not be easy for the world government to acknowledge Fishman Island's status. Even if they reached the surface, humans would still look down upon them with prejudice and discrimination. Understanding these truths deep within her heart, Princess Shirahoshi found no better alternative after much deliberation. They must follow the world government's requirements and let public opinion determine whether fishmen and merfolk could truly live on the surface islands. This had long been the dream of the fishmen and merfolk, to bask in the sunlight above the sea. How blissful that would be. Before leaving, Vergo secretly made his way to Fishman Street, where he met Arlong and Hody Jones among others. He shared Princess Shirahoshi's situation with them. I sense that Princess Shirahoshi will continue down her own path, not one of resistance, but of compromise, hoping that the nobles of the world government might grant fishmen and merfolk the privilege of living on the islands. But have you ever considered, if you truly settle on the surface islands, yet lack sufficient power, wouldn't it be far easier for humans to capture merfolk and fishmen without even descending to the ocean floor? After speaking, Vergo patted Arlong and Hody Jones on the shoulder and walked toward his warship. Upon reaching the warship and seeing everyone waiting for him, Vergo gave a relaxed smile. We shall press onward. This world does not allow us to pause. Here we shall also reach our final destination. Who has fate chosen? Let us wait and see. Set sail for Alabasta. There are matters of interest awaiting me there as well. Back on Fishman Street, Arlong and Hody Jones could not calm their minds for a long time after Vergo's words. Human hearts are the hardest to fathom. Even if they struggled and overcame their difficulties to live on the surface, oppression and slavery would still exist, and their condition would only grow worse, not better. Brother Arlong, what should we do? Do we support Princess Shirahoshi? Or should our Fishman pirates forge our own path? I don't understand all these matters, said Hatchin, having once visited the surface, and therefore knowing all too well how deeply humans prejudiced against fishmen and merfolk. Today they needed to focus on their own work, uniting all fishmen and bringing them into the Fishman pirates to chart a future for Fishman Island. Meanwhile, Hody Jones recalled his former plan. If not for Arlong's return, he would have already established his own pirate crew. First, Princess Shirahoshi's philosophy had to change. If it couldn't, then Hody Jones would continue his plan. Eliminating Princess Shirahoshi was the best choice. While the Fishman pirates discussed the fate of Fishman Island, Vergo's warship was gradually drawing near Alabasta. Crocodile must have been lurking preparing to corrupt this kingdom. Mr. Virgo, what do we need to do in Alabasta? I fail to see what we could possibly require from a land entirely covered in desert. Thirst to death. Should I kill you right now, Enel? You dare still defy my will. Seeing Enel prudently remain silent, Virgo continued, the ancient weapon Poseidon appears to have coordinates recorded in Alabasta's historical texts. I intend to find the girl who can read poneglyphs. The other maids and Enel were all stunned. An entire complete Poseidon still existed in this world. This was news that would shake the heavens, far surpassing even the blueprints of an ancient weapon. Building another ancient weapon would require immeasurable time and wealth. It would not cost mere billions of berries. As the silhouette of Alabasta gradually came into view, they were nearly there. The inhabitants of this nation were utterly shocked upon seeing the warship of a Navy admiral. Normally, nothing short of a major crisis would prompt the arrival of a fleet admiral from the Marines. Inside the royal palace, a soldier rushed in and knelt on one knee before Koala. Reporting to your majesty, the Navy Admiral Virgo has arrived. Would you like to go and receive him? A Navy admiral has come to Alabasta. Hasten to welcome him, or would you invite reprimand? Koala hastily rose, hardly bothering to drape his robe properly before rushing out of the palace. Accompanied by Princess Vivi and several key ministers, he quickly arrived at the dock to welcome Virgo, a high-ranking figure of the world government. Virgo paid them no mind, instead directing his adjutant Castor to meet with Koala. Where has Admiral Virgo gone? Koala asked curiously as he approached. Your Majesty, Admiral Virgo has an urgent mission and cannot meet with you at this time. Please excuse him, Castor replied with seasoned composure. Hearing this, the king dared not complain and could only lead his entourage back to encamp outside the palace to receive the naval forces. Virgo brought Enel to Crocodile's former stronghold. With his observation hockey, their locations were unmistakable. He simply looked down on Crocodile's crawling secretive development model, which ultimately ended with defeat at the hands of the protagonist, reducing him to a minor supporting character. Enel stepped to the door ready to burst it open, and just as he was about to smash it apart, Virgo stopped him. Must you always be so rough? Instead, Virgo knocked lightly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Oh, you. Come in. Mister. One was about to curse, but after glaring at Virgo for a moment, he realized with a jolt. Who was this, if not a Navy admiral? Such a figure could not possibly be here as a casual visitor paying an old friend a visit. Nico Robin, still in the bloom of youth, had spent years in constant flight and hiding. She was exceptionally sensitive to being watched and to intelligence gathering. The moment she appeared, she noticed Virgo instantly, and upon seeing his face, her heart skipped a beat. She had already plotted her escape route. There's no need to flee. I happen to be looking for you as well. I never expected that scoundrel Crocodile would keep you by his side. It seems our cooperation will be quite pleasant. Virgo said this without looking up from his hamburger, his great hobby, never parting with one. I never imagined someone of your stature would take notice of someone as insignificant as me. I wonder what kind of collaboration you seek with my current boss, Crocodile. Robin, recognized and exposed, did not flinch. She sat calmly in her chair and replied with a smile. If he had come to kill her, she knew a single strike would be more than enough, and she would not survive it. It seems a formidable presence has arrived on my turf. I wonder what a Navy admiral is doing in the domain of a warlord. If it were a simple conscription, there would be no need for someone of his rank, and no significant moves have been made. So this must be a personal matter, Mr. Virgo. Crocodile's voice came from outside as he pushed open the door. A man with a cigar clenched between his teeth and a cape draped over his shoulders entered. Beneath his eyes ran a stitched scar that spanned his entire face. The rising sun had already climbed above the sea, casting its warmth across the earth as the sky filled with a bright, streaming radiance. The night passed without incident, as if the fierce clash between the two of them yesterday had become commonplace by today. Virgo, Enel, and the others woke early, washed up, and set about taking care of their hunger. Bored and a little irritated, Enel took a bite of the apple in his hand, glanced at Virgo, who was sipping coffee and eating a hamburger, then wearily looked over the other maids before sinking into his own thoughts. Since arriving in Alabasta, Enel and the others had found the climate difficult to adapt to. There was little natural scenery. As far as the eye could see, stretched barren desert and yellow sand all around did little to lift one's spirits. Virgo watched the maids busily preparing the roasted meat, then glanced at Enel and said, All right, Enel, don't worry. We didn't reach an agreement with that bastard the sand crocodile yesterday, but we'll keep negotiating today. He doesn't have a choice. Virgo, it seems you already have a plan. If it weren't for our identity as Marines, I would have had the other comrades come over and wipe them all out. But now we can use official authority to settle this. Hearing Virgo's words, Enel thought for a moment and could not think of a better method than this. Listening to Enel, Virgo also knew that while they could call in others, it would be troublesome. The others still had their own affairs to deal with, and coming here would not help much. Since he could fulfill this mission better himself, why go to the extra trouble? The two of them fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Master, the roasted meat is ready. You and Lord Enel, please come and enjoy it. A maid named Beth walked over to summon them. Looking up, they realized they had been so absorbed that they had not even noticed the fragrant aroma. Now they suddenly felt hungry. Tisk, tisk, this tastes wonderful. It looks like I'm in for plenty of good food from now on. Virgo, your maid corps isn't just powerful. They cook deliciously and are so versatile. You make me want maids of my own. When will you part with a few and send them to me? Why keep so many? If not, at least have them train some new people for me. As he ate, Enel envied Vergo's maid corps. Not only were they formidable in battle, but many of them were masters of hockey, and all of them knew the six powers. He brought it up teasingly, partly to secure some benefits for himself as well. Time always passed quickly in the world of the strong. The crucial moment arrived in the blink of an eye. At noon, the appointed time with the sand crocodile came. Vergo took Enel to Crocodile's office to continue discussing their cooperation. Inside the office, besides Crocodile himself, his capable right-hand man Mr. One was also present, and beside them stood Nico Robin, the devil child whom they had met once before. It seemed the sand crocodile was being quite cautious. Crocodile, I know what you came to Alabasta seeking. I'm not entirely sure of your future objective, but I can roughly guess it. If we are to continue talking, we need to be completely open with each other. If anyone has second thoughts now, it will cause serious problems. Do you still want to continue? Vergo stated his purpose with complete calm. Crocodile, on the other hand, was somewhat puzzled. But one thing was certain: Vergo's words were no small matter. He could not believe that an admiral would travel such a distance just to amuse himself at Crocodile's expense. Doing so would simply be beneath him. Oh, Mr. Vergo, we have had no dealings with each other. But since you say that, I would like to see whether your cooperation is worth such caution. I am quite eager to join a great plan. That's good. I will give you a satisfactory answer, Crocodile. You will be glad about the decision you've made. I won't feed you any empty promises, straight to the main course. As he spoke, Vergo nodded to Enel. Seeing Vergo's signal, Enel immediately took a document from his document bag and placed it before Crocodile, the sand crocodile. It was the first page of the manufacturing blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. At first, Crocodile paid little attention to the sheet Enel placed before him, thinking it was just a proposal. But when he saw its contents, he could no longer stay calm. All his earlier composure disappeared. The more he read, the more shaken he was. He was here precisely because of Pluton. Although he could not build it, he knew no less about Pluton than Vergo did. One look at Nico Robin beside him was enough to see the sand crocodile's foresight in keeping close a woman who understood the ancient script. Of course, Vergo's purpose in coming here also involved Nico Robin. The blueprints existed, but they were written in ancient script. Although he had assured and encouraged everyone that it could definitely be built, the entire Pluton blueprint first had to be translated. Seeing this, Crocodile no longer hesitated and immediately said, Mr. Vergo, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. I don't think anyone would turn down an ancient weapon. The leverage was so strong that without realizing it, even his form of address had changed. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Of course, as long as this is in hand, everything you want can be realized. Most importantly, our goals are different, so there is no direct conflict of interest. I will be competing for the position of Fleet Admiral in the future. Naturally, that still requires Miss Robin's help. After saying this, Vergo looked at Robin, and Crocodile understood what Vergo meant. Robin, from now on you will go to Mr. Vergo's side. Our cooperation should continue for a long time. We are the best partners after all. We have also seen the ancient script inscription in Alabasta. That ship, the ancient weapon Pluton, which has existed for several hundred years, is not so easily obtained. Even if it were obtained, it would take many years to repair, and wouldn't that only expose us ahead of time? It's not worth the loss, Crocodile said. Without sparing Robin another glance, he left the office with Mr. One. He still had many other matters to handle. Vergo did not say much either. He simply rose and walked out of the sand crocodile's secret office. Enel then glanced at Nico Robin and signaled for her to follow. Along the way, they could see that Alabasta was a destitute country in the desert. They still needed to pay a brief courtesy visit to King Cobra before leaving. Otherwise, it would be quite rude. When they reached the palace, the guards saw that it was Admiral Vergo and dared not delay. They immediately led them inside to see the king, while one soldier ran ahead to report to the king in advance. Vergo smiled slightly and did not take it too seriously. This country had no powerhouses worth mentioning, only its political strength was somewhat respectable. After briefly leaving Alabasta, Vergo felt it was time to make his final preparations before returning to Marine headquarters. The otherwise Fleet Admiral Sengoku would inevitably flay him alive. After the long journey, most arrangements had been settled, but the construction of the Pluton battleship also needed to be put on the agenda. With this in mind, Vergo ordered his adjutant Castel to sail the Admiral's warship back to Marine headquarters ahead of him, while he and Enel had matters to attend to elsewhere. Though Castel disapproved, he had no choice. It seemed he would once again bear the brunt of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's scolding. Freed from the constraints of the warship, the two used their devil fruit abilities to soar directly from the waters of Alabasta toward Dressrosa, Doflamingo's kingdom, for they would require his assistance. At that moment in Dressrosa, having just received word that Vergo was arriving to discuss an important matter, Doflamingo summoned the other family members to make preparations together. He had already guessed the general topic, nothing more than the construction of Pluton. But as for the location, Doflamingo himself had no idea where would be best. Before long, Enel and Vergo arrived at Dressrosa. Without attracting the notice of anyone in the entire nation, they went directly to the royal palace, where Doflamingo resided. Although ordinary people did not see them, a few individuals of considerable strength did catch sight of a golden glow and a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky. The family's executives realized Vergo had arrived, so they set down their work and hurried to the palace to prepare for the upcoming meeting. This could very well be a development plan for the next 10 years. Once everyone had gathered, Vergo did not deem it necessary to declare the matter classified and dismiss the others. Since Doflamingo had allowed them to attend, they were worthy of trust. If any of them erred, the only path awaiting them would be death. Vergo did not probe deeper and came straight to the point with his own thoughts. Daffy, I intend to build a secret base at Punk Hazard for the construction of Pluton. What do you think? I will be stationing my own men there, and I will also need the family's assistance. That way you can conduct your research there as well, and since it is close to you, reinforcements can arrive quickly if any situation arises. Vergo, I have absolutely no problem with that. I am also quite fond of such a powerful ancient weapon, and I will ensure its construction proceeds safely without being discovered. There are no formidable pirates near Dressrosa at the moment anyway. If I can, I'll clear them all out for you. Doflamingo would never refuse such a thing. With such a perfect opportunity to openly observe the construction of Pluton, why would he ever consider it a bother? Once Pluton was completed, he could send those celestial dragons to their deaths. Dragging them down from their pedestal would be a matter of mere moments. At the thought of it, Doflamingo laughed aloud. Vergo shot Doflamingo a glance and simply ignored him. He was undoubtedly lost in his own fantasies again. Pulling the celestial dragons down from their throne was no simple task. An ancient weapon merely increased the odds. To overthrow the world government would require far more than the power of a single weapon. Their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Mr. Vergo, does the family also need to send personnel to be stationed there? I want to go. Dellinger voiced his thoughts to Vergo. He was deeply fascinated by the ancient weapon Pluton. Vergo, Dellinger has a point. Should one of the family's top executives be sent over? Having more hands is never a mistake. If anyone were to discover it, we would be in serious trouble. Treble leaned his whole body forward, oozing mucus as he slithered up before Vergo. Vergo helplessly pushed Treble away. Treble, you are too close to me. I have already considered what you suggested. Aside from my own subordinates, someone from the family will also be stationed there. The specific choice will be up to Daffy's arrangement. One thing is essential: caution and strength. Do not reveal us through careless arrogance born of a lack of brains. When that day comes, a mere apology will not make things right. Very well, since we have decided on Punk Hazard, let us begin preparations. The rest of you may leave now. There are matters I still need to discuss with Vergo. Seeing that the time was right, Doflamingo dismissed the others. Noticing Vergo's curious gaze, Doflamingo decided not to keep him in suspense and came straight to the point. Vergo, according to your information, I have already found Guild Tesoro at the Sabaody archipelago. His girlfriend was taken by the celestial dragons and made a slave, which drove his obsession with money to the point of mania. You were right. Someone like him, upon obtaining the gold fruit, will surely break through to awakening. I have already arranged for him to go to Punk Hazard to help build the base. It also gives him a chance to temper himself before going out to make a name. In this way, we can secretly take hold of the lifelines of numerous world government officials and force them to serve us. The world government is rotten to the core. Vergo nodded, then voiced his own thoughts. Then let us continue with the plan. I will send people to help you build the base. Do not let anyone discover the ancient weapon Pluton. I intend to build a base beneath the sea. You can use the island above for your own laboratories, but Pluton must be under the ocean. Before it is completed, no one is permitted to know of its existence. Daffy, it is up to you to make the arrangements. I will send my men as well. When the opportunity arises, I will find a way to have Enel appointed as the base commander of the nearby marine base. That will make our operations far more convenient. After listening, Doflamingo pondered briefly and agreed. Without another word, he went off to arrange the relevant matters. The timeline was already absurdly long, so the sooner they began the better. Borumuru, Borumuru, Borumuru. After dialing the den mushy, the other party picked up within a few seconds. Mr. Vergo, do you have any orders? Lafitte answered immediately. Lafitte, I plan to build the ancient weapon Pluton on the seabed of Punk Hazard. Send a few men to be stationed there. Doflamingo will also be sending his people, so we can all guarantee each other's security. Vergo stated his purpose succinctly. In that case, I'll send Clahador with his men. Clahador has both sharp wits and formidable strength. You have no idea. He has grown tremendously over the years. Lafitte said, cheerfully proposing his arrangement. Vergo thought it over and found it acceptable. It would be enough for Clahador to bring the Catman brothers in full body. Over the years, their strength should have improved as well. So he agreed. After briefly discussing the arrangements and plans for the future, he hung up. Raising his eyes to look outside, he realized the sky had darkened. They had been talking for hours, and it was already time for dinner. Everyone sat together at the dining table, chatting and laughing happily. Late into the night, most of them had drunk themselves into a stupor. Vergo and Enel retreated to their own room. Mr. Vergo, by associating like this with pirates everywhere, won't the world government and the Marines come after you? Enel asked, perplexed. They know I come into contact with pirates, but they are all warlords of the sea. It is not as though I have never captured pirates and brought them in. Even if they know I have dealings with pirates, that does not mean I have betrayed the Marines. Vergo explained nonchalantly. He then went to the adjacent room, lay down, and began to ponder. Seeing that Vergo was deep in thought, Enel did not bother him further. He sat alone, eating apples and gazing at the scenery. A month later, after Vergo had arranged all his plans, on the way back to Marineford, the Navy headquarters, he and Enel competed to see who could eat more sea kings, passing the time and amusing themselves. Yet as his restlessness grew, Vergo found himself contemplating his own path. The era of chaos had persisted for a long time. Various pirate crews sought to challenge the four emperors' thrones while the Navy headquarters was intensifying its crackdown on pirates in the New World. At such a time, Vergo's belated arrival would certainly earn him a scolding. At the stronghold of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors. Captain Kaido, we should teach those who come to challenge us a harsh lesson. These people feel that just because their bounties have risen, their strength has also increased. They have no brains at all, and they want to trample over us to climb higher, utterly blind to death. Now we must let them know the terror of the Beast's pirates. From Queen's bulky body came a voice almost bewitching in allure, stirring the blood of those devoted subordinates, and making them eager to go kill the enemy. Hearing Queen's words, the crowd felt like dragging the enemy over and flogging them right away. Yet some of the core fighters and senior officers maintained their composure, though their attitude was equally set on wiping them all out. None of the four emperors was weak. Even red-haired Shanks had killed countless people to become an emperor. If anything, among the four emperors, Shanks was the most merciful. Captain Kaido, I volunteer to be the vanguard and assist Lord Jack in annihilating the enemies who dare to invade. Let these people witness how powerful we are under your leadership. Perhaps some outstanding individuals will be drawn to join us by your charisma. If Vergo were here, he would definitely recognize this fellow. This was Jeedler, the one who had escaped from Vergo's clutches, and he had already joined the Beast Pirates. Jack looked at Jeedler with great satisfaction. This kid suited his temperament very well, and he nodded approvingly. Kaido thought for a moment, and then fixed his gaze on Jeedler, which made the man feel an enormous pressure bearing down on him like a flood or a fierce beast. Very well. It's rare to see such loyalty. Since Jack alone cannot hold off so many enemies, with you adding your strength, it will lighten the burden. I will not forget your contributions, Kaido said after 3 seconds of deliberation. In fact, for newcomers who had just joined, Kaido always had his own assessment mechanism. On a strange island, the smoke from a bonfire was clearly visible from far away. This was the gathering place of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the four emperors' crews. At this moment they were feasting, laughing, and chatting as they ate grilled meat. All their troubles were temporarily set aside. Their battle was in eating. The New World has been unstable recently because of the Navy's relentless raids. Pirates are also constantly chasing the throne of the four emperors. We haven't been in this position for long, so it's not that stable yet, red-haired Shanks said while drinking. Shanks, that's not the main point. The underlying reasons behind it are what deserve our deep thought. I've heard that Kizaru, the newly appointed Navy Admiral, has been in frequent contact with the Shichibukai recently. Furthermore, rumors say he has colluded with pirate forces, though there is no evidence to prove it. I have never been able to understand what that man's purpose is, Ben Beckman said while smoking. Why bother with all that? Let's just take care of our own territory. If they really dare to attack us, we'll teach them a lesson. It's barbecue time now. Isn't the grilled meat delicious? Lucky Roo watched Shanks and Ben Beckman discussing the future situation, which made it impossible for him to focus on his meat. On the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone also gathered to discuss recent events. Many familiar figures from the future could be seen here. The young commanders and the affiliated captains who had joined them were all assembled in this place. Marco looked at Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard was still far from the state of needing 4 drips to maintain his health. His deterrent force over the entire world remained extremely powerful. I feel that although Pops is here, they most likely won't launch any attack on us, but we still have to guard against some bold maniacs who might try to challenge Pops. Their surprise attacks are the most lethal. Vista noticed the others were silent, then, after a moment of contemplation, he voiced his own opinion. With Pop's strength, they still dare to challenge. Aren't they afraid they'll never return? There is no need to be overly anxious, but we cannot afford to be unprepared. How about this? Have more people set up observation posts to guard against enemy attacks. Diamond Jozu was a warrior by nature. He thought those pirates who came to challenge Whitebeard were seeking their own doom. Just as the argument was raging, Marco made a decisive suggestion. In that case, observation posts are necessary, but we must also prepare for battle. Don't forget the territories of the 4 emperors are currently being divided and contested. The other emperors won't stand idle either. Especially the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, those two are extremely ambitious. Whitebeard Edward Newgate had been watching his sons with a smile all along. To him, no enemy, no matter how powerful, was a real threat. The reason he was called the strongest in the world was not only his devil fruit ability, but also his monstrous physical arts. He was also a stamina monster. No one had ever been able to suppress Whitebeard. Big Mom Charlotte Lean sat on a towering throne looking at her sons and daughters. They were still in a period of rapid growth, and not all of her children had come of age yet, so a buffer period was still needed. However, the territories they deserved could not be lacking in the slightest. Therefore, the Charlotte family as a whole was in an expansionist state. Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Kakuri, take your younger brothers and sisters, and set out to occupy all the islands around Whole Cake Island and the other important resource islands. Big Mom gave the order to her 2 trusted sons, while eating dessert, sending them to deal with the enemies whom she considered ants. Upon hearing Big Mom's order, they unhesitatingly led all their siblings out of Charlotte Lean's room. They had no desire to remain face to face with that monster Big Mom. After all, when her craving struck, she had killed her own children. Towards her they harbored a contradictory feeling of both love and hate. Once the order was relayed, all the homies also prepared for battle, waiting only for the officers to lead them out to fight. With the four emperors' large-scale movements, other schemers were unwilling to stay idle. They all wanted to grab some extra benefits. No one didn't love bury wealth and fame. Some even paid the price of their lives without hesitation. Here there was no absolute right or wrong, only whether it was worth taking the risk. As time passed, things might become calm, but they would never completely cease. At this moment the world was still surging with waves. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, many changes had taken place. Even Marine headquarters had undergone earth-shaking transformations. The world's power structure had basically stabilized, and no one dared challenge the thrones of the four emperors. Our protagonist Vergo had also been secretly scheming for 10 years. As a neutral, he maintained good relations with both the Hawk and Dove factions. Major reforms in the Marines were inevitable, an unstoppable trend. Marine headquarters had reached its peak by this time. Kizaru, having reaped substantial rewards from his cooperation with Vergo, had always remained a hidden card that no one discovered. Akiji, a representative of the Hawk faction, was puzzled by some of Vergo's practices. He was kind on one hand, yet sometimes even more ruthless than the hardliners. Akainu was likewise baffled. He harbored ambitions to become fleet admiral, as could be seen from his future rivalry with Akiji. He had originally intended to recruit Vergo into the Hawk faction to increase his chances of winning the fleet admiral position, but all his plans fell through. Instead, Vergo used him. Of course, that was a story for later. Vergo's influence had spread throughout the 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors. All his hidden agents and covertly developed forces had expanded at a rapid pace. With Vergo's deliberate connivance and protection, they quickly swallowed up some small and medium-sized factions to broaden their path of expansion, dispersing and developing from individual points into a wide network. Their mutual cooperation actually yielded excellent results. Whether they were Marines planted as moles within the 4 emperors or people from Vergo's own forces lurking in their ranks, all of them could be used by Vergo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the first half of the New World, inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Vergo, along with his subordinates Lafitte and Enel, was discussing the construction of Pluton with Doflamingo. After 10 years of development, Doflamingo had firmly won the hearts of all the people in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Vergo, I heard you plan to compete for the position of fleet admiral. Doflamingo asked knowingly. Doffy, since you already know, why are you asking me? Are you trying to confirm something? Vergo said while sipping his coffee. Doflamingo continued, don't be suspicious. I'm also thinking of you. Your future determines how far our cause can go. Don't you understand? Once you become fleet admiral, your power will almost have reached its peak. Doflamingo gestured wildly and laughed maniacally. Vergo glanced sideways at Doflamingo's grand manner and sneered inwardly. Given Doflamingo's cold-blooded nature, anyone who was no longer useful would be cast aside, just as Vergo's original fate had made clear. When fundamental interests were touched, even family could be abandoned without hesitation. Believing such lies now would be the height of stupidity. After finishing his coffee, Vergo brought Doflamingo along to Punk Hazard. The island now had comprehensive hidden defenses. Moreover, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, had come 5 years later to be stationed there, overseeing all defensive work. The Poneglyph had already been transcribed, so it no longer had any significance in Alabasta. When the two arrived at Punk Hazard, there were no special defensive installations on the surface. After sweeping the area with observation hockey, they detected no fewer than 2 hidden sentries watching them. Vergo nodded in satisfaction and continued inside. The guards at the gate recognized Doflamingo and Admiral Vergo and immediately let them pass. Crocodile accompanied the two to the site where Pluton was being built. Many skilled artisans were busy there. Even Caesar the scientist had come to join the excitement. Because Fishman Island had secretly pledged allegiance, many fishmen also lived here, which afforded Tom considerable assistance. You don't come without a reason. Yet you've actually come to Punk Hazard. What rare guests. Are you here again to check on Pluton's construction? Let me tell you, it is only mostly finished. There is still a little left to complete. This was done even with round-the-clock shifts, so you should be amazed. The others exchanged glances, knowing that Crocodile was complaining about being left alone to guard this tedious base, while also trying to claim credit. After so many years together, no one understood Crocodile better than Vergo and the others. He would probably find another excuse to be transferred away from this place. Are you still not going to assign me other work? I don't want to be stationed here forever, Vergo. Your promise wasn't that I would only guard this place until Pluton was completed, was it? The others looked at Vergo, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Everything was exactly as they had expected. Every time they came, they were sure to hear complaints and the wish to leave this place. After 10 years of development, all their hidden forces were ready to swallow up Big Mom's forces. They still needed an excuse that would let Vergo launch a direct attack. All the hidden agents are in place. They are ready to move at any moment on orders. You must believe that our plan has no errors, and I cannot make mistakes either. Kuro spoke up, laying out part of the plan. He was in charge of this operation. If anything unexpected occurred, he would inevitably be held accountable. I am ready. My zombie army has also accumulated a great number, enough to deal with Big Mom's homie soldiers. But it becomes useless under sunlight. That is a major weakness. Gecko Moria voiced his concern. Don't worry about that. I've already found the cloud fruit. Once one of our people eats it, controlling a sea area to form dark clouds will be a simple matter. Vergo resolved the concern and then walked out of the room. The others, seeing Vergo leave, knew it was his personal time for reflection. They just needed to continue carrying out the plan. Enel alone followed Vergo outside. I know what you are worried about. I will also pay close attention to the internal affairs of the Marines. You are so busy that I doubt you have time to care about such details. You have no idea. Admiral Akainu has been clamoring to attack Big Mom. If it weren't for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I think he would have already gone to punch that old hag Charlotte Linlin in the face. Enel was also angry about Big Mom's earlier attacks on several marine fortresses, but no one knew that these had all been orchestrated by Vergo, and that Charlotte Linlin herself had personally given the order. It was a matter of swallowing one's broken teeth, a well-played move. After 10 years of quiet accumulation, no one knew how much power Vergo had amassed. Even Kuro only knew that it was formidable. Only Vergo himself knew the full scope of his hidden methods. Our protagonist Luffy was also about to set sail and start his pirate career. At this moment on Cake Island, animated homies stood guard at every vital point to prevent infiltration. A shadow had already fallen over the island, yet no one knew of the secret schemes Vergo was setting in motion. The tides were about to turn, and the balance was destined to be shattered. A figure stepped out from the darkness. It was Charlotte Daifuku, the security officer of the night. He made his way to the undersea monitoring room, defeated the homies, and shut down all the underwater surveillance shells before emerging outside ready to receive the main force for the assault. Within the island, many who opposed Charlotte Linlin's cruel reign had already been swayed. Aside from the Charlotte family itself, everyone else had long been forced to swallow their rage, and now seizing this opportunity, they would all turn against the Charlotte family. The plan had been set in motion 5 years earlier. Its greatest achievement was that the rest of the Charlotte family had turned against Charlotte Linlin's rule. Through deliberate manipulation, Big Mom had grown even more savage than before, killing not only the people of her territories, but even 2 of her own children. Under the cover of night, many figures in dark clothing arrived at the rendezvous point for the final check before the operation. They gathered in a secret chamber inside Charlotte Daifuku's office, a place with not a single mirror because Charlotte Brûlé could use mirrors to watch over and reach any place she wished. Do you have any new orders, sir? Will our plan proceed as usual? Someone asked impatiently. Some had been oppressed for far too long and were already at their breaking point. If the rebellion had been delayed any longer, they would have taken matters into their own hands. One thing is certain: the operation remains unchanged. But don't act on your own. If you disrupt the Lord's deployment, death will follow. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, let's go over the simple assignment. We move in 2 days and the Marines will coordinate with us. I've already spread word that the Big Mom pirates are embroiled in internal strife. As for Big Mom herself, leave her to the Admiral. The others were shocked. Why would an Admiral obey their orders? It made no sense. Still, no one dared to ask. Asking such a question was nothing short of begging to die. Clearly knowing the answer was a death sentence, and they were not reckless enough to pry. The night sky was bleak, and the drizzling weather draped the seas of Tado land in an oppressive haze. Yet no one took notice. Everyone was lost in their own pleasures. Who could have imagined that in a few days Tado land would be reduced to ashes and become nothing but history? The people hurrying by paid no attention. In the pitch-dark night, not a single soul walked the streets, especially not so desolate a place. Now all the outside forces aiding the rebellion had gathered here ready to strike from without, while the sabotage within was already arranged, waiting only for the order. Who could say how many would survive this operation and how many were destined to be cannon fodder? Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, a Marine officer handed Vergo a classified report. After reading it, Vergo knew that everything was ready, only the final step remained. It was imperative to topple Big Mom from her throne as one of the 4 emperors, and what a magnificent achievement it would be. With that thought, Vergo wasted no time and went straight to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Vergo, is there something you need? I know you're not one to come calling without a reason. Sengoku looked up at Vergo. In his eyes, Vergo was never a man who did things without purpose. This old fox was someone Sengoku had always been wary of. They called Sengoku a strategist, but Vergo was the true hidden schemer. It's nothing much. I've received intelligence that someone in the Big Mom pirates is planning a rebellion. I think this is a fine opportunity to bring down one of the 4 emperors and put a docile puppet in her place. Don't you agree? The Marines will have a far easier time dealing with the other 3 afterward. Vergo sat back in his chair with his legs crossed. After saying these words, he was sure that even Sengoku would be tempted. The plan was foolproof. He refused to believe that even Sengoku could resist such a tempting prize. Sure enough, Sengoku's first reaction was disbelief, and his second was that Vergo was a terrifying man. Because from past experience, Vergo was never one to make wild claims. On the contrary, he was the most pragmatic and down-to-earth of the 3 admirals. But if what he said was true, then the scheme must have been years in the making. The thought sent a chill down Sengoku's spine. Thank heavens Vergo was a Marine admiral. Otherwise the Marines would be in deep trouble. Are you absolutely certain your plan is foolproof? If it fails, I will not bear that responsibility for you. And since you've made such bold claims, if you can't deliver, your authority in the Marines will suffer. Sengoku neither approved nor stopped him. He only laid out the consequences. The rest was beyond his control. Since Vergo had dared to reveal the plan, he had no intention of giving it up. Coming here was merely to get a formal mandate, so that Vergo would not be acting entirely on his own. You needn't worry about that. I won't let such a great accomplishment simply slip away. I've been preparing this trump card for years. If I gave it up now, where would I go to cry? Do you think I've been playing house all this time? Vergo replied to Sengoku briefly and directly, then walked out of the office without looking back. Caster, prepare a warship. We're setting out. One ship is enough. We don't need much more help from the Marines. We're just fishing in troubled waters. Go. Caster quickly ran out to relay the order. Supplies and personnel were loaded onto the ship, and the personal guard unit established by Enel and Vergo also came aboard. Before long, Sengoku, seated in his office, heard the blare of a ship's horn outside. He went to the window and saw Vergo's vessel sailing toward the domain of the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Everyone was ready for battle. On the surface, it looked as if some pirate crews from within had joined forces to rebel, though in truth, it had all been orchestrated by one man. No one realized that the play had already been won before it even began. They would never believe that a Marine admiral could command those pirates and forge a force so powerful. The world government was aware of this force, but believed its leader to be Lafitte and knew nothing of its actual members. Thus, from start to finish, they never regarded it as a threat to their rule. One man had fooled them all and held the world government in the palm of his hand. In the end, no one could escape the pull of the abyss. Who are those people in the distance? They're not Lord Lafitte. A Marine soldier on lookout said, then quickly ran toward Vergo's office. What's the rush? Careful, or Lord Vergo will punish you. Enel said, passing by while eating an apple, and stopped the flustered soldier. Lord Enel, something's wrong. Some strangers have arrived, and I don't know if they're enemies. The soldier saluted quickly and reported to Enel. Enel did not dare take it lightly either, for this was a sensitive time, and even a small mistake could ruin the plan. He swiftly led the soldier to the bow, curious to see who was bold enough to challenge the flagship of a Marine admiral. Standing at the bow, Enel looked at the approaching vessel with confusion. He had never seen that flag before. Just which faction's captain was coming? The pirate ship sailed toward the admiral's flagship. The pirates aboard were scared out of their wits. Had they not known their captain was no fool, many would have already deserted. Everyone, don't be afraid. I came under Lord Lafitte's orders, so the Marine admiral won't attack us. They need us to help part of the Charlotte family stage a rebellion. That way the Marines profit the most. The pirate captain said with a confident look, calming the unrest among his men. After hearing the captain's words, most of the crew settled down, but a few shrewd ones quietly crept toward the escape boats, ready to flee the moment anything went wrong. Aboard the warship, Enel calmly watched the pirate ship approach. As the two vessels drew closer, both sides grew tense, hands gripping their weapons tightly. A soldier's gulp was clearly audible in the heavy silence. No one knew the enemy's true strength, or whether they had hidden forces. Just as everyone braced for the outbreak of battle, the pirate captain David Kraus stepped onto the bow and spoke. Mr. Enel, I was ordered to come here and rendezvous with Lord Vergo. The battle is about to begin, and they need my cloud fruit ability for the pre-war preparations. David Kraus casually leaped onto the Marine warship and stood shoulder to shoulder with Enel. Enel smiled faintly at this, then without another word headed straight for Vergo's office. Kraus curled his lips into a grin and followed. The others exchanged bewildered glances, then lowered their weapons with sighs of relief. The two men reached Vergo's door and knocked, not daring to barge in and disturb his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Vergo was sitting in his chair lost in thought when he heard the sound. Come in. Vergo straightened his clothes. Seeing Enel walk in with a stranger, he fixed his gaze on David Kraus. The bushy beard, the sharp eyes, and the humility in his posture upon meeting Vergo. Vergo gave a slight nod. He already knew who this was. A month earlier, Lafitte had called Vergo to tell him that David Kraus would come looking for him, and even described what he looked like. Kraus was a devoted admirer of Vergo. Why else would he have eaten the Logia-type cloud fruit? That fruit had immense potential for development. The group arrived at the outskirts of Whole Cake Island. Towering waves relentlessly battered the shore. Because of the long journey and the convenience of moving under night, thunder roared, and lightning split the sky while wind and rain raged, disrupting the operation of the monitoring shells in the sea. The watchtower's line of sight was hampered, a disadvantage for both sides, but for Vergo's faction the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Vergo slowly walked to the bow of the warship. Castor immediately ran over with a raincoat, but Vergo glanced at it and waved it away. In such heavy rain it made no difference. Gazing into the distance at the Charlotte family's territory of Whole Cake Island, he stood in deep thought for a long while. Finally, Vergo took out a den mushy. Listen up, everyone. Begin the operation. Surrender, and you live. Anyone else will be shown no mercy. Anyone who fails in this will die. Now is the time to show your strength. Let the enemy see just how ferocious you can be. After giving the order, Vergo hung up the den mushy and returned to the warship's cabin. Vergo had deliberately remained still all this while waiting for the internal forces to make Big Mom lose control. That was the critical moment for him to make his move. Defeating and capturing Big Mom would be the greatest victory. All the outer forces began their assault. In no time, cannons roared in unison and battle cries rang out endlessly. From the very start, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Cannon fire and gunfire interwove. The land was blasted apart, and the devastated ground was strewn with corpses while more bodies floated on the sea. The cries of battle continued without end. Soldiers kept falling, the ground piled high with dead bodies, and the sea had turned red. Though the night concealed the sight, the carnage still persisted. As the officers joined the fray, one island after another was taken, and the Charlotte family slowly began to mount their counterattack. Seeing that the time was right, the spies and rebels within also began their acts of sabotage. The first targets were the two islands the Charlotte family valued most: Whole Cake Island, cherished by Charlotte Lean, and the vital strategic island Kabayuki Island, which stored a large amount of crucial supplies and war weapons. When Charlotte Oven arrived at Kabayuki Island, he went straight to the area where the supplies and weapons were stored. The guards on duty were puzzled by Oven's arrival, but as subordinates of the Charlotte family, they would not stop a man of Oven's real power. Nor did they have the authority to do so, for they could be executed. Thus Oven easily entered the warehouse, set the explosives, and armed the timer. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he promptly walked back out, exchanged greetings with the guards, and vanished from sight in an instant. A series of explosions thundered from the weapons depot. Blossoms of fire and smoke rose into the air, and the guards suffered heavy casualties, losing most of their forces before they could even take to the battlefield. As for the large supply warehouses, the sabotage was mainly focused on the cakes loved by Charlotte Lean, so that once she lost control on the main island, a great deal of destruction would be wrought. Free labor was quite a bargain. With the explosion at the supply depot, the first phase of the surprise operation was complete, and the second phase began. Because the saboteurs were traitors from within, no one expected them to strike at the supply depot. Yet the overall effect was devastatingly effective. By the time the Charlotte family reacted, the unexpected strikes had thrown them into brief chaos, disrupting the orderly defense and counterattack they had managed to mount against the outer assault. Charlotte Kakuri calmly commanded his subordinates and coordinated the deployment of his brothers and sisters to launch a counterattack. But little did he know that the true threat came from the Charlotte family's own ranks. After Charlotte Lin learned that all the materials in the warehouse had been destroyed, her fury had nowhere to vent. The people around her did not dare make a sound, cowering before her terrifying presence. At a moment like this, provoking Big Mom would surely mean having one's soul taken away. Some had already quietly slipped deeper into the crowd, praying she would not notice them. Do you have any good ways to stop this situation from getting worse? Can anyone offer me a suggestion? That damned bastard dares to come and provoke me. He truly must not want to live. Big Mom asked, but no one in the room offered a good answer. The thought of those people daring to attack her territory only made her fury burn past the edge of reason. No matter what, everyone exchanged glances, wondering how to deal with this emergency. Unfortunately, the situation was so sudden that no truly good strategy came to mind. I feel like there must be a traitor among us. How else could they have found these two important islands so quickly and struck with such precision? Everything about this is strange, don't you all think? Big Mom's eyes went wide as she stared straight at everyone present. The aura and pressure she radiated crushed down on their hearts. Some of the weaker ones could not endure it and fainted, but nobody minded or mocked them. They themselves were suffering no less, sweat pouring down without end. Meanwhile, after the two teams had destroyed two vital strategic points from within, they moved on to the second phase of their plan. That plan had two main objectives: first, to send Charlotte Lin into an uncontrollable frenzy; second, to dismantle the Charlotte family's counterattack from the inside. If the second phase succeeded, the destruction of the Big Mom pirates would be greatly accelerated. First, they sought out a dessert that Charlotte Lin adored. Its production was extremely complicated and its ingredients rare. If it were destroyed, she would very likely fall into irreversible madness. In that state, she would tear apart her own Whole Cake Island without the attackers ever needing to launch a direct assault. The second team could then proceed to destroy the key defense systems and block the Charlotte family ministers from joining the battle. Ideally, they could render Big Mom unconscious, then lock sea-stone handcuffs on her. Once that was done, all the homies would spiral out of control, and then, and only then, would the operation be deemed a perfect success. Mr. 3 quietly made his way into the underground warehouse where all the rare materials were stored. These were precious protected resources, and losing even one would be a pity. But no one cared about them the way Charlotte Lean's children did, so destroying them did not feel like a loss. Shortly afterward, Charlotte Lola led a few people into the warehouse. This is it. These are the materials used to make Mother's favorite sweets. Without them, she will absolutely fly into a frenzy. This is how our brothers and sisters died. Mother's food aversion is extremely severe, so this is the most effective method. There is also a mechanism outside that can be used to trap intruders. After speaking, Lola went to a very concealed spot and held out a wooden stick. It was sliced cleanly apart by an invisible force. Anyone who did not know about this mechanism would definitely be torn to pieces. This mechanism was created with a devil fruit power. I have forgotten exactly what the power was, something related to cutting, I believe. Mother told us about it because she was afraid we might accidentally touch the mechanism and die here without cause. After Lola finished explaining, she urged them to act quickly before more complications could arise. Hearing her suggestion, the group immediately got to work and planted several explosive charges throughout the basement. They would be certain to destroy every last dessert ingredient, reducing Big Mom's collection of years to ruins. Burgess Lafitte and the other main officers soon joined the battle as well. The previously balanced fight suddenly tipped in favor of the invaders. They watched Burgess hoist a cannon shell as huge as a house and hurl it out. A deafening explosion tore through the enemy camp, and the shockwave alone left many wounded and unable to fight. All the officers threw themselves into the fight with everything they had. Each person's performance in this battle would determine how the subsequent benefits were divided. Vergo had already sent men to subdue everyone from the original Blackbeard pirates, which allowed all the senior officers to be fully promoted. Van Augur turned into a reaper of death in the distance, every shot taking a life, and occasionally two with a single bullet. Seeing that the others also displayed their skills with great effort, knowing that only outstanding feats would earn a good position. Giant battleship San Juan Wolf, relying on his immense size and power, likewise reaped tremendous results, bulldozing his way straight through the enemy lines. He had the most ferocious battle record of all the officers. Kuro led a detachment deep into enemy territory to carry out sabotage. If the opportunity arose, they would also serve as a force to rendezvous with the rebels inside or coordinate with them to accomplish certain tasks. Everyone had their own role. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin heard the huge explosion coming from the underground chamber and knew something was wrong. A dark premonition rose in her heart, and the report that followed only made her fury blaze. Boom, boom, boom. Then came a loud crash and the door burst open. Mom, terrible news. The underground warehouse containing the rare ingredients has been blown up. Everything was destroyed. What are we going to do? Charlotte Perispero, as the eldest son, was the only one who dared to bring her this report at such a moment. Anyone else would likely have had their soul taken the instant they finished speaking. Big Mom said nothing. She immediately rose and dashed toward the warehouse, with the others exchanging glances and hurrying after her. When they reached the entrance, they were already met with a devastating sight. Every shelf had been shattered beyond repair. Ingredients were blasted everywhere, some even stuck to the ceiling, and sticky remnants clung to the walls on all sides. One did not need to guess what they were. Big Mom's expression gradually twisted into something savage. The bloodshot in her eyes and her raging anger surged as if she were about to burst into flames. Her aura exploded, hurling everyone backward several meters. The shockwave toppled several people. She was steadily losing control. Perispero broke into a cold sweat at the sight. His face went as pale as a dead man's. He immediately rushed to Big Mom and said, "Mom, don't worry. I already put aside some backup ingredients. Not everything is gone. With the great battle at hand, you must stay calm." Big Mom was already losing control and heard nothing more. She only wanted to find the culprit and grind him into pieces to satisfy the hatred in her heart. Before anyone could think of stopping her, she had already charged out of the basement, heading straight for the battlefield outside. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of the insiders, Charlotte Linlin was successfully driven into a frenzied state. She burst out of the castle and went on a rampage, destroying everything in sight, slaughtering people and reducing buildings to rubble. Bulldozing forward, she was even more ferocious than the invaders' assault. The situation had turned drastically. Charlotte Linlin stepped into the streets and rampaged wildly. Her colossal frame caused serious damage to the buildings even before she launched an attack. Charlotte Katakuri had originally been preparing to reinforce the front line, but because of Big Mom, he could only stay on Whole Cake Island to hold the situation together. Everyone else was still far too weak in Big Mom's presence. "Mama, please calm down. This is not the time to worry about ingredients. Traitors have helped the invaders break in and are challenging your authority." Charlotte Katakuri pleaded with bitter earnestness, wishing with all his heart that Mama would regain her senses. Otherwise, the Charlotte family would truly be reduced to nothing but dust in the annals of history. Upon hearing the voice, Charlotte Linlin turned her head to look at Katakuri. Just as everyone thought she might calm down, Big Mom drew Napoleon her long saber. Seeing her stance, everyone scattered at once. She was clearly about to use Ikoku. Who would be reckless enough to stand in her way? Yaya Ikoku. Big Mom unleashed the strike without the slightest hesitation, catching everyone off guard. In one blow, the entire street was annihilated, and a long chasm stretched out of the island with no end in sight. This was a clear display of Big Mom's monstrous physique and overwhelming power. Katakuri avoided the attack by the narrowest of margins, and lingering fear seized him. He had come within a hair's breadth of becoming dust himself. Cold sweat poured down his brow in the next instant. Who else could stop Big Mom from continuing her destruction? At this rate, there would be no need for enemies at all. Whole Cake Island would already be gone. He lifted his head to watch Big Mom recede into the distance. Every strike sent up a tremendous roar, and many cowards fled into hiding. In the shadows, several people watched this development with great delight and took out a den mushi to make a call. "My lord, the plan has succeeded. Big Mom has gone berserk. Proceed according to plan." As soon as those words were spoken, he hung up the den mushi and walked away without looking back. Katakuri found the departing men rather curious. He had only just noticed them with observation haki, but because he had detected nothing suspicious, he paid them no mind. If not for Big Mom, Katakuri might have discovered them much earlier, and the scheme might have been exposed. Katakuri no longer cared what happened to Big Mom. He left that arduous task to Perispero, then raced toward the frontline battlefield alone. If no one intervened, soon the enemy might reach the main island and launch the final assault before long. That was something Katakuri did not wish to see. On the other battlefield, it was a veritable meat grinder. More and more people fell, and the dead piled up like small mountains across several surrounding islands as the fighting continued to push forward. The Charlotte family's reinforcements were blocked on the periphery and could barely get through. Only a handful of members managed to break through the encirclement and reach the front line, but it was a drop in the bucket. The Big Mom pirates were under total pressure and fell back in defeat, retreating across several islands that were quickly occupied. Burgess, Katarina, Devon, and the others were also attacking with all their might. After arriving at the battlefield's edge, Katakuri quickly saw how urgent the war situation had become. He swiftly intercepted Vasco's shot and Avalo Pizarro to relieve the pressure on the entire battlefield. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Shiryu of the Rain drove Katakuri back with a single slash. The three men turned their gazes to the newcomer, uncertain of what he intended. Hehe, shot Pizarro, you two keep pushing the attack. As the strongest genius of the Charlotte family, I'm quite eager to fight him. Huh. Even though the Lord told us not to kill them, well, there's no problem with having a battle. The two exchanged a glance. They both knew that Shiryu was not only a bloodthirsty madman, but also a battle fanatic. Since he wanted it so badly, they would let him have his way, and they left to find new targets. Katakuri had just been about to move when a sharp, piercing gaze fell upon him, making him abandon the thought. He began to study Shiryu, seriously, sensing the powerful and bloodthirsty killing intent surging within him. This would be the greatest opponent Katakuri had ever faced, and the duel would demand absolute seriousness from both men. No one dared approach the battlefield between the two. Katakuri struck first, drawing his trident and thrusting it at Shiryu's chest. Shiryu said nothing and simply drew the demonic blade Ryu, a sword so steeped in slaughter that baleful aura coiled around it without end. The instant it left its sheath, everyone felt a chill run through their bones. Instant evil light, engraved slash. Compared with Katakuri's probing strike, Shiryu went straight for a sword technique, because in battle he had always gone all out and never underestimated his opponent. He had seen far too many people die from overconfidence. Katakuri had not expected Shiryu to abandon all sense of martial decorum and open with a sword technique. He dodged through a narrow, perilous gap, yet a shallow wound was still sliced open on his body and a trace of blood seeped out. Just as he tried to steady himself, Shiryu lunged forward and swung his blade in a horizontal cut. Katakuri hurriedly raised his trident to block, but the impact sent him skidding backward before he finally came to a stop. Although only 2 moves had been exchanged, Katakuri knew that he was still inferior to Shiryu. His battle instincts were not as keen, his speed was not as fast, and his strength fell short. Not to mention that his opponent had reduced him to such a miserable state, without even striking at full power. Sweat had already begun to bead on Katakuri's forehead. Even so, Katakuri gradually calmed down instead, and a hint of excitement surfaced in his eyes. Shiryu watched him quietly all along, then said one line. Just as expected of the genius of the Charlotte family. You adapted to the rhythm of battle so quickly. I truly admire your passion for combat. So how about it? Think about joining us. That old witch Big Mom I hear often kills people, and even her own children are no exception. If you come here, you will be given great importance. Shiryu genuinely admired this man. He possessed remarkable combat talent, and was the second person to have earned Shiryu's newfound respect. If you asked who the first was, did it even need saying? Of course it was Vergo. Otherwise Shiryu would not have followed him through countless battles far and wide. The two stood facing each other, each determined to take down the other in the shortest possible time. Suddenly a commotion broke out in the distance. A glance through observation Haki revealed that Big Mom had reached the edge of the battlefield and was attacking wildly, putting an end to the duel the two had meant to continue. On a marine warship, an intelligence officer arrived outside Admiral Vergo's office. Knock knock. Come in. Admiral Vergo, Big Mom has lost control and reached the edge of the battlefield, launching indiscriminate attacks. What should we do? Is that so? Everything is proceeding even more smoothly than planned. Then it is time for me to take action. Huh. The world order is about to be rewritten. Vergo did not act immediately, merely casting a glance towards Charlotte Linlin in the distance. That old hag was currently in a frenzy, attacking and destroying everything in her path, and no one possessed the strength to halt her advance. A deeply troubling development. Vergo remained on the sidelines, observing the chaos unfolding within the Charlotte family. The internal sabotage had already taken effect. The frontline and rear combat forces could no longer coordinate and were severed from one another. Charlotte Katakuri surveyed the battlefield with growing anxiety. The defeat was merely a matter of time. If there was no way to turn the tide, the Charlotte family would become nothing but a relic of the past. Suddenly, Charlotte Katakuri's observation Haki detected several familiar presences alongside many unfamiliar ones. This betrayal from within had inflicted irreversible damage upon the Charlotte family, precipitating their complete rout, and across the field a group of masked figures came into view. Amidst them, Katakuri spotted a ring on one person's finger. The man was none other than his younger brother Charlotte Montdor, who should have been dead. Before Katakuri could fathom the impossibility of this revelation, the chaotic circumstances offered no time for contemplation. Brother Katakuri, do you truly wish for our cruel mother to continue ruling over the entire family? Just look at mother's tyranny. A woman who dispatches her own children without hesitation. How could the pirate crews and factions that have joined the Charlotte family possibly view an organization capable of such atrocities? Come join us in establishing a new leader to guide our Charlotte family toward greater prosperity. I've already spoken with our master. If you'll join us, all of your brothers and sisters will survive. The position of family leader will be yours. Stop hesitating, brother. Join our side. Charlotte Montdor spoke these words, admiring Katakuri's reluctance to witness his death and recognizing that the Charlotte family's legacy would endure through him. Katakuri had learned that this rebellion had been meticulously planned for some time, fueled by widespread discontent with Big Mom's rule. Though Katakuri had little faith in Charlotte Linleen's methods, he could not bear the thought of his siblings perishing. The turning point had arrived. There was no reversing the end of Big Mom's reign, so his resolve hardened toward ensuring the survival of every brother and sister. With that decision made, Katakuri strode to the center of the battlefield and unleashed an attack that drove the two sides apart, leaving everyone watching him in bewildered confusion. The fighting is over. Mother's era has ended. Come out. I know this plan of yours has been brewing for a long time. No more hiding in the shadows. Reveal yourselves and tell me what you truly intend. Rafleet, stationed at the battlefield's edge, had observed Katakuri's movements and recognized that the psychological maneuver was succeeding. They sought not to annihilate the Charlotte family, but to eliminate only Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Katakuri, order your family members to lay down their arms and cease fighting. We shall handle the rest. For Charlotte Linlin, we require only her death. You and your kin will live. Rafleet leapt before Katakuri and delivered these words, having secretly transmitted the entire exchange through a din mushi to Vergo. Not far away, Big Mom continued her rampage, screaming and striking indiscriminately at both allies and enemies alike. When the battlefield suddenly fell silent, Charlotte Linlin unleashed a devastating blade wave that sent combatants flying, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Aboard the naval warship, Vergo had been monitoring the battle's progress. Satisfied that the moment had arrived, a streak of light shot toward the field as he announced his presence. My, what a lively scene. Since this is all happening, might the Marines be permitted to join in the festivities? The words had barely left his lips when Vergo materialized before Charlotte Linlin, unleashing an immediate laser blast. Sensing the threat, Big Mom summoned Napoleon to intercept the attack. Vergo understood that defeating Big Mom in a single strike was beyond his means. As the laser fired, his light-speed kick followed in tandem, sending her crashing through the rubble, where she landed hard. Katakuri and the others watched the engagement with tense anticipation, deeply curious about why Vergo had launched his assault without even a word of warning. Only a handful of individuals understood the true motive, observing the battle that would shape the future with quiet satisfaction. Though they couldn't fully grasp why Vergo acted as he did, their curiosity remained undiminished. Big Mom responded without hesitation, summoning Zeus and Prometheus to unleash a devastating assault of lightning and flames against Vergo. Many of those caught in the crossfire barely registered the impact before being scorched and electrocuted, some sustaining critical injuries, while others were reduced to ash, vanishing entirely from the battlefield. Vergo deftly dodged her relentless strikes, using his light step technique, counterattacking with precision whenever openings appeared. Big Mom, in her frenzied state, displayed little tactical acumen, her wounds multiplying with each exchange, while her breathing grew ragged and her stamina clearly waning. Yao Tianguanju, an old witch like you deserves a fatal blow. Let's see if you can withstand this. A massive column of light, 10 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping Charlotte Linlin's form. Though her senses were dulled from her injuries, her primal instinct for danger proved keen. She struggled desperately to break free from the beam's paralysis, barely managing to evade its full grip as it began to dissipate. With insufficient time to prepare, she remained caught within the beam's devastating intensity. The searing heat and overwhelming destructive force drew a horrific scream from Big Mom that sent chills through everyone nearby. If Charlotte Linlin herself suffered so greatly under this attack, they knew that even a glancing blow would reduce them to nothing more than ashes. Not everyone possessed her steel balloon physique. The beam persisted for roughly 10 seconds, and true to his principle of exploiting weakness, Vergo prepared a follow-up strike. He activated Shave to instantly close the distance, his powerful frame rippling as he channeled every ounce of strength into a devastating two-fisted blow. Liu Wangqiang Jiaoshock. As the technique struck, a violent current of air surged from his fists into Big Mom's body. This enhanced variant of the Six King Lance's ultimate art, empowered by armament haki, penetrated her defenses to strike directly at her organs, while the chaotic energy flow inflicted crushing damage from within, multiplying the destruction exponentially. Any opponent who underestimated this move would be instantly annihilated. Still reeling from the column of light's impact, Charlotte Linlin had barely begun to stabilize her injuries when Vergo appeared before her. She crossed her arms in a desperate attempt to block, but severely underestimated the technique's devastating power and was sent flying once more. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks as a geyser of blood erupted from her lips, and she collapsed to the ground unconscious.